In the depths of Duanmu Yan's mind, a strange, yet lucid voice echoed, "Ideal host locked. System binding program initiated." A countdown began in silence. 10-9-8, the numbers ticking down one by one. Ultra capture system binding complete. Welcome host to the Marvel Universe. Duanmu Yan's eyes snapped open. His hands instinctively swept across his forehead as he stared ahead, utterly bewildered and stunned. What the hell is this? A system? How did I get bound to it out of nowhere? Before his words had even faded, the scene around him unfurled like a slowly opening scroll. His familiar home interior was completely overturned, replaced by a vast, luxurious indoor space, every detail exuding refinement and opulence. Where is this? He murmured to himself, waves of indescribable shock surging through his heart. The system's gentle yet mechanical voice sounded at just the right moment, answering his confusion. Host, your current location is the private villa of Iron Man Tony Stark in the Malibu area. At those words, Duanmu Yan's eyes widened abruptly, his pupils contracting as he stared at everything before him in sheer astonishment. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Oh, what exactly are you? And what did you just say this place is?" Soon after, a cold mechanical voice followed, "Greetings, host. I am the artificial intelligence of the Ultra Capture System. At this moment, you are within the Marvel Cinematic Universe." Hearing this answer, Duanmu Yan stood there as if struck by lightning, his mind churning with towering waves of shock. What? This is actually the Marvel Universe. My God, I'm nothing more than an utterly ordinary, completely powerless shootin'. How could you throw me into a place this unimaginably dangerous? Are you planning to send me to my death for nothing? Duanmu Yan burst into curses. He could no longer hold back, his face written full of fear and despair. Just then, a crisp notification chime suddenly rang out. Ding. The Newbie gift pack has been successfully issued. Please confirm whether you wish to open it immediately. Startled by the abrupt sound, Duanmu Yan flinched. Yet by instinct alone, he still answered subconsciously, "Open it. Open it now." As his words fell, the system's emotionless voice echoed again, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate bloodline of Taiga Ultraman Taiga composite type armor, all professional knowledge of Takayama Gamor, 1 storage bracelet, 1 unlimited limit black card, and 1 Marvel all-language mastery card." After hearing this list, Duanmu Yan involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath, his mouth dropping so wide it could almost fit a whole egg. He muttered in disbelief, "Hiss. Can this be real? There are actually so many mouth-watering treasures in the Newbie gift pack." For a moment, Duanmu Yan all but forgot the peril of his surroundings, wholly immersed in the delight these lavish rewards brought him. Just then, that now familiar system chime once more rang out in his mind. Duanmu Yan steadied himself, focusing all his attention as he began a deeper conversation with this enigmatic system. As their dialogue grew more in depth, his understanding of the system's formidable capabilities became clearer and far more profound. The system was like an inexhaustible treasure vault, brimming with limitless potential, able to continuously empower him to become ever more powerful and invincible. As for Duanmu Yan, the user, all he needed to do was to strictly follow the tasks set by the system and complete them one by one, on time and to the required standard. In doing so, he would naturally harvest all manner of precious materials to strengthen his armor, weapons of terrifying power, and even coveted secret techniques as generous rewards. Moreover, the system was extravagantly generous, occasionally bestowing rare treasures capable of greatly enhancing his physical attributes. The Taiga Ultraman bloodline mentioned earlier was one such gift. It would not only dramatically increase his flexibility and agility, allowing him to move with ease in battle, it would also greatly boost his resistance to external attacks, enabling him to recover rapidly even after suffering grievous injuries. In addition, it granted Duanmu Yan a superhuman jumping ability, a most crucial of all. With this unique bloodline, he had actually gained the miraculous power to soar through the skies. Thinking of this, Duanmu Yan could not help but feel his blood surge hotly. If I can obtain such a heaven-defying Taiga Ultraman bloodline right from the start, what earth-shattering surprises might be waiting for me further down the line? At that moment, a gentlemanly male voice sounded from the room outside. "Good morning, Mr. Duanmu. Sir is already waiting for you in the basement." Hearing the voice, Duanmu Yan was instantly stunned. The system spoke helpfully. "Host, your current identity is that of Tony Stark's classmate and friend." Duanmu Yan nodded blankly and replied, "Okay, I'll go down to see him right away." With that, he rose quickly, put on his clothes, and headed toward the basement. When he appeared, Tony put down the work he had been busy with and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Duanmu, good morning. How did you sleep last night?" Duanmu Yan answered, "Not bad, buddy. I almost thought I was in heaven." Just then, a mechanical arm glided over, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee, and set them gently down on the table before them. Tony picked up a cup, blew on it, took a sip, and asked, "Got any special plans for today?" Duanmu Yan scratched his head and replied, "I'm planning to head back to Chinatown for a bit. You know, my home is there, and I've still got a lot of papers and experiments to deal with." Tony asked in puzzlement, "Seriously, you're a doctor of quantum mechanics, and your family's loaded. Why insist on living in a place like Chinatown?" Duanmu Yan smiled as he explained, "Call it a sense of patriotism. You wouldn't really get it. Besides, the food over there is way beyond your imagination. Tony shrugged helplessly and said, all right, I can't be bothered arguing with you about that. So when are you heading back? Duanmu Yan thought for a moment and said, the sooner the better, I've still got some things to take care of. Tony nodded. Sure, no problem. If you need any help, just let me know. Duanmu Yan chuckled. All right, could you lend me one of your cars? You know how hard it is to catch a ride around here. Tony agreed without a moment's hesitation. Of course. Pick any one you like and drive it out. I've already set up your access permissions. You can come by any time you like from now on. Duanmu Yan walked straight toward the garage, and among the many dazzling sports cars, chose the seemingly inconspicuous Nano 01. He started the engine, and with a soft humming sound, the Nano 01 seemed to awaken to life, weaving nimbly through the veins of the city. Inside the car, the artificial intelligence Javas spoke in a gentle yet precise voice, plotting a route for Duanmu Yan to the largest nearby hardware store. Duanmu Yan had a plan in his heart. He would build a workshop of his own. Stepping into the store, he was greeted by rows of tools and materials dazzling in their variety, while the air was thick with the unique scent of metal mingled with machine oil. His gaze roamed over the shelves and finally settled on those tools that could ignite boundless creativity. After carefully selecting and completing his purchases, he drove on to the computer market. His eyes were sharp as a torch as they locked onto the precision chips and cutting-edge components. He knew these cold, lifeless parts would soon radiate unprecedented brilliance in his hands. A single name echoed in his mind, pal. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of Gaoshan Wiming, the human host of Gaia Ultraman, an artificial intelligence capable of deep data analysis and exploratory assistance. Later, Wiming installed it in the X-Craft, allowing it to control the fighter jet in his absence. Carrying the materials he had bought, Duanmu Yan returned to his apartment in Chinatown. After a period of intense effort, he successfully wrote PAL's program and recorded it onto the blank artificial intelligence chip Tony had given him, then installed it into the Ultra Armor. He activated the Ultra Armor, and PAL's image immediately appeared on the screen. Unlike the airplane form seen in the show, this PAL took on the shape of the Ultra Armor itself. PAL, can you hear me? Duanmu Yan tried to communicate with it. Master, I am here, came PAL's reply. A satisfied smile appeared on Duanmu Yan's face. He believed that with PAL's assistance, his Ultra Armor would become even more formidable. In the days that followed, Duanmu Yan immersed himself in building his workshop. He also organized and compiled the knowledge of Gaoshan Wiming and downloaded a vast number of martial arts and combat techniques from the internet. Possessing Ultra genes, Duanmu Yan learned these moves extremely quickly, often mastering them after watching only once. Yet he had only the forms without the power, so he sought out the head instructor of a martial arts school in Chinatown, and using his financial prowess had a detailed training plan tailored for himself. One day, Duanmu Yan was in his own gym straining against a barbell. Ding! Host, you have a new system mission. Please check it promptly. Duanmu Yan halted his movements. Mission content: rescue Tony Stark. Mission details: on his way to the Middle East to demonstrate a new weapon for the military, Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists and has gone missing. He was to locate Tony Stark and bring him back. Mission reward: form transformation. This system, are you serious? As much as I want this ability, the Middle East is huge. How am I supposed to find him? Host, please resolve this on your own and complete the mission as soon as possible. Duanmu Yan frowned. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to start by investigating Tony Stark's movements. He used PAL's search functions to dig up all information related to Tony Stark. Soon he discovered a clue: Tony Stark had last appeared in a desolate region of the Middle Eastern desert. Duanmu Yan immediately booked a flight to the Middle East and drove the Nano 01 toward the airport. Passing a burger joint on the way, he stopped to buy several cheeseburgers along with other food and water. After his plane landed, he used his connection with Road to acquire a jeep from the military. In his memory, the place where Tony was kidnapped was roughly 3 days' journey from the U.S. base. Duanmu Yan could not understand it. With such a short distance, how could the military have failed to find Tony? Even with a carpet search, it should be impossible to come up empty after 10 days or half a month. After several days of searching, Duanmu Yan found a cave identical to the one in the original plot with patrols circling around it. He walked behind a mountain ridge and stretched his hand toward the sky in a summoning gesture. A pillar of light descended, and the Triga armor assembled itself around his body. He then controlled his body to rise, lifting himself into the air above the terrorists' heads. A cannon muzzle extended from his wrist, and his palm lightsaber fired in the form of energy bolts. With PAL's assistance in aiming, every shot claimed an enemy. The terrorists inside the cave heard the commotion and rushed out, but they saw no trace of their foe, only blue and white bolts of light harvesting the lives of their comrades. After eliminating the men outside, Duanmu Yan descended to the cave entrance and walked inside. Using the armor's scanning functions, he quickly located Tony. Tony! Duanmu Yan pulled open a massive iron door and shouted to the people inside. Who are you? How did you find this place? Tony looked at Duanmu Yan in confusion. Duanmu Yan retracted the armor's helmet, revealing his own face. Duanmu buddy, what are you doing here? And in that bizarre armor? Tony was stunned to see who it was and stepped forward to pull Duanmu Yan into a hug. Duanmu Yan chuckled. If not for this armor, there's no way I could have gotten in here to save you. Tony said, oh, let me introduce you. This is Ethan, my lifesaver. Ethan, this is my good brother, Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan replied, we have to get out of here immediately. The terrorists could return at any time. The three of them quickly exited the cave. Just as they were about to climb into Duanmu Yan's jeep, Tony glanced back toward the cave and said, buddy, can you take care of this place? Duanmu Yan gave Tony a look and nodded, telling them to drive far from the area. He then soared into the air, his arms forming in L shape as a simplified Zyperi AO beam lanced from his forearms toward the cave's roof. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed skyward, the shockwave rolling outward in all directions. Tony slammed the accelerator to the floor and only just managed to escape. After Duanmu Yan regrouped with the two of them, the vehicle sped toward the U.S. military base. Along the way, Duanmu Yan and Tony talked, and Duanmu Yan showed him his ultra armor. What kind of advanced tech is this? Tony's eyes lit up, his interest in Duanmu Yan's gear growing intense. This is no ordinary equipment. It's my partner, Duanmu Yan said with pride. At last they arrived at the U.S. base. Tony was greeted with enthusiastic cheers while Duanmu Yan slipped quietly away from the scene. System mission complete, Duanmu Yan said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Form transformation ability acquired, the system's voice replied. Unable to wait any longer, Duanmu Yan tested his new ability at once. His ultra armor shone with a strange radiance and shifted into an entirely new form. Duanmu Yan was testing the new features of his armor at home when Tony's call came in. Tony, Duanmu, where are you? Duanmu Yan, I'm at home. Tony, is something wrong? Buddy, why did you sneak off by yourself last time? I wanted to bring you to the press conference and the party. Duanmu Yan, let's forget about that. You know my personality. I'm not interested in those things. Tony, are you free now? Come to my house. Ew, I need your help with something. Oh, and bring your armor. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan immediately understood Tony's intentions. Didn't you have a new system task? Please check it. The system's voice echoed in Duanmu Yan's mind. Task content: assist Tony Stark in completing the iron armor. Task details: after escaping from the Middle East, Tony changed his idea of making weapons to save the world and decided to create the iron armor to save the world. Task reward: ring armament. Ring armament. The special weapon of Ultraman Tiga. I accept this task. Duanmu Yan replied to the system in his mind and said to Tony on the phone, I'm coming over to your house right now. Duanmu Yan quickly drove to Tony's house. Wow, Duanmu, you got here really fast, Tony greeted with a smile. Duanmu Yan walked straight to Tony's laboratory and saw the projection of the iron armor on the display stand. Is this your new toy? It looks pretty good. Duanmu Yan manipulated the model and turned it around. Yes, but there are still some issues to resolve. I need your help to perfect it. Tony pointed at the armor, for example the power system and the weapon system. Duanmu Yan, what ideas do you have? This thing looks like it has high energy consumption. Tony lifted his shirt, planning to use this reactor as the energy source. Duanmu Yan, speaking of that, I haven't asked you yet, have you thought about how to install this thing in your chest? I remember it runs on palladium, right? At the same time, he also saw the first generation reactor on the table. Tony, that's correct, he'll find a way to solve this issue. For now, let's skip this problem. I hope you can provide some suggestions for my armor. And so the two geniuses gradually created the iron armor in this high-tech studio. Duanmu Yan offered several suggestions. First, regarding the energy issue of the armor, before Tony finds a new element to replace palladium, installing the arc reactor separately in the armor for power supply would reduce the risk of palladium poisoning. Then he installed his anti-gravity device on the soles of the iron armor's feet. This would allow effective hovering and movement in any direction like a flying saucer. With his hands free, he could launch more effective attacks. Finally, regarding the weapons, as the largest arms dealer in America, there is nothing that Tony can't think of, no weapons that Stark Industries doesn't possess. However, the initial armor is just a prototype mainly used for testing and exploring the performance of the armor in various aspects. The armor is in its original steel-silver color. Its hands and boots can simultaneously release arc pulses, creating ultrasonic waves that allow the armor to fly or travel at high speeds. The arc release device is an important component of the armor, stabilizing it when flying or hovering. Additionally, the armor's legs and back have built-in auxiliary wings and flaps to enhance flight stability. The armor is equipped with the J.R.V.I.S. operating system, capable of target scanning, global positioning, and providing the user with vital signs data. Tony couldn't wait to start wearing the armor in front of him. After all the data checks passed, he was ready for the final test flight. J.R.V.I.S. voice came through. Sir, before the official test flight, we still have a lot of data to calculate. Tony, J.R.V.I.S. Sometimes you need to learn to run before you can learn to walk. After saying that, he activated the arc release devices beneath his feet and soared out of the garage. Duanmu Yan J. R. V. I. S. Prepare the medical kit. I'm going to bring our super genius back. After saying that, he summoned his Ultraman armor and flew in the direction Tony had taken off. J. R. V. I. S. As you wish, sir. Duanmu Yan quickly caught up with Tony, who was climbing higher into the sky. Hey buddy, are you sure you want to keep going up? Duanmu Yan asked. Tony looked back and smiled. Of course, I'm preparing to break the record of the SR-71 reconnaissance plane. However, at that moment, Tony's armor suddenly lost control and began to plummet. Duanmu Yan had anticipated this and rushed over to catch him. Tony's armor was covered with a thick layer of frost. Before Duanmu Yan could help, Tony had already manually opened the armor's flaps to remove the ice layer. At this moment, J. R. V. I. S. System also came back online. Tony, thanks buddy, it's a good thing you caught me just now, giving me time to de-ice. They returned to hover above Tony's villa, and Tony shut down the armor's power, causing him to fall from the rooftop into the basement, crashing onto his luxury sports car. At this point, Duanmu Yan also descended through the hole. Buddy, it seems you need to learn how to land first. Saying this, he reached out and pulled Tony up. Tony J. R. V. I. S. Reconfigure the metal shell using the gold titanium alloy from the six-winged Angel tactical satellite. This should ensure the shell remains undamaged without affecting the power-to-it ratio. Duanmu Yan walked over. Tony, have you considered adding some Vibranium inside the armor? Tony, I don't understand what you mean, buddy. Duanmu Yan, I think you could add a function to absorb external energy and convert it into armor energy, which would enhance the armor's endurance. But the prerequisite is that you need to improve your reactor. Duanmu Yan said while gesturing in the air. Vibranium is an extremely powerful material. If applied to the armor, it could not only increase defense, but also enhance energy absorption and conversion. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This idea is interesting, but Vibranium is not easy to obtain. Duanmu Yan, I actually have a way. Duanmu Yan raised an eyebrow. Tony's eyes lit up. Oh, tell me more. Duanmu Yan, I know someone who might have Vibranium, but there's a certain price to pay. Duanmu Yan teased. Tony asked eagerly, what price? Money is not an issue. Duanmu Yan smirked. He's a thief, a notorious one. You'll have to come with me to sort it out. Tony agreed readily. No problem. Then it's settled. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if envisioning the improved iron armor soaring through the sky. After leaving Tony's house, Duanmu Yan drove the Nano 01 back to his cozy little nest. He gently closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then with a thought summoned Trelge's exclusive weapon, the ringed armor from the system space. In stark contrast to its appearance in the storyline, the ringed armor in Duanmu Yan's hand did not have the toy-like texture. Instead, it resembled a sword exuding an ancient aura more akin to King Arthur's sword from the stone. The sword had a cleverly crafted gap in the center of its blade, seemingly custom-made for Duanmu Yan, allowing him to easily insert his palm. On the blade's wings, 3 prominent buttons were arranged, symbolizing 3 different forms: longbow, claws, and longsword. With great anticipation, Duanmu Yan began to experiment with the other 2 forms of the ringed armor. As he fully unfolded the blade, the sharp edge stretched outward like a ferocious beast being released from its cage. Holding the bow in one hand, he instantly felt a familiar sensation reminiscent of the blazing knife he had customized and collected before his traversal. Without hesitation, he pulled the bowstring, and with a buzzing sound, a bowstring formed from pure energy was drawn taut. As he released his fingers, a dazzling energy arrow shot forth like a meteor, vanishing into the distant horizon at an astonishing speed. After a brief pause, Duanmu Yan pressed another button, preparing to experience the power of the claw mode. He watched as the originally solid blade began to spin, fold, and gradually shrink and deform. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a pair of glimmering dual-bladed claws. Duanmu Yan tightly grasped the claws and swung them violently in the air. In an instant, a piercing, tearing sound erupted, as if it were about to rend the very fabric of reality. Just then, while Duanmu Yan was in his training room, testing his new toy, an unexpected visitor arrived at his home. Although Duanmu Yan's ultra-telekinesis had not yet been activated, his senses had already surpassed those of ordinary people, and he naturally sensed that someone had appeared in his home. He put down the weapon in his hand and walked into the living room, where indeed a shiny boiled egg sat on his sofa, quietly gazing in his direction. I wonder what brings the esteemed Supreme Mage to my humble abode, eh? Duanmu Yan asked the visitor. I have not seen your existence in the original timeline. You seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Could you tell me who exactly you are? The Supreme Mage said to Duanmu Yan with a calm demeanor. System, what does she mean? Host, what she means is that you do not belong to any point in this universe's timeline, hence, she is here to eliminate you. Hearing the system's words, Duanmu Yan warily looked at the Supreme Mage. The Supreme Mage said lightly, I am not here to eliminate you, I am simply curious. After you saved Stark, the timeline of this universe became chaotic. I can no longer use the Eye of Agamotto to see what will happen in the future, and after repeatedly reviewing many materials I have come to a conclusion: the inability to see the future is due to your appearance changing the originally determined future. Duanmu Yan's heart tightened. It turned out that his arrival had triggered such a significant upheaval. He said solemnly, "I do not know why I came here, but I can assure you that I have no intention of disrupting the order of this world." The Supreme Mage stared at Duanmu Yan, seemingly judging the truth of his words. After a moment she nodded slightly and said, "I believe you do not harbor malice, but the chaotic timeline cannot be corrected now." Duanmu Yan asked, "Do you mean that those people have set their sights on me?" The Supreme Mage shook her head. "Not yet, but I believe it will be soon. If you continue to disrupt the timeline of the future, it is only a matter of time before they come after you. Host, you need not worry. I have already concealed your existence. No matter how you play, the Time Management Bureau will not be able to discover you." Hearing the system's words, Duanmu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "You need not worry about this matter, Mage. I naturally have ways to resolve it." The Supreme Mage paused slightly but quickly regained her composure, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. "Since you are so confident, as long as you do not do anything detrimental to Earth, you can come to Kamarage to find me at any time. I believe I still have the ability to offer you some small assistance." After saying that, she reached out and took out a shimmering, mystically glowing pendant, gently handing it to Duanmu Yan. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Being able to receive assistance from her was indeed a rare opportunity. He quickly extended his hands and carefully accepted the pendant, as if cradling a priceless treasure. At that moment, the Supreme Mage made a sweeping motion, instantly summoning a dazzling portal, seemingly preparing to leave. However, just as she was about to step into it, as if recalling something important, she paused, turned, and took out a hefty book from her robe, once again handing it to Duanmu Yan. "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. I hope that by the time we meet again, you will have mastered the contents recorded in this book." Duanmu Yan happily accepted the book and focused on the cover, which boldly bore the title Kamarage Magic Fundamentals. He pondered to himself, "System, can I truly learn this book? After all, isn't Kamarage's magic system something that borrows from higher dimensional gods?" Before he could continue his thoughts, the system in his mind immediately responded, "Host, need not worry. You can fully utilize this magic foundation. Of course, casting these spells will consume a certain amount of ultra armor energy." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan finally relaxed, filled with expectations for the future. At this moment, Duanmu Yan received a call from Tony. "Duanmu, I found the person you mentioned. He is currently at the salvage dock in Africa. Ding, you have a new system task. Please complete it in a timely manner." Task content: capture Ulysses Klaw. Task details: Ulysses Klaw stole 250 kilograms of sound-absorbing steel from Wakanda and killed the parents of the current defense minister of Wakanda, WKB. Please capture Ulysses Klaw as soon as possible. Task reward: friendship with Wakanda. Host armor material will be replaced with original adamantium, same as Captain America's shield. Wow, is it really that amazing? Put aside the friendship with Wakanda, it is the most technologically advanced place on Earth. Original adamantium is much harder than ordinary vibranium. Even Wolverine's claws covered in true adamantium can only leave scratches on it. To date, only the destroyer who stole the power of the overcomer Thanos, who wields the Infinity Stones, Thor with Odin's power, and Odin's brother the Serpent Null, have managed to destroy it. Tony, when will your new armor be ready? I can hardly wait. Probably in about 3 days. They'll contact you in advance then. Is this the place where Ulysses Klaw is hiding? Duanmu Yan asked as he looked down at the abandoned ship. So should we just charge in and take out everyone inside? Tony asked. No need to complicate things, just watch me. Duanmu Yan placed his palms together, a white light will forming between them, and he threw it towards the ship. The light will split in the air and darted back and forth inside the ship. This triggered a series of explosions. After a while, as the light will dissipated, Duanmu Yan instructed Pal to scan the entire ship. Only one person was left alive, the others were dead. Duanmu Yan said, "Let's go and collect our spoils." The two descended through a hole in the ship. Under Pal's guidance, Duanmu Yan found Ulysses Klaw hiding in a corner. Tony also discovered the 250 kilograms of sound-absorbing steel stolen by Ulysses Klaw. "Hey buddy, come take a look, we hit the jackpot this time, so much vibranium." "Yes, that's right, we really struck gold this time." Duanmu Yan looked at Ulysses Klaw before Tony contacted his private jet to send the vibranium up, preparing to take it home. Duanmu Yan then prepared to take Ulysses Klaw to Wakanda. Before they parted, Duanmu Yan said to Tony, "Tony, have you found out who the mastermind behind your kidnapping is?" "I thought you wouldn't ask." Tony replied. "Do you think I resemble someone heartless?" Duanmu Yan asked. "I have some leads, but I don't have solid evidence yet," Tony responded. "You need to be extra careful on your way back. I won't be able to return for at least 3 days. If anything happens, have Jarvis contact me. I certainly don't want the next time I see you to be at your funeral. Can't you wish for me a little?" Tony replied. All right, I won't waste time talking to you. Hurry back and stay safe. They'll finish up here and return to help you as soon as I can. After Tony left, Duanmu Yan dragged Ulysses' Klaw towards the Wakanda border. Soon they met the border tribe leader WCAB, who explained his purpose and then tossed Ulysses' Klaw in front of him. WCAB reported the situation to the king, and after receiving permission, he brought Duanmu Yan to the palace to meet the current king T'Chaka. Thank you very much for bringing this thief back. You can make any request, and as long as it's not excessive I will grant it, T'Chaka said. Your Majesty, I would like a string of embarking beads and the defensive cloak of the border tribe if possible. Hearing that Duanmu Yan didn't want Vibranium, T'Chaka sighed in relief. No problem. It's just a bit of technology, but I hope you won't disclose Wakanda's true situation after you leave. Of course I can guarantee with my word that I will never reveal Wakanda's true state. Okoye, bring the items up, T'Chaka instructed his attendant. Soon someone entered carrying a tray which held the embarking beads and a cloak. Duanmu Yan took the embarking beads and put them on his hand, draped the cloak over himself, and prepared to take his leave when he recalled the plot from Black Panther. Thus he said to T'Chaka, Your Majesty, let me remind you, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Sometimes separating the eggs might lead to unexpected surprises. T'Chaka fell into deep thought upon hearing this, while Okoye was responsible for escorting Duanmu Yan out. At that moment T'Chaka's wife Ramonda entered. Seeing T'Chaka lost in thought, she approached and asked T'Chaka, What's wrong? Why do you look so troubled? T'Chaka shook his head and waved for the guards to leave first. It's nothing, Ramonda. Please instruct them to transfer some of the heart-shaped herb to another location for cultivation and ensure that confidentiality is maintained. Don't let anyone else find out. Ramonda didn't understand T'Chaka's meaning, but went ahead and followed his orders. The transplanting was carried out by her, T'Chaka and Shuri, together in a location near the palace. Little did they know this action would change the future of Black Panther T'Challa, but that's a story for another time. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan had already arrived at the Wakanda border, where WCAB asked him to present the embarking beads. He then tapped his own embarking beads against Duanmu Yan's. This is my gift to you, thanking you for avenging my parents. From now on you are the most honored guest of the border tribe. Duanmu Yan didn't expect such an unexpected joy. Although he didn't know what was inside, the most valuable information from the border tribe should be the manufacturing process of the defensive cloak. He said to WCAB, My friend, if you ever encounter difficulties, feel free to contact me anytime. After saying this, Duanmu Yan summoned the T'Challa armor, activated the anti-gravity device beneath his feet, and ascended into the air. Once he reached a certain height, the armor's shape and color changed, and its speed directly broke the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom. When he reached Tony's house, Tony hadn't returned yet. He wandered into Tony's workshop and took out the embarking beads. Indeed, it contained the technology for the border tribe's defensive cloak. He planned to install it onto the armor, while the cloak would be left for Tony. How Tony handled it was none of his concern. As soon as Tony returned, he heard Duanmu Yan giving orders. Jarvis, bring me 2 weapons. Pal, raise the shield. I want to test its effectiveness. Hey buddy, what are you doing? Planning to tear my house apart? Redecorating. Duanmu Yan responded, Tony, you're too slow. Come and check out my new gear. Duanmu Yan brought Tony to the mecha and said, Pal, start now. At his command, the mecha raised a shield, and Duanmu Yan instructed Tony to attack the shield with his Iron Man armor. Are you sure? Don't blame me if it gets broken. I'm sure. If it breaks, you're the one who shouldn't blame me. Seeing Duanmu Yan so confident, Tony with his quick temper raised his hand and fired several repulsor blasts at the shield. However, the shield remained unscathed. Not believing it, he also fired a beam from his chest. Jarvis activated the ventilation system, and as the smoke cleared, the shield bore not a single crack. Where did you get such good stuff? Duanmu Yan pointed at the cloak on the table. Go ahead and play with it. Tony picked up the cloak and examined it from every angle, but couldn't find anything special. Until Duanmu Yan taught him how to activate the shield, he had Duanmu Yan aim a gun at him to personally experience the shield's defensive capability. So what do you think? Next time don't say I have good stuff and never think of you. If you figure this thing out, it can be installed not only in the Iron Man armor, but also in your villa. Tony, you should take a look at this. Pepper walked into the basement holding a document. Duanmu Yan also approached, taking the document from Tony's hands and looking at its contents. What are your plans? If you can't handle it, I can do it for you. Tony shook his head. This is a battle that belongs to Tony Stark. I need to resolve it personally. Pepper, I hope you can infiltrate Obadiah's office and obtain more evidence. He colluded with the board to push me out. Now only you can help me with this. Since the first day Tony returned, he began investigating the mastermind behind the kidnapping case. The evidence he had pointed to one person, his partner Obadiah Stane. Obadiah was a friend and business partner of Howard Stark and became Tony Stark's mentor after Howard's death. In order to profit in the arms market by selling weapons to America's enemies, Obadiah arranged for Tony to be kidnapped by the Ten Rings terrorist organization to completely control Stark Industries. However, he failed to reach an agreement with the terrorists. The terrorists known as the Ten Rings didn't kill Tony. Instead, they made him build missiles which allowed Duanmu Yan to find an opportunity to rescue him. Ding, you have a new system mission. Mission content: defeat Monger. Mission details: Obadiah secretly designed his own armor. After his scientists failed to replicate the armor's design, he planned to steal the arc reactor from Tony to power his armor. Mission reward: Leo Ultraman's martial arts. System: I remember I blew that place up. How could Obadiah possibly build the armor? Host: Obadiah hacked into Tony's computer and obtained the schematics for the second-generation Iron Man armor, modifying it. Duanmu Yan, hearing this, shouted to J. R. V. I. S. J. R. V. I. S. Did Obadiah come by while Tony and I were away? J. R. V. I. S. Yes, sir. Duanmu Yan, did anything happen when that guy came? J. R. V. I. S. There was a brief power outage in the villa, but I cannot confirm what happened during that time. Tony, what happened? Duanmu Yan, I suspect Obadiah came to steal the schematics for the Iron Man armor. Tony, that's impossible. The schematics are stored in my private processor. Duanmu Yan, but you just heard what J. R. V. I. S. said. That guy came to your house, and there was a power outage. That must have been his doing. Tony, isn't it dangerous for Pepper to go to the company now? Duanmu Yan hesitated to answer, looking around and noticing that the first-generation reactor Tony had replaced was missing. Tony, where's the first-generation reactor you replaced? I placed it in. At this moment, Tony also realized that the spot where he had placed the reactor was empty. Damn it, J. R. V. I. S. Start the suit immediately. I need to go save Pepper. With a burst of flames, Tony flew out of his villa, followed closely by Duanmu Yan, both heading towards Stark Tower. Due to Duanmu Yan's intervention, the Iron Man armor was no longer powered by just one reactor, resulting in abundant energy. When Duanmu Yan and Tony flew near Stark Tower, they discovered a robot attacking Pepper. Duanmu Yan immediately broke through the window, sending the robot flying. Tony rushed to Pepper's side, scooping her up and jumping out of the window, flying away. Pepper was still struggling desperately. Tony landed on a rooftop, removed his mask, and when Pepper saw that it was Tony, she finally felt relieved. On the other side, Duanmu Yan saw Tony running away with Pepper and muttered, "No humanity in the presence of the opposite sex." He also jumped out the window. Behind them, Obadiah charged out again. Not seeing Tony, he turned his attention to Duanmu Yan. I know you're the Chinese guy beside Tony. What do you think? As long as you follow me, I can guarantee you endless wealth. And if you help me deal with Tony, I can even make you a shareholder of Stark Industries. However, Duanmu Yan simply replied with 2 words, idiot. What did you say? Obadiah thought he misheard. Duanmu Yan repeated, you dare to dream of buying a warrior of light with money. As for the identity of a shareholder of Stark Industries, if I truly wanted it, it would only take a word. It wouldn't come to you being the so-called second shareholder, would it? Isn't that right, Tony? At this moment, Tony also landed next to Duanmu Yan. He's not wrong. He is the youngest PhD in quantum mechanics in the world. Money and status are just a matter of speaking for him. If he hadn't turned it down, he would have been the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Obadiah, hearing the two of them play off each other, trembled with rage, as if every nerve was ignited by fury. Damn bastards. You bastards who should go to hell die. He shouted angrily, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, the Gatling gun roared like a ferocious beast, its barrels spinning rapidly, unleashing a torrential rain of deadly bullets. Facing such a ferocious attack, Duanmu Yan showed no fear. He stepped forward, quickly raising an incredibly strong shield, standing firmly between himself and Tony. However, Obadiah seemed unsatisfied with merely using the Gatling gun to vent his rage. He immediately pressed another button, activating an even more powerful missile weapon. With a deafening explosion, a massive cloud of thick smoke rose into the sky, blocking out the sun. As time passed, Obadiah finally released the trigger, a sinister smile forming on his lips. Haha, this is the fate that those who dare to oppose me deserve. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, a cold and mocking voice came from the depths of the smoke. Is that all you've got? The voice was ghostly, causing Obadiah's heart to tighten. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, he looked closely and was stunned, unable to close his mouth. It turned out that Duanmu Yan and Tony stood there unharmed, as if gods of war had descended, not a single scratch on them. Before them was a barrier emitting a mysterious blue light akin to an impenetrable wall, blocking all attacks. How is this possible? Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly. Did you think you were the only one with weapons? Taste this. He retracted the barrier, and from his wrist emerged a gauntlet gun, firing a burst of energy. Obadiah tried to dodge, but it was too late. The energy blast hit him, sending him flying. Obadiah crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to get up. Duanmu Yan said to Tony beside him, Tony, should I go, or you? Tony stepped forward, staring intently at Obadiah. Obi, I don't understand. Why is this happening? Obadiah replied, for 30 years, I have nurtured you. I built this company from scratch, and nothing will hinder me. You can forget about that. A rocket launcher rose behind Obadiah, once again aimed at Tony, but was easily deflected by Tony's palm cannon. Immediately, a breathtaking, fierce battle commenced. Tony, clad in his shiny suit equipped with a fully charged reactor, resembled a shining star, while Obadiah operated a slightly outdated first-generation reactor. Despite its dwindling internal energy, Obadiah, with his wisdom and the efforts of his outstanding team of scientists, successfully modified it and refilled its powerful energy reserves. Moreover, the significant size difference between the two made their confrontation intense and evenly matched within a short time. Tony skillfully utilized the immense impact and inertia granted by his armor, crashing into Obadiah like a blazing meteor, instantly sending him flying. After delivering this blow, Tony hovered steadily in midair like an immovable war god, calmly and intently gazing at the retreating enemy. Facing such a formidable opponent, Obadiah showed no sign of fear. Instead, a sly smile appeared on his lips as he softly said, "It seems you've made significant upgrades to your armor. But don't think you're the only one with such capabilities. I also possess my upgraded secret weapon." Without hesitation, he activated the powerful propulsion device hidden beneath his feet. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he soared into the sky like a rocket. Seeing this, Tony knew he couldn't give his opponent any chance to breathe, so he decisively commanded, "Jarvis, take me to the highest point of this sky immediately." Upon receiving the order, Jarvis quickly responded, activating the formidable thrust engines behind Tony's armor, continuously releasing powerful energy, propelling him towards the endless sky. In the blink of an eye, Tony transformed into a dazzling streak of light, disappearing into the vast sky. Obadiah continued to ascend, pursuing Tony's figure. Soon he grasped Tony's ankle, pulling him down and seizing his neck. "Your ideas are great, Tony, but my armor is more advanced in every way." "Oh really? How did you solve the ice problem?" Obadiah, puzzled, asked. "What ice problem?" Suddenly, he realized his armor had stopped moving. At that moment, Tony exerted his strength and broke free from Obadiah's grasp, watching him fall straight from the sky. Tony landed on the rooftop of Stark Industries just as Pepper's phone rang. However, lost in his own thoughts, Tony was completely oblivious to the malicious eyes watching him from behind. It was the cunning Obadiah. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Obadiah rubbed his fists, eager to launch a deadly strike against the unsuspecting Tony. Suddenly, a red figure burning like blazing flames dashed in like lightning, blocking in front of Tony in an instant. Then the mysterious red figure swung a fist, striking down towards Obadiah with thunderous force. A deafening crash echoed, and poor Obadiah was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Once the dust settled, Tony focused his gaze and was astonished to see that the person who had saved him was Duanmu Yan. Before Tony could recover from his shock, Duanmu Yan teased with a smirk, "Hey Tony, you really have a big heart. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to chat with beautiful women. Do you think this is your backyard where you can roam freely?" Tony's eyes widened, looking incredulously at Duanmu Yan's cool red armor, stammering, Duanmu Yan, is this your new armor? It looks so cool." Facing Tony's praise, Duanmu Yan simply smiled slightly and confidently patted his chest, saying, "It's just a change of form, Tony. Leave the upcoming fierce battle to me. I guarantee that the despicable guy won't be able to escape." Tony opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could speak, Duanmu Yan transformed into a red whirlwind, darting towards the recently risen Obadiah. In that instant, the entire rooftop seemed to be enveloped by an incredibly powerful energy, and Obadiah felt an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, the strength Duanmu Yan displayed was astonishing, especially when he entered the red power form. The terrifying explosive power far exceeded what Obadiah could withstand. It is no exaggeration to say that in the face of such an absolute advantage, Obadiah's armor was simply no match. Every attack from Obadiah landed on Duanmu Yan's armor without leaving even a trace, let alone causing any substantial damage. However, the punches and kicks casually thrown by Duanmu Yan could easily leave deep marks on Obadiah's armor. This stark contrast made Obadiah realize just how vast the gap between him and Duanmu Yan was. After kicking Obadiah down, Duanmu Yan looked down at him and said, "You are too weak to pique my interest, so please die peacefully." Obadiah struggled to rise, intending to attack Duanmu Yan with the last remaining weapon on his armor. Duanmu Yan rushed in front of him, delivering an ascending dragon fist that sent him soaring, then placed both hands together, condensing a red energy sphere between his palms. Tony saw this scene and wanted to stop it, but Duanmu Yan was too quick, directly throwing the energy sphere, hitting Obadiah's armor, transforming him into a brilliant firework that bloomed in the air. "You shouldn't have killed him, after all, Duanmu Yan interrupted him. "Tony, he nearly took your life and Pepper's, so I won't let him live." If you feel guilty, just be good to his family. After all, disaster shouldn't befall them, don't you agree? Tony fell silent for a moment and eventually nodded. You're right, buddy, thanks for this time. Duanmu Yan replied. Cut the act, your Pepper is still worried about you. You should go see her soon. He'll head back to your villa first. The next day, Tony held a press conference. Under Duanmu Yan's threat, Tony concealed his existence, but the phrase that kicked off the Marvel Universe, I am Iron Man, still slipped from his lips. Buddy, you've lost a chance at fame. Tony said, sitting on the sofa in the living room addressing Duanmu Yan, who was also on the sofa. Duanmu Yan rolled his eyes at him. Don't give me that. You know my status, right? If we're talking about fame, I've been famous long ago. All right, the matter is settled and going home now. Tony asked, are you leaving so soon? I wanted to invite you to a party. Duanmu Yan replied, forget it. You know I'm not interested in that sort of thing. I'd rather go back and do some research. While Duanmu Yan was driving back, a news report came over the radio announcing the appearance of a giant green figure on the streets, causing severe destruction. The military had already intervened searching for and capturing this green monster. Ding, you have a new system task. Please pay attention to it. Task content: Save Hulk. Task details: 1. Assist Bruce Banner in evading military capture and help him control his anger. Task rewards: 1 armor upgrade. Task details: 2. Help Hulk defeat and kill Abomination. Task rewards: Diga armor. System: what the heck is an armor upgrade? And what's Diga armor? Ding host, the original Tiga armor can no longer keep up with your awakening speed and needs to be updated to allow you to unleash greater power. As for the Diga armor, it will automatically merge into your armor once obtained, enhancing your strength even further. So are you saying I still have the chance to gain the powers of the other 2 Heisei Kamen Riders? Ding host, privileges are insufficient. Please complete more tasks to earn task rewards. Then system, can you help me mask my whereabouts? I don't want to come home one day and find a black egg waiting for me. This little thing is easy. After a few seconds of silence, the system replied, host, it's done. Now, unless you voluntarily expose yourself, no one can confirm your specific information and location. Nice, pal. Find me information on that green figure reported in the news just now and notify me as soon as there's an update. All right, Duanmu pal replied. Meanwhile, a certain black egg was angrily yelling at his subordinates. Are you kidding me? How can such a large person simply vanish? Sir, the last record only shows he appeared near Tony Stark's home, and after that we couldn't find any trace. Is it possible that this was created by Tony? The black egg pondered for a moment. Keep a close eye on anyone appearing around Stark. Report to me immediately if there's any discovery. Understood, sir. Nick Fury looked over Tony Stark's information. Looks like I need to find a time to contact Howard's son. Duanmu Yan drove back to Chinatown, but instead of going home, he headed to a martial arts school. The school was small, located on the 2nd floor, and Duanmu Yan walked up effortlessly. There weren't many students inside, only a scattered 10 or so were training. The school's head, Lin Zhong, was patrolling the training crowd, occasionally stepping in to guide the students' movements. Leading the students was his eldest son, Lin Rulong. Duanmu Yan remained silent, quietly watching them complete their training session for the day. At this point, Lin Zhong noticed Duanmu Yan. Yan, what brings you here today? Come sit over there. Duanmu Yan walked over to the table and sat down with Lin Zhong. Master Lin, I came today to ask you something. Lin Zhong replied, go ahead. Duanmu Yan said earnestly, do you know how to control a person's anger? Lin Zhong looked puzzled. Control your own anger. Duanmu Yan explained, it's like this. A friend of mine suffers from dissociative identity disorder. When he gets angry, he becomes another personality. He has tried many methods to control his anger, but nothing has worked. Lin Zhong fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, he stood up and said, wait a moment. He then turned and walked to the back of the martial arts school. At that moment, Lin Rulong walked over with a beautiful girl with a charming demeanor. Duanmu, you haven't been here for a while. Lin Rulong greeted Duanmu Yan warmly. Duanmu Yan smiled in response. I just finished up today and came over. The girl blinked her beautiful big eyes, curiously staring at Duanmu Yan without stopping. Lin Rulong slapped his head, suddenly remembering he hadn't introduced her yet, so he hurriedly said, oh right, I forgot to introduce you. This is my sister Rushua. Rushua, this is Duanmu Yan. At that moment, Lin Zhong came out and handed a box he was holding to Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan opened the box to find 2 books and a cloth bag inside. Master Lin, what is this? Duanmu Yan asked. This is a medical scripture and an ice heart technique I obtained by chance. I feel ashamed to say this has been with me for decades, and I haven't comprehended it. If it weren't for you mentioning it, I wouldn't even remember having this. As Duanmu Yan was about to open the 2 books, his phone in his pocket rang. After answering, he nodded. I understand, send me the location, I'm on my way now. He then said to Lin Zhong, Master Lin, I'll take these for now. He'll come back for tea when I have time. Lin Zhong nodded. You have matters to attend to, go ahead. Duanmu Yan quickly went downstairs, drove to the suburbs, and summoned the Tiga armor, flying toward the location sent by Pal. At that moment, when Duanmu Yan arrived, he saw Hulk battling against military tanks and aircraft. He didn't rush down. Going down now would undoubtedly make him a target for Hulk. While he wasn't afraid of Hulk, there was no need to leave a bad impression. He saw Hulk wielding a tank as a weapon, smashing all the tanks around him. Once he had destroyed them, he hurled the tank he was holding at a helicopter in the air, bringing it down before jumping away with a powerful leap. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan followed suit. After a few consecutive jumps, Hulk stopped his body, beginning to shrink and transform back into Bruce Banner. Duanmu Yan flew forward, lifting Bruce Banner and heading in the direction of his home. When Banner woke up, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. As he looked around, a figure appeared. Dr. Banner, you're awake. Bruce Banner looked at the newcomer and asked, You are? Duanmu Yan. Where's this? Why am I here? Duanmu Yan pointed to the clothes beside him and smiled. This is my home. I brought you back. Please put on your clothes first and come out to eat something. You've been asleep for 3 days, aren't you hungry? Banner nodded and picked up the clothes beside him to put them on. Duanmu, although I don't know what happened, thank you for bringing me back. I need to leave now, as staying here will only bring you trouble. Trouble? Are you referring to Hulk? Or the military? Duanmu Yan said nonchalantly. Banner's pupils constricted and he instantly felt his heart race. Duanmu Yan quickly approached Banner, flipping his hand to reveal several silver needles, which he then inserted into the acupuncture points on Banner's head. Banner felt his emotions calm down instantly. Duanmu, what kind of technique is this? It actually calms my emotions. Duanmu Yan replied, just a little traditional Chinese medicine from the Dragon Kingdom, nothing to mention. But what is going on with you? Banner briefly explained the events that had transpired. It turned out that during an accident, he was exposed to a massive amount of radiation from a gamma bomb he had created, resulting in bodily mutations. Every time he became emotionally agitated and his heart raced, he would transform into a green monster known as Hulk. Due to the uncontrollable nature of his transformations, Banner traveled around the world seeking ways to control his anger so as not to harm those around him. Even so, Hulk's identity often caused catastrophic destruction to cities, making Banner a target for the police and relevant authorities. Duanmu Yan stroked his chin and asked, Have you ever considered that perhaps Hulk is not a mutation but a reflection of your inner self? Banner did not understand his meaning. Duanmu continued, According to your explanation, Hulk only appears when you are extremely angry, as if he exists to protect you. Banner replied, But I cannot control him. He causes severe destruction every time he appears. Duanmu Yan stated, Why do you need to control him? You could try to learn to accept him since you both share the same body. Banner wanted to say something else. Duanmu Yan took out a mask and a windbreaker, saying, Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. I think you need to have a good talk with Hulk. Duanmu Yan led Banner to an abandoned factory. He pulled the silver needles from Banner's head and said, Now you can let Hulk out. Don't worry, there's no one here. Hulk won't cause much damage. Banner was still unwilling. Duanmu Yan shook his head, stepped forward, and pressed on the vital point of Banner's wrist. Banner's anger surged amidst the intense pain, as if trying to break free from his physical constraints. In that instant, Hulk appeared. His massive and powerful frame muscles taut glowed with an angry light in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Duanmu Yan, seemingly ready to crush him into pieces. However, Duanmu Yan showed no fear. He quickly stepped back and took out a pile of food from his storage bracelet, placing it neatly in front of Hulk. The food emitted an enticing aroma, instantly filling the entire space. Hulk's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Duanmu Yan, completely baffled by his intentions. Hulk, I'm not here to fight you. This food is specially prepared for you. Feel free to enjoy it. If you want, there's more here. Duanmu Yan said with a smile, his voice carrying a hint of gentleness. Hulk suspiciously glanced at Duanmu Yan, then looked down at the mountain of food. Ultimately enticed by the delicious food, he plopped down on the ground, reached out his enormous hand, grabbed a roasted beef leg, and began to devour it hungrily. Duanmu Yan quietly sat across from him, watching Hulk enjoy the food with a look of satisfaction on his face. Then he gently waved his arm and released several barrels filled with rich wine. These are also for you. Take your time eating, he said softly. Hulk was busy eating meat with both hands while occasionally drinking the wine straight from the barrels. He was eating with great enjoyment, mumbling indistinctly, You don't fight. Hulk, please let Hulk eat. You are a good person. Duanmu Yan nodded slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He continued to ask, Hulk, do you like to fight? Hulk stopped eating, raised his head, and looked at Duanmu Yan with his large bell-like eyes, saying in a deep voice, Like. Then do you like Betty? Duanmu Yan asked next. Hulk replied, Hulk likes Betty. Betty is afraid of Hulk. Duanmu Yan could sense a hint of sadness in Hulk's tone. Does Hulk hate Banner? Duanmu Yan's question seemed to trigger Hulk's anger switch. Hulk hates Banner. Hulk is not Banner. Duanmu Yan quickly reassured him. I know Hulk is just Hulk. Let's not discuss these unpleasant things and continue eating. Hulk. Duanmu Yan brought out more food to let Hulk indulge. Once Hulk was full and satisfied, Duanmu Yan walked over, placed a hand on him, and infused his light power into Hulk's body, transforming him back into Banner. Hey Banner, wake up. Duanmu Yan patted Banner's face. Oh, did I cause trouble again? Banner opened his eyes and saw the abandoned factory. Not at all of this is an abandoned factory, and it looked like this all along. Just now I invited Hulk to eat and chatted for a bit. Duanmu Yan said to Banner. What? Hulk didn't tear you to shreds. Banner looked at Duanmu Yan in astonishment. Duanmu Yan rolled his eyes, walked to the corner, took out a video camera, and handed it to Banner. Perhaps you should watch this. Banner watched the video of Hulk devouring food, and Duanmu Yan chatting with him, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. Hulk is just Hulk. Hulk is not Banner. After hearing this, Banner's gaze flickered, unsure of what he was thinking. Duanmu Yan spoke at the right moment. Hulk should be another part of your personality triggered by gamma rays. He can be a disaster or a boon, depending on how you perceive him. Banner replied, can you help me establish a mental connection with Hulk? I want to talk to him. Duanmu Yan said, that's simple. They'll take you to find a big shot. They have more tools and are more durable than those in Chinatown. Banner asked, big shot? Are you referring to Tony Stark? Duanmu Yan shrugged, no one else could fit that title. Buddy, I thought you were joking, but I didn't expect you really found Dr. Banner, Tony said to Duanmu Yan, looking at Banner sitting in front of him, wearing a helmet, lost in his own mental world. You still don't know who I am. Besides, he can't keep avoiding this forever. One day, he must face Hulk and talk to him. Duanmu Yan rolled his eyes at Tony and said, are you sure they won't end up arguing? Tony watched as Banner's skin color fluctuated between green and normal. Don't worry, I've suppressed him with silver needles. He can only maintain this state for now. Duanmu Yan certainly wouldn't tell Tony that the power of light within Banner also suppressed the chaotic genes in his body. So he couldn't meet the conditions for transformation. By the way, have you made any progress with your new element? Duanmu Yan asked. Tony shook his head helplessly. I've tried all elements and all combinations, but none can replace palladium. Duanmu Yan frowned and pondered, could it be that there are still some unknown elements or combinations we haven't discovered yet? Tony sighed, that's impossible. Jarvis' computational ability can combine elements from the periodic table in an instant. If there were suitable elements, they would have been found long ago. Duanmu Yan knew in his heart that unless he presented actual evidence to Tony, he wouldn't easily believe him. So he decided to temporarily set aside the topic. Alright, I'll go out for a bit, keep an eye on him here. If anything happens, remember to contact me anytime. Duanmu Yan instructed Tony before preparing to leave. Wait, where are you going? This guy is not easy to deal with. I might not be able to keep an eye on him. Tony hurriedly grabbed Duanmu Yan's arm and said. Duanmu Yan smiled, don't worry, I'm just going out for a stroll to do some good deeds and uphold justice. And he'll bring back some food for you. Speaking of which, you're a billionaire and your house has no decent food at all, just vegetables. After hearing this, Tony couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, I want to ask you, who turned me into this? Duanmu Yan feigned innocence, I don't know, alright, I'll be back soon. Duanmu Yan spent the afternoon roaming the streets of New York, swiftly moving through them with his aerial type. Those he rescued saw a blue light flash, and the criminals were dealt with. They referred to this shadow as the Blue Phantom. When Duanmu Yan returned home with a bunch of food, he learned that his aerial type was called the Blue Phantom. Oh, what a ridiculous name, it's awful to hear. Tony sat in the living room watching the furious Duanmu Yan, unable to help but burst into laughter. Duanmu Yan turned and glanced at Tony, thinking that this guy needed to be taught a lesson for his reckless words that afternoon. Soon it was mealtime, and Duanmu Yan came out with a plate of fragrant fried rice. As soon as Tony saw the fried rice, his eyes lit up, and he drooled, saying, Hey buddy, where's mine? Duanmu Yan glanced at him and smiled. In the kitchen, go get it yourself. Tony dashed into the kitchen, eagerly anticipating delicious food, but when he saw only a plate of unsweetened Chinese steamed bread, commonly known as wawatu, on the cutting board, he immediately understood. He thought, if I knew it, it must be because I offended Duanmu Yan this afternoon, so that guy is deliberately getting back at me. Reluctant, but feeling his stomach grumble, Tony helplessly picked up a wawatu and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he found it surprisingly tasty. He exclaimed in surprise, this is delicious, Duanmu, what did you make this with? However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Duanmu Yan mixing in some chili sauce into the fried rice. His eyes brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to add some for himself. After tasting it, he was instantly captivated by the unique flavor. At that moment, Banner came up from the basement, rubbing his stomach, and said, Guys, is there any food? I'm hungry. Duanmu Yan, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out another plate of fried rice from behind him and handed it to him. While Tony nibbled on the wawatu, he looked at Duanmu Yan with envious and jealous eyes filled with a mix of emotions. After dinner, Dr. Banner took on the task of washing the dishes. Duanmu Yan asked Banner, how are you feeling now? Banner scratched his head. I've reached a preliminary agreement with Hulk. I will regularly let him out in the forest for some free movement. As for other times, he will stay quietly inside my body without affecting my life, and he also wants to meet Betty. For that, you need to find Tony. He has connections with the military, and he should be able to help you. Upon hearing this, Tony puffed out his chest, looking all impressive. But neither of them paid him any mind. Duanmu Yan took out a copied version of the Ice Heart technique and handed it to Banner. You should memorize this well, it might help you. Duanmu Yan left Banner at Tony's house. He needed to hurry home to upgrade his mech. That day, Duanmu was practicing the portals of Kamarage at home when Pal's voice rang out. Duanmu Hulk has appeared on the street fighting with a big yellow monster. Duanmu was momentarily distracted and the portal instantly dissipated. He called Tony. Tony, how did Banner get out? On the other side, Tony was donning his Iron Man suit. I don't know either, he just said he needed to step out for a bit. Duanmu Yan ran up to the rooftop, summoned the Telijia armor, transformed into his aerial type, and flew toward Hulk's direction at high speed. When he arrived, he saw that Chong Wei was fighting with Abomination. No, it was Abomination attacking Hulk. Duanmu Yan shouted in anger, immediately switching to his powerhouse form. His speed was astonishing as he appeared before Abomination in an instant, kicking toward his chest. This kick was immensely powerful, sending Abomination flying backward to crash into a building. Hulk, are you okay? Duanmu Yan asked with concern. Hulk shook his head and said he bullied. Betty hit. Hulk, we'll kill him. After saying that, Hulk ran towards Betty. Abomination climbed up from the rubble, angrily roaring. Where did this bug come from, daring to attack me? Die. He swung his massive fist toward Duanmu Yan. Without fear, Duanmu Yan crossed his arms to block Abomination's attack. Then he seized Abomination's arm and forcefully threw him with an over-the-shoulder throw. However, Duanmu Yan seemed unsatisfied. He grabbed Abomination's leg again, spun around in place, and then hurled him into the air. Here comes the Hulk ball. Duanmu Yan shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, Hulk turned around and saw Abomination falling toward him. He quickly grabbed a telephone pole and swung it at the falling Abomination. Bang! Abomination was sent flying far away. What a beautiful home run. Tony, who arrived late, couldn't help but praise upon witnessing this scene. Looking at their skilled demeanor, it was evident they had worked together frequently. Indeed, every week during Hulk's free time, Duanmu Yan would keep an eye on him to prevent any mishaps. At first, Tony wanted to join in, but every time he saw Hulk, he called him Banner, which made Hulk quite unfriendly towards Tony. Duanmu Yan informed Tony that Hulk had his own personality and should not be treated as Banner. Furthermore, Hulk loved eating as much as he enjoyed fighting. True to his genius nature, Tony brought a container full of food the next day. With Duanmu Yan's reminder, he stopped referring to Hulk as Banner. Upon seeing the food Tony brought and not being called that annoying name Banner anymore, Hulk began to slowly accept him. Tony boldly acquired an entire mountain as his private territory, preparing large amounts of food every week before Hulk's outings, along with several giant television screens featuring Hulk's favorite baseball channel. Thus, Duanmu Yan and Tony built a massive baseball machine for Hulk to play with. However, Tony always acted as the referee while Duanmu Yan engaged Hulk in throwing exercises. It can be said that now, besides Betty and Duanmu Yan, Tony was also regarded as a friend by Hulk. The scene cut back to Hulk, who after striking the Abomination away was running towards Betty again. Tony closely followed beside him. Hulk raised both hands, about to use his clap to extinguish the fire. Tony quickly intervened, using the fire extinguishing device in his armor to put out the flames, and rushed in to rescue Betty. On the other side, Duanmu Yan approached the Abomination, who stood up and shook his head, saying, "Damn bug, I will crush you." Duanmu Yan replied, "You won't get that chance." Duanmu Yan activated his circular armed claw mode and struck directly at the Abomination. The Abomination roared in anger, his body growing larger and his muscles becoming more robust. He punched at Duanmu Yan, who dodged to the side, and then slashed at the Abomination's arm. The Abomination's skin was incredibly tough, yet Duanmu Yan's circular armed claws easily sliced through it. The Abomination felt a surge of pain and roared in rage as he lunged at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan nimbly evaded the Abomination's attack, while continuously stabbing at its vital areas with his sharp claws. The Abomination's body began to bleed, but he stubbornly resisted. Duanmu Yan's attacks grew faster, and the Abomination gradually found it hard to defend. At that moment, General Ross' plane flew over, observing the battle between Duanmu Yan and the Abomination. "Is that the new robot from Stark Industries?" Ross asked a nearby soldier with a puzzled expression. "Not sure, but it should be related to the recent appearance of the Blue Phantom." The soldier replied with a frown. At this point, Duanmu Yan had gathered his strength for a final blow, ready to deliver a fatal strike to the Abomination. Ross' expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Stop him. We can't let him kill Blonsky." The soldier piloting the plane immediately reacted unhesitatingly, pulling the trigger, and a barrage of bullets rained down, interrupting Duanmu Yan's attack. Duanmu Yan was interrupted by the sudden assault, feeling furious as he turned to see that Banner's father-in-law, General Ross, had personally arrived at the scene. Just as Duanmu Yan turned around, the Abomination seized the opportunity and punched him away. Duanmu Yan's body flew like a cannonball, crashing through several walls before finally stopping. Duanmu Yan crawled up from the rubble, gritting his teeth As he said, Tony, if I kill Ross, can you handle it? Tony exclaimed in surprise over the communicator kill, who? Duanmu Yan coldly replied, Thaddeus Ross Banner's father-in-law. Tony quickly advised, calm down, buddy, just take it easy, has Ross arrived yet? I will go find him right now. Betty also heard Tony's words, did my father come? Hulk, you must leave, my father is here to capture you. Clearly under Duanmu Yan's guidance, Betty distinguished between Hulk and Banner. Hulk shook his head. Hulk. Not leaving. Protecting. Betty. Betty urged, no, Hulk, you must go. My father won't hurt me. Ultimately, Hulk, persuaded by Betty, jumped away several times. Tony watched Hulk's departing figure. Duanmu, the big guy, is gone. Duanmu Yan said, you better keep an eye on Ross. If he interrupts my attack. Tony instantly broke into a cold sweat and rushed to negotiate with Ross' helicopter. Duanmu Yan gathered dilithium energy in his circular-armed powerful claws, then plunged it into the ground, releasing a high-heat shockwave towards the Abomination, sending it flying high into the air. Then Duanmu Yan swiftly switched back to his combined form, while the powerful claws transformed into an aerial bow. He concentrated Perio energy in the aerial bow, shooting out a rainbow-colored purple light arrow that pierced through the Abomination's body, causing an explosion. Ross exclaimed, no, he killed my soldiers. Stark, you must hand him over, or I will have you tried in military court. At that moment, a light arrow flew in, blowing up the tail rotor of the helicopter. This is a warning. Next time he won't be so lucky. After saying that, Duanmu Yan transformed into an aerial form and chased after Hulk. Tony caught the plane, landed it, gave Ross a look of good luck, and flew away, infuriating Ross. Duanmu Yan followed Hulk to the mountain where he had been released, watching as Hulk slowly transformed back into Banner's form. At that moment, Duanmu Yan arrived, handing Banner a set of clothes. What are your plans next? Duanmu Yan asked. Banner shook his head, I don't know, but I can't see Betty for a while. What about you? You killed Blonsky, Ross won't let you off. Duanmu Yan replied, the one who killed Blonsky was Ultraman Tiga. What does it have to do with me, Duanmu Yan? Banner paused for a moment before understanding Duanmu Yan's meaning. You guy, in any case, Ultraman Tiga's activities will certainly be restricted by the military from now on. Do you believe that within a week they will be begging me to reappear? Duanmu Yan said. Banner was unsure of where the confidence was coming from. Tony remarked, I believe it. Ever since this guy appeared on the streets of the Twisting Waste, the crime rate has directly dropped by 50, and all the credit goes to the police. He always has the police with him, and as long as he is involved, there is no trouble he can't solve. Banner was dumbfounded, wondering how this could even happen. As expected, early the next morning, General Ross issued a wanted notice for Ultraman Tiga across the United States. At first, the lower-class citizens did not pay much attention to this news, but as time passed, they realized that Ultraman Tiga had truly stopped appearing. Meanwhile, the crime rate in New York City began to soar, leaving the police overwhelmed, and some even wished they could storm into General Ross' home and strangle him. After all, when Ultraman Tiga was around, their work was much easier, and they had the chance to earn hefty bonuses. But now everything had become difficult. At the same time, Tony Stark released various news articles and videos about General Ross conducting human experiments that led to problems with the test subjects wreaking havoc on the streets, and Ultraman Tiga appearing just in time to stop them. These videos not only showcased Ultraman Tiga's heroic actions, but also exposed General Ross' vile deeds. In the videos, it could be seen that Ultraman Tiga not only faced attacks and obstructions from General Ross, but was also severely injured by the test subjects. When the citizens of New York and the police saw these videos, they immediately fell into a frenzy. They frantically called the White House to complain, demanding General Ross come out and provide a reasonable explanation. Faced with such immense pressure, General Ross had no choice but to address the public's doubts. However, his justifications seemed feeble and could not quell the anger of the people. At that moment, Duanmu Yan and Banner were sitting in the studio looking at the enormous exhibition model projection before them. After completing the storyline of the Invincible Hulk and obtaining the Tiga armor, Duanmu Yan had intended to take a few days off. But then the system issued a new task. Task content: new element for Iron Man. Task detail 1. The metal poisoning inside Tony Stark is starting to threaten his life. Please assist Tony Stark in developing a completely new element reactor to alleviate the palladium poisoning symptoms. Task reward: limit release activated with each activation lasting 30 minutes. Task detail 2. Solve Whiplash Ivan Vanko alone in the final battle. Task reward: Ultraman telekinesis awakening. What? Isn't the limit release a feature of the armor? And isn't Ultraman telekinesis a trait of the Ultraman genes? How could this happen? Duanmu Yan asked in disbelief. Host, your Ultraman armor does not come with the ability to release limits. You can check the original work. Apart from Jinji Lang, other characters' armors do not have this capability. The system explained. Come on, isn't that just bullying honest people? The limit release is something I should have. This is clearly your mistake. I don't care, you must compensate me. Duanmu Yan said angrily. Thus, Duanmu Yan and the system began a heated debate that lasted over an hour. In the end, the system conceded and agreed to provide Duanmu Yan with some compensation. Alright, I can give you an additional ability meteor technique. The system said helplessly. Hearing this, Duanmu Yan felt a surge of joy but feigned dissatisfaction. Finally, after some haggling, the reward for Task 1 was modified to limit release increased to 30 minutes, and an additional reward of 3 modes of the Telega gun for the host's armor, which can be used stacked on the ring weapon. Duanmu Yan took a trip to Stark Industries headquarters to scan the model of the exhibition back. Banner, what do you think this looks like? Duanmu Yan asked Banner beside him. Banner, confused, replied, it's just a model of an exhibition. Duanmu Yan mimicked Tony's actions in the movie, setting the model upright, and began operating it. Banner asked, what are you doing? Duanmu Yan replied, I am creating no discovering a new element. Once he finished operating, a gigantic model of an element appeared before them. Banner gazed at this scene in shock. You really created a new element. Duanmu Yan corrected him, not me, it's Tony's dad. Have you forgotten whose thing this is? Tony's dad was also a super genius. He has been dead for 20 years, yet he can still teach us a lesson. It's just that this thing cannot be synthesized. Banner sighed. Of course I know. Just right, while Tony is in Morocco for a car race, we should hurry up and get this stuff done and give him a surprise when he returns. After finishing his sentence, Duanmu Yan started to command Pal to order various materials. Duanmu Yan and Banner were in his studio, filled with a mysterious atmosphere and equipped with all the necessary devices, fully focused on assembling the complex and precise particle accelerator. To acquire key components, Duanmu Yan specially went to Tony's house to take one of the reactors along with some precious vibranium materials. As two outstanding PhDs in physics, modifying such a reactor was like taking candy from a baby. Before long, they successfully completed the assembly of the particle accelerator. However, just as Banner was about to start it up with excitement, Duanmu Yan quickly intervened. Duanmu Yan swiftly pulled out an infrared device and aimed it at the triangular crystal without hesitation, then pressed the button to take a reading. Unexpectedly, the ray that was supposed to hit the target precisely deviated significantly and completely missed the preset position. Faced with this situation, Duanmu Yan decisively signaled Banner to immediately recalibrate the position. After a series of tense yet orderly adjustments, the two confirmed everything was correct, donned their specially made protective goggles, and jointly activated the particle accelerator. In an instant, an incredibly powerful laser beam shot out, like lightning, directly illuminating the vibranium core positioned in the center. With the dazzling light flickering, a brand new alternative element finally made its stunning debut. Seeing this, Banner did not dare to delay and hurriedly shut down the particle accelerator. Next, Duanmu Yan carefully used tweezers to gently grasp the vibranium core, radiating a peculiar glow, and slowly placed it into the previously modified reactor. As soon as the new core was successfully positioned, the entire reactor seemed to come to life, gradually emitting a bright glow. At this moment, Pal's voice came in. The reactor has accepted the new element, and its current operating condition is good. Next comes the new armor. Let's leave that to J.R.V.I.S. to handle. Banner, you take a good rest. I'm heading to Tony's house. After saying this, Duanmu Yan walked out and drove towards Tony's house. Jarvis, are you there? Duanmu Yan had entered the basement and began calling for Jarvis. Bring up Tony's Mark III armor for me. I need an operational panel. Let's prepare a grand gift for him together. Duanmu Yan walked to the control panel. As you wish, Sir, Jarvis replied, projecting the image of the Mark III armor. Duanmu Yan glanced at the armor and began to give orders. First, change the appearance of the energy reactor at the chest to a triangular shape. For weapons, include an arc pulse cannon, a cluster cannon, micro armor-piercing rounds, heavy missiles, dual shoulder 6-barrel mini cannons, and add high-power laser weapons on the arms that consume 2 energy plates per use. Duanmu Yan also added his spy Xion blade to the armor on the arms and shins, further enhancing the armor's melee capabilities. Leave the reactor at the chest open, keep the positions of the other reactors unchanged, and add an energy absorption device. Let's leave it at that for now. When Tony returns, he can check if there are any adjustments needed. By the way, build a matching reactor using the same design according to the layout of the armor and produce it in the corresponding size. Jarvis, understood, sir. I will begin arrangements for manufacturing now. The elements used in the reactor you have seem to be a brand new element. Don't worry about that. I will bring over the new element core. I will also have Pal send you the relevant data. Just focus on building the reactor. As you wish, sir. After arranging all this, Duanmu Yan got up to go home, pulling Banner along, and created several new element cores, placing them in boxes made of vibranium. Next, just like in the original story, Tony encountered Ivan Vanko in Morocco, and by the time he arrived at Duanmu Yan's house, he still had bandages on his face. Tony walked to the dining table, picked up chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of hot pot lamb to eat. Hey Tony, those are my chopsticks, my lamb I was just about to eat. Banner looked at Tony and said, oh really? They are mine now. With that, he continued eating the lamb. Banner, you only bully me. Oh, why don't you go and take from Duanmu? Tony seemed not to hear him. He wasn't stupid. Last time he tried to snatch food from Duanmu, he was pinned in place with silver needles while watching them clean up the delicious food on the table without leaving him a single bite. Seeing Tony like this, Banner knew he had backed down and opened a can of beer just as he was about to drink. Tony directly took it and chugged it down, the bitter taste overwhelming his senses. Before he could spit it out, he heard Duanmu say lightly, "If you throw up and ruin the results of my afternoon, I will pin you down and use you as a sign at Master Lin's martial arts school." Tony quickly covered his mouth and swallowed hard, fearing that he would be used as a mascot next. "Banner, are you deliberately messing with me? Why is this drink so bitter?" Banner shrugged. "This is specially made by Duanmu for me, who knew you would act so fast." Tony wanted to say something else. Duanmu Yan continued, "Tell me what happened to your face." Tony recounted the events in Morocco. "So you got beaten up like this?" Banner couldn't help but laugh. "That guy ambushed me, but I defeated him and sent him to jail." Tony said defiantly. "But you said there was only you in the world who could build a micro-reactor. So what about that guy?" Banner continued to ask. "Ivan Vanko is a technological genius. His father Anton Vanko was exiled by Tony's father Howard for trying to use the Tesseract for unethical gains. After Anton's death, his son Ivan decided to take down the Stark family to avenge his father. He initially relied on the technology of the arc reactor left by Anton Vanko to create a set of whiplash armor and ambush Tony on the racetrack. However, due to the low rotation speed of his arc reactor, he was defeated by Tony and ended up in prison." Duanmu Yan said, taking a sip of his drink. Tony looked at Duanmu Yan in shock, incredulously asking, "How do you know this so clearly?" Duanmu Yan smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "I had Pal conduct an in-depth investigation and discovered some interesting things. Moreover, according to the information I found, even though Ivan Vanko possesses the same arc reactor technology as you, and the weapons he uses are exceptionally powerful, ultimately he still lost to you. After analysis, I believe the only reason he failed was due to serious issues in his reactor production. This prevented him from fully unleashing the true power of his weapons, leading to his defeat. Hence, sometimes a small detail can determine the outcome of a battle. Indeed, if he had increased the rotation speed of the reactor and boosted the power, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to say. So you came here specifically to show off that you've dealt with another enemy and to mooch off a meal?" Banner asked. "No, I came to mooch off a meal and to show off my achievements," Tony replied, putting another piece of lamb into his mouth. Hearing his words, Duanmu Yan's lips curled slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He turned to Banner, giving him a subtle nod to signal him to take action. Banner nodded knowingly and then turned striding into the kitchen. Tony sat at the dining table enjoying the delicious hot pot, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Suddenly a flash of silver light passed by, and Tony's body instantly stiffened, unable to move. He stared wide-eyed, astonished at everything happening before him. Meanwhile, Banner walked out of the kitchen holding a glass of bright green vegetable juice, the color looking enticing, but actually daunting. With a smile on his face, Banner stepped closer to Tony, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Guys, let's talk this over. There's no need for this." Tony attempted to ease the tense atmosphere with a light tone, but his voice clearly betrayed a hint of fear and unease. Banner stopped beside Tony, swaying the vegetable juice in front of him, still wearing a gentle smile. "Don't worry, Tony, we just want to make you a bit healthier." Tony tightly closed his mouth, staring intently at the vegetable juice before him, as if it were some terrifying poison. He inwardly muttered, "These two always have strange ways to take care of me." Tony was forcefully made to drink a glass of vegetable juice. As Duanmu Yan just pulled out the silver needle, he rushed to the bathroom, clinging to the toilet. Duanmu Yan was curious, was it really that disgusting? He dipped a finger into the remaining juice in the cup, put it in his mouth, and an instant bitter taste surged into his mind. "Banner, what did you add in there?" Duanmu Yan asked Banner beside him. "I added all the green plants I could find in your kitchen." Banner shrugged. Duanmu Yan entered the kitchen and found that the bitter melon he had stored in the fridge and the cactus he had planted in a flower pot were both missing. Tisk, what kind of deep hatred must one have to do something like this, eh? Duanmu Yan shook his head, helplessly mourning for Tony for 3 seconds. When Tony came out of the bathroom, Duanmu Yan prepared a glass of honey water for him to change the flavor. "Tony, where's that briefcase armor of yours?" Duanmu Yan asked. Tony replied, "It's at home. I broke it while fighting with Ivan." "What's up?" Duanmu Yan said, "Give it to me, it'll help you modify it." Tony replied, "Just go to my house and get it. Jarvis should have repaired it." The next day, Duanmu Yan walked out of Tony's house with the briefcase armor. He originally planned to fly to Wakanda, but suddenly remembered that he had completed the basic magical training of Kamarage and should try summoning a portal. Thus, he took out the levitating ring and put it on his hand, beginning to visualize the location of the border tribe of Wakanda in his mind, drawing circles with his hand. Just as Tony walked out of his house, he happened to see Duanmu Yan summon a spark portal. "Dude, is this your new trick?" "So cool," Tony said excitedly. Not really, let me explain in detail when I get back." Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal and waved his hand to close it. He took out the Morpheus Pearl and contacted Wakabi, who quickly arrived riding a rhino. My friend, what brings you here this time? Wakabi initially wanted to give Duanmu Yan a warm hug, but Duanmu Yan extended his hand first and shook hands with Wakabi. I want to modify a set of armor and would like to utilize Wakanda's technology, Duanmu Yan said, taking out the briefcase to show Wakabi. Wakabi took out the Morpheus Pearl and connected to T'Challa, explaining the situation to him. T'Challa agreed, but had one request: Duanmu Yan had to fight him, and only if he won could he help him modify the armor. Duanmu Yan agreed without hesitation. Thus Wakabi took Duanmu Yan to the square outside the palace where the current King T'Chaka and Prince T'Challa were already waiting. Your Majesty, it's been a while. Duanmu Yan bowed to T'Chaka. T'Chaka nodded slightly, indicating his acknowledgement. I have been informed of your request, and I support it. However, I hope that in the upcoming battle you can give it your all, leaving nothing behind, so that he understands that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Duanmu Yan nodded solemnly. Despite T'Chaka's statement, he did not take it lightly. He knew that his physical capabilities far exceeded those of T'Challa, and if they were to fight seriously, it would be as easy as pie. If he went all out, T'Challa would probably be hard-pressed to last even 2 rounds. T'Challa calmly asked, "Are you accustomed to unarmed combat or fighting with weapons?" Duanmu Yan smiled slightly and replied, "I can adapt to either as you wish." T'Challa casually threw a wooden stick to Duanmu Yan, who took it and examined it closely, discovering that it had no sharp end, so he need not worry about hurting anyone, allowing him to play freely. Then the two stood facing each other with wooden sticks in hand, and the atmosphere gradually grew tense, as if an intense battle was about to erupt. T'Challa gripped the wooden stick tightly, his gaze focused. He sensed the powerful aura of Duanmu Yan, but did not feel afraid. T'Challa initiated the attack first, swinging the wooden stick at Duanmu Yan with incredible speed. Duanmu Yan sidestepped, easily dodging the strike. Immediately after, he swiftly counterattacked using the stick like a sword, thrusting it towards T'Challa. T'Challa jumped back, avoiding Duanmu Yan's attack. The two exchanged blows, neither giving way, the clashing sounds of the wooden sticks resonating. Onlookers gathered around, watching the exciting duel. Duanmu Yan gradually gained the upper hand, his movements becoming more and more proficient, each attack precise and powerful. T'Challa began to feel overwhelmed, but he still fought back tenaciously. At that moment, Duanmu Yan unleashed a special skill, swinging the wooden stick with force, creating a strong airflow that pushed T'Challa back several steps. T'Challa steadied himself, realizing he could not defeat Duanmu Yan. He dropped the wooden stick, smiled, and said, "You win, I acknowledge your strength." Duanmu Yan also put away the wooden stick, showing respect to T'Challa. T'Challa clenched his fists, looking at Duanmu Yan with determination, and loudly declared, "Next, let me see if your punching and kicking skills are just as impressive." With that, T'Challa assumed a unique Wakandan fighting stance, slightly crouching with his legs spread apart, resembling a black panther ready to pounce. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan smiled slightly and also assumed a stance. His legs took a horse stance, fists clenched, one forward and one back, his body slightly tilted, which was the starting position of the cosmic fist technique. His gaze was sharp, filled with confidence as he looked at T'Challa and softly said, "Then let us begin." Just then, Duanmu Yan suddenly sprang into action. He quickly stepped forward, and at the same time his right hand shot out like lightning, striking directly at T'Challa's face with immense power. This punch was incredibly fast, like a fierce storm, leaving no time to react. T'Challa turned his head to dodge, then kicked towards Duanmu Yan's abdomen. Duanmu Yan quickly bent down to evade, seizing T'Challa's ankle and forcefully flipping him to the ground. T'Challa rolled over and got up, launching another attack. His movements were agile and his techniques fierce, momentarily leaving Duanmu Yan somewhat overwhelmed. However, Duanmu Yan, being battle-hardened, soon found a way to respond. He skillfully utilized the cosmic fist technique to neutralize T'Challa's offensive moves and gradually began to counterattack. The two fought fiercely, drawing cheers from the spectators. In the end, Duanmu Yan executed a beautiful spinning kick, knocking T'Challa down to the ground. T'Challa lay on the ground, looking up at Duanmu Yan with admiration. He slowly stood up, extended his right hand, and said, "You are indeed strong. I admit my defeat with satisfaction." Duanmu Yan shook T'Challa's hand and smiled. "Thank you for the match." This battle concluded with Duanmu Yan's victory, successfully demonstrating his strength and earning T'Challa's respect. Next, he would receive Wakanda's technological support to modify his armor. Duanmu Yan, led by the guards, arrived at the laboratory. Inside, a girl with dreadlocks was intently focused on something at her computer. "Hello, Princess Su-Rue." Duanmu Yan greeted her. Su-Rue was startled and turned to see Duanmu Yan. "You are the outsider who defeated my brother." "To be precise, we were sparring," Duanmu Yan replied. Su-Rue said, "I have already received orders from my father. I will help you modify the armor, but first I need to see it." "Of course, no problem." Duanmu Yan placed his briefcase on the ground. "Pal, deploy the armor." With Duanmu Yan's command, the briefcase quickly unfolded, transforming into a red and silver-colored suit of armor. Surui scanned the armor with a device. It's okay, but it can be better. How do you want to modify it? Duanmu Yan handed her a USB drive. Surui connected the USB drive to the computer, and instantly a projection of the armor appeared before them. I want to add 2 forms to this armor, one focused on offensive power and the other on speed. Is that possible? Duanmu Yan asked. Surui pondered for a moment. The materials of this armor are quite standard and cannot withstand high damage. If you want to add forms, we need to incorporate additional materials. Then the armor wouldn't be able to revert to the briefcase form. Duanmu Yan replied. That's why I mentioned leveraging Wakanda's resources. Surui asked, you want to use Vibranium for crafting? If we use Vibranium, it can indeed be realized. Surui walked around the armor deep in thought, but I will need some time to design and adjust it to ensure that the armor perfectly adapts to the properties of Vibranium. Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement. During this time, you can familiarize yourself with the armor's operations and functions. Surui pointed at the armor. It still has some latent abilities waiting for you to discover. Duanmu Yan showed an expression of anticipation, knowing that this suit of armor would surely unleash greater power in Surui's hands. In the following days, Duanmu Yan devoted himself entirely to the modification of the armor, and his rapport with Surui deepened. He also utilized Wakanda's technology to create a Vibranium arc reactor. Under the modifications by the 2 geniuses, the armor radiated a new brilliance. Surui looked at the brand new armor with excitement in her eyes. This modification is truly amazing. It not only enhances performance, but also reveals more possibilities. She couldn't help but exclaim, this modification has given me a lot of inspiration. Duanmu Yan smiled and nodded. Indeed, our efforts have not been in vain. However, there is one more issue worth considering. He paused for a moment and continued. Your family, like T'Challa and his father, often has to face various dangers. Although they are all very powerful, they sometimes encounter unexpected threats. Surui furrowed her brow, contemplating Duanmu Yan's words. Indeed, as members of the Black Panther family, they bear significant responsibilities, but they also face many potential dangers. Duanmu Yan continued, perhaps you could incorporate some Vibranium into their outer clothing. This way, even in unexpected situations, they can be better protected. After all, they always need to go out and confront various situations. Surui's eyes lit up as she agreed. You're right, that's a great idea. How did I not think of it before? She gratefully patted Duanmu Yan's shoulder. Thank you for the reminder. They'll start working on the improvements right away. However, they were unaware that it was precisely Duanmu Yan's suggestion that allowed T'Challa and his father to evade one crisis after another. Surui was deeply grateful to Duanmu Yan for bringing up this suggestion. In the following days, she immersed herself in new research and design. She integrated Vibranium into the outer clothing, creating gear that was not only sturdier, but also provided enhanced protection. This gear could withstand external attacks, and even had some self-repair capabilities. When T'Challa donned this specially crafted outfit, he felt an unprecedented sense of safety wash over him. He knew that no matter when or where, as long as he had the protection of this outfit, he and his family could face various challenges with greater composure. Surui also felt proud of her invention. She realized that the power of technology lies not just in creating more powerful weapons, but in how to utilize technology to protect oneself and loved ones. As time went on, this specially crafted outfit became one of the essential pieces of equipment for T'Challa and his father. They wore it repeatedly to turn dangers into safety, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Wakanda. Of course, that is a story for another time. Duanmu Yan bid farewell to T'Challa and his father, dragging the modified suitcase behind him. He received a communication from Tony, who needed Duanmu Yan's help for the Hammer Industries Expo being hosted by Ivan Vanko and Justin Hammer. Duanmu Yan dragged his suitcase outside the palace and summoned a portal from Tony's house. Duanmu, you're finally back. Tony exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan noticed that Tony's chest reactor was still the original second-generation reactor. This isn't right. We're about to face the boss, and he hasn't changed the reactor yet. Didn't we already make one for him? Tony walked over to the armor assembly station. Just as he was about to put on the armor, Duanmu Yan stopped him. Tony, don't rush. I'll upgrade your gear. Jarvis, bring that out. Jarvis replied, yes, sir. At that moment, with a loud clatter, the floor suddenly opened a circular hole, and a brand new Mark armor slowly rose up. The armor's hands held a Vibranium arc reactor radiating blue light. Duanmu Yan looked at the stunned Tony and smiled. Here, put this on. As he spoke, he took the reactor and handed it to Tony. Tony was completely taken aback, not understanding what was happening. Duanmu Yan, however, was not patient enough to wait for him to react. He stepped forward, removed the old reactor from Tony's chest, and then inserted the new reactor into his chest. In an instant, the light in Tony's chest surged, and his skin, which had appeared somewhat dull due to palladium poisoning, began to regain its luster. Tony, amazed by the changes in his body, couldn't help but exclaim, while a metallic taste mixed with a hint of coconut. I feel great. Duanmu Yan patted his shoulder and laughed. Come on, put on this new suit. We need to take care of Ivan Vanko. Upon hearing this, Tony walked to the control panel and with the help of the mechanical arms completed the donning of the new suit. Duanmu Yan also summoned the T'Challa armor and the two flew out from the garage towards the direction of the Hammer Industries Expo. Duanmu Yan instructed Tony to fully unleash his charm at the expo, while he himself took to the skies waiting for Tony to draw away Ivan's mechanical soldiers. Tony swaggered down from the sky demanding the military's assistance in capturing Ivan. At that moment, the Iron Legion of Hammer Industries lost control and began to attack him, making Tony's actions akin to walking into a trap. A fierce battle commenced with Tony overwhelmed by the assault of numerous mechas, including Rhodes, who had taken the Mark II armor from him. Tony was chased around in a state of utter disarray. Duanmu Yan hovered high in the air, utilizing the 8-fin light wheel to help Tony eliminate the Iron Soldiers except for Rhodes. At that moment, Ivan Vanko also noticed Duanmu Yan hiding in the sky, and he controlled the Iron Soldiers to fly towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan disdainfully observed the Iron Soldiers flying towards him, saying, "Tisk, I've seen people send others to their doom, but never like this," while conjuring the 8-fin light wheel to strike at them. Just then a missile shot towards Duanmu Yan from behind. Pal promptly alerted him, and Duanmu Yan executed a spinning kick to deflect the missile, then unleashed a palm energy blast to detonate it. Rhodes and Tony had already moved from the expo site to the ecological park. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Black Widow Natasha infiltrated Hammer Industries, preparing to capture Ivan. Unfortunately, Ivan had already escaped, so she could only deactivate the Iron Soldier's control, and Rhodes' armor rebooted. Just as the two thought the crisis was averted, more Iron Legion descended from the sky, and they began to cooperate to deal with them. In the armory, Tony discovered a pair of hand-mounted energy blades and shouted to Rhodes, "Get down." Subsequently, his wrist released two powerful laser beams, slicing all the Iron Soldiers in half. Rhodes, speechless, said to Tony, "Next time you have such a trick, could you please use it sooner?" Tony helplessly explained, "This suit wasn't made by me, but by Duanmu. I still haven't fully grasped how many weapons he installed on it." Rhodes widened his eyes incredulously, shouting, "Are you kidding me? You don't even know how many weapons and functions your suit has, yet you dare to use it recklessly." As the two argued, a whistling sound approached, and Ivan, wearing the battle suit he crafted himself, descended like a meteor and landed steadily before them. With a smug expression, Ivan said, "Tony, this time I took your advice and significantly increased the reactor's rotation speed." As Tony was about to respond, Duanmu Yan's figure descended like a specter from the sky, swiftly appearing before Tony and Rhodes, shielding them. Duanmu Yan frowned slightly and said with mild displeasure, "I say you two should choose a more suitable place to argue." Ivan Vanko stared fixedly at Duanmu Yan, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "I never expected you could escape from the siege of those Iron Soldiers." Duanmu Yan smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Are you referring to those insignificant guys? Although their combat power is truly lacking, they do provide some amusement as fireworks." "Don't get too cocky," Ivan said with a dark expression. "Since you have the courage to appear before me, let me show you my most powerful weapon." With that, Ivan swung his arm, sending a powerful electric whip, striking towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan dodged to the side while grabbing the whip. The powerful electric current coursed over Duanmu Yan's armor, yet it caused no harm, instead being absorbed by the diamond-shaped energy lamp on his chest. Tony and Rhodes watched in astonishment. "Is that guy's suit really the same as ours?" Rhodes exclaimed in amazement. Tony, looking surprised, replied, "What are you thinking? The suit he wore is a masterpiece he personally crafted. Even now, I cannot ascertain the terrifying power that suit holds. If that guy were to attack with full force without holding back, I fear I wouldn't last even 3 seconds before being obliterated." Rhodes turned his head stiffly like a robot, casting a glance at Tony. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan tightly gripped the electrified whip and forcefully yanked it towards him, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Ivan Vanko flying. "Is this your true strength? Besides supplying a bit of energy to my weapon, it seems rather unremarkable. Truly boring." Duanmu Yan mocked disdainfully. Just then Rhodes stepped forward and shouted, "Duanmu, let me deliver the final blow. I want to use X-Wife to completely finish this guy off." Before his words fell, a small, exquisite mini-missile slowly rose from Rhodes' shoulder armor, shooting towards Ivan Vanko, who had just struggled to his feet. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly powerful missile fell to the ground as soon as it made contact with Ivan Vanko's suit, only sparking a few weak sparks before quietly extinguishing. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but exclaim, "That thing couldn't have been made by Hammer Industries, could it?" Rhodes, embarrassed, nodded in resignation. Duanmu Yan looked at Rhodes with a speechless expression. At that moment, Ivan Vanko took advantage of the trio's distraction to whip out his electric whip, attempting a sneak attack. Duanmu Yan raised his hand and fired 2 palm energy blasts, severing the electric whip. Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to interrupt others? Tony replied, he only has a father, and his father is already dead. Hearing their conversation after initially being shocked by Duanmu's attack, Ivan Vanko directly activated the self-destruct sequence of the Iron Soldiers. Rhodes shouted, we need to dodge, that guy activated the robot's self-destruct sequence. Tony exclaimed, not good, there are still many exploded Iron Soldiers outside. Duanmu Yan said, you go save the people, this guy is mine. Immediately Rhodes and Tony activated their armor's thrusters and rushed towards the expo site. Duanmu Yan released a half-circular barrier enveloping himself and Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko asked, what are you doing? You will die too, Duanmu Yan replied. You are certain to die, but I will be fine. As the countdown ended, all the Iron Soldiers present detonated in a massive explosion engulfing the two. When the flames subsided, Ivan Vanko had been completely obliterated while Duanmu Yan emerged unscathed from the ecological park, his armor still shining as new without a single scratch. Duanmu Yan sat in a reclining chair flipping through the magical fundamentals left to him by Master Gui. Although he had memorized the contents of this book, as Gao Moqiang said, reading isn't a bad thing, every time he flipped through it, he gained new insights. I can tell that you are sincerely studying, a voice came from behind Duanmu Yan. Guests are welcome, please have some tea, Master Duanmu Yan said as he heard Master Gui's voice and poured a cup of tea. I provided a bit of technical support, so they send me some every year, Duanmu Yan replied. I wonder how far you've progressed in your studies. Gui set down his teacup and asked. The normal opening of the teleportation portal is no longer a problem. As for the rest, I am still learning. Duanmu Yan answered honestly. It seems your talent is quite good. Achieving this level of self-study is impressive. What you lack now is merely some practical experience. How about I take you to a place? Are you interested? Gui said with a smile. Can I refuse? After all, I am the one getting hit. I don't want to go to something that offers no benefits, Duanmu Yan said helplessly. Of course not. I am informing you, not discussing it with you. Moreover, going to that place will benefit you, Gui continued smiling. Then she opened a teleportation portal, and with a wave of her hand the portal instantly enveloped the two of them. At least let me prepare myself mentally, will you? You just brought me to Asgard, aren't you afraid Odin will turn against you? Duanmu Yan helplessly said as he looked at the environment before him. Perhaps you don't know this, but King Odin is my friend. He invited me this time, Gui said, leading the way toward the palace. Ding! A new system task has been triggered for the host. Please check it carefully. Task content: Thor. Task detail 1. The hot-tempered Thor has reignited the flames of an ancient war due to his arrogant and reckless behavior and is about to be banished to the mortal realm, forced to live among humans. The host must battle Thor before he is banished and willingly go to Earth for training. Task reward: Eternal Flame. Task detail 2. Loki is attempting to use an ancient weapon to conquer the divine realm, even threatening the existence of all humanity. The host must defeat the destroyer released by Loki together with Thor. Task reward: the host's armor will be enhanced with URU alloy and gain abilities equal to that of the destroyer. Task detail 3. Prevent Thor from using his hammer to damage the part of the Rainbow Bridge located in the divine realm, avoiding Loki's fall into the cosmic abyss. Task reward: Dana armor. Hiss. System, come out. We need to have a serious talk. Why are there so many tasks in the storyline of Thor? Also, what do I even need that eternal flame for? Am I supposed to burn myself with it? Duanmu Yan exclaimed with wide eyes filled with confusion and anger. However, the system replied slowly, don't worry, host. This eternal flame is a good thing, but can provide a continuous source of energy for your armor. Moreover, as long as you wear the eternal flame, it will refine your body, allowing you to unleash greater power. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan calmed down slightly, but still muttered discontentedly, alright, even if you have a point. But having so many tasks is too troublesome, can't there be fewer? He really felt that there were too many tedious tasks, making him a bit overwhelmed. The system seemed to sense Duanmu Yan's emotions and quickly reassured him, don't worry, host. Although these tasks seem numerous, they are actually quite interesting. Completing them will not only enhance your strength, but also allow you to better experience the wonders of this world. Duanmu Yan nodded helplessly, secretly muttering, I hope it really is as you say. However, if I fail to complete these tasks, I wonder if there will be any punishment. He shivered at the thought and decided it would be better to work hard to complete these tasks. After all, who knows what kind of surprise or shock the system might give him. At this moment, Gui had already brought Duanmu Yan into the palace. King Odin, long time no see, Gui greeted Odin. Gui, I am currently educating my son. We can talk later, Odin said, glancing at Gui. He then continued to educate Thor, who was before him. Duanmu Yan stood beside Gui, muttering, is this guy really Thor the Hammer God? He doesn't look that strong. His voice was not loud, but everyone present was not ordinary, so they could hear his words. Mortal, do you dare to look down on Thor? Thor, disregarding Odin and Gui, turned around and scolded Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan disdainfully replied, TCH, a weakling shouldn't be criticized. Thor glared at Duanmu Yan, electricity surging all over his body. Duanmu Yan, what's wrong? Do you disagree? Want to compare? Thor swung his hammer towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan calmly summoned the Tiga armor with his right hand palm up, preparing to block the incoming hammer. Thor, ignorant mortal attempting to block Mjolnir. That's impossible. The hammer was firmly held in Duanmu Yan's palm. Little weakling, you don't even know what's possible. Duanmu Yan even extended his hand, gripping the hammer and pulling it down. I'm a bit heavy, but quite manageable. Thor's eyes widened in fury. Give me back Mjolnir. Duanmu Yan, know this belongs to me now. If you have the ability, come and take it back. Thor swung his fists towards Duanmu Yan, who mimicked Thor's movements, spinning the hammer and striking him as he got close. He sent Thor flying. King Odin, I didn't know your son was this weak. I'm truly sorry, Duanmu Yan said with an apologetic look at Odin. Odin replied, no problem. It's just that he is outmatched. His expression remained completely neutral, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Hey Hammer God, can you still get up? Duanmu Yan said with a smirk towards Thor. I am Thor. Thor the god of thunder. Thor angrily crawled up from the ground, stretching out his hands, trying to summon Mjolnir. However, to his astonishment, Mjolnir showed no response, as if it had lost its connection to him. Duanmu Yan tightened his grip on Mjolnir, smiled faintly, and provocatively said, oh, is that so? Then show me some lightning, or else I won't believe you are Thor the god of thunder. Alright, I promise you must keep your word. Thor pondered for a moment with his muscular brain before agreeing. He did not notice Odin on the throne, who let out a sigh. The son of the mighty god Odin being so easily deceived by mere words, it is no wonder that he has been manipulated by Loki since childhood. After agreeing, Thor prepared to take action. Duanmu Yan interjected. Are you planning to fight on your father's territory? Do you think you've become invincible, or is your father unable to wield a weapon anymore? Only then did Thor remember that he was still in the palace. It doesn't matter, you can fight here. Odin spoke, stopping the two who were about to leave. Duanmu Yan casually placed Mjolnir on the ground by his feet, and then beckoned to Thor. Thor, already hot-tempered, saw that his beloved hammer was carelessly placed on the ground, and even provoked him, instantly became enraged and charged at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan calmly assumed a Tai Chi stance, deflecting every attack Thor threw at him. He sidestepped Thor's heavy blow and then kicked forcefully at Thor's abdomen. In pain, Thor staggered back a few steps, and Duanmu Yan seized the opportunity to step forward, coiling his hands around Thor's arms like a serpent and twisting hard. Thor let out a furious roar, trying to break free from Duanmu Yan's grip, but Duanmu Yan's skill was so adept that he couldn't succeed. Duanmu Yan then pulled, causing Thor to lose his balance, and kicked him on the knee. Thor knelt on the ground, and Duanmu Yan immediately moved, unlocking his throat. Give up, Thor, Duanmu Yan said softly. Thor's eyes were filled with unwillingness, yet he knew he had lost. I refuse to concede. If Mjolnir were in my hands, I would never lose to you. Thor shouted. TSK Tisk, is this the mighty Thor? How pathetic, I'll give you a chance. Duanmu Yan tossed the hammer of Thor to him. After catching it, Thor felt the thunder surge within him, and his battle armor instantly enveloped his body. Duanmu Yan also donned the Telegar armor, but it only covered his hands, feet, and upper body. This time he assumed the stance of the cosmic fist. Come on. Odin shook his head repeatedly at this scene, pondering how Thor could become like this, refusing to acknowledge his defeat, and instead blaming it on the weapon. Although Thor had obtained Mjolnir, the outcome of the battle did not change. He was still no match for Duanmu Yan, and the battle ended with Duanmu Yan knocking him unconscious with a kick. Odin, my apologies for knocking your son out, Duanmu Yan said with a bow to Odin. It's no problem, he was outmatched, and this will teach him that there is always someone stronger. Odin, we will take our leave now, and won't disturb your parenting anymore. At this moment, Gu-I also stepped out, noticing that Odin's mood was off. Odin nodded, signaling that they could leave. Gu-I immediately took Duanmu Yan through the portal back to the sanctum in New York. You shouldn't have knocked Thor out just now, Gu-I said, pouring a cup of tea for Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan took a sip of the tea and replied, I only used 5 layers of strength. Who knew that guy was so fragile? This tea is excellent. Gu-I took out a new spellbook and handed it to Duanmu Yan. You can take this back to study. Next time we meet, I will personally test you. Duanmu Yan did not reach for it. I haven't even mastered the basics. You want me to advance? I too am very busy. Can you understand? Gu-I glanced at him. You can freely choose anything here and take one. I didn't expect Master Gu-I to understand the proper way to converse. Then I want stand on ceremony. Duanmu Yan walked to the display case and began to select. Looking at the array of treasures before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, these are all excellent items. It's hard to choose. At that moment, Gu-I's voice came through. You can try releasing your spiritual energy and see which items resonate with you. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan immediately released his powerful psychic energy. Soon he sensed responses coming from different directions. Following these responses, he found 4 items: a sharp longsword, a finely crafted longbow, a sharp claw, and a mysterious cloak. When he saw the cloak, Duanmu Yan exclaimed in surprise, A levitating cloak. Isn't this Doctor Strange's gear? Master Gu Yi also noticed the weapons Duanmu Yan had chosen and frowned slightly, saying, I never expected that you would resonate with these items. Duanmu Yan curiously asked, Master, is there a problem with this? Gu Yi explained, strictly speaking, these 3 weapons were not made by Kamarage, but were obtained by chance. Since no one had been able to use them, I kept them stored away, or it is entirely reasonable to give them to you. As for this cloak, if you want it, I can also give it to you, but... Duanmu Yan interrupted her, Stop, I don't need it. If you are willing to give it to me, that would be great, if not, I won't force it. Gu Yi shook her head, took out the 4 items, and handed them to Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan took 3 of the weapons, but he hesitated to take the levitating cloak. With a glance from Gu Yi, the levitating cloak flew automatically to Duanmu Yan's back and draped over him. Duanmu Yan exclaimed, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want any of it. As he spoke, he reached out to tear the levitating cloak off. Duanmu, since it chose you, simply accept it. I only hope that in the future, if Kamarage is in trouble, you can lend a hand. How much you help is entirely up to you. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Duanmu Yan was caught in a dilemma, unable to decide whether to take it off or not. In the end, he could only nod and accept Gu Yi's terms. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was find the system. Come out quickly, take a look at these items. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining materials for upgrading the ring armament. Duanmu Yan looked at the system notification in confusion, asking, What does this mean? What are materials for upgrading the ring armament? Can you speak in plain Chinese? The host confused these 3 weapons with the ring armament to upgrade it, and after the upgrade, the power of the ring armament will receive a qualitative enhancement. The system prompted, Wow, that's amazing. But wait, first tell me what these 3 weapons are. Duanmu Yan asked. Host, do you know about Deluo Village? The system prompted. Deluo Village. I think I've heard of it. Oh right, isn't that Shankai's mother's family? Duanmu Yan recalled. Yes, host, these 3 weapons came from Deluo Village. They are all very powerful weapons that can help the host fight better. The system prompted. What about the cloak? I remember its defense isn't that great, but it has been damaged several times. The host can summon the battle armor while wearing the cloak, and the system can change the cloak's appearance according to the host's needs and merge the materials of the battle armor to increase its defense. That's quite the benefit. Duanmu Yan exclaimed with delight. Duanmu Yan was leisurely sitting on his comfortable sofa at home, fully engrossed in the brand new book that Gu Yi had gifted him. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon him. At that moment, a crisp and melodious phone ring suddenly shattered the tranquility of the room. Duanmu, something extraordinary has happened in Mexico. A hammer has inexplicably fallen from the sky. Are you interested in taking a look? Tony's energetic and curious voice came from the other end of the line. Duanmu Yan didn't even lift his head, still focused on the pages of the book, and casually replied, Oh, is that so? But I have no interest in it. Hey, don't refuse so quickly. Let's go check it out together. I'm quite curious about the material of that hammer. Reportedly, it remains completely intact after falling, and even more astonishingly, anyone who tries to lift it has failed. Tony continued describing it with enthusiasm. Duanmu Yan gently turned a page of his book and replied leisurely, Even so, I still can't muster any interest. Seeing that Duanmu Yan was unmoved, Tony decided to pull out his ultimate weapon, money. He confidently said, How about this? I'll cover all the expenses for this trip. What do you think? This should pique your interest, right? Yet Duanmu Yan merely smiled slightly and calmly responded, Sorry, I'm not short on cash for that plane ticket. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a shimmering portal appeared before him. Duanmu Yan stepped into the portal and turned back to shout at Tony, who was left astonished on the other side, Goodbye. He then closed the portal without hesitation. Tony, left behind, couldn't help but widen his eyes. You really had to do that. Opening a portal just to show off that you can directly head to Mexico. That's infuriating. Tony exclaimed. So tell me, what would it take for you to join me? Isn't it about what enticing conditions you can offer me? Duanmu Yan put down his book and spoke into the phone. Tony was at a loss for words. In terms of technology, Duanmu Yan was on par with him. He had not only upgraded 3 generations of reactors, but also crafted himself a super suit. Although he hadn't used it yet, according to Jarvis's analysis, none of his current armors could surpass the one Duanmu Yan had modified. In terms of wealth, any technology Duanmu Yan put forth could ensure a lifetime of comfort for him. Fine, since I have nothing better to do, I'll join you on this trip. It just so happens that I'd like to see what that hammer is all about. Duanmu Yan could tell from Tony's tone that he was out of options. Moreover, the system task he accepted was related to Thor, and it was known that after defeating Thor last time, Thor had yet to fulfill his bet. This time he could take care of that matter together. The two arrived in Mexico through the portal, with Tony dragging along the armor that Duanmu Yan had modified, checking into a hotel. These tasks should have been handled by Happy. As Tony processed the check-in, he muttered to himself, If you keep whining, I'll mute you for 48 hours. Duanmu Yan glanced at Tony. Afterward, the two of them exited the hotel. Duanmu Yan, feeling guilty, took out the Nano 01 and didn't make them walk. When they arrived at the place where the hammer had fallen, they saw a large crowd gathered around the hammer, trying to pull it out. However, no one succeeded, and there was even an old man driving a pickup truck attempting to tow the hammer only to have his bumper fall off, while the hammer remained motionless. Duanmu, do you want to give it a try? Tony asked, looking at Duanmu Yan. Not interested. If you want to try, go ahead yourself. I'll go chat with that old man. After saying that, Duanmu Yan walked away towards the pickup without looking back. Old man, I didn't expect you to get involved in such a boring matter, Duanmu Yan said to the elderly man in front of him. The old man glanced at him. You little outsider, didn't you come here too? I was dragged here by Tony, if otherwise I wouldn't want to come at all. You should know that I could casually lift this thing even if Odin's son cast a spell on it. Duanmu Yan shrugged. By the way, old man, if I take away the space stone, can Loki still instigate that war? It seemed Duanmu Yan remembered something. I suggest you better not do that, because if the timeline goes awry, those fellows will find you right away. If you want the Infinity Stones, I can give them to you, although your actions won't affect the universe. I hope you can follow the storyline. The old man said. Is that so? Although those things are useless to me, I'd be very happy if you could give me a set. At least it would satisfy my collecting habit. Duanmu Yan understood Stan Lee's meaning and said with a smile. Sly little guy, extend your hands. Stan Lee said helplessly. Duanmu Yan stretched out his hands, and Stan Lee, like a magician, placed a box in Duanmu Yan's hands. At that moment, Tony walked over. Duanmu, I'm seriously starting to suspect that thing is welded to the ground and can't be moved at all. When Duanmu Yan turned back, Stan Lee's figure had already vanished. Later tonight, I'll show you something fun, Duanmu Yan said. Oh, if even you find it interesting, then it's truly worth a look. Tony's interest was instantly piqued. The two returned to the hotel. Duanmu Yan took out the box given by Stan Lee, which contained 6 Infinity Stones. System, can these stones be stored in the armor? Yes, host, but these items will not amplify your abilities. I know, but they do have their merits and their powers are quite decent. Understood, host. You can store the stones in the storage bracelet, and the system will automatically help you merge them into the mech. By nightfall, Duanmu Yan took Tony to the location where the hammer had been stored during the day, and Tony saw an old acquaintance, Agent Phil from S.H.I.E.L.D. Did those guys arrive this quickly? Tony was surprised. Look over there, Duanmu Yan pointed in a direction for Tony. Another person trying to pull the hammer? Tony asked. To be precise, the hammer belongs to him, but he has been abandoned. If he can't come to terms with it, he will never be able to lift the hammer, Duanmu Yan said. Dude, this is a sci-fi movie, not a mythological film. Are you really suggesting that guy is the god of thunder? That hammer belongs to the god of thunder. Tony rolled his eyes. That's just how it is. Duanmu Yan knew Tony wouldn't believe it. I'd rather believe that hammer is welded to the ground as a cruel prank by the local government. Damn it, did I really waste my time believing in a prank? Tony suddenly said angrily. If it were a prank, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be here, Duanmu Yan pointed out the flaw. Duanmu Yan used the power of the time gem to freeze everyone except for himself, Tony, and Thor. He then swaggered into the circle surrounding Mjolnir with Tony. Thor was struggling to lift Mjolnir, and Duanmu Yan remarked, Odin is indeed Odin, even capable of being harsh to his own son. Thor turned his head upon hearing the voice and saw Duanmu Yan. It's you. Oh, second brother, long time no see, Duanmu Yan said to Thor. What do you mean by second brother? Tony asked in confusion. That was a bet back in his hometown he lost, and had to acknowledge me as his elder brother, but I was too forceful and knocked him out. Duanmu Yan explained. You ambushed me, Thor defended himself. Thor, do you know why you can't lift Mjolnir? Because you are proud, arrogant, and fail to consider others, and you don't even dare to admit your own failures, Duanmu Yan reprimanded Thor. Thor wanted to say something, but Duanmu Yan walked up to Mjolnir, grasped the hammer, and lifted it effortlessly. How is this possible? Thor exclaimed. Wow, this thing really can be lifted, Tony remarked. Duanmu Yan tossed Mjolnir a few times before putting it back down. You should stay put here. By the way, a reminder, don't trust Loki. After all, he is the best at lying. After saying that, Duanmu Yan opened a portal and left with Tony. Duanmu, is that guy really the god of thunder? Tony asked. Yes, and then what? Duanmu Yan replied. But isn't the god of thunder in Norse mythology very powerful? Tony continued to ask. That's Norse mythology, and this guy is just a mortal sent down by his father for training. Duanmu Yan continued, if this guy's divine essence awakens, then he would truly be strong. As for now, without his hammer, he is merely a powerless god of thunder. Of course, Duanmu Yan did not say this out loud. In the following time, Tony and Duanmu Yan returned to New York, one studying the Iron Man suit, and the other researching magical texts. As for Thor, Duanmu Yan had Pal keep an eye on him. If the destroyer appeared, he would know at the first moment. Thor, just like in the original story, was deceived by Loki's sweet words and lived on Earth with Jane Foster. As for picking up Mjolnir to return to Asgard, that thought had already been cast aside. Until one day the sky darkened with clouds and a tall figure made of iron emerged from the storm. The 3 warriors from Asgard also arrived on Earth to inform Thor that Loki had unleashed the destroyer with the intent to kill him. Upon learning the news, Duanmu Yan went to Tony's house. Tony, I'm taking you to get new materials for your suit. Before Tony could comprehend what Duanmu Yan meant, he was pushed onto the suit-up platform donned with Mark 6, and then dragged by Duanmu Yan to Mexico. What is that thing? As they hovered in the air, Tony asked, looking at the destroyer. Just hold him off while I go help save people, Duanmu Yan replied. After finishing his words, Duanmu Yan descended towards the ground, simultaneously summoning Mjolnir. Although Mjolnir couldn't amplify his power, it was still a divine object sufficient for stopping the destroyer and saving people. With this thought, Duanmu Yan took a deep breath, lifted Mjolnir, and flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, Tony had already flown beside the destroyer and started attacking. However, the destroyer was empowered by powerful magic, allowing it to rapidly recover from any attack. In no time, Tony found himself in a passive position, being pushed back relentlessly by the destroyer. On the other side, Thor had lost his combat capability and could no longer fight. Watching the destroyer wreak havoc around him, he felt anxious. Thus, Thor decided to step forward and negotiate with Loki. To protect innocent humans and his friends, Thor resolutely chose to sacrifice his own life. At the moment of Thor's sacrifice, Odin, far away in Asgard, sensed his son's death and could not help but shed tears of sorrow. And Jane Foster, upon witnessing her boyfriend Thor's death, also couldn't help but cry. She could not accept this reality, her heart filled with grief. At that moment, Duanmu Yan suddenly felt an unusual wave emanating from Mjolnir in his hand. Without further thought, he hurled Mjolnir towards Thor's direction. A miracle occurred. The previously dead Thor unexpectedly reached out his hand, as if resurrected, firmly grasping Mjolnir. Next, Thor slowly stood up, donning the attire, symbolizing the god of thunder, shining with mysterious light. Wow, it's just like the protagonist in the Avengers. Tony, witnessing this miraculous scene, couldn't help but tease. Duanmu Yan appeared beside Thor, and Thor said to him, "Elder brother, thank you. I understand father's intentions now." "That's good to hear. Now let's take care of that guy together." "By the way, that's your father, nothing to do with me," Duanmu Yan replied. Duanmu Yan formed his hands into a cross shape, unleashing the composite spiral beam. Thor raised Mjolnir high, releasing powerful lightning towards the destroyer. Tony also attacked the destroyer with his repulsor rays in midair. Under the continuous assault of the three energy beams, the destroyer showed signs of melting. "One more time, that thing won't hold up, give it all you've got," Duanmu Yan shouted out as he noticed the situation. Duanmu Yan released the dual Zi-Pali AO beam, while Thor unleashed an even more powerful lightning strike, and Tony maximized the energy output from his arc reactor. Under these powerful attacks, the destroyer completely melted. Next, it was time to deal with Loki. Thor reached out to summon Heimdall, but Duanmu Yan moved faster, directly summoning a portal, leaving Tony behind to clean up the metallic remains while the others went to the Asgardian palace. However, Duanmu Yan did not enter the palace with Thor. He went to the Rainbow Bridge to release Heimdall. His third task was to prevent Thor from destroying the Rainbow Bridge, so he needed to stay here. With Duanmu Yan's assistance, Heimdall recovered from his injuries. "Aren't you going to help Thor?" Heimdall asked. "I am helping Thor by being here. You'll understand soon," Duanmu Yan replied, looking at the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall soon understood Duanmu Yan's meaning as he saw Loki and Thor running towards the Rainbow Bridge. Loki said, "You are the man who helped Thor in Midgard." "Hello there, weakling. Aren't you surprised and taken aback to see me?" Duanmu Yan said to Loki. "You will regret appearing before me," Loki said, preparing to open the frost box. Duanmu Yan would never give him that chance. He snapped his fingers and Loki was immediately frozen while the frost box in his hand was taken away. Things like these are not for kids to play with. You leave them to the adults. "Heimdall, can you tie up this weakling? Thor is coming soon," Duanmu Yan asked. Heimdall was not pretentious and took out a pair of specially made handcuffs to restrain Loki. "All right, now help me with a favor, send me back, and I want to say goodbye to Thor." Seeing that Loki had been captured, Duanmu Yan knew the subsequent matters were resolved and said to Heimdall, "By the way, Loki's time confinement will be lifted in 24 hours. After saying that, he stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge and returned to Earth without looking back. "Host, there's a welfare mission. Would you like to take it? Go ahead and tell me." Mission content: Save Captain America. Mission details: during World War II, Captain America piloted a runaway plane to protect New York City and fell into a deep sleep after crashing into the ice. Please find Captain America and bring him back. The mission reward is a time travel voucher for the Armored Warrior Nawa, as well as the 5550 ability of Captain America. System, come out. Let's chat. I can understand finding Captain America, but what on earth is the Armored Warrior Nawa? I as an Ultraman going to the world of Armored Warriors. Isn't that a bit of a dimensional strike? Host, since it's a welfare mission, it definitely won't be difficult. You're going to Nawa's world to collect elemental powers. You should know the ultimate skill of the original form of Ultraman Orb. The system responded. Wait, whose ultimate skill are you talking about? The universe's #1 debt king. That's right, it's him. The ultimate skill of the original form of Ultraman Orb is the Orb Supreme Sword, and this skill requires the use of 4 elemental powers to activate. Therefore, the host needs to go to the world of the Armored Warrior Nawa to collect the 4 elemental powers fire, water, earth, and wind. How do I get back from the world of the armored warrior Nawa? That's a good question, the host asked with confusion. After completing this mission, the time travel voucher for the armored warrior Nawa you obtain includes a round trip. Alright, I'll give it a try. But speaking of which, will I as an Ultraman cause any trouble going to the world of armored warriors? Don't worry, host. The system will help you handle all the problems. Moreover, you are not invincible in the world of the armored warrior Nawa and need to be cautious in dealing with various dangers. What is this 5,550 ability of Captain America? Duanmu Yan continued to ask. This actually corresponds to a special physique that gets stronger when faced with strong opponents. The system explained. Can the super soldier serum also grant such a thing? Duanmu Yan asked in surprise. Yes, after Steve Rogers injected the super soldier serum, he gained strength, speed, and endurance far beyond that of ordinary humans, but he also possesses this special physique. The system replied. Alright, then I will go find Captain America first. Duanmu Yan said helplessly. With that, he set off on his journey to find Captain America. According to the movie's setting, Captain America crash-landed in the Arctic, but since the Arctic is so vast, if he wants to find Captain America, it's tantamount to searching the entire Arctic. Duanmu, a signal from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents has been detected nearby. The voice of Pal echoed. What's going on? Is the Black Egg so eager to find the 5550 captain? Duanmu Yan frowned and asked in confusion. It's possible. After all, Captain America is very important to S.H.I.E.L.D. Pal analyzed. Alright, in that case, let's follow these agents and see if they can help us find Captain America. Duanmu Yan decided. Thus, Duanmu Yan changed direction and flew toward the location of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Along the way, he carefully avoided various dangers and obstacles, eventually arriving at the place where the agents were. He saw a group of staff members dressed in warm clothing busily searching for something. Duanmu Yan quietly approached them, trying to gather more information. What are you looking for? Duanmu Yan suddenly appeared in front of a staff member and asked. Oh. The staff member was startled and nearly dropped the instrument in their hand. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask a question. Duanmu Yan smiled and said. Who are you? How did you get here? The agent looked at Duanmu Yan warily. I came to see the polar bears, but I noticed some lights over here, so I came to check it out. Duanmu Yan replied. We are working here. If there's nothing else, please leave quickly. The staff continued. Duanmu Yan turned to leave, but had an idea in mind. He quietly followed the agents to see if they could find any traces of Captain America. Soon, Duanmu Yan discovered that the agents had entered a massive ice cave. He used his super hearing and heard arguing coming from inside. This is our S.H.I.E.L.D. mission. You have no right to interfere. An agent shouted. Captain America is our friend, and we have the right to know his whereabouts. Another voice responded. Duanmu Yan didn't know who the other voice belonged to, but it seemed to be military personnel. Otherwise, why would they be arguing? He was secretly pleased, as it seemed he had found the right place. He expanded his Ultraman's telekinetic force downward quickly, sensing an airplane underneath with a massive cavity inside. He began to spin rapidly, drilling downward until he reached the top of the airplane. The reason he didn't go further was that he feared the noise would attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. He snapped his fingers to freeze time. Then with a punch, he broke through the top of the airplane and entered the interior. Upon entering, Duanmu Yan found many advanced devices and weapons that had been frozen. He continued to expand the search range of his Ultraman's telekinetic force, and finally sensed a frozen figure within the ice. He quickly approached and saw the iconic shield. Finally found you. Thanks to those agents, otherwise finding you would have been quite a challenge. Duanmu Yan used the 8-point light wheel to slice off the ice block containing Captain America. He opened a portal back to his home and brought Captain America inside. Just then, Banner and Betty finished their sweet date and returned to the studio with a light step. Upon entering, he was immediately attracted by the huge ice block in front of him and couldn't help but curiously ask Duanmu, where did you get such an enormous ice block from? Duanmu Yan smiled slightly and pointed at the ice block, replying, this is a treasure I specifically brought back from Antarctica. Come look at what good stuff is hidden inside. As he spoke, he gestured to Banner. Banner leaned in for a closer look, and to his surprise, he instantly widened his eyes. Inside the ice block was embedded an alto familiar shield. He muttered in disbelief, could it be Captain America? Duanmu Yan nodded slightly, affirming, that's right, it's him. Now hurry up and bring me some heaters, we need to melt this ice block first. However, Banner looked puzzled and asked, with your abilities it should be easy to directly unfreeze him. Why go through such trouble? Duanmu Yan shrugged and explained, after all, he has been frozen for too long. If we unfreeze him too quickly, it might cause irreversible damage to his body. It's safer to let him gradually adapt to the temperature change. Besides, I'm a bit lazy. If I can solve the problem with heaters, that's best. Once he is completely unfrozen, I still need to give him a thorough checkup. Hearing this, Banner still looked worried. Will there really be no issues? Duanmu Yan patted his chest confidently, assuring, you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, even if something goes wrong, and he dies, I have ways to bring him back to life. Duanmu Yan watched as Nawa used the melting flame spiral fist to explode the spiked orcs, only to be suddenly pressed down and rubbed into the ground by the cold-blooded Bic. Duanmu Yan appeared before Nawa, who couldn't see the person's appearance and didn't know who they were. Run, that guy is a dangerous orc. I can only bully my little brother, what are you even worth? Duanmu Yan ignored Nawa's words and coldly spoke to cold-blooded Bic. Another one seeking death, it would be perfect to deal with you together. Cold-blooded Bic said to the person standing in front of him. Duanmu Yan easily dodged cold-blooded's attack and kicked him down. Then he walked to Nawa's side. Little brother, lend me your belt. Duanmu Yan then noticed that the person who saved him was his cousin Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan transformed back and handed the belt to Duanmu Yan. Brother, be careful, that guy is very powerful. Duanmu Yan replied, don't worry, your brother is not a pushover either. Flame Nawa devour the power of the fierce flame merge. The transformed Nawa appeared in front of Cold-Blooded. He beckoned Cold-Blooded with a finger. Cold-Blooded, filled with anger, charged directly at the transformed Nawa, and Duanmu Yan used the cosmic fist technique to engage him. Each of Cold-Blooded's attacks was anticipated in advance, while counterattacking Duanmu Yan taunted, too weak, is this all you can do? It's utterly meaningless. Duanmu Yan watched his elder brother toy with Cold-Blooded, his mouth agape. Brother, when did you become this strong? Duanmu Yan's hand brushed against the armor on his thigh, fierce flame attack. With a punch he hit Cold-Blooded's chest, sending him flying. Then he attached the melting flame element to his feet, jumped up from the spot, and spun in the air a few times, performing a Nawa version of the Leo flying kick, directly exploding Cold-Blooded. TCH weakling, utterly meaningless. He cancelled the fusion state and returned the belt to the approaching Duanmu Yan. Brother, you are so powerful, can you teach me? Duanmu Yan looked at Duanmu Yan with admiration. That's because you haven't fully unleashed Nawa's power. If you fully harness Nawa's power, a weakling like this can be easily dealt with. Duanmu Yan patted Duanmu Yan's shoulder and asked, by the way, where are you living now? I visited Uncle Air's house, but someone else is living there now. Well, my dad was killed by an orc, and now I'm staying and working at the ramen house Happy House to uncover the truth behind my father's death. My condolences. If you need any help, just let me know. Oh, I bought the house you used to live in and am living over there now. Okay, I got it. After work tonight, they'll come find you. Duanmu Yan nodded. Duanmu Yan returned home and immediately summoned the system. System, is it done? Host, just take out the ring armor and you'll know. Duanmu Yan reached into the void and retrieved the ring armor, noticing a red gem added to the position of the sword wings. Is this the power of the fire element? Duanmu Yan gazed at the sword's body shimmering with flames, feeling the surging power, filled with excitement and curiosity. Yes, host. As long as you acquire the power of the other 3 sets of armor, you will gain the complete power of the 4 elements. The system's voice echoed in Duanmu Yan's mind, answering his question. What about Utalis? Duanmu Yan asked another question filled with anticipation for this legendary ultimate armor. Thunder Utalis is the ultimate elemental armor, a comprehensive type of armor formed naturally by the elemental energies of fire, water, wind, earth, and thunder, possessing all the powers of the molten flame, vortex, hurricane, sheer cliff, and thunder in nature. Furthermore, it can also absorb the energy of celestial bodies, such as the sun, moon, and earth. Utalis is directly transformed from the Thunderstone. If the host can obtain the Thunderstone, they will automatically gain the power of Utalis and the remaining 4 elemental powers. The system explained in detail. Wow, there is such a good thing. That would save a lot of trouble. After hearing this, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. If he could really obtain the Thunderstone, he would easily gain the power of Utalis and the other 4 elemental powers without having to search for the other sets of armor. However, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him. Host, just think about it. The Thunderstone cannot be found until all 4 elemental armors have appeared. Why? Duanmu Yan asked with some disappointment. Because the Thunderstone is a product formed by the convergence of the 4 elemental powers, it will only be produced when all 4 elemental armors are found and activated. Therefore, the host still needs to work hard to collect the other 3 sets of armor. The system patiently explained. In the evening, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling arrived at Duanmu Yan's residence. Brother, I'm here. Duanmu Yan walked into the house and saw Duanmu Yan watching television. Oh, what do you want to drink? Help yourself to the fridge. Is this your sister-in-law? Please sit down. This would finally became enlightened. Duanmu Yan glanced back and invited the 2 to sit down. Big brother, hello. I am Ma Lingling, a friend of Duanmu Yan. You can call me Lingling. Ma Lingling sat down a bit shyly and greeted Duanmu Yan. No need to be nervous. Oh, just treat it like home. I'm only a few years older than you. By the way, Duanmu Yan's identity was arranged by the system. Being able to say he is the brother of General Duanmu is quite prestigious. Brother, where have you been? I couldn't reach you at all. I just returned from Shenangjia. You know I'm an adventurer. Duanmu Yan replied. Are there wild people in Shenangjia? Upon hearing Duanmu Yan's words, Ma Lingling became interested. Apart from trees, there are only trees, there's nothing else. Duanmu Yan shook his head. By the way, did you come to find me for something? Duanmu Yan asked. Well, I heard Duanmu say that you used the Nawa summoner during the day and exploded an orc without even using your ultimate move. Ma Lingling spoke. That orc was too weak, it wasn't worthy of me using my ultimate move. Duanmu Yan shrugged. Brother, can you train me? I also want to get stronger and eliminate orcs to avenge my dad. Duanmu Yan looked at his elder brother seriously and said, Are you serious? Training is tough, and you still have to work right. Duanmu Yan looked at him. It's fine, I work during the day and can come to train at night. Duanmu Yan replied. Yes. They'll be responsible for supervising him. Ma Lingling also stepped up. Come find me in 3 days, Bill prepare some things. These 3 days will be your last easy days, go on a good date with your little girlfriend. Duanmu Yan thought for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed to Duanmu Yan's request. After sending off the two individuals, Duanmu Yan took out his phone, contacted the renovation company, procured a large number of training materials, and ordered a batch of molds online. Blessed with the talent of the High Mountain Dream, his hands and skills were also remarkably powerful. When the materials arrived, he asked Pal to assist him in crafting 2 retractable swords using vibrating gold for the sword bodies covered with a layer of adamantium on the outside. As for the materials, he had obtained them from a military laboratory in the Marvel world. He also created 2 wristbands and a chain ring, which were weighted rings prepared for Duanmu Yan. Additionally, there were 2 short sticks for Ma Lingling's self-defense. She followed Duanmu Yan everywhere and needed some means of protection. Duanmu Yan nodded at the few items before him, saying not bad. Fortunately, I have the Eternal Flame and the Nawa Flame, otherwise crafting these items would have been quite challenging. 3 days later, Duanmu Yan and Ma Lingling returned to Duanmu Yan's residence. Duanmu Yan led them to a newly renovated training room next door. Put these on and adjust the values to 3. Duanmu Yan handed the wristbands and ankle rings to Duanmu Yan, who had no idea what to expect, and obediently wore them. As soon as the values were adjusted, he found himself lying flat on the ground. Duanmu, are you okay? Ma Lingling rushed over. I'm fine, bro, but what is this? It's so heavy. It's nothing, just a few gravity rings. Your task is simple, adapt to the gravity they impose until you can move normally. Duanmu Yan shrugged. Here, Lingling, this is for you. Duanmu Yan took out 2 short sticks and handed them to Ma Lingling. What are these, Yan? Go. These are self-defense tools I've specially made for you. Your electric shock device works on ordinary people, but it's useless against Akis. Let's leave this kid here. They'll teach you how to use them. Just as Duanmu Yan was about to take Ma Lingling away, he suddenly thought of something. Hey kid, after you stand up, go to the water pool over there and do push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, 100 reps for each. Come back after you're done. With that, he left with Ma Lingling without looking back. Bro, you're really my brother. I can barely stand, and now I have to do push-ups. Duanmu Yan sighed as he struggled to get up. Yingu, is he okay? Ma Lingling asked worriedly. Don't worry, the water in that pool is infused with a strengthening potion. While he trains in there, not only will he be fine, but he will also be lively and energetic for work the next day. Duanmu Yan glanced over and said. Thus for a while, Duanmu Yan worked during the day fighting monsters and trained at his brother's house at night. He noticed that his strength was increasing rapidly. Many times he could defeat Akis without even using the molten scale blade. Ma Lingling also trained daily, and now no group of 3 or 5 burly men could even approach her, let alone Akis, when he appeared before her. She was unafraid and managed to escape every time. Duanmu, I've spotted a set of blue armor. Pal's voice rang out. Has Zanami finally appeared? Give me the location, I'll go take a look, Duanmu Yan said to Pal. Soon he arrived at the scene where Duanmu Yan transformed into Nawa and battled Akis, and Cold-Blood Beak once again stirred up trouble. At this moment, the Zanami armor also joined the fight. Li Xiaoqiu resurrected this weakling. What's wrong with this Zanami? The fighting style is a mess, can't even use skills. Duanmu Yan remarked, observing Cold-Blood and Zanami. Under his elder brother's training, Duanmu Yan improved rapidly, overpowering Cold-Blood in their next encounter. Things were much worse for Zanami, who struggled against the savage Akis due to his inability to unleash skills. Unable to watch any longer, Duanmu Yan directly flashed forward, raising his folding sword to block the attacks of the savage Akis. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't use skills? Duanmu Yan asked Zanami. What does it matter to you? I can defeat him without skills. Zanami replied angrily. Duanmu Yan reached out and removed the Zanami summoning device, instantly breaking the fusion. What are you doing? Give me back the summoning device. Ma Kuahai angrily prepared to step forward. Duanmu Yan casually swung the sword in his hand in front of Ma Kuahai, blocking his way. Full watch closely, this is how Zanami is used. Roar of Zanami, drowning in the power of the great roar fusion. Duanmu Yan donned the summoning device, causing the armor to fuse. At that moment, Cold-Blood also shook off Nawa and approached Zanami, saying, You again. This time I must smash you. Let's get them together. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly, adopting the posture of Tai Chi, easily blocking the attacks of the two. He attached the whirlpool element to his palm and unleashed the roaring palm, sending the two ukis staggering back, then summoned their respective weapons. Duanmu Yan didn't hold back, using Zanimi's unarmed ultimate technique, the whirlwind charge palm, gathering the whirlpool element in front of his body to form a sphere, then leaping forward and striking the sphere towards the two, instantly exploding them. Afterward, he released the fusion, tossed the summoning device to Ma Kuai, and said lightly, "If you don't have a heart as calm as still water, you will never be able to unleash the full power of the armor." Ma Kuai looked at the summoning device in his hand, the echoes of the earlier battle, and that mysterious person's words ringing in his mind. The same words had been said to him by Director Ku, but he didn't understand their meaning. He realized that he needed more training and a deeper mindset to truly master the power of this armor. That night, an unexpected guest, Ma Kuai, arrived at Duanmu Yan's home. "Why are you here?" Duanmu Yan asked Ma Kuai. "This is my second brother, Ma Kuai. He wants to train with us to quickly master the power of Zanimi." "Then why should I help him?" "I don't know him well," Duanmu Yan replied, puzzled. "Because I want to protect the city and its people." Ma Kuai looked at Duanmu Yan with determination in his eyes. "I know the power of Zanimi is immense. If I can master it, I can better fight against evil." Duanmu Yan looked at Ma Kuai, and after a moment of silence said, "All right, if you help me with 2 things, I'll agree to train you." Ma Kuai nodded. "Don't mention 2 things, 20 will do. Don't rush to agree just yet. First, I want to meet Director Ku. Can you help me arrange that?" Duanmu Yan stated his conditions. "Meeting Director Ku is easy. I can take you to see him tomorrow, but my older brother." "Do you know my older brother?" Kuai asked. "Just tell him that his arch-nemesis wants to see him," Duanmu Yan replied. Ma Lingling and her brother exchanged glances. "His arch-nemesis? How come we've never heard him mention that? So can you arrange it?" Duanmu Yan asked. "Sure, I'll arrange it right away." "All right, you arrange it first. After I meet with them, I'll arrange your training." The next day, Ma Kuai brought Duanmu Yan to the laboratory to meet Director Ku. "Director Ku, long time no see," Duanmu Yan greeted him. Little Yan, you've returned. When did you come back?" Director Ku asked happily upon seeing Duanmu Yan. "I came back last month. I went to your house, but you weren't there. I heard you were here, so I had this kid bring me to see you," Duanmu Yan said with a smile. "Kuai, how do you know Little Yan?" Director Ku asked Ma Kuai. "Well, it's like this." Ma Kuai explained the situation to Director Ku. "Little Yan, you truly are the most suitable person to summon armor. Any piece of armor in your hands can unleash its maximum power. Uncle Ku, you know me. I'm naturally lazy. If it weren't for the fear of wasting your hard work, I wouldn't do something that requires effort without reward." Duanmu Yan said helplessly. "By the way, how many sets of armor have you developed now?" Duanmu Yan continued to ask. We are currently developing the 3rd set, the Hurricane Tordu." Director Ku glanced at the experiment table. "All right, I won't disturb your work anymore. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal." Duanmu Yan looked at the unfinished Tordu and said to Director Ku, "Definitely. If Kusheng knew you were back, he would be very happy." Director Ku patted Duanmu Yan's shoulder. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet my brother." Ma Kuai and Duanmu Yan walked out of the laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. "Brother, are you there?" Ma Kuai knocked twice on the door and pushed it open directly. "Kuai, what brings you here?" Ma Qingshan looked at his younger brother and asked. "Well, I brought your archenemy." Ma Kuai replied somewhat awkwardly. "Archenemy?" Ma Qingshan looked puzzled. "Duanmu, it's been a long time since we last met." Duanmu Yan stepped out from behind Ma Kuai. "Duanmu, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" Ma Qingshan stood up abruptly and quickly walked in front of Duanmu Yan. "I just returned a little over a month ago. How have you been lately?" Duanmu Yan smiled as he replied. "Kuai, let me introduce you. This is my friend and archenemy. Back in school, we always competed for first place, and until now, we haven't decided a winner." Ma Qingshan introduced his brother. "Well, Kuai, you go play first. Come find me at night. I have some private matters to discuss with your brother." Duanmu Yan said to Ma Kuai. Is there something I can't hear?" Kuai asked, somewhat displeased. Duanmu Yan looked at Ma Kuai and said seriously, "I suggest you relax first. Today will be your last easy day." Ma Kuai frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" But Duanmu Yan did not directly answer his question and continued to look at him. Ma Kuai sighed helplessly, mumbling as he walked out. All right, I understand." After Ma Kuai left, Duanmu Yan turned to Ma Qingshan, his expression becoming very serious, and asked, "Qingshan, let's speak plainly. Have you injected the drug that can control the Oki's virus?" Upon hearing this question, Ma Qingshan's expression changed slightly, but he still forced himself to remain calm and replied, "How did you know?" However, before he could finish, Duanmu Yan interrupted him. "Do you want to return to being an ordinary human? Uncle Ke's 3rd set of armor is about to be successfully developed." Ma Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Duanmu Yan, his voice trembling. "What did you say? You have a way to help me?" Just then a commotion came from outside the door, and then the door was pushed open. Ma Kuai rushed in looking shocked and shouted, Brother, you got infected with the Oki's virus. Duanmu Yan shot a glare at Ma Kuai displeased and said, You brat, didn't I tell you to go play? Why are you eavesdropping outside? Brother, is what he said true? Did you really get infected with the Oki's virus? Ma Kuai ignored Duanmu Yan's glare. Ma Qingshan nodded helplessly. Hey, there's still someone here who can breathe. Duanmu Yan interrupted the two. Qingshan, can I borrow your paper and pen for a moment? Duanmu Yan said to Ma Qingshan. Ma Qingshan nodded, indicating he could use them. Duanmu Yan walked to the desk, picked up several sheets of paper, and began to write quickly. He then handed them to Ma Kuai, saying, Go prepare these things. I want to help your brother get rid of the virus. Ma Kuai took the paper and was about to make a phone call. You go personally. This matter cannot be known by anyone else. Duanmu Yan continued. As it concerned his brother's health, he couldn't afford to be negligent and turned to leave. Do you really have a way to help me? Ma Qingshan asked in confusion. Is this your first day knowing me? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Duanmu Yan rolled his eyes. Come to my house tonight, and it'll help you remove the zombie virus. Duanmu Yan continued. All right, I'll definitely be there on time. Ma Qingshan, concerning his own health, couldn't afford to be negligent. That night, the Ma brothers arrived at Duanmu Yan's house on time. Duanmu Yan handed a few thick books to Ma Kuai, saying, Go copy these books once. There can't be any corrections or typos. If there's even one typo, start over. Ma Kuai took the thick books, his eyes wide. Are you kidding? There are so many, and they're thicker than my pillow. Duanmu Yan replied. Do you think I'm joking with you? If you don't want to fully unleash the power of the tsunami, you can choose not to copy. I'm not forcing you. As soon as Ma Kuai thought of the immense power unleashed by the tsunami in Duanmu Yan's hands, he immediately shut his mouth and obediently found a place to start copying. Let's go, let him copy. They'll take you to eliminate the virus. Duanmu Yan nodded at Kuai's actions and led Qingshan to a huge wooden barrel. Strip and soak inside. I will add medicinal materials to it. You need to soak until you've absorbed all the materials for 3 consecutive days. Duanmu Yan pointed to the wooden barrel in front of him. Ma Qingshan looked at the barrel and then at the fire below, asking, Are you sure this thing won't cook me? I'm not going to eat you. I'm just worried you won't even last the first night. Duanmu Yan teased him. He immediately stripped down to just his underwear and soaked into the water. At that moment, Duanmu Yan brought over 2 lids, leaving only Ma Qingshan's head exposed, then placed 2 wristbands on him. What's this for? Ma Qingshan asked in confusion. To prevent you from jumping out and ruining everything. So I made some precautionary measures for you, Duanmu Yan explained as he flipped over a lid and added the medicinal materials bought by Kuai one by one. Little brother, come here, chop wood and make fire. Duanmu Yan called Duanmu Yan over to help. This way Duanmu Yan could get some exercise and Ma Qingshan's treatment wouldn't be interrupted, achieving a win-win situation. Watch carefully. Add wood every half hour and add medicine every hour. When the glass bottle is full, that's when you release him. Duanmu Yan instructed seriously. Don't worry, big brother, leave it to me. Duanmu Yan nodded. He awkwardly picked up the axe and started chopping wood. Duanmu Yan glanced at Ma Kuai's situation. He had yet to finish copying the first book, and countless sheets of wasted paper were piled beside him. Maintain a calm mindset, but do not rush for results. The more you rush, the more mistakes you'll make, Duanmu Yan said to Ma Kuai. Can you please stop making noise? You've made another mistake. Hearing Duanmu Yan's words, Ma Kuai froze for a moment, made a mistake with one character, and started over. On the other side, Ma Lingling was swinging her stick, practicing diligently. Initially, she resisted, but after being attacked by Okis several times and successfully defending herself, now she felt uncomfortable if she didn't practice daily. Duanmu Yan nodded with satisfaction at this scene. Find an opportunity to give them a buff to help them advance further. 3 days passed quickly. Qingshan picked up the Nawa summoning device again, successfully summoning the Nawa armor. I did it. I can finally summon the Nawa armor again. At this moment, the tsunami summoned by Ma Kuai also approached. Big brother, do you want to spar? Let's see if your skills have declined. Just what I wanted, said Ma Qingshan. After saying that, the two assumed their stances, ready to begin their battle. Brother, who do you think will win? Duanmu Yan looked at the two and asked Duanmu Yan. Who do you hope will win? Duanmu Yan countered. I think Nawa will win because I know how strong Nawa's abilities are. However, I also don't want Tsunami to lose, otherwise it would mean that Kuai's efforts during this time were in vain. Duanmu Yan thought seriously for a moment before responding. Duanmu Yan glanced at him, wondering why he was acting like a child. He then ignored him and turned his attention back to the battle between the two. As the first user of Nawa, Ma Qingshan understood Nawa's abilities even better than Duanmu Yan. After this period of intensive training and copying books, Ma Kuai had begun to develop a calm mindset, and Tsunami could also unleash its proper power in his hands. However, sharp-eyed Duanmu Yan still noticed that Ma Kuai was not Ma Qingshan's opponent. Even with attribute advantages, Ma Kuai's experience in combat was still inferior to Ma Qingshan's. Kuai is going to lose, Duanmu Yan calmly stated, as if he had already seen through everything. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief, secretly pondering, "No, big brother, how did you see through it? To me it seems they are evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Could it be that what we are seeing isn't the same battle?" Just then a loud sound echoed as Ma Qingshan unleashed his powerful molten fist, instantly knocking Suzunami away and breaking the fusion. "I can't take it anymore. Big brother, you are truly amazing," Ma Kuai exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, panting as he shouted at Ma Qingshan. Ma Qingshan unhurried removed his armor and walked over to his brother, helping him up while solemnly advising, "I can see that you can now effectively harness Suzunami's power, but this is still far from enough. You must continue to train hard. Indeed, you must remember the state you were in during today's battle. Starting tomorrow, you will train with my younger brother in other disciplines." As he spoke, Duanmu Yan also slowly approached. "That's fantastic. Finally, I won't have to endlessly copy books every day." Upon hearing this, Ma Kuai was so excited he nearly jumped 3 feet high. "Oh, by the way, Qingshan, what are your plans next?" Duanmu Yan suddenly turned to Ma Qingshan. "I plan to return to the group to stop Li Ziak's plan." Ma Qingshan pondered for a moment. "By the way, let's leave the Nawa armor here with my younger brother. I remember Uncle Kes Tordu is almost done. If you return to the group, you can conveniently bring the Tordu along. And you can secretly thwart Li Ziak's conspiracy. What do you think?" Duanmu Yan suggested. "Good idea." Ma Qingshan agreed. "However, brother Duanmu, Li Xiaoqiu is insidious and cunning. My return is fraught with uncertainty if something happens to me. Please take good care of my younger siblings. Rest assured, Qingshan, if Li Xiaoqiu dares to lay a finger on you, I will make him pay dearly." Duanmu Yan patted his chest, assuring him. Ma Kuai, listening to their conversation from the side, felt a bit uncomfortable. He thought he had grown up and didn't want to rely on his brother any longer. "Brother, I'm going with you. I'm also an armor warrior. I can protect you too," Ma Kuai declared firmly. Ma Qingshan looked at his brother, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes, but he shook his head. "No, your strength is still insufficient. Following me would only hinder me. Be obedient and stay here to train. Once you become stronger, we can fight side by side." Ma Kuai wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Duanmu Yan. "Yes, Kuai, your brother is right. Your most important task now is to improve your strength. Don't forget you are also an armor warrior destined to protect the earth." Ma Kuai gritted his teeth and finally nodded. He knew his brother's decision was for his own good, and he understood that he still had much to grow. "Then let's work hard individually." Ma Qingshan smiled at his brother and then turned to leave with Duanmu Yan. Ma Kuai watched their retreating figures, secretly vowing to become stronger as quickly as possible and catch up to his brother's footsteps. Before leaving, Ma Qingshan took out a vial from Duanmu Yan and handed it to him. "Qingshan, take this back and give it to your father. This thing can neutralize the medicine Li Xiaoqiu gave your father and also cure his illness." Ma Qingshan accepted the vial and nodded. "Thanks, brother." After that, Ma Kuai also wore the same hand and foot rings as Duanmu Yan, undergoing the same training. At the same time, Duanmu Yan also provided them with hand-to-hand combat and weapon training. Hand-to-hand combat was relatively simple. It involved having them constantly hold a horse stance while punching and kicking. For weapons, the two practiced basic sword techniques with specially made long swords. Later, when Duanmu Yan had them don their armor and summon their weapons, he used a retractable sword to spar with them, ensuring that he could train them rigorously without injuring them. Both of them made rapid progress. Until Duanmu Yan received a call from Ma Qingshan. "Duanmu Tordu has been stolen." "What happened?" Duanmu Yan asked. "Uncle could check the surveillance that was stolen by an intern from the group," Ma Qingshan replied. "I understand. I will have my brother and the others keep an eye out. If there are any findings, I will notify you." Duanmu Yan responded. "Pal, monitor the surveillance of the entire city. Once you spot any armored figure in green, notify me immediately." Duanmu Yan took out his phone and ordered Pal. "Understood, Duanmu," Pal replied, starting to monitor the entire city via satellite. Pal guided Duanmu Yan to a place that was essential for Tuanado through calculations. Duanmu Yan even summoned his own mecha and switched to aerial mode. Soon he spotted the figure of Tuanado. "I say you wear armor that represents justice yet engage in thieving activities. Isn't that a disservice to Director Ku, who worked hard to develop this armor?" Tuanado heard Duanmu Yan's voice and turned to see a figure in blue armor standing there. "Are you Chinami?" "No, I have seen Chinami before. Could it be that you are the new armor developed by Tiansheng Group?" Tuanado looked at Duanmu Yan warily. No, those people from Tiansheng Group could never create my battle armor." Duanmu Yan slowly walked up to Tuanado. "So are you handing over the armor willingly, or do I have to beat you to strip it off?" Duanmu Yan cracked his knuckles, eager to try. Let's see if you can catch up to me before talking big." Tuanado snorted coldly, emanating a powerful aura as he instantly transformed into a fierce whirlwind, preparing to escape at an astonishing speed. However, at that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Duanmu Yan's eyes. He extended his hand and unleashed his ultra telekinesis. That powerful mental force locked onto Tuanado like an invisible vortex. Simultaneously, a violent wind force was released from Duanmu Yan's rapidly spinning body, surging towards the whirlwind surrounding Tuanado. The two forces collided and intertwined, ultimately managing to neutralize each other. Trying to run. You'd better ask me if I agree first. Duanmu Yan's cold and commanding voice echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger arose within Tuanado. He gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Want to fight? I'm in until the end." Before he finished speaking, Tuanado summoned a strong whirlwind that wrapped around his legs, then suddenly lifted his foot, executing a powerful whirlwind kick infused with the element of tempest aimed fiercely at Duanmu Yan. Facing this fierce attack, Duanmu Yan showed no fear. He flashed away and similarly executed a quick kicking technique, clashing Hedon with Tuanado's kick. In an instant, the two powerful forces collided, producing a thunderous roar that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. The kicking techniques from both sides countered each other, making it difficult to determine a winner. If you don't show some real skills, you might end up in a lot of trouble today. While saying this, Duanmu Yan adjusted his breathing and stance, preparing for the next round of intense combat. Tuanado summoned his weapon, the Storm Shadow Darts, and attacked Duanmu Yan in succession. Storm Shadow Darts, go. Duanmu Yan stood still, easily dodging the Storm Shadow Darts. Too slow, too slow. Is this all you've got? Damn it, you little punk, how dare you look down on me? Tempest ripping beast cut. Tuanado unleashed his ultimate move. Duanmu Yan crossed his arms and firmly withstood the attack. Your attack is over, it's my turn now. Feeling Tuanado's attack ceased, Duanmu Yan began his counterattack. He utilized aerial speed to swiftly assault Tuanado. Although Tuanado was a speed-type armor, Duanmu Yan's Triga armor combined the powers of Diga and Dyna, and after switching to aerial mode, his speed completely overwhelmed Tuanado. Tuanado could only passively endure the blows. Duanmu Yan gave Tuanado no chance to breathe, relentlessly launching fierce attacks. Tuanado retreated step by step, sustaining injuries all over. With such a little skill, you dare to provoke me, Duanmu Yan taunted. Tuanado gritted his teeth, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he spotted a flaw in Duanmu Yan and struck immediately. However, Duanmu Yan easily dodged the attack and kicked Tuanado flying. Tuanado crashed heavily to the ground, unable to stand up again. Duanmu Yan looked at the fallen Tuanado and coldly said, "Give up. You are no match for me. I may lack skill, but there's no way I'm admitting defeat," Tuanado said, preparing to turn into the wind and escape again. Duanmu Yan would never allow him to succeed. He swiftly reached out and pulled the Tuanado summoner from his opponent, instantly deactivating the armor. "You are Xiaofeng from Tianxin Group, right? I saw you once in Director K's lab. Can you tell me why you chose to become a thief?" Duanmu Yan asked him. Xiaofeng replied, "I just wanted to use the stolen money to help the poor live better lives. While your intentions are good, thievery is inherently illegal. I know I don't expect you to let me go, but I hope you can allow me to retrieve the money stolen by Oksei to donate to those in need. After that, I will surrender to the police." Although Xiaofeng couldn't see Duanmu Yan's expression beneath the armor, he knew the other party was watching him. Duanmu Yan tossed a phone and the Tuanado summoner to him. "I hope you keep your word, or I will make you regret it," Duanmu Yan said, rising into the air and flying off. 3 days later, Duanmu Yan received a message from Xiaofeng. "I'm waiting for you at the place where we first met." Duanmu Yan summoned a portal and arrived at the location of their first encounter. "Not bad, you kept your promise. I have surrendered to the police and they will be here soon. I hope that if possible you can help take care of the children at the orphanage. I cannot guarantee that, but I will speak to the young master of Tianxin Group. I believe he will be willing to help with this. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Duanmu Yan, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Xiaofeng." Duanmu Yan extended his hand to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was slightly taken aback, but soon smiled, shaking hands with Duanmu Yan. "I'm also very glad to meet you, Duanmu Yan. But do you really intend to help me yet?" Duanmu Yan smiled. "Since you have chosen to surrender, it shows you are a responsible person. I believe you sincerely want to help those children. I will do my best." Just then the sound of police sirens grew closer. "The police are coming. Ooh, I must go," Xiaofeng said, looking at Duanmu Yan before turning towards the police car. Duanmu Yan watched Xiaofeng's back, a sense of respect surging within him. "I wish you all the best," he said softly. Duanmu Yan took out the Tuanado summoner. Tuanado harnessed the power of the raging tempest merge. He then transformed into the wind and departed. Duanmu, something happened to Director Ku. After receiving the call from Ma Qingshan, Duanmu Yan hurried to the laboratory of Tiantianho Group. As soon as he entered the laboratory, he saw Ku Guolong, who was gasping for breath. "Uncle Ku, I'm here. Don't worry, you won't die while I'm here." While speaking, Duanmu Yan activated the power of the time gem, restoring Ku Guolong's condition to what it was before inhaling the toxic gas. However, he also used the power of the mind gem to put him into a deep sleep. "Post, your infinity gem can still be used 3 more times." "What do you mean?" Duanmu Yan looked at the system prompt and asked. "The infinity gems outside the Marvel universe cannot replenish energy, so they cannot be used infinitely. According to system detection, it can still be used approximately 3 times. 3 times. That should be enough. After thinking for a moment, Duanmu Yan replied. At this time, Ma Qingshan also arrived at the laboratory with people seeing Ku Guolong and Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Uncle Ku is okay, right? He's fine. He inhaled a bit of toxic gas, but I've already used a needle to expel it. However, I suspect this attack was premeditated, Duanmu Yan replied. I found out that it was done by Li Xiaoqiu's people. I will give Uncle Ku an explanation regarding this matter. I'll take Uncle Ku away first. Don't let anyone know that he's not dead. I'm afraid Li Xiaoqiu will still pose a threat to him, Duanmu Yan said. Ma Qingshan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoqiu, upon hearing the news of Ku Guolong's death, praised Li Zi for doing a good job. Without Ku Guolong to create armor, no one could stop him from using the zombie virus to control all of humanity. Thus, Ku Guolong recuperated at Duanmu Yan's home, and about a week passed. Duanmu, a new armored warrior, has recently appeared very similar to the cool Ray V developed by Uncle Ku. Ma Qingshan sent a message to Duanmu Yan along with a picture. I understand. I will keep an eye on it and notify you as soon as I have news. Duanmu Yan replied, thought for a moment, and then dialed another number. Hello, Ah Sheng, it's me, Duanmu Yan. Yan Gu, when are you coming back? The person on the other end was Ku Sheng, Ku Guolong's son. Where are you now? Duanmu Yan asked. I'm at home, Ku Sheng replied. In that case, come to my house, the one where my second uncle used to live. I have something important to discuss with you. Alright, I understand. I'll head over now. Ku Sheng responded after a brief silence. Then he hung up the phone. Duanmu Yan walked to Ku Guolong's bedside and retracted the power of the mind gem attached to him, and soon he woke up. Uncle Ku, wake up. Duanmu Yan called to Ku Guolong. Xiaoyan, where is this? Am I not dead? Ku Guolong opened his eyes in confusion and saw Duanmu Yan. This is my house. You've been unconscious for a whole week. While speaking, Duanmu Yan stretched out his hand to gently check Ku Guolong's pulse. After continuously injecting nutrition for a week, although his body seemed slightly weak, fortunately, there were no other major issues. Then Duanmu Yan turned and walked towards the kitchen, and after a while he returned with a bowl of steaming porridge. Uncle Ku, you've just woken up and your digestive system is still quite fragile, so you can only eat some easy digest liquid food for now. I have good news to tell you. I've called Ku Sheng over. You'll be able to see him soon. Duanmu Yan smiled as he handed the porridge to Ku Guolong. Thank you so much, Xiaoyan. Ku Guolong gratefully accepted the porridge and began to sip it slowly. At that moment, a crisp knock on the door suddenly came from outside. Yan Gu, are you home? It's me, Ku Sheng. A familiar voice came from outside. Duanmu Yan quickly walked to the door. Upon hearing the voice, opened it, pulled Ku Sheng inside, and closed the door. Once they both sat down in the living room, Duanmu Yan's gaze was sharp as he directly asked, Ah Sheng, the mysterious purple armored warrior who has been frequently appearing recently, is you right? Faced with Duanmu Yan's sharp question, Ku Sheng neither nodded in acknowledgement nor shook his head in denial, but silently lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan understood a bit. He stood up, patted Ku Sheng's shoulder, and said softly, in that case, come with me. I'll take you to meet someone. After saying this, Duanmu Yan led the way to another room, and Ku Sheng followed closely behind. When they entered the room, Ku Sheng immediately spotted his father, Ku Guolong, sitting on the bedside eating porridge. In an instant, Ku Sheng was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He rushed forward. Dad, are you okay? Ku Guolong looked at Ku Sheng and put down the bowl in his hand. Xiaosheng, I'm fine. It was Xiaoyan who saved me. Xiaoyan said I've been in a coma for a week and just woke up today. Ku Sheng turned his head, looking gratefully at Duanmu Yan. Yan Gu, why didn't you tell me earlier that my dad was not dead? Duanmu Yan shook his head. You two have a good talk. I'll step out for a moment. Any questions can be discussed later. Ku Sheng's eyes shimmered with tears as he tightly held his father's hand. What exactly happened, Dad? Why were you in a coma for so long? Ku Guolong sighed and briefly recounted what had happened. After listening, Ku Sheng gritted his teeth and secretly vowed to severely punish those who harmed his father. He walked into the living room and saw Duanmu Yan sitting there watching the news, feeling immense gratitude. Yinga, thank you for saving my dad. I admit that the purple armored warrior is indeed me, and that armor is called the Cool Ray of the Cliff. Can you show it to me? Duanmu Yan invited Ku Sheng to sit down and asked him. Ku Sheng did not refuse and took out the summoning device for the Cool Ray, handing it to Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan took the summoning device and brought Ku Sheng to the training room. He placed the summoning device on his waist and shouted, Cliff's Cool Ray, unleash the explosive power of Supreme Steepness Merge. In a flash of light, the Cool Ray appeared, and Duanmu Yan sensed a strong sense of vengeance. Ah Sheng, did you infuse your desire for revenge into the armor? Ku Sheng nodded. I thought my dad was dead, and I wanted to use this armor to avenge him. Duanmu Yan nodded, infusing his protective will into the armor, dispelling that sense of vengeance. Then he released the merging and returned the summoning device to Ku Sheng. Your dad is alive and well. Take this and don't let down the hopes he has for you. It was created to protect humanity. Now go and keep your dad company. He just woke up and needs someone to take care of him. Ku Sheng accepted the armor and nodded earnestly. Duanmu Yan informed Ma Qingshan of the situation. Upon learning that Kugwalong was not dead, and that the summoning device had been taken by Ku Sheng, Ma Qingshan said nothing. Duanmu Yan appeared deep beneath the sea of Jiao Pin Island clad in his Tariga armor. He was prepared to attempt the power of the four elements here. He took out the ring weapon where the sword wings were infused with the energies of fire, water, wind, and earth. He experimented with the elemental attacks in different forms of the ring weapon. The power was immense, nearing that of Yata Lai Si's four-element attack. Don't ask how he knew, but simply what the system informed him. Finally, Duanmu Yan mimicked Obu style, raising the ring weapon, drawing a circle above his head, and then unleashing a colorful beam of light. The powerful beam created a large hole at the junction of Jiao Pen Island, causing an earthquake comparable to level 12 on the Richter scale above. Duanmu Yan was unfazed by this. Instead, he said to the system, why do I feel this move is not very complete? Host, when Obu Otaman used the Obu Holy Sword to execute this move, he rotated the sword's gear while gathering the four elements of fire, wind, earth, and water, skillfully merging the powers of light and dark before drawing a circle in the air and then firing a colorful beam. Currently, by using this method, you haven't merged the powers of light and dark, which is why it feels incomplete. If it were the complete power of the Supreme Holy Sword, that last strike would have been far more powerful, capable of sinking the entire island. Alright, once I integrate Yata Lai Si's power, it should be nearly as powerful. Host, there's one more thing. Since the four-element armor has all manifested, the Thunderstone has appeared as well. Additionally, there's good news. The four-element power you've obtained has started to merge, although at a slow pace. Upon hearing the system's words, Duanmu Yan looked at the ring weapon in his hand. Indeed, a hint of golden electricity appeared within the gem at the center of the sword wings, clearly signifying the power of thunder. Duanmu Yan displayed a delighted expression, sensing the gradual merging of the four elemental powers, albeit at a slow speed. He decided to accelerate this process, or use all your strength to search for Duanmu Gushang's whereabouts. Notify me immediately upon discovery. No problem, Duanmu. Pa's voice responded. Duanmu Yan then used the power of the spatial gem to teleport back to his home. The reason for not opening a teleportation portal was to avoid seawater flooding in, as he still needed to clean up. The training squad added a new member, Kasheng. Originally, Duanmu Yan was reluctant, but he could not refuse Kugwalong. Moreover, to prevent Kasheng from becoming an ooks, he ultimately agreed. He arranged training for Kasheng, primarily focused on willpower, as Kasheng's biggest issue at present was his lack of determination. As for combat skills and weaponry, Kasheng would seek out Duanmu Yan and Ma Kuahai. Both of them had unique insights in this area, and could help Kasheng swiftly enhance his strength. In the four-person armor team, the strongest was Ma Qingshan, followed by Duanmu Yan. However, Duanmu Yan, possessing exceptional talent, had gradually caught up to Ma Qingshan's pace after some time of training. One day, Duanmu Yan was conducting weapon training with several individuals. They wore white clothing, and the weapon tips were wrapped with paint bags, leaving marks upon striking each other. After a battle, Duanmu Yan remained clean, while Duanmu Yan, Ma Qingshan, and Kasheng were covered in paint on vital areas. You all need to practice more, Duanmu Yan said calmly, looking at the three of them while holding a sword in one hand. Duanmu Yan continued, you have made considerable progress, but it's still far from enough. If you encounter a true enemy, such skills will not be sufficient to protect yourselves and others. After speaking, he raised his sword again, signaling them to continue training. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message from Pa containing an address and a photo of a man. After reading it, Duanmu Yan said to Duanmu Yan, little brother, come with me for a moment. Kuahai, you all continue training. Duanmu Yan followed him outside and asked, brother, what happened? Duanmu Yan replied, we've found the whereabouts of Uncle Air. I'm taking you to find him. Duanmu Yan rode his motorcycle, bringing Duanmu Yan to the location Pa had sent. It was a simple house in a mountain village. Duanmu Yan cautiously surveyed the surroundings and then gently pushed the door open. A foul stench filled the room, and Duanmu Yan carefully stepped inside. In the corner, they discovered a man sleeping. Duanmu Yan exclaimed, Dad, and rushed over to awaken Duanmu Gushang. Son, how did you end up here? A startled Duanmu Gushang looked at his son. You're not dead. You really aren't dead. Then why didn't you show up? I thought you had died in a car accident. Duanmu Yan began to question loudly. Son, I have my reasons. I was trying to find the fifth element that old Ka mentioned. Duanmu Gushang looked at his son with a guilty conscience. Uncle Air, have you found it? Duanmu Yan asked. Xiao Yan, what are you doing here? Duanmu Gushang asked in surprise upon seeing Duanmu Yan. It was my older brother who brought me here, otherwise I wouldn't have known you were alive. That's right, Duanmu Yan said angrily. Uncle Air, did you find the fifth element that Uncle Ka mentioned? Duanmu Gushang nodded, taking out a glowing stone. This is the Thunderstone, which contains the fifth element. Duanmu Yan took the Thunderstone, which radiated the powers of molten flame, whirlpool, storm, steepness, and thunder, as well as a righteous force capable of vanquishing all evils in the world. Duanmu Yan handed the Thunderstone to Duanmu Yan, saying, little brother, infuse your will into it. As Duanmu Yan infused his righteous intent, the Thunderstone began to shimmer with dazzling light, transforming into a cool armor summoner. Brother, what is this? Duanmu Yan asked in surprise, looking at the suddenly appeared summoner in his hand. This is the Thunder Ulysses, representing the strongest righteous power in the world. Duanmu Yan explained gravely as he took the summoner. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the summoner against his abdomen and shouted, Thunder Ulysses, you shall embody the righteous power of the world and merge. In an instant, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Duanmu Yan's body. Accompanied by the brilliance, Thunder Ulysses made its debut before the world. Duanmu Yan approached the Captain America, who had been freed from the ice, and extended his right hand to take his pulse, feeling the faint signs of life within him. Nodding slightly, though very weak, there is a response. He then turned to Dr. Banner at the computer and said, Banner, we can proceed to the next step. Dr. Banner nodded at his words, his hands flying over the keyboard. Soon several ultraviolet lamps extended from the experimental table, beginning to scan back and forth over Captain America. Duanmu Yan watched this scene, secretly marveling. Truly, the technology of the Marvel world is unparalleled. Such devices and techniques are rare in other realms. At that moment, Dr. Banner's voice came through. Captain, how is the situation? Duanmu Yan replied, everything is normal. The ultraviolet exposure is ongoing. All right, I will continue to monitor the data changes, Dr. Banner said. Duanmu Yan nodded and turned to leave the laboratory. After gaining the power of Atlas, he rushed back to the Marvel world. As for the giant bug in the Nabal world, he had no intention of getting involved. To borrow a phrase from a reader, the boss is merely a bug easily dealt with by an AoE skill, so Duanmu Yan and his companions can handle it themselves. Duanmu Yan cast a spell to enter the mirror space, drew out the circular weapon, infused energy into the blade wings, and then waved forward. Several armor summoners appeared, forming their respective shapes, with the five, led by Atlas, standing before Duanmu Yan. It really works. Oh, I just wonder how much power they can exert. Host, they are constructed based on you as a template. They can exert as much power as you can. Is that so? What about their energy issues? I remember they often run low on armor energy during battles, Duanmu Yan asked, stroking his chin. The energy of the four elements is derived from the host and the natural world, while Atlas energy is extracted from the four elements and the radiance of the sun and moon. In other words, unless the host depletes, they will not face energy shortages. I feel like you are insulting me, but I have no evidence. Duanmu Yan rolled his eyes. Duanmu Yan snapped his fingers, merging the five elemental armors into his body. This elemental energy would gradually enhance his attributes, making him stronger. Next, it was time to trade with the Black Egg and sell that old ice pop for a good price. Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal into Tony's home, where Tony was fully engrossed in developing his new armor. Hey Tony, are you interested in extorting S-H-I-E-L-D with me, eh? Duanmu Yan said with a mischievous smile. Upon hearing this, Tony suddenly stopped his actions, turned around, and looked at Duanmu Yan with a helpless expression. Can you be a bit more polite? You always barge in without knocking. Also, who did you say we were extorting? Duanmu Yan did not answer Tony's question. Instead, he walked straight to the sofa and sat down, then said to J-R-V-I-S, Old Jarvis, get me a cup of coffee. Then he turned back to Tony and repeated, I said we could go extort that Black Egg from S-H-I-E-L-D. Oh, what do you think? Tony's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but he still asked with some confusion, what did they do to you? Duanmu Yan shrugged and smiled. It's nothing serious. They have been tracking me, which is quite annoying. So I decided to give them something to do to keep them from bothering me, he said, raising the coffee cup and taking a gentle sip. Tony, after hearing this, pondered and then curiously asked, what are you planning to do? Duanmu Yan smiled mysteriously and whispered, I dug up an old ice pop from Antarctica. Guess who it is? Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes widened in shock and he exclaimed, what? You actually dug up Captain America? You didn't invite me for such an exciting thing. Duanmu Yan waved his hand proudly, saying, calm down, buddy, this is just standard procedure. So can we sell it for a good price? Absolutely, I'll contact Phil right away, Tony said, then had J-R-V-I-S dial Phil's number. Hello Tony, what's up? I'm a bit busy right now, Phil said after the call connected, and one could even hear mechanical noises and wind sounds in the background. Phil, I dug up a big treasure in Antarctica. Ask if your one-eyed boss is interested. What? Wait a moment, let me find a better place to talk, Phil said as he walked toward the studio. What did you just say? Agent Phil, I dug up an ice pop frozen for 60 years along with a shield from Antarctica. I wonder how much your one-eyed boss is willing to pay to bring him back. Duanmu Yan altered his tone slightly while speaking to Phil Coulson on the other end of the line. Phil frowned. Who are you? Duanmu Yan smiled. I am an adventurer and collector. I enjoy gathering various strange items, like this old ice pop and that shield. Phil took a deep breath. How do I know if what you say is true? Duanmu Yan confidently replied. Just open your email, and you will know if I'm telling the truth. After that, he took out his phone and sent over a photo of Captain America. Phil looked at the photo on the screen, feeling a surge of shock. He suppressed his excitement and slowly said, "All right, I'll convey this to the director. But I can't guarantee he will be interested." Duanmu Yan chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so? Then you are missing an opportunity to understand the truth of history. But it's all right, I believe someone will eventually be interested in this." Phil sighed. "Okay, I'll contact the director as soon as possible and inform him about this matter. Thank you for the information." Duanmu Yan hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He knew that the Black Egg had spent a significant amount of resources searching for Captain America. He could not possibly be uninterested. As long as he could attract S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, his plan would be halfway successful. Next, it all depended on how they would respond. At this moment, Banner's call also came through. "Duanmu, the captain just moved a bit. You should come back and take a look." Duanmu Yan summoned a portal just as he was about to step in. Tony followed suit, saying, "I also want to see if that ice pop frozen for 60 years is really that amazing." After checking on Captain America, Duanmu Yan returned to his villa with Tony to discuss the improvements for the Iron Man suit. At that moment, a phone call came in. "Jarvis, sir, the caller claims to be Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony and Duanmu Yan exchanged glances, and Duanmu Yan nodded. Only then did Tony say, "Put him through." "Stark, I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have met before." The other party spoke directly. "So what? I'm very busy right now. Time is of the essence. Although I don't know why you called me. If you truly have business with me, please go through the proper channels to make an appointment and wait in line." Tony replied indifferently, showing no intention of engaging with the topic raised by the other party. "I heard from Coulson that Captain America is in your hands, right? At this point, I sincerely hope you can hand him over to us." Nick Fury was undeterred by Tony's attitude and continued speaking. "Oh really? Sorry, I refuse. To be more precise, this Captain America is a treasure I worked hard to uncover. Why should I hand him over to you? Is it not permissible for me to keep him as a decorative piece in my home?" Tony casually responded while fiddling with the virtual projection device in his hand. Duanmu Yan, who was standing by, nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Tony's words. "You actually plan to use America's first superhero as a decoration in your home? This is simply absurd." Nick Fury's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. "So what? I like doing it this way. Oh, it's none of your business. If worst comes to worst, I can always return him to the place where I found him." Tony shrugged, appearing nonchalant. "So what conditions do you want in exchange for handing him over to me?" Nick Fury suppressed his inner anger and asked in a subdued tone. "Now that's more like it. A business should be conducted with a business attitude." Tony gestured for Duanmu Yan to make a proposal. Duanmu Yan picked up a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and handed it to Tony. When Tony looked at it, he too nearly laughed out loud. "Listen carefully. I want 100 kilograms of adamantium, 100 kilograms of vibranium, and 100 kilograms of carbon nanosteel." Before Tony finished his sentence, Nick Fury interrupted, saying, "This is robbery." Tony interrupted, said unhappily, "If you are unwilling, that's fine. I already planned to send him back. You can find him yourself afterward, that is if you can find him." Having finished speaking, he did not give Nick Fury any chance to respond and unhesitatingly hung up the phone. He then quickly issued an order: "Jarvis, activate the villa's defense shield immediately. I have a strong intuition that numerous uninvited guests will arrive tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Jarvis' calm and familiar voice came from above. "Understood, sir. The defense shield has been successfully activated." At that moment, Duanmu Yan seemed to remember something important, and he quickly walked to the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard as he inputted a series of materials, instructing Jarvis to procure these items as soon as possible. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but curiously ask, "Are you planning to drug them?" Duanmu Yan smiled slyly, replying, "Pretty much, but the specific effects will have to wait until they try to find out. But by then they will surely be lying outside your door obediently. This way you can arrest them openly and then extort that annoying Black Egg a hefty sum. I believe with your ability and financial resources, this matter will be a piece of cake for you. As for the subsequent legal issues, I think your legal department is more than capable of handling them properly." After hearing this, Tony laughed confidently, saying, "Naturally, the Stark Group's legal department isn't a bunch of pushovers. Every year they recruit a batch of top legal talents, and once they take action, they can definitely make that damn S.H.I.E.L.D. regret their actions, perhaps even leading to its bankruptcy." To prevent Tony from being taken down as well, Duanmu Yan arranged for Tony to stay hidden in the villa, completing all the preparations himself. Additionally, he instructed Jarvis to shrink the shield's coverage to only cover the main part of the villa, leaving the garden open. This way, when those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents come in, they will certainly pass through the garden, allowing his arrangements to take effect. Thus Duanmu Yan and Tony enjoyed fine wine and delicious food in the basement watching as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell one by one in the garden like dumplings. Only after the last S.H.I.E.L.D. agent lay down did Tony call the police, who dispatched several cars to take all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents away. Simultaneously, Tony sent the villa's footage to the group's legal department, ensuring that the legal team would sue all those who dared to intrude into his home. The legal department staff, upon receiving Tony's orders, were all energized. Not to mention the audacity of these people to trouble their own boss. If they performed well this time, they might catch the boss' eye, and promotions and raises would no longer be a dream. Duanmu, Captain America has awakened. If possible, you'd better come back to take a look. He seems a bit off. Duanmu Yan received a call from Banner and opened a portal back to his home. Banner, what happened to that old popsicle? Tony followed Duanmu Yan out of the portal and asked Banner. After he woke up, he nearly pounded me bringing Hulk out, but he was subdued by the safety device Duanmu set up. Now he's in the room deep in thought. After hearing this, Duanmu Yan walked over, opened the door, and saw Steve Rogers sitting on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the shield. You must be the one that Banner mentioned, the one who rescued me. Captain America turned his head upon hearing the door open and asked Duanmu Yan, are you regretting being late for that date 60 years ago? Duanmu Yan articulated the thoughts in his mind. You shouldn't have rescued me. That way I could have remained immersed in a beautiful dream forever. Captain America turned away and continued to gaze at the shield, saying, I rescued you not to have you sigh here. So do you want to go out and have a fight to vent some emotions? Duanmu Yan proposed. Captain America turned to Duanmu Yan and asked, are you serious? Duanmu Yan replied, if you can defeat me, I will tell you something about her. How about that? Ding, the system task has been actively triggered by the host. Task content, the despondent Captain America. Task details, Captain America battled Red Skull, fell into the sea, was encased in ice, and missed his date with Peggy Carter. The host is required to awaken Captain America's will through combat. Task reward, giantization, time limit 3 minutes, cooldown time 24 hours. Are you serious, system? I have to fight Captain America, and I can gain the ability to giantize. Yes, host, your Ultra Gene strength can now support you in achieving giantization, though the energy consumption will double. Moreover, each giantization ends with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Upon hearing this news, Tony was visibly excited and quickly grabbed a small stool, eagerly finding himself a perfect spot to watch the battle. Meanwhile, Banner came over with a few bottles of drinks and a large bucket of popcorn, sitting down next to Tony to prepare for the showdown. Hey, who do you think will win? Tony asked Banner while munching on popcorn. Banner furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. It's hard to say. After all, even Hulk isn't a match for Duanmu. At this moment, Duanmu Yan stood opposite Captain America, striking a pose of respect with his cosmic fist technique. Captain America was equally unyielding, adopting his best combat stance and launching the first attack without hesitation. Seeing Captain America charge at him, Duanmu Yan immediately sidestepped, executing a kick aimed at Captain America's abdomen. Captain America blocked Duanmu's foot with his arm while stepping forward, trying to knock Duanmu down. Duanmu Yan jumped back and then launched a flying kick targeting Captain America's head. Captain America raised his hand in defense, but still staggered back a few steps from the impact of Duanmu's foot. Taking advantage of the moment, Duanmu Yan continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Captain America somewhat flustered. However, Captain America was not to be outdone, relying on his superb combat skills and unwavering, while he continuously blocked and countered. The two exchanged blows, fighting fiercely. Captain, do you look down on me? If you don't show your true abilities, I won't hold back. Duanmu Yan collided with Captain America, causing his opponent to stagger backward. Under normal circumstances, Captain America would not be a match for Duanmu Yan. Yet during the fight, Duanmu felt a certain limitation on his strength, resulting in a stalemate with his opponent. Moreover, the more he tried to unleash his power, the greater the limitation became. He could only exert about 20 more strength than Steve. Is this the true power of the 50-50 captain? Feeling Duanmu Yan's formidable strength, Steve also decided to stop holding back and unleashed his signature combination of combat techniques. Little did he know that Duanmu Yan's cosmic fist technique was also a form of mixed martial arts, incorporating the martial arts he had learned into the cosmic fist. With a powerful Iron Mountain strike, Duanmu sent Steve flying. If it comes to it, just use your shield. You enjoy it, and I enjoy it too. Steve shook his head, saying, we're not in a death match, there's no need for weapons. Banner chimed in, even if you use a weapon, it wouldn't guarantee you'd beat Duanmu. Saying this, Banner handed the shield to Steve. After receiving the shield, Steve's entire demeanor changed, exuding an aura of determination and invincibility. Duanmu Yan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. His arms and important areas glimmered with Telega armor. Come on, round 2 start. Duanmu Yan struck a pose for the cosmic fist technique again. Steve threw his shield, while simultaneously launching an attack at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu sidestepped to avoid the shield, and then delivered a sudden kick towards Steve. Steve blocked Duanmu's attack with the returning shield, using the force of the blow to jump backward. Duanmu Yan did not give Steve any chance to breathe and charged directly at him. In an instant, he appeared in front of Steve, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Steve raised his shield in defense, but the tremendous force from Duanmu's fist knocked him down along with the shield. Steve grunted, retreating repeatedly. Duanmu Yan continued his pursuit, landing several punches on Steve. Steve was forced to retreat in defeat, barely able to protect his vital points with the shield. At that moment, Duanmu Yan suddenly stopped attacking, a smile appearing on his lips. Not bad, you've improved quite a bit since before. Steve wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath as he replied, you too. I lost this match. So, Lieutenant, are you feeling better now? Duanmu Yan asked Steve. Steve nodded, feeling much better after venting a bit. At that moment, Duanmu Yan walked over to Steve and said something, causing Steve to be taken aback. You aren't lying to me, are you? Of course not, I guarantee it with Stark's character. If you don't trust Stark, I can also guarantee it with Banner's character. Steve shook his head, saying, I trust you, but she probably wouldn't recognize me now. Duanmu Yan replied. Indeed, given her age now, it's very likely she wouldn't recognize who you are. Duanmu the Black Brine Egg called again. He agreed to our terms. Tony walked over to Duanmu Yan and said, I guess you must have raised the price. Duanmu Yan looked at Tony, knowing that he had not kept anything good back. When did you all secretly start a new group chat without me? Banner asked, looking at the two in a mysterious manner. Duanmu Yan gave Tony a knowing look. Tony understood immediately and pulled Banner aside. Where is she now? Steve suddenly asked. I can't tell you. Duanmu Yan shook his head. It's for your good and for hers. Steve clenched his teeth. He knew Duanmu Yan made a point, but he couldn't help but want to see her. I understand. Steve took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Thank you, Duanmu. Duanmu Yan patted Steve's shoulder, saying, No need to thank me. I just did what I was supposed to do. He then added, If you truly want to see her, work hard to restore yourself to peak condition, and you'll have the opportunity to meet again soon. Duanmu Yan took his pulse. As expected of a genuine super serum warrior, his injuries had already healed in no time. He told Steve to rest while he went to find Tony and the others. Duanmu Yan approached Tony and found him working on new weapon design sketches with Banner. Hey Duanmu, you're here. Tony looked up at him, asking, How is Steve? He has basically recovered. I told him to rest. Duanmu Yan replied. How is your progress here? Pretty good, we already have some ideas. Tony pointed to various lines and shapes on the blueprint, saying, This is a new type of energy weapon that can unleash tremendous power. Duanmu Yan looked at the blueprints and nodded. Sounds impressive. However, what we need most right now is materials, otherwise it's all just talk. I know, but that doesn't stop us from preparing in advance, Tony said. Duanmu Yan agreed, and then began discussing the upcoming plans with the two. Tony, we accept your terms, but we need to see Captain America first. Nick Fury called again. Duanmu Yan shook his head at Tony, who understood, and said into the phone, You're not in a position to negotiate with me right now. The matter of sending someone to my house isn't resolved yet. If you want to meet Steve Rogers, bring the materials, and also arrange for Peggy Carter to meet him. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. With that, Tony hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Nick Fury heard the sound of a dial tone and cursed, Damn it. Sir Tony's phone signal shows that he is not at home right now. Should we? Agent Hill walked in and spoke to Nick Fury. Nick Fury looked at Agent Hill and said seriously, No, let's not act rashly for now. Tony is not someone to be trifled with. We need to reassess the situation. Agent Hill nodded, understanding Nick Fury's meaning. Although they had gathered some clues, they had to proceed cautiously when dealing with someone like Tony. After pondering for a moment, Nick Fury picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Nick Fury. Prepare the materials, I'll go negotiate with Tony in person. Also arrange for Peggy Carter to meet Steve Rogers. After hanging up, Nick Fury stood up and took a deep breath. This mission was far more complex than he had anticipated. Although Tony was a genius, he wasn't that manipulative. It was likely that someone was guiding him from the shadows, most likely that mysterious armored figure who fought alongside Tony back in the day. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to find any information on that individual. Although Nick Fury had questioned the people around Tony besides Pepper and Happy, there was also his old classmate. Tony's old classmate. He'll check into the people who frequently associate with Tony. I suspect someone close to him is advising him against us. Nick Fury instructed Hill. It must be said that Nick Fury's predictions were quite accurate, but he could never have imagined that Duanmu Yan had read the original story. His understanding of this black-heart little rascal was even deeper than Nick Fury's. It was practically impossible for him to find out about Duanmu Yan, and the information he could obtain was only what Duanmu Yan was willing to show. However, no matter how Nick Fury speculated, he would never have thought that Tony's old classmate was actually a time traveler with an intricate understanding of the Marvel Universe's plot. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics and was well aware of Nick Fury's thoughts. Thus he was always able to cleverly evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigations, leaving them at a loss. Soon Hill entered Nick Fury's office with Duanmu Yan's information. This is the person who frequently is with Tony. Nick Fury picked up the folder. A citizen of Longwa, the youngest quantum mechanics PhD in the world. He has double master's degrees and was involved in the design of the Sky Carrier. Even the anti-gravity device was crafted by him. As he read the document, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. As he continued reading, Nick Fury's frown deepened. The information was far too perfect, with no flaws or blemishes, not even a minor error. No criminal record, and his only property is a building in Chinatown. He continued reading, feeling increasingly puzzled. How could someone with such a clean background and exceptional talent be friends with a playboy like Tony? Nick Fury set down the folder and looked up at Hill, asking sternly, "Can you ensure the accuracy of this information?" Hill nodded and replied, "This is all the information I could find within my clearance level. I can't access more." Her tone was confident, but it also revealed a sense of helplessness. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury said, "This young man must be hiding some kind of secret. I need more intelligence to understand him." With that, he tossed the folder back onto the table, stood up, and prepared to leave the room. Before leaving, he instructed, "Have Coulson make contact with him. See if we can gather any useful information." Hill nodded and followed Nick Fury out. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan was showcasing a virtual projection of a mechanical beast to Tony and Banner. "Dude, are you serious?" Tony asked as he looked at the projection in front of him. "The materials needed to make this thing aren't trivial. Even if we scrounged from S.H.I.E.L.D., it probably wouldn't be enough." Banner calculated and added, "I know that. This thing is merely a concept of mine for now. If we really want to create something like this, the total global reserves wouldn't suffice. But I have another idea." Duanmu Yan said, operating the computer and pulling up a video. "What is this?" Tony, with keen eyes, noticed a black dot constantly jumping on the screen. He reached out to manipulate the display, enlarging the image. It was a miniature figure dressed in a red suit and silver helmet. "Wow, it looks like a mini version of some superhero." Banner exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly, this is what I want, Pym Particles." Duanmu Yan explained with a smile. "Hank Pym, you all must be familiar with him, right? He was once an outstanding biochemist and scientist. Years ago, he accidentally discovered a magical subatomic particle that could alter the size of objects. Thus, he unhesitatingly named it Pym Particle after himself. Later, he cleverly integrated this particle into his combat suit, gaining the ability to change his size at will and creating a device to control all kinds of ants. And my current goal is to create a miniature monster and use Pym Particles to alter their size. This way, we can better respond to various crises." After hearing Duanmu Yan's words, Tony and Banner exchanged glances, their eyes shining with excitement. They knew that this bold idea of Duanmu Yan could potentially change the entire game of the superhero industry. If it could really be realized, it would be an unprecedented revolution. "And this matter can only be addressed by me. Tony cannot get involved." Duanmu Yan continued. "What? Why not?" Tony asked indignantly. "Because he believes your father stole his research results. If you get involved, there's nothing to discuss." Duanmu Yan explained briefly. "That's impossible, and my dad never told me about this." Tony was shocked. "Whether it's possible or not, we don't know. All we know is that he hates Stark, so you can't get involved. Besides, you have more important things to do." Duanmu Yan said as he pointed towards Captain America's room. "Pal, prepare the gift and schedule an appointment with Dr. Pym. I want to see him." Duanmu Yan said to Pal. "Understood, Duanmu." Pal replied. "Duanmu Dr. Pym will be waiting for you at home tomorrow at 3 p.m. After a while, Pal's voice came again. "All right, I got it. Set an alarm for me. I'll head out early." Duanmu Yan replied and turned to Banner. "Banner, are you coming along?" Banner glanced at Tony and then at Duanmu Yan. "Forget it, I won't go. I still need to keep an eye on your spoils." Duanmu Yan shrugged. The next day at 3 p.m., Duanmu Yan knocked on the door of Hank Pym's house. "Dr. Pym, long time no see." Duanmu Yan greeted the person who opened the door. "Duanmu, it's really you. I thought it was some prank trying to fool this old man." Hank Pym welcomed Duanmu Yan into his home. "Dr. Pym, I came this time to seek your assistance, and I also brought a gift." Duanmu Yan stated directly to Pym. At the same time, he opened the box he brought, which contained 10 Vibranium arc reactors and 2 cans of metallic solution. "I believe you are familiar with these items." Duanmu Yan pointed at the 10 reactors, his face beaming with pride. Hank Pym stared wide-eyed at the 10 reactors, exclaiming, "Did you rob Stark?" he asked in disbelief. Duanmu Yan laughed in anger. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I made these myself, and they have nothing to do with Stark. As for the 2 cans of metallic liquid, one is Vibranium, and the other is adamantium alloy. Ooh, I believe you could find use for them." Saying this, he placed the 2 cans on the table. Hank Pym stared at the 2 cans of metallic liquid. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked up and asked Duanmu Yan directly, "What do you want?" Duanmu Yan's lips curled into a sly smile. "I want your darts." "What did you say? What darts?" Hank Pym furrowed his brow, clearly not understanding what Duanmu Yan meant. Duanmu Yan shook his head helplessly. Hank, don't play dumb. I'm talking about the Pym darts you made that can enlarge and shrink. Hank Pym's expression turned somewhat grim, his fists clenched tightly. After a moment of silence, he said, no, that's my hard work. I can't give them to you. Duanmu Yan seemed to have anticipated this. He shrugged and slowly sat down, saying, Hank, you need to understand we can cooperate. You need these materials to continue your research, and I need your technology. If you give me the darts, I promise not to leak your secrets. In that way, we can both benefit. Hank Pym listened to Duanmu Yan's words and fell into contemplation. He knew Duanmu Yan had a point. However, at the same time, he was reluctant to easily part with his invention. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, all right, I can consider it. But I need some time to decide. Duanmu Yan nodded in understanding. No problem, I can wait. But I hope you won't keep me waiting too long. Saying this, he stood up preparing to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Hank Pym, and said, Hank, let me tell you a secret. Your wife Janet is still alive. She is currently trapped in the quantum realm. With that, he left the room. Hank Pym stood up in shock upon hearing this news. The words Duanmu Yan had said still echoing in his ears. Your wife Janet is still alive. She is currently trapped in the quantum realm. How does Duanmu Yan know? I've been searching for Janet for so many years and couldn't find her. Oh right, Duanmu Yan is a PhD in quantum physics. His research in this field rivals my own, and he once let his consciousness enter the particle accelerator realm. Pym sat in the living room contemplating the entire night, not even noticing when his daughter Hope returned. Hank, what's wrong? You've been sitting here all night. Hope walked over to Hank and asked. Pym finally snapped back to reality, holding his daughter's hand and saying, Hope, I have something to tell you. Your mother Janet is still alive. What? Really? Hope's eyes welled up with emotion. Pym nodded and told her what Duanmu Yan had said. Then we must rescue her, Hope declared firmly. Pym looked at his daughter, feeling empowered. He decided to trust Duanmu Yan and cooperate with him to find a way to save Janet. When Duanmu Yan arrived at Hank's house again, his daughter Hope was also there. Duanmu, I agree to your request, and I can continuously provide you with what you need, but I hope you can help me rescue my wife. Hank said, looking at Duanmu Yan. With your current technology, it's quite difficult to rescue Janet, but I have a way to let you see her. Are you willing to give it a try? Duanmu Yan said. Is what you said true? You can really let me see my mother? Hope exclaimed with excitement. I forgot to introduce, this is my daughter Hope with Janet. Hope, this is Dr. Duanmu Yan, a PhD in quantum physics. Hank suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to introduce the two. Duanmu Yan didn't mind, of course, but are you sure you want to do it here? He glanced around. Let's go to my lab. Hope, have the ants secure the villa, Hank said, leading Duanmu Yan into his laboratory. Duanmu Yan took out two helmet-like devices from his carry-on box. This is my portable particle accelerator that allows your consciousness to enter the quantum realm, but you can only stay inside for 10 minutes each time. Exceeding this time will eject you, which is also for your safety. Hank and Hope exchanged glances and put on the helmets, starting the machine under Duanmu Yan's guidance. Their consciousness instantly entered a particle accelerator channel, and when they exited the channel, they had already entered the quantum realm. Duanmu Yan sat bored in a chair watching over their bodies. After about 10 minutes, their consciousness returned to reality. Hank Pym was so excited that he wanted to enter the quantum realm again. Hank, stop. You can only go in once a day. The machine needs a 24-hour cooling period. Duanmu Yan stopped Hank's actions. I saw Janet. She is really alive. I must find a way to bring her out. Hank looked at Duanmu Yan excitedly and said, by the way, Hope, go get 20 pairs of darts and hand them to Duanmu. That's the condition we agreed upon. Hank suddenly remembered something and said to Hope next to him. Hope walked into the warehouse, took out 20 pairs of darts, placed them in a box, and handed them to Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan smiled as he accepted them. Hank, the helmets are a gift for you. I will notify you immediately if there are any developments in my research. In recent times, Duanmu Yan has been shuttling between his home and Wakanda, and he has received the materials exchanged with Captain America. Tony didn't take anything at all, and to compensate him, Duanmu Yan handed over the shattered destroyer armor, allowing him to use it to forge new armor. He took advantage of Thor's connections to visit Nidavellir, where he fused 3 types of materials with the help of the dwarves. Odin the Allfather personally sponsored some URU alloy to thank Duanmu Yan for stopping Thor from destroying the Bifrost and saving Loki. Using the dwarves' technology, Duanmu Yan fashioned the metal into individual components, then took them to Wakanda to assemble them into a final mechanical beast. Duanmu Yan looked at the 5 small mechanical beasts before him, smiling as he finally completed them after more than a month of hard work. Duanmu, what are these things for? Su Rue asked, gazing at the 5 uniquely shaped creatures. They will be my future helpers. I have input PAL's program into their chips. As the artificial intelligence learns and evolves, they will awaken technological singularities and possess their own consciousness. Duanmu Yan explained with a smile, this is akin to giving them life, enabling them to better assist us in battle and executing tasks. After hearing this, Su Rue nodded, thoughtfully beginning to understand Duanmu Yan's intentions. These mechanical beasts not only possess formidable combat power, but can also adapt flexibly to actual situations, becoming Duanmu Yan's reliable assistants. Duanmu Yan continued. They can also continuously upgrade and evolve, and they can combine to transform into a super combined beast adapting to various complex environments and challenges. Su Rue curiously asked, do they have names? Duanmu Yan smiled and replied, of course. They are called Super Ancient Beast Golzon, Super Ancient Dragon Myurba, Cosmic Sea Beast, Late Shioba, Strange Beast Gon Q, and Cosmic Battle Beast Super Gob. Su Rue nodded, agreeing that the names indeed suited their appearances. Duanmu Yan said, once they fully adapt to their body structure, I will have them attempt to combine. After merging, their name will be King Faibu. Su Rue nodded in agreement. She knew that Duanmu Yan had high hopes for these mechanical beasts, wishing for them to play a significant role in the future. Duanmu Yan gently stroked the head of one small beast, his eyes shimmering with determination. He believed that as long as they were given enough time and opportunity, they would surely become his most reliable partners. Duanmu Tony Stark just sent a message saying that the space stone has been stolen and the mastermind is a guy named Loki. Pal's voice suddenly emerged from Golzon's mouth. Loki, isn't that guy locked up? How could he appear on Earth? Duanmu Yan said as he put away the 5 beasts into his storage bracelet and then opened a mini portal to Asgard. Thor, I heard Loki has appeared on Earth. What's going on? Hearing this news, Duanmu Yan frowned and asked with some urgency. Brother Loki has escaped from prison, Thor said solemnly. Duanmu Yan widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, what? Escape? Are you kidding me? No, brother, I am speaking the truth. For some reason, Loki's cell suddenly lost its confinement ability, and he took the opportunity to escape. Then he ambushed Heimdall and disappeared through the Bifrost transport, leaving no trace. It was only after Heimdall recovered from his injuries and searched the 9 realms that we discovered he had made it to Midgard. However, we are currently unable to activate the Bifrost. That guy Loki has somehow sealed the control room of the Bifrost, and we are still figuring out how to deal with it. Duanmu Yan couldn't help but feel a headache. He hadn't expected things to become so complicated. He originally thought that as long as he resolved Loki's issue, he could avoid the Battle of New York, but it now seemed that things were far from simple. Alright, I understand. They'll go stop Loki, so hurry over. Thor suddenly remembered that he could have Duanmu Yan take him to Midgard, but by then Duanmu Yan had already closed the chat window. He bid farewell to Su Rue, summoned his Telegar armor, and flew towards Loki's location. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Mission: Assemble the Avengers. Mission Detail 1, Loki has appeared on the streets of Berlin, Germany, wielding the Mind Scepter, and is preparing to create chaos and destruction. Please reach the scene as soon as possible and stop Loki from causing trouble before Captain America Steve Rogers arrives. Mission Detail 2, Loki plans to use the Mind Scepter to control Clint Barton Hawkeye and make him shoot down a flying aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, Loki ambushes Agent Phil Coulson. Please take action promptly to prevent all of this from happening. Mission Reward, a spark bracelet similar to Ultraman Zero's, which can merge with storage bracelets and ring weapons to transform into various powerful weapons. Mission Detail 3, the Battle of New York is about to break out as the extraterrestrial Chitauri army invades Earth. Please serve as the main force and lead the Avengers headed by Captain America to combat the enemy together. In this fierce battle, the host needs to utilize their leadership skills and combat techniques to help the Avengers achieve victory. Mission Reward, Gaia Armor Evolution. Seeing such a rich mission reward, Duanmu Yan transformed into an aerial form and flew towards Germany at the speed of a meteor. At that moment, Germany was dark and Loki summoned his armor, standing on the streets of Berlin, brandishing the Mind Scepter and spouting nonsense. Duanmu Yan hovered above him, looking down. Weakling, long time no see. I thought you would be locked up by your father forever, but I didn't expect you to sneak out. Loki looked up upon hearing this voice. You who allowed you to look down on a god. Come down here. Saying this, he brandished the Mind Scepter and shot a laser at Duanmu Yan, preparing to knock him down. Duanmu Yan countered with a palm energy blast that neutralized Loki's beam. Duanmu Yan declared, everyone get out of here. His voice, amplified by the armor, echoed through the street. The trapped people on the street quickly stood up and fled. He landed before Loki, stating, those who are in the way have left. Now I will properly educate you on behalf of Odin the All-Father. Loki's face turned pale with rage upon hearing Duanmu Yan's words, and he raised his staff high, striking fiercely at Duanmu Yan. However, Duanmu Yan remained calm, extending his left hand to easily grasp Loki's staff, then clenched his right fist and struck Loki's abdomen with a powerful punch. Loki clutched his stomach in agony, tears almost bursting from his eyes. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan seized the opportunity to deliver another heavy blow to Loki's chin, sending him flying. Subsequently, Duanmu Yan swiftly approached and grabbed Loki's feet, swinging his body in the air as if wielding a whip. At the same time, he deliberately adjusted his steps, causing Loki's body to collide violently with the surrounding buildings. By the time Duanmu Yan finally stopped, Loki was battered and bruised, devoid of his initial elegance. Is this all you've got? Duanmu Yan smirked with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked forcefully to the side. With a loud bang, a figure was instantly embedded in the wall. Meanwhile, the Loki who had been lying on the ground had vanished without a trace. In truth, Duanmu Yan had long realized that the Loki before him was merely an avatar. He quietly released his psychic energy, keenly sensing that the real Loki was hiding in a corner. Thus, he decided to cooperate with his opponent to stage a play in order to find Loki's true location. Loki struggled to peel himself off the wall. As a descendant of the frost giants, Loki's physical body, though not as strong as Thor's, was still far more powerful than an average god's. At that moment, a shield flew from behind Loki, knocking him down. After knocking Loki down, the shield ricocheted towards Duanmu Yan. He effortlessly caught it with one hand and teased, "Rogers, your tactics are still so simple, lacking any creativity." At that moment, Captain America realized that the armored figure was his lifesaver. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's you? How did you get here?" Meanwhile, Black Widow piloted the Quinjet, hovering behind Captain America with several gun barrels aimed at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan's gaze was calm and resolute, appearing remarkably composed in such a tense situation. He seemed to be accustomed to such scenes, unafraid of the potential dangers, for he noticed that the flamboyant billionaire was nearby. As expected, the Quinjet systems were hacked, and all the weapons on board were retracted, accompanied by a rousing rock music. "Hey, did I arrive too late?" Tony Stark hovered in midair in his Iron Man suit, calling down to the crowd below. "Wow, Trulka, I didn't expect you to be here too. Had I known you were around, I wouldn't have come to this party." Tony immediately recognized Duanmu Yan, but didn't call him by his real name, instead using his code name. "Even though the party is over, you arrived just in time to help clean up the aftermath," Duanmu Yan said with a smile to Tony. "Really?" Tony suddenly raised his hand and shot a palm repulsor, accurately hitting Loki, who had just gotten back up, knocking him down again. "Bambi, if you move again, next time it won't just be a palm repulsor." Tony turned his head, and the weapons on his suit extended, aiming a warning at the downed Loki. Captain America stepped forward using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s special handcuffs to restrain Loki, bringing him onto the Quinjet. Duanmu Yan saw them enter the jet and simply floated up. "Buddy, aren't you coming with us?" Tony asked Duanmu Yan. "No, you know I don't like blackened eggs." Duanmu Yan shook his head and flew away directly. His direction was towards the forest where Thor and Tony were battling in the plot. He wanted to find a prime seat to watch the live version of Iron Man fighting the God of Thunder. Duanmu Yan arrived in the forest and found a large tree with excellent visibility. Sitting down, he took out his phone, preparing to record a video. Before long, Tony pushed Thor into the forest. Without any words, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Duanmu Yan excitedly watched the scene, secretly glad he found a good spot. As he recorded the video, he narrated their battle. Look, Iron Man initiated the attack, first using the palm repulsor and chest repulsor of the Mark VI armor to strike Thor from a distance. However, Thor withstood the attacks with his superhuman strength and defenses. Thor then countered with his enchanted hammer, swinging it to unleash powerful lightning energy that severely damaged Iron Man's armor. Iron Man's suit absorbed the lightning energy, causing its power levels to rise to 400. Faced with Thor's immense strength, Iron Man employed agile tactics. He utilized the suit's mobility, attempting to wear down Thor's stamina through rapid movement and attacks. Thor delivered a deadly blow with his hammer towards Iron Man, but Iron Man successfully evaded the fatal damage thanks to the suit's emergency escape system. Duanmu Yan was so excited that he was waving his arms in joy. At that moment, he felt someone tapping on his shoulder. He turned around to find Captain America. "Are you just going to watch? Not going to stop them?" Captain America asked. "Why stop them? They're having so much fun fighting." Duanmu Yan replied nonchalantly. Captain America sighed, realizing he had to intervene himself. He threw his shield to stop their battle. "Enough, both of you stop," Captain America shouted. Iron Man and Thor halted their actions, looking towards Captain America. "What is your purpose for coming here?" Captain America asked Thor seriously. Thor replied, "I came here to stop Loki's plot." Captain America responded, "Prove it to us, drop your hammer." "Oh no, that's not a good idea. He loves his hammer too much," Tony said, but before he could finish, he was sent flying again by Thor's hammer. "You want me to drop my hammer?" Thor shouted as he raised the hammer to strike Captain America. Captain America raised his shield to block the attack, and the tremendous recoil sent Thor flying. Duanmu Yan remarked, "The force on that shield is utterly ridiculous. Thor's attacks can bounce off without a scratch." As the shockwave dispersed the surrounding mist, Tony was the first to notice Duanmu Yan hiding in the tree, watching the commotion. "Hey buddy, are you just watching from there? Not going to help me?" Duanmu Yan nodded. "Yes, just helping you keep an eye on the weak chicken." "It's my pleasure to know you," Tony replied. Duanmu Yan replied, "No need to mention it, old buddy." In order to complete the system task, Duanmu Yan followed Tony and the others into the aerial aircraft carrier, but he did not take off his armor. At this moment, Nick Fury appeared before everyone after finishing the work of imprisoning Loki. He saw Tony and the others as well as Duanmu Yan, who was still wearing his armor. I suppose you are the lifesaver that the captain mentioned, Telly Jia. Nice to meet you. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury said to Duanmu Yan. Is that so? Then why don't you tell me how happy you are? Duanmu Yan glanced at him and responded. Aren't you going to take off your battle suit? Nick Fury, ignoring Duanmu Yan's teasing, turned to ask. Not at all. I have an allergy to boiled eggs, and for the sake of my health, I need this armor to protect myself. Duanmu Yan shrugged. Tony couldn't help but laugh. Thor, not understanding, poked Tony and asked what was so funny. On the way here, Duanmu Yan had already told Tony that Thor was one of their own, so Tony explained it to him. After hearing this, Thor also laughed. Just as Nick Fury was about to say something, Duanmu Yan spoke up again. Have you found the Cosmic Cube and Hawkeye Barton? Instead of getting caught up in these trivial matters, it would be better to focus on locating them. Nick Fury was taken aback by the abruptness. We need a professional to provide assistance, but he has been missing for a long time, and we have been unable to locate him. You're not talking about Bruce Banner, are you? Tony asked. Nick Fury nodded and said, he is the expert in this area, so we need his help. Duanmu Yan bluntly exposed his intentions. You just want to bring him to S.H.I.E.L.D. Don't deceive others while deceiving yourself. After saying that, he ignored Nick Fury and began to check the perspectives of the monsters. Several monsters were released by him before he entered the aircraft carrier guarding the spiral engine of the carrier. Myerba was the fastest, patrolling the area within a few kilometers around the aircraft carrier. Just as the group was arguing about Loki, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed. Nick Fury's expression changed, and he immediately shouted at his subordinates. What happened? Report, sir, there is a mechanical creature outside fiercely battling with an aircraft, and our cameras have detected Agent Barton on that aircraft. One of the staff urgently replied. Tony glanced at Duanmu Yan, silently asking, was it you? Duanmu Yan subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Though Tony was intrigued, he knew it wasn't the time for questions. He donned his suit and ran outside with Captain America. Duanmu Yan followed Thor as they headed towards the direction where Loki was imprisoned. With Banner not being here and Duanmu Yan possessing the Mind Stone, Loki's little schemes did not succeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. And Tony quickly dealt with those under Loki's control, including Barton. Thor the Fool was indeed as gullible as in the original story, getting tricked by Loki and lured into that special glass cell. Coulson entered the room and saw Thor locked up, originally planning to set him free. However, at that moment, the invisible Loki quietly approached from behind, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, a powerful electric current surged, causing Loki's body to tremble violently, convulsing as if electrocuted. Loki, you still only know how to use those petty tricks. Duanmu Yan slowly walked in from the doorway, a hint of mockery in his voice. With a gentle wave of his hand, a small metallic ant crawled slowly out from behind Loki. It turned out that this ant had been following Loki onto the aircraft carrier. Before Loki was imprisoned, it had already hidden quietly in a corner, silently monitoring Loki's every move. Only then did Coulson notice that Loki was holding a sharp dagger. If it weren't for Duanmu Yan's timely assistance with the ant, he would have probably met his demise just now. Duanmu Yan quickly opened the glass cell, rescued Thor, and without hesitation threw Loki into the cell. Immediately after, he pressed the switch, letting Loki experience the thrilling free fall. After completing this series of actions without even giving Coulson time to express his gratitude, Duanmu Yan opened a portal and quietly left. The next moment, he appeared in the newly constructed building of Tony. Jarvis, get me a bottle of Pepsi. Duanmu Yan leisurely sat on the sofa drinking Pepsi while opening another portal. With the opening of the portal, several monsters were simultaneously teleported here. Their sizes had returned to that of a palm, and upon seeing Duanmu Yan, they immediately joyfully rushed towards him, affectionately rubbing against him. Buddy, where are you? Loki's scepter is missing. Duanmu Yan's communicator rang. Duanmu Yan replied. I'm in your building. Did you just say Loki's scepter is lost? Yes, someone controlled by Loki took advantage of the battle just now to steal Loki's scepter, Tony said after a moment of astonishment. Loki has been sent to experience free fall. You don't need to worry about that. You can come back and change into another suit though. Your current suit is about to be scrapped, right? Duanmu Yan said. That's what I was planning. We've deduced Loki's intentions. He wants flowers, applause, he wants to showcase himself, and he also needs immense energy. So I guess his target is my building, and I'm currently on my way back. Since you're here too, I don't need to be in such a hurry. Tony summarized his guesses. Duanmu Yan hung up the communicator. If Loki knew I was here, would he still dare to come? If he doesn't come, how will the story continue? Thinking of this, Duanmu Yan decided to head to the New York Sanctum and have a chat with Master Gui. To give Loki a chance, he opened a portal and directly arrived at the rooftop of the New York Sanctum. The door of the rooftop opened and Master Gui walked out. It's rare that you would come to me voluntarily, Gui said to Duanmu Yan. I'm just giving some people a chance and stopping by for a cup of tea. Duanmu Yan said. Gui waved his hand and a beautiful tea set appeared on the table. While the water was boiling, Duanmu Yan asked Gu, Master Gu, I clearly had Thor imprison Loki. Why? Duanmu Yan's words were interrupted as Gu interjected. Duanmu, you should have heard the saying, small matters can be changed, but big matters cannot be reversed. Duanmu Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. In his past life, he was also well-read in various web novels, so he was naturally familiar with this saying. The calamity in New York is a major event that is destined to happen. Even if you suppress Loki, he will eventually appear and trigger this incident. Gu poured a cup of tea for Duanmu Yan and continued. Does that mean the future really cannot be changed? Duanmu Yan asked with a slight frown after taking a sip of tea. Of course it can, but the premise is that your strength is strong enough to ignore the laws of the universe and their existence. Only in this way can you truly change the future. Gu's words hit Duanmu Yan's mind like a heavy hammer. Her meaning was very clear. With Duanmu Yan's current strength, he could only influence the plot's development on a small scale and could not completely change the future. This undoubtedly sounded an alarm for Duanmu Yan, making him realize that he had a long way to go compared to those powerful beings in the universe. The conversation between the two continued throughout the night. Duanmu Yan not only asked his lingering questions, but also sought clarification on many unclear points from the magical books, to which Gu patiently responded. As time passed, second by second, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared in the sky, from which a large number of Chitauri soldiers began to emerge in an endless stream. These Chitauri soldiers were aggressive, wielding various weapons, clearly with ill intentions. Duanmu Yan sensed the dire situation, immediately stood up, thanked Gu and hurriedly bid farewell. He rode on the enlarged Melba, rapidly heading towards the battlefield, appearing beside Tony Stark. Trelgar, where have you been? When I returned to the tower, I didn't see you. I only saw Loki. I thought something had happened to you. Tony looked anxiously at Duanmu Yan, his tone revealing concern. Duanmu Yan smiled reassuringly, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. I just want to chat with an old senior. With that, he lightly leaped, hovering in the air, letting Melba deal with the Chitauri soldiers. At the same time, he continuously fired palm energy blasts, closely coordinating with Tony to defeat the Chitauri soldiers one by one. I have to say, your return is just in time, buddy. Tony exclaimed excitedly. He and Duanmu Yan displayed unparalleled combat prowess, their attacks raining down like a fierce storm, overwhelming the Chitauri soldiers. As the battle intensified, Duanmu Yan and Tony fought side by side, showing no signs of retreat. Their figures shone brightly in the morning light, becoming the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. In this breathtaking battle, they not only showcased their immense strength, but also demonstrated unwavering faith and fearless courage. At that moment, a massive Chitauri warship emerged from the wormhole. Duanmu Yan threw out a Pim dart, causing Melba to grow even larger, charging forward to engage in battle with the Chitauri warship. Seeing this, Tony looked at Duanmu Yan in shock, asking, What was that just now? A little toy made by Hank Pym himself. Oh, quite useful, Duanmu Yan replied. With my left hand holding the Ultra Spark gun and my right hand armed with the ring weapon, it's time to let the big guy stretch his legs, Duanmu Yan said. In the midst of battle, Duanmu Yan suddenly had an idea and reached out to create a portal. Banner, who was writing a research report, fell out of the portal. Upon seeing the Chitauri warship before him, he transformed into the Hulk and punched the ship's bow, bringing it to a halt. At this moment, Duanmu Yan summoned a mechanical monster with a single eye IQ. IQ activated its ability, pulling the Chitauri warship in front of it into its single eye. Captain America and the others arrived at the battlefield, approaching Duanmu Yan. Trelgar, give the orders. This battle needs your leadership. Captain America said to Duanmu Yan, who nodded with a determined gaze. Captain Yu and Black Widow handle the ground cleanup. Tony, you and Melba take care of the enemies in the air. Thor, you intercept those guys at the wormhole exit. Barton, you assist and look for weak points. Hulk, smash away. Upon receiving the orders, Captain America immediately organized the other superheroes to join the battle. Duanmu Yan released several mechanical monsters to assist Captain America, Black Widow, and Hulk in dealing with the Chitauri soldiers on the ground. He wielded the Ultra Spark gun and the ring weapon, launching fierce attacks alongside Hulk. Thor stood under the portal, raising Mjolnir high, gathering all his strength to summon lightning. As his power concentrated, powerful lightning flickered around him, forming a magnificent electric net. When the lightning power reached its peak, Thor pointed Mjolnir towards the wormhole, unleashing a thunderous lightning storm. This lightning storm was like a catastrophic disaster, sweeping through the entire wormhole, electrocuting the Chitauri soldiers into ashes. However, despite this, a significant number of Chitauri soldiers stubbornly broke through the lightning barrier, continuing their advance toward New York City. Meanwhile, Tony and Melba showcased astonishing agility in the air. They darted like lightning through the Chitauri soldiers, swiftly eliminating enemies with high-tech weapons. Tony's Iron Man armor was equipped with various advanced weapon systems, hitting targets accurately with each attack. Melba utilized its flying ability and powerful firepower, posing a significant threat to the enemies. Barton stood at a high point taking on the role of long-range output. He accurately shot at the airborne Chitauri soldiers with his bow and arrows. At the same time, he communicated the situations he discovered to everyone engaged in the fierce battle, helping them respond better to the enemy's attacks. Duanmu Yan's spark gun, under the control of ultra telekinesis, continuously killed Chitauri soldiers. His movements were swift and powerful, each swing carrying a sense of endless murderous intent. Due to continuous use, the ring weapon in his hand was almost smoking, yet he remained undeterred, persisting in the fight. At that moment, Duanmu Yan suddenly remembered he had 5 external reinforcements he could call upon. He concentrated energy into the ring weapon, waved it forward, and shouted, "Fusion!" Immediately 5 beams of light shot out from the ring weapon, landing and transforming into 5 armored warriors led by Thunder Yatalis. These armored warriors donned splendid armor, each possessing unique skills and weapons. They joined Duanmu Yan in battle, collectively resisting the invasion of the Chitauri soldiers. With the addition of the 5 armored warriors, the pressure on the Avengers eased slightly. Although Duanmu Yan knew how to end the battle, he decided to let Tony find a solution to prevent any unexpected situations. Tony fortunately found the method to close the portal Loki's scepter. Barton, already filled with rage towards Loki for his earlier mistakes, focused all his attention on finding Loki after hearing Tony's words. Soon he spotted Loki among a large group of flying vehicles, directly shooting a timed explosive arrow to knock Loki off his vehicle. At that moment, the Hulk also arrived at the spot where Loki had been knocked down, punching Loki away. Hulk was charging forward. Loki, angrily standing up, exclaimed, "Enough! You are merely inferior beings. I am a god." Before he could finish, Hulk grabbed his legs and slammed him back and forth on the ground. After Hulk had his fun smashing, he turned to leave, muttering, "What a weakling." Meanwhile, Loki lay on the ground, making strange noises. Meanwhile, Nick Fury from SHIELD received orders from the Black Palace. For the safety of all humanity, they have decided to use a nuclear bomb to turn the city to ashes. Upon receiving the news, Nick Fury immediately rushed out with a rocket launcher. Despite Nick Fury successfully stopping one of the fighter jets, the speed of the other was simply too fast for him to intervene. Faced with this situation, Nick Fury felt utterly helpless and had no choice but to inform Tony and the others about it. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan also received the relevant information and made a decision. It seems those guys from the Black Palace no longer have a reason to continue existing. Then he issued a command to the monsters under his control, 5 beasts combined. With a mechanical sound echoing through the sky, the 5 monsters began to rapidly combine, ultimately forming a gigantic creature that exuded a sense of oppression as it descended. Duanmu Yan used the Pym dart to further enlarge the 5 kings to a height of 75 meters. The 5 Kings is a super combined monster formed by the fusion of 5 powerful beasts, with each body part corresponding to the respective monster, allowing it to fully unleash the advantages and abilities of those beasts. This made the 5 Kings an extraordinarily powerful super combined monster. Subsequently, the 5 Kings raised its left wrist equipped with the Chi Beast IQ and used its unique ability to absorb all the Chitauri soldiers and the remains of the warships present, thereby achieving self-enhancement and transformation. At the same time, he strengthened the excess energy and launched it towards the wormhole with his ultimate move, Disaster Spark. If nothing unexpected happened, an accident still occurred due to the wide attack range of Disaster Spark. As a result, part of the attack flew out along the edge of the wormhole, heading straight towards the Black Palace and turning it to ashes. "Dude, such a powerful thing, and you only bring it out now," Tony exclaimed in surprise as he stared at the enormous 5 Kings with wide eyes. "Do you think I wanted to? This thing is hard to control. Just wait, the Black Egg will definitely tell you that the Black Palace and some other places are gone soon." Duanmu Yan pretended to sigh dramatically, then feigned helplessness and shrugged. At that moment, the nuclear bomb had arrived above the city, and without hesitation, Duanmu Yan and Tony rushed toward the nuclear bomb, using all their strength to push it toward the wormhole. "Tony, you go first and close the wormhole. I have a way to come back," Duanmu Yan said sternly to Tony. "Are you kidding?" Tony Stark would never abandon his friends and comrades. Tony resolutely shook his head, indicating that he would never back down. However, Duanmu Yan did not give Tony much time to think. He quickly used his Ultraman telekinesis to shut off Tony's armor thrusters, then flew towards the wormhole with all his might. As Duanmu Yan passed through the wormhole, he had already transformed to a height of 53 meters, his enormous figure looking particularly spectacular. The wormhole behind him slowly closed under Black Widow's operation. Just at that critical moment, Tony's voice suddenly rang out, "Don't close it, Tiga hasn't returned yet." However, it was already too late. The wormhole had completely closed. Duanmu Yan hurled the nuclear bomb toward the distant Chitauri mothership, and with a loud explosion, the nuclear bomb successfully detonated the mothership. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan began to charge the Zai Peli Ao So Jiete Ray with both hands, the powerful beam sweeping away the warships that had not been caught up in the chaos. In an instant, countless warships exploded in the face of the powerful beam, turning into brilliant sparks. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into a sea of flames, with flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the cosmos. At this moment, the Five Kings once again used the power of IQ to completely devour the remaining Chitauri army, leaving not a single weapon or fragment behind. This was also a backup plan left by Duanmu Yan before he rose. If he wanted to keep his life, he didn't expect to keep anything else. Such good fortune was nothing but a dream. Then the Five Kings, accompanied by 5 armored warriors, soared into the sky and vanished into starlight. Duanmu Yan also returned home through the portal. At home, 5 palm-sized monsters were lying on the sofa sound asleep. The armored warriors he summoned had already dissipated due to energy exhaustion. Duanmu Yan's armor began to enter an upgrade state after merging with the power of Gaia. He changed his clothes and prepared to go out for a bite. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding host, there is now an opportunity to obtain a dark form, but you need to go to the world of Ultraman Zero. Tell me more. As the host's current power has reached its limit, please enter Ultra Galaxy Legend Ultraman Zero vs Dark Lopus Zero to defeat and fuse with Dark Lopus Zero. Hearing this prompt, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but feel surprised and puzzled. He had just gone through an intense battle, and now he had to face new challenges, and in another universe at that. Mission reward: Tiga Ultraman Dark Fighter form. Enlarged time limit increased to 10 minutes. As he saw the mission reward, Duanmu Yan's heart stirred. The Tiga Ultraman Dark Fighter form sounded powerful. Acquiring this form would greatly enhance his strength. I just finished the fight with New Yoka. You want me to go to another universe? Don't you think you're a bit heartless? Duanmu Yan remarked at the system task. He expressed dissatisfaction with the system's arrangements, but also understood that these were the rules and requirements of the system. As a traveler, he had to adapt to this life of constant challenges. Host, the system has no conscience. Would the host like to accept? Duanmu Yan sighed helplessly and replied, all right, fine, at least I can meet Ultraman Zero. However, they're so much larger than me. How can I fight them? He knew Ultraman Zero was a very powerful warrior, and Dark Lopus Zero was also a formidable foe. In such a situation, he needed to devise some strategies to cope. The host need not worry. During the completion of the system task, the system will help the host extend the time of enlargement indefinitely. After the task is completed, that function will disappear. Hearing the system's response, Duanmu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. With this function, he could battle on equal terms with Ultraman Zero and Dark Lopus Zero without worrying about the size difference. Duanmu Yan decided to accept the task and prepared to head to the world of Ultra Galaxy Legend Ultraman Zero vs Dark Lopus Zero. He looked forward to meeting Ultraman Zero and enhancing his strength through this challenge. Duanmu Yan stood on the hillside watching the distant battle between Zero and the mechanical Ultraman. Zero was holding his own against 4 opponents. He summoned the spark gun and threw it towards Zero, saying, Zero, catch the gun. As the spark gun flew, it grew larger, and Zero heard the sound. He turned and used the incoming spark gun, saying, what is this? At that moment, the mechanical Ultraman attacked Zero again, but with the gun in hand, Zero found it much easier to deal with them. Duanmu Yan noticed that in the vastness of the universe, others were also engaged in fierce battles. Without hesitation, he flew directly into the cosmic space, just in time to witness a shocking scene. Mechanical Cebu was relentlessly pursuing a blue and white spaceship. At that moment, Duanmu Yan's body underwent a tremendous transformation in a dazzling light. The upgraded mech exhibited a style completely different from the previous Ultraman armor. The mechanized armor had a more streamlined fit to the human body, presenting a beauty full of technological aesthetics. The shape of the optical lenses around the eyes became larger, revealing a powerful and sharp gaze. The design of the head combined sharpness and smoothness, also featuring the unique style of Gaia Ultraman. The crystal above the forehead was extraordinarily large, shimmering with mysterious light. The timer embedded cleverly within the chest gave an impression as if a small dreams timer was combined with the design. The helmet design fused elements from both Diga Ultraman and Gaia Ultraman, enhancing the overall charm. The ears protruded slightly, adding a hint of elfin liveliness. The overall suit was primarily in shades of red and purple combined with silver, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. The wrist sections were adorned with intricate golden patterns, showcasing elegance and splendor. Duanmu Yan's gaze sharpened as he extended his right hand forward, summoning the circular weapon that appeared before him, which he grasped firmly. He switched the circular weapon to bow and arrow mode. He drew the bowstring tight, aiming at the distant mechanical Cebu, unleashing the Zipili AO bow strike. A brilliant light shot from the arrow tip, streaking across the sky like a meteor, carrying immense power towards its target. However, mechanical Cebu displayed astonishing agility and reflexes, easily dodging this fatal strike. It turned to look at Duanmu Yan, its eyes gleaming with cold light. Seeing the long bow in Duanmu Yan's hands, it did not hesitate to draw its ice axe and throw it at him. Duanmu Yan showed no fear. He gripped the long bow tightly and shattered the ice axe. Then he swiftly switched the circular weapon to sword mode, channeling powerful Zypili AO energy into the compound sword, forming a violet light blade. He swung the sword, launching a fierce slash at Mechanical Cebu. Although it attempted to block Duanmu Yan's attack, was too fierce, directly slicing it in half. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, Mechanical Cebu completely collapsed, shattering into countless fragments scattered in space. Duanmu Yan sighed in relief. The Mechanical Ultramen were not as difficult to deal with as he had thought. But he knew the battle was not over yet. He turned and flew towards the planet beneath him, where another fierce battle awaited. He had to rush to support Zero and confront the Mechanical Ultramen together. Where did that newly appeared armored person come from? It actually blew up our Ultraman with a single strike. The commander of the Salomine forces, Hylosha, in the distant base looked grimly at the mobile Tiga. Send more Ultramen out for me. Hylosha waved her hand, and her subordinates immediately began to arrange for the Mechanical Ultramen to strike. Zero had just finished his battle when 5 new Mechanical Ultramen appeared. He barely had time to catch his breath before seeing the newly arrived Mechanical Ultramen. Come on. Zero raised the spark gun in his hand, shouting at the Mechanical Ultramen before him. At that moment, a fiery meteor descended from the sky, striking the leading Mechanical Zoffy and exploding it with a kick. Immediately after, Duanmu Yan, using the force from the kick, performed a front flip and landed steadily next to Zero. After landing, he struck a cool pose and smiled at Zero. Seeing this, Zero smiled back and said, "Just in time. Let's deal with these guys together." With that, the two charged toward the Mechanical Ultramen, engaging in a fierce battle. Duanmu Yan's circular weapon continuously changed forms in his hands, sometimes turning into a sharp long sword, sometimes into a powerful longbow, and at other times into sharp claws. With his agile movements, he perfectly combined with his weapon, forcing the enemy to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Zero fully utilized his powerful combat skills, wielding the spark gun while unleashing various beam techniques, inflicting heavy damage on the Mechanical Ultramen. Under their seamless cooperation, it wasn't long before the remaining 4 Mechanical Ultramen were all eliminated. They successfully defeated this wave of enemies, demonstrating their immense strength and teamwork spirit. Before the new Mechanical Ultramen appeared, Duanmu Yan released a Zypili AO beam, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. He then grabbed Zero and vanished from the spot, appearing on the spaceship in the next moment. "What are you doing? Those guys are not dealt with yet," Zero asked Duanmu Yan with dissatisfaction. "The enemy clearly wants to wear us down with a war of attrition. Instead of jumping into their trap, it's better to take a moment to rest and recover our strength," Duanmu Yan replied. You make it sound reasonable. Hey, are you from Earth?" Zero nodded, suddenly realizing that Duanmu Yan had removed his helmet, revealing the appearance of a human from Earth. "Hello, I'm Duanmu Yan, an Ultraman from Earth. The armor I'm wearing is called Tiga armor," Duanmu Yan said, smiling as he extended his right hand to Zero. "Oh, my name is Zero, Ultraman, son of Cebu." Zero also extended his right hand and shook hands with Duanmu Yan. I'm the captain of this ship, Hinata. How? Can you tell me what's going on here?" At that moment, a middle-aged man in uniform stepped forward, introduced himself to the two, and asked his question. "This is a distorted space. The ones who just pursued you are the Mechanical Ultramen sent by the Salomines. Although we don't know their purpose, we can be sure that they have created a large number of Mechanical Ultramen. It will be difficult for us to handle so many Ultramen by ourselves," Zero explained seriously. "Can your Ultraman signature be sent out?" "No, this is distorted space. My Ultraman signature can't be sent out." Zero shook his head. Duanmu Yan thought for a moment and said, "I have a way. Zero, put your hand on me, and I will help you send out the Ultraman signature." "Huh? Will it work?" Zero asked in surprise. "If we don't try, we can't just sit back and wait for death," Duanmu Yan replied. Zero placed his hand on Duanmu Yan's shoulder and sent the Ultra signature to him. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly, activating the Infinity Stone within his armor to help Zero break through the constraints of the distorted space. Zero glanced at Duanmu Yan gratefully, then focused his mind and sent out the Ultra signature. However, Duanmu Yan made some adjustments. The Ultra signature was sent specifically to Leo Ultraman, indicating, "There are many crutch aliens here, please come for support." Meanwhile, Leo Ultraman was anxiously searching for Cyro's figure in space. Suddenly, Cyro's Ultra signature appeared before his eyes. Leo carefully read the information, and when he saw the keywords crutch aliens and many, his eyes brightened. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo discarded his royal cape, which instantly formed a dimensional portal. He charged into the portal without hesitation, moving as fast as lightning. "The upcoming battle is not suitable for you to participate in, but it's best if you leave here quickly," Duanmu Yan said to Nichio Hiro. "We also want to leave, but we don't know where to go back to our original universe, and our companion Rei has also been captured," Nichio Hiro said helplessly. "Is that so? Then I'll lend you a mechanical monster. You must ensure your safety, as the upcoming battle may not allow for your protection." Duanmu pondered for a moment before speaking. Sero and Duanmu Yan adjusted their states, releasing the mechanical emperor and giving him several PIM darts, instructing him to adjust his size at crucial moments and to protect the Panlong ship. The two stepped out of the Panlong ship, facing the base of the Salome aliens. System, can I fuse with the mechanical Ultraman brothers made by the Salome aliens? While waiting, Duanmu Yan suddenly thought of something and asked the system in his mind. Yes, host, but you need to fuse while in a giant form. The armor cannot be used during the fusion, and the fusion time is 24 hours. Duanmu Yan was taken aback by the harsh conditions. Is there no other way? Host, don't you have Hank Pym's darts? Oh right, how could I forget this? Duanmu Yan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, I can use PIM particles to enlarge the armor and then fuse these things or shrink them. It is recommended that the host fuse with Dark Lopus Zero first and then with the mechanical Ultraman brothers. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Why? Duanmu Yan asked in confusion. Although Dark Lopus Zero is a mechanical product, its overall form is closer to that of an Ultraman, which means it has a higher compatibility and adaptability compared to other mechanical Ultraman brothers. If you fuse with Dark Lopus Zero first, your armor will gradually adapt to and accept the characteristics and energy of this mechanical being. When you then fuse with the mechanical Ultraman brothers, your armor will find it easier to accept and fuse with the powers of these mechanical Ultraman brothers due to the prior fusion. In this way, you will not only gain more abilities and skills, but also harness their power more effectively. Additionally, fusing with Dark Lopus Zero before the mechanical Ultraman brothers will achieve a comprehensive enhancement of the armor's capabilities. As a powerful mechanical warrior, Dark Lopus Zero possesses exceptional combat and defensive capabilities. By fusing with him first, you can enhance your combat strength and improve your resistance to various attacks. Then by fusing with the mechanical Ultraman brothers, each of whom possesses unique skills and traits such as beam techniques and martial arts, your combat methods will be further enriched and strengthened. Ultimately, you will become a versatile warrior adept at both close combat and ranged attacks. Moreover, this order will also allow your armor to amplify your powers more effectively. The fusion with Dark Lopus Zero will grant you immense strength and energy, making your body stronger and more resilient. On this foundation, fusing with the mechanical Ultraman brothers will amplify their abilities, and the enhancements you gain will be even more significant. This will give you an advantage in battle, allowing you to easily confront various enemies and challenges. After listening to the system's lengthy explanation, Duanmu Yan summarized 2 points. 1 is that the mechanical Ultraman can fuse into his armor, and the second is that fusing with Dark Lopus Zero first is more beneficial. At this moment, the mechanical Ultraman brothers emerged from the base. Duanmu Yan and Sero enlarged themselves, weapons in hand, aiming at the mechanical Ultraman brothers before them. The two worked seamlessly together, dispatching batch after batch of mechanical Ultraman brothers. Duanmu Yan took the opportunity to collect the corpses of the mechanical Ultraman brothers into his storage bracelet. Even the Panlong ship in the distance dealt with several mechanical Ultraman brothers under the protection of the mechanical emperor, who directly used his IQ power to absorb the mechanical Ultraman brothers and strengthen his own body. After absorbing the mechanical Ultraman brothers, the mechanical emperor's physique gradually transformed from rough and massive to slender, approaching a humanoid form. In the base, Hylatia witnessed her dispatched mechanical Ultraman brothers being destroyed one after another. She ordered her subordinates release that experiment. However, her subordinates showed a worried expression, but Lord Hylatia, releasing that creature now will be dangerous. Hylatia smiled slightly, seemingly confident. She confidently replied, don't worry, just add a layer of restriction to it. Activate the Dikuta gear armor. After saying that, she initiated the Dikuta gear armor system. Everyone in the base heard a loud noise and felt the ground begin to shake violently, startling them, and they hurriedly quickened their pace toward the source of the sound. At that moment, a shocking sight appeared before them. A massive figure clad in Dikuta gear shot through the laboratory's roof like an immensely powerful projectile soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the mechanical Ultraman brothers and mechanical Gamora also appeared one after another. Nichio Hiro widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, Gamora, is something wrong with Rei? Sero keenly sensed the aura of Dark Lopus and frowned. Duanmu Yan said to Sero beside him in a deep voice, Sero, that guy is for you to handle, oh, leave the rest to me. Sero's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, just what I wanted. He fixed his gaze on the heavily armored black figure radiating intense fighting spirit. The mechanical emperor gazed at mechanical Gamora, his eyes filled with a strong desire to devour the opponent. Duanmu Yan, facing the Ultraman brothers calmly, said, with so many of them, it seems I need to call for some reinforcements. He swiftly activated the Gamma illusion skill, instantly summoning the Mecha Heisei trio to confront the mechanical Ultraman brothers. As the battle commenced, the 5 emperors collided fiercely with the mechanical Gamora. Although the 5 emperors had undergone a transformation, their power remained formidable, and it could even be said that they had reached a new pinnacle. The result of the clash was that the five emperors stood their ground while the mechanical Gamora was sent flying backward. The mechanical Gamora attempted to launch a surprise attack on the five emperors with its mechanical arms, but was intercepted by the golden scattering light bullets shot from the five emperors' abdomen. The mechanical Gamora charged at the five emperors once more, and the two mechanical beasts clashed again. Duanmu Yan's Ultra 4 teamed up against the mechanical Ultra brothers. The Heisei trio summoned by Duanmu Yan did not hold back against the mechanical Ultra brothers, instead opting to use immobilizing beams, freezing beams, or the low-damage palm light swords, allowing Duanmu Yan to recover the entire mechanical Ultra brothers. Seeing this, Hylosha sneered, "With this mass-produced trash, I can have as many as I want. Continue sending out the mechanical Ultra brothers to deal with that one." More mechanical Ultra brothers were teleported and increasing the pressure on Duanmu Yan and gradually causing him to fall into a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the battle between Zero and the armored giant also reached a fever pitch. The armored giant shattered its own armor with a punch under Zero's vigilant gaze, revealing its true form. "My name is Dark Lopus Zero," the dark giant declared. "Dark Lopus Zero, you really dare to say that?" Zero scoffed as he violently swung the ice axe from his head. Dark Lopus Zero was not to be outdone, swinging his ice axe in return. The two ice axes collided in the air multiple times before returning to their respective owners. Holding their ice axes, they engaged in close combat. Both sides exchanged blows fiercely, with no clear winner emerging. After once again swinging their ice axes, Dark Lopus Zero suddenly fired a Dark Lopus beam from his hand. Zero, seeing this, immediately fired his Zero Cluster Beam to counter it. However, Zero's energy was far greater, directly sending the Dark Lopus beam back. At that moment, several mechanical Ultra brothers appeared on the battlefield. They directly restrained Zero, preventing him from fully countering Dark Lopus Zero. Taking advantage of the situation, Dark Lopus Zero flew into the air and his chest began to deform. A dimensional core replaced the colored timer, aiming at Zero and the others on the ground. The dimensional storm emitted from the core swept in like a tornado. Zero, Ultraman, and the mechanical Ultra brothers had no time to react before being sucked into the dimensional space. Duanmu Yan landed on a large rock that had also been teleported, exclaiming, "Damn, I'm far away and still get dragged into this. Is there no justice left?" A red and blue figure appeared beside him. "Tiga, are you alright?" Zero asked. "Aside from being unfortunate enough to be sent here, I'm fine. But how do we get out?" Duanmu Yan looked around at the environment and inquired. Before Zero could respond, a vertical guillotine fell from the sky. The two reacted, quickly retreating to avoid it. The mechanical Ultra brothers that had been teleported along with them appeared in the sky. "It seems we have no time to rest. Let's quickly deal with these guys and find a way out," Duanmu Yan said to Zero beside him. "I'm thinking the same," Zero replied, taking to the air to confront the mechanical ace. Duanmu Yan faced off against the mechanical Zoffy. The two unleashed their ultimate techniques to defeat their respective opponents. Few, although their fakes facing the Ultra brothers is still exhausting. Who can argue with that? Duanmu Yan was about to catch his breath when he suddenly pushed Zero aside as two beams struck the spot where they had just stood. Looking up, they saw the mechanical Ultraman, mechanical Sevenger, and mechanical Jack. "This is never-ending." Duanmu Yan cursed. Though his armor still had ample energy, his stamina was running low. He turned to Zero, who was in a similar state. The two drew their weapons and charged at the mechanical Ultra brothers before them. Zero's combined ice axe was accidentally knocked away by mechanical Sevenger. Duanmu Yan's circular weapon was also knocked out of his hands by the spark gun wielded by mechanical Jack. Just as the two were on the verge of defeat, a booming voice echoed from the depths of the dimensional space, "Don't give up." Accompanying the voice was a silver light that shot straight into the ground, precisely the ice axe that had just been knocked away. Zero and Duanmu Yan looked up to see the furious lion, Zero's master Ultra Leo. "Leo!" Zero exclaimed in surprise as Leo retracted his cloak and joined the battle of the two. "Leave mechanical Sevenger to me, the rest is up to you." Leo decisively assigned the three mechanical Sevengers to himself. Duanmu Yan watched this unfold, wanting to laugh, but holding it back. The three of them simultaneously struck a pose for the Cosmic Fist technique and charged at the mechanical Ultra brothers before them. With Leos' addition, Duanmu Yan and Zero felt their spirits rise. They directly pushed their opponents back with overwhelming force. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the power of the mind. After the power of the mind erupts, the host's combat power will be enhanced for a short time. However, at that moment, Duanmu Yan had no time to heed the system's voice. He snatched the spark gun from mechanical Jack and swiftly pierced it through. At the same time, Zero unleashed the Ultra Zero flying kick, successfully smashing the head of the mechanical Ultraman. At this point, only Leo's battle continued. Seeing the situation, Zero prepared to assist, but was stopped by Duanmu Yan. "Don't disturb Senior Leo, he's enjoying this battle. If you irritate him, he might end up hitting you too. Let's find a way to leave this place first." Zero seemed to have more to say, but Duanmu Yan did not give him the chance and directly pulled him away. In fact, Duanmu Yan had already sensed that Leo intentionally wished to spare the lives of the 3 mechanical Avengers. He had vaguely heard Leo muttering, "You are that so-called Cane Star person, right? Can a fighting style like yours protect the Earth? Stand up, no dodging," and other phrases. "Zero, why not try the combined light beam?" Duanmu Yan suggested. "Can we really do it with our powers?" Zero asked in confusion. "Idiot, how will we know if we don't try? Come on." Duanmu Yan cursed and began to gather the Zipili AO light beam. Seeing this, Zero no longer hesitated and also began to gather the Zero cluster beam. The 2 beams combined to form a more powerful ray shooting towards the depths of the dimensional space. Restrictions lifted, full power launch. Duanmu Yan shouted, red light beginning to emanate from his body, and the colored timer on his chest started to flash. Zero also increased his energy output. At that moment, a red energy ray joined the 2 beams, opening a passage in the dimensional space. "Go." Leo timely intervened, helping the 2 break through the dimensional space. In the outside world, the 5 emperors were fiercely battling against Gamora, unaware that their master Duanmu Yan had been cast into a different dimensional space. Meanwhile, the mechanical Gamora had been successfully controlled by the Dark Lopus Sailor. The Dark Lopus Sailor attempted to control the 5 emperors in the same manner, but due to the mental gemstone and the system's power bestowed upon them by Duanmu Yan, the plan of the Dark Lopus Sailor fell through. Thus, when the 5 emperors faced the Dark Lopus Sailor's transformation, they not only remained unaffected, but even sent him flying with the Galmir Bagan. Furious, the Dark Lopus Sailor immediately commanded the mechanical Gamora to launch an attack on the 5 emperors. However, at that moment, the space behind the Dark Lopus Sailor suddenly shattered, and 2 fiery flying kicks burst forth from the crack. One of the kicks accurately struck the Dark Lopus Sailor, while the other sent the mechanical Gamora flying. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone. The 2 arrived with a graceful somersault, landing steadily beside the 5 emperors, their gazes fixed intently on the Dark Lopus Sailor and the mechanical Gamora, who had just risen from the ground. "You stay back, I'll deal with this guy myself," Sailor firmly said to Duanmu Yan. Without waiting for a response, he dashed toward the Dark Lopus Sailor like an arrow released from a bow. "Make sure to leave me a whole corpse. I have my uses." Duanmu Yan did not raise any objections, but rather put forth a special request to Sailor. Then he turned around and kicked the 5 emperors hard. "Hurry up and deal with this thing, then come with me to destroy that base." Having received Duanmu Yan's order, the 5 emperors immediately sprang into action. They directly utilized the power of Raichubas to instantly freeze the mechanical Gamora into ice. To ensure that the mechanical Gamora could not escape, the 5 emperors followed up the freeze by using their IQ ability to absorb the mechanical Gamora into their body. Finally, they took giant strides in pursuit of the direction in which Duanmu Yan had departed. Duanmu Yan stood before the base's protective shield, observing the electrified barrier as the 5 emperors arrived at his side. Duanmu Yan directly circled behind the 5 emperors and kicked them. Their massive body crashed against the protective shield. The immense electrical charge caused no harm to the 5 emperors, but rather was absorbed and converted into their energy. A gap suddenly appeared in the protective shield, and Duanmu Yan swiftly dashed inside. He used his palm light sword to smash through the base's defenses and punched a large hole in the wall, then entered. Inside the base, the 3 Hilosha saw Duanmu Yan enter and immediately sought to escape. Duanmu Yan grabbed Hilosha while the other 2 lackeys were crushed to death by debris from the collapsed building. With a wave of his hand, he stored the completed mechanical Ultraman brothers into his storage bracelet. Then Duanmu Yan slowly raised his hand and asked the Hilosha he held, "Tell me, why is there no mechanical Taro here?" Hilosha struggled continuously, trying to break free from Duanmu Yan's grasp, but to no avail. Her voice was filled with fear and despair. "Let me go, you bastard. Aren't you an Ultraman warrior? How can you treat me like this? Let go of me now." However, Duanmu Yan was unmoved by her words and threatened, "If you cannot answer my question, then I can send you to reunite with your subordinates right now." As he spoke, he pretended to loosen his grip to drop Hilosha. Hearing this, she screamed in terror, "No. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Duanmu Yan halted his movement, coldly looking at her as he said, "Remember, do not attempt to test my patience. You only have this one chance. If you disappoint me, you will bear the consequences." Hilosha trembled and stammered an explanation. "The reason there is no mechanical Taro is that his abilities are too powerful. Moreover, he is the son of the leader of the Land of Light. If we were to create a mechanical Taro, it might attract the attention of the captain of the Cosmic Police, and we would be in serious trouble then. That's why we dared not create mechanical Taro." After listening, Duanmu Yan pondered for a moment, and then said, "All right, since that's the case, I can give you a chance to live. However, you must immediately produce mechanical Taro, otherwise you should be aware of the consequences." As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly, seemingly warning Hilosha not to harbor any notions of luck. Feeling the power of his fist, Hilosha did not dare delay and directly ordered the production of several mechanical Taros. As the mechanical taro appeared, Duanmu Yan collected them into his storage bracelet. When he had gathered enough, he said to Hilosha, "That's enough, stop now." At this moment, the 5 emperors also entered, absorbing the remaining mechanical Ultraman brothers into their body. Duanmu Yan gently placed Hilosha on the ground, and then turned to face the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors ruthlessly unleashed their ultimate technique, Disaster Spark. A powerful energy converged, forming a dazzling light that instantly blew the entire base to smithereens. Hilosha watched in terror, unable to escape in time, and was engulfed in the explosion's flames, ultimately perishing in the inferno along with her subordinates. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Sailor and the Dark Lopa Sailor was also nearing its end. The Dark Lopa Sailor, unwilling to accept defeat, decided to use his dimensional core storm once more. However, Sailor had already seen through his intentions, and wielding the Ultraman dual sword, accurately aimed at the Dark Lopa Sailor's weakness. With a flash of brilliant light, Sailor successfully utilized the Plasma Spark Slash to defeat the Dark Lopa Sailor. The Dark Lopa Sailor fell to the ground, but he still attempted to detonate his dimensional core. At that moment, a blue figure suddenly appeared before him, swiftly striking out, severing his hands and feet. This blue figure was Duanmu Yan, who had confirmed with the system that even in an incomplete state, the Dark Lopa Sailor could still be used for fusion enhancement. Thus, Duanmu Yan had no hesitation in dismembering him to prevent a successful self-detonation. He collected the body of the Dark Lopa Sailor and landed beside Sailor. "Sailor, I'm leaving. I hope there will be another opportunity to fight alongside you in the future," Duanmu Yan said to Sailor. "Huh, so soon. Aren't you coming with me to the Land of Light?" Sailor was taken aback. "I'm not from this universe. I have to return to my own universe now." Duanmu Yan shook his head and opened a spatial passage. "Until we meet again, Tiga Ultraman from Earth." Sailor and the Panlong ship watched as Duanmu Yan departed. Duanmu Yan slowly set down the book in his hands, his gaze drifting towards the windowsill. 5 little creatures lay quietly there, basking in the warm sunlight, sleeping sweetly and soundly. Duanmu Yan smiled gently. Upon his return, he had taken out the incomplete mechanical Ultraman from his storage bracelet and allowed the 5 emperors to absorb it to enhance themselves. Just as the fusion of the 5 emperors was lifted, these little creatures immediately fell into a deep sleep. It has now been a whole week, yet there are still no signs of them waking up. However, surprisingly, their bodies were gradually undergoing changes, as if they were experiencing a marvelous metamorphosis. Duanmu Yan observed carefully, and confirming that the monsters showed no signs of awakening, decided to shift his focus to the Triga armor. The Triga armor successfully fused with the Dark Lopa Zero, allowing the Dark Warrior form to awaken. Meanwhile, the Diga armor also showcased its dark form. This series of changes piqued Duanmu Yan's curiosity, prompting him to have the system organize all the equipment and abilities he currently possessed for a better understanding of his situation. Looking at the computer screen before him, excitement surged within Duanmu Yan. He carefully browsed through the details of each armor as if immersed in an endless treasure trove. The first to catch his eye was the Triga armor's 4 forms: Composite Power, Aerial, and Dark Warrior. Each form possessed unique skills and characteristics that made Duanmu Yan feel the surge of immense power. Next, he saw the 4 forms of the Diga armor: Composite Power, Aerial, and Dark. These 4 forms showcased the versatility and agility of the Diga armor, enabling Duanmu Yan to adapt to various battle scenarios. Then Duanmu Yan noticed the 3 forms of the Dyna armor: Shining, Miracle, and Strong. These 3 forms represented the speed, skill, and strength of the Dyna armor, providing Duanmu Yan with more options and strategies in battle. Finally, Duanmu Yan turned his attention to the 2 forms of the Gaia armor: V2 and Supreme. These 2 forms embodied the immense power and majesty of the Gaia armor, filling Duanmu Yan with anticipation for future battles. In terms of skills, Duanmu Yan discovered that in addition to the skills inherent to the armor itself, there were also many skills derived from the Dark Lopa Zero and the Mechanical Ultraman. These skills, after optimization and improvement by the system, could unleash tremendous power in any form. Moreover, under the amplification of the armor, the power of these skills was further enhanced, giving Duanmu Yan confidence to face any formidable foe. The next plot should be Iron Man 3. He thought carefully about the content of Iron Man 3. Since the New York incident, Tony Stark has been plagued by unprecedented anxiety. He threw himself into the research of the upgraded Iron Man armor, working tirelessly to the point of neglecting his girlfriend Pepper Potts. Meanwhile, the notorious terrorist leader Mandarin orchestrated a series of explosions, and Tony's most loyal bodyguard Happy was severely injured in a recent attack. Tony Pepper and a female botanist named Maya who had met him once were caught in a fierce barrage at home, narrowly escaping death. All of this seemed related to a scientist named Aldrich Killian, whom he had encountered by chance 22 years ago, and his research on ultimate biology. Even with sophisticated and advanced armor for protection, he could not dispel the anxiety that stemmed from deep within. However, this time Tony did not travel through a wormhole. Having seen those beings in outer space, he probably would not fall into anxiety again. Duanmu Yan thought this, but still prepared to visit Tony's house. Who knows if Tony would fall into anxiety due to something else. He opened a portal into Tony's home, where Tony was currently adjusting his new armor Mark 42. Welcome, Mr. Duanmu. The voice of Jarvis rang out timely, reminding the busy Tony. Jarvis, same as usual. Tony, what are you working on? Duanmu Yan said to Jarvis while asking Tony. Clearly making a new Iron Man suit, Tony replied casually, then continued to immerse himself in his work. Mr. Duanmu, Tony has fallen into severe anxiety and immense stress due to excessive use and development of the armor. He has been working non-stop for 72 hours in the workshop, and this intense work state has brought him close to collapse. I sincerely hope you can persuade him to take a break. Jarvis's voice came through. I am currently in good condition, Jarvis. Now is not the time for a break. I still have many tasks to handle. Tony rebutted. Hearing Jarvis's words, Duanmu Yan understood that Tony was indeed in a state of anxiety, so without hesitation, he raised his hand and threw a silver needle, accurately striking Tony, causing him to fall backwards. Duanmu Yan used Ultraman telekinesis to catch the falling Tony steadily and placed him on the sofa. Jarvis, make sure to notify me to help him remove the silver needle only after he has slept for 12 hours. Duanmu Yan instructed Jarvis. Understood, Sir. Jarvis replied. By the way, inform Pepper to prepare some food for this guy. Oh, I want to see what his new armor is all about. Duanmu Yan continued as he remembered something. After receiving the notification, Pepper returned with Tony's favorite cheeseburger. When she saw Tony lying on the sofa asleep and Duanmu Yan busy, she was momentarily taken aback. So what's going on now? Pepper asked. Miss Potts, Tony has been taken down by Mr. Duanmu with a silver needle after working continuously for 72 hours. Mr. Duanmu has requested that he not be awakened until Tony has had 12 hours of sleep. What? What happened to Tony? Has he gone crazy? Pepper looked at Jarvis in disbelief and worry. Duanmu Yan's voice came. Based on my guess, Tony has been in a state of anxiety since the New York battle. Long hours of high-intensity work have left him exhausted, nearly on the edge of collapse. Therefore, I had to take the measure of forcibly shutting him down, hoping to give him some rest. When he wakes up, you can have a good talk with him. Duanmu Yan was busy handling matters, but still took a moment to say to Jarvis, Jarvis, can you help me buy some ingredients needed for Chinese food? I'm a bit hungry and want to eat something. Jarvis immediately responded, understood, sir. I'll arrange it right away, and quickly threw himself into the procurement task. Pepper walked to Tony's side, gazing tenderly at him. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan approached her and softly said, if you have other matters to attend to, you may go ahead. I will watch over Tony here, so no need to worry. Pepper nodded gratefully and then turned to leave the room, leaving Duanmu Yan to continue caring for the sleeping Tony. Duanmu Yan strolled leisurely to Tony's side, holding a bowl of zhajiangmian, and casually reached out to easily pull out the silver needle embedded in Tony's neck. He then sat down on the sofa across, eating the noodles voraciously without any regard for his image. Tony wrinkled his nose, stretched his body, and slowly sat up. Rubbing his eyes, he immediately spotted Duanmu Yan devouring the noodles and couldn't help but ask, oh buddy, when did you arrive? And what time is it now? I feel like I've slept for ages. At that moment, Jarvis' voice chimed in, sir, you have been asleep for 12 hours. According to the results, both your mental and physical conditions have had ample rest and are currently at their peak. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, what? I actually slept for so long. What about my suit? I still need to refine and upgrade it. Jarvis calmly replied, during your rest, Mr. Duanmu has completed the creation of the suit and made some improvements to it. Tony turned his head to look at Duanmu Yan, who was focused on slurping his noodles, completely ignoring Tony's gaze. Hey buddy, what are you eating? Tony couldn't find another topic to discuss and could only ask this question. Zhajiangmian. Duanmu Yan said while swallowing a mouthful of noodles. Is there any left? I'm a bit hungry. Tony's gaze was fixed on the noodles in Duanmu Yan's hand, as if hinting that he wanted a serving. Jarvis, did you hear that? Your master is hungry. Duanmu Yan suddenly shouted into the air. As soon as he finished speaking, a suit of armor walked out from the corner, holding a warm cheeseburger, and approached Tony. This was sent by Pepper while you were sleeping in case you got hungry when you woke up. As Duanmu Yan explained, he continued to bury his head in his noodles, devouring them like a relentless noodle machine. After finishing his noodles, Duanmu Yan set the bowl down and turned to Tony, raising an eyebrow and smiling. So Mr. Stark, my friend here, is quite competent, isn't he? Tony took a big bite of the cheeseburger, letting out a satisfied sound. This tastes really good. Duanmu, you've truly impressed me. Duanmu Yan chuckled as he stood up, lightly patted Tony's shoulder, and teased, hey buddy, we've been old friends and classmates for years, and even comrades in arms. How could I not take good care of you? Tony rolled his eyes at him, mumbling, if you get to enjoy delicious noodles while I get a warm cheeseburger. How thoughtful of you. At this moment, Tony seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, by the way, how's the modification of my suit going? Duanmu Yan pointed to the scattered iron suit parts quietly placed in the corner and confidently said, it's all completed, go try it on. As he spoke, he picked up a small disc from the table and gently tapped it on the back of Tony's neck. Tony instinctively touched his neck and quickly swallowed the remaining burger. Duanmu Yan smiled at Tony and said, "This time, I've made significant improvements to your system. You want me to implant so many microchips to control the suit with your mind and movements." Upon hearing Duanmu Yan's words, Tony extended his hand toward the suit, and the suit's components began to ignite, activating and flying toward Tony. Duanmu Yan walked upstairs with the bowl, feeling unsatisfied and planning to make another serving. After Tony donned the new suit, he found Duanmu Yan was gone and casually asked a question. Upon learning that Duanmu Yan was in the kitchen upstairs making noodles, he immediately thought of something and took off the suit, running upstairs. When Pepper returned, she saw two men squatting on the balcony, holding noodles, eating and chatting about something. "Don't we have chairs at home? Why are you both squatting on the balcony to eat?" Pepper asked. "The noodles Duanmu made are simply too delicious, and he said it tastes better while squatting," Tony replied without turning his head. Duanmu Yan smiled, "And this way we can enjoy the view outside." Pepper shook her head helplessly. "You two go ahead and enjoy your meal. Oh, I have work to handle." After saying that, she turned and walked into the room. Tony and Duanmu Yan continued to enjoy their food, discussing the previous topic. Before leaving, Duanmu Yan gestured to Pepper, who nodded in understanding. Then she took Tony toward the room. Duanmu Yan slumped on the sofa like a boneless person, his gaze unfocused on the ceiling, then turned to the system and lazily asked, "System, I want to find some life energy. Do you have any recommended worlds?" The system replied helplessly, "Host, this system is an Ultraman system, not Baidu Encyclopedia." "Of course I know that, but precisely because of this I'm consulting you. Look at how grand your name sounds. It must know more than Baidu, right?" Duanmu Yan flattered with a grin. "Well, even if you're right, why do you need life energy? Don't forget you possess Ultraman genes, and the lifespan of the Ultraman clan is extraordinarily long. You should know that it starts from tens of thousands of years." The system asked curiously. "Well, you don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if there are suitable worlds." Duanmu Yan waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to explain too much to the system. "There is a world with countless vast life energies. However, you must collect them yourself," the system replied. "Quick, tell me more." Duanmu Yan sat up straight upon hearing this. "You know the world of monster fighting, right?" The system stated. "I know. Wait a minute, are you suggesting I go and plunder the life energy of the monsters?" Duanmu Yan realized. "Exactly, as long as you defeat the monsters, you can obtain the purest life energy from them." The system explained. "Hold on, don't fool me. The monster fighting world features the original Ultraman and 7 Ultraman. If I do that, won't they hunt me down across the universe if they find out?" Duanmu Yan said seriously. "Don't worry, that world just borrowed from the Ultraman setting, but doesn't have real Ultraman appearing. Moreover, even if there are Ultraman, you won't have to worry about being hunted down across the universe with your strength." The system explained. "Really? Are there any other dangers in this world?" Duanmu Yan still felt a bit uneasy. "Of course, that world has many powerful monsters such as Jetron, King Ghidorah, and Behemoth, all of which possess tremendous strength. However, as long as you can defeat them, you will obtain a large amount of life energy." The system continued to entice Duanmu Yan. "Sounds interesting, but I still feel it's a bit risky." Duanmu Yan hesitated for a moment. "Don't worry, I will provide some assistance. For example, I can help analyze the weaknesses of the monsters and provide some combat techniques and strategies. As long as you give it your all, there shouldn't be any major problems," the system reassured. Duanmu Yan contemplated for a long time and ultimately decided not to venture into the world of monster fighting for the time being, as he thought of something else that Pal had not found. He planned to seek the help of the Supreme Mage. However, going empty-handed would be a breach of etiquette, so he made a special trip back home to procure some gifts. He then entered Kamarage through the Hong Kong Sanctum to meet the Supreme Mage. Upon meeting Gui, Duanmu Yan voiced his purpose. Gui replied indifferently, "I do know the person you mentioned, but I haven't seen him in a long time, and I don't know how he is doing now. If I am not mistaken, he is not from our universe, is he?" Duanmu Yan expressed his speculation. Gui nodded slightly. "He is a great mage from a parallel universe. I only came to know him by chance. Can you still go to that universe now?" "I would like to see it for myself," Duanmu Yan stated his intention. "You can, but I cannot guarantee that the things you bring back will still serve their original purpose." Gui glanced at Duanmu Yan, understanding his plan. "Moreover, I must remind you that the time in 2 parallel universes is approximately 1/3. Here it is 1. Gui continued, "Is that so? It should be fine. Regardless of the outcome, I still want to give it a try." "Thank you, Master Gui." Duanmu Yan thought for a moment and spoke to Gui. In fact, just a moment ago, he had already communicated with the system. The items he wished to bring back from another world could fully serve a purpose in this Marvel universe. Moreover, the system had issued a specific task. Task content, 12 talismans. Task details, please enter the Jackie Chan Adventures universe and bring back 12 talismans. The more talismans the host returns with, the stronger their abilities will be. Gui brought Duanmu Yan to the portal, skillfully operating the control system and adjusting the portal's coordinates. As a slight energy fluctuation occurred, the portal's visualization gradually changed, ultimately revealing the scene of an antique shop. Gu-yi took out a cloth pouch from her possession and solemnly handed it to Duanmu Yan, saying, "This is the item we exchanged while learning magic from each other. You can use it as a token." Duanmu Yan took the cloth pouch, gently opened it, and found a shriveled lizard and a similarly shriveled pufferfish. These peculiar items caused Duanmu Yan's lips to twitch involuntarily. It was no surprise that they belonged to that old man, but he still thanked Gu-yi and promised to take good care of them. Duanmu Yan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the portal. As his figure disappeared into the portal, Gu-yi softly said behind him, "Once you finish your business, you can contact me through the suspended ring, and I will reopen the portal to bring you back." Duanmu Yan nodded slightly and completely entered the portal. After passing through, he found himself in the alley opposite the antique shop. Without much hesitation, he walked over and pushed open the door of the antique shop. "Hello, is anyone there?" Duanmu Yan called out as he approached the counter. "A customer has arrived. Old man is still busy." "Oh, and one more thing, old man's tea is finished. Go brew another cup." A voice from inside the room responded. At the same time, a tall figure walked out from the room. "Hello, customer, how can I assist you?" "Hello, I am looking for old man. I heard he is very famous here." Duanmu Yan addressed the man before him, named Talu. "Who is looking for old man?" "Talu, where is old man's tea?" At that moment, a little old man in a white shirt with a yellow vest, deep blue pants, brown shoes, and round-framed glasses walked out. "Who are you? What do you need from old man?" Old man asked while directing Talu to brew tea. Duanmu Yan smiled and replied, "Hello, old man, my name is Duanmu Yan. I have heard that you are the most famous antique appraiser here, so I brought some items for you to help me appraise." After saying this, he took out the pouch that Gu-yi had given him and put on the suspended ring. Old man took the pouch and upon seeing the items inside exclaimed in surprise, "This is Master Fang's magical artifact. How did you come to possess it?" Duanmu Yan quickly explained, "This was given to me by a senior who is a friend of Master Fang." He then showcased the suspended ring in his hand. Old man immediately recognized the suspended ring on Duanmu Yan's hand and excitedly asked, "Are you that person's disciple? How is she doing now?" Duanmu Yan smiled and replied, "I can't really call myself a disciple. Oh, I've only received some guidance from her." "So what brings you here to see old man today?" "Talu, where's old man's tea?" Old man reverted to his quirky old man persona. With a wave of his hand, a perfectly brewed Dahong Pao appeared on the table, and he pushed the tea towards old man, saying, "Old man, I would like to know if you have gathered the 3 talismans, dog, horse, and tiger." Old man was not surprised by Duanmu Yan's display of magic, as every mage from that side had some knowledge of such small spells. He gently lifted the teacup and took a small sip. The water temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. The aroma of the Dahong Pao wafted through, rich and mellow, filling his palate and nostrils. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent tea. The temperature is just right." Old man curiously inquired, "What did you just ask me?" Duanmu Yan repeated his question, and old man frowned, asking in confusion, "What do you need those 3 items for?" Duanmu Yan calmly replied, "It's not for me, it's needed by that person. If you haven't gathered them, could you let me know their locations? I'll go collect them myself." Upon hearing this, old man realized that the 3 items were needed by a friend of his mentor, so he unhesitatingly instructed Talu to call Jackie Chan. On the other end of the line, Jackie Chan's voice came through, and old man hurriedly said, "Chung Long, bring back the dog, horse, and tiger talismans. I need them. And one more thing, where are you right now? Don't forget to bring back some local specialties, and also..." Chung Long anxiously interrupted, asking old man what happened. "Why do you suddenly need those talismans?" Old man impatiently replied, "Don't interrupt me, hurry back. I have good news, the disciple of my mentor's friend is visiting." Dad instructed True to arrange a room for Duanmu Yan, then informed him that the talismans were currently stored in Zone 13 and could not be retrieved for the time being. It was necessary to wait for Chung Long to return and contact Sheriff Blake before the talismans could be reclaimed. Duanmu Yan understood this and began to browse through Dad's collection of books, hoping to find clues regarding the Book of Time. He knew that to bring back more talismans, he would need to harness the power of the Book of Time. However, he was uncertain whether the book would have any effect on someone like him from another world. If all else failed, he could only rely on the power of the Time Gem to extract more talismans from the Saint Master. Just then, Chung Long returned home. Upon entering, he noticed Duanmu Yan sitting at the desk engrossed in reading. Duanmu Yan heard the footsteps, looked up, and their gazes met. "Hello, I'm Chung Long. You must be the friend Dad mentioned." Chung Long greeted Duanmu Yan warmly. "Hello, my name is Duanmu Yan." Duanmu Yan replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, the person before him was Chung Long, whose films had accompanied the growth of many from the 80s and 90s in China. At that moment, Dad came out of his room and, using his 2 fingers, Zen tapped Chung Long on the head. Chung Long exclaimed in surprise, covering his head, and turned to look at Dad. Dad widened his eyes and glared at Chung Long, speaking in a serious tone. "Chung Long, how is the progress on the matters I entrusted to you? When will you bring back the talismans? Where are the local specialties that Dad wants?" Chung Long, hearing this, quickly pulled Dad into the adjacent room and asked in a lowered voice, "Dad, is he really your master's friend's disciple? He seems so young." Dad frowned, shot Chenglong a glare, and retorted, "What do you doubt Dad's judgment? Or do you think Dad is too old and has lost his touch?" Chenglong hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, indicating he meant no such thing. Dad continued to explain, he not only produced Master Fang's magical artifact, but also performed a unique spell that only he would use. Though Dad is old, he can still discern these matters. Moreover, the aura of magic is unmistakable. Duanmu Yan had already found traces of the Book of Time in the books. Duanmu Yan took out his portable computer from his pocket, opened it, and quickly checked the world map of this realm, confirming the locations carefully. Then he stood up and said to the two in the room, "Dad, I have something I need to take care of, so I need to step out for a bit. But don't worry, I will be back soon." Upon hearing this, Dad walked out of the room puzzled and asked, "What's so urgent? I haven't even had the chance to properly host you yet." Duanmu Yan smiled and explained, "Dad, I need to go to Australia for some important matters. Don't worry, I will return quickly, and I will bring you some local specialties." Before Chenglong and Dad could react, Duanmu Yan began to summon a portal. Chenglong watched in astonishment, his mouth agape, while Dad remained remarkably composed. After all, he had witnessed this move when he followed Master Fang. At that moment, he was even more convinced of Duanmu Yan's identity. Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal, entered Australia, and quickly summoned the Teli armor. He hesitated not a moment to start the engine and flew towards the Uluru in Australia. The reason he did not choose to directly reach the destination through the portal, but first arrived in Australia and then drove the Teli armor, was that Duanmu Yan did not want Dad to know his real purpose, the Book of Time. He feared that summoning the portal directly to the location of the Book of Time would lead to unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he decided to take this roundabout way to ensure the secrecy of his actions. The speed of the Teli armor was incredibly fast. Duanmu Yan soon arrived at Uluru, flying around the massive rock, but not seeing any entrance. Fortunately, he directly used his palm sword to carve an opening in the rock and then walked inside. Once inside, he used the power of the time gem to restore the entrance. When he was ready to leave, he could simply summon the portal. He was unsure how long he roamed inside, but he finally arrived at the place where the Book of Time was stored through a vortex. He flipped through the Book of Time and saw the account of the meeting between Master Gu Yi and Master Fang, as well as the clever duels between Chenglong and the Saint Master. He directly flipped to the last page, took up a pen, and wrote, "Duanmu Yan, an outsider from a parallel universe, returns to the original universe with 10 sets of 12 talismans." At the moment he finished writing, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if burdened with additional weight. Looking down, he was astonished to find a pocket appeared on him, heavy and seemingly filled with items. When he opened the pocket, joy surged within him as he found it indeed contained a full 10 sets of 12 talismans. This is wonderful. Now the purpose of his visit to Chenglong's adventure has finally been achieved. And it didn't take too long. Duanmu Yan was so excited he could hardly contain himself, his eyes shining with exhilaration. He was well aware of the value and power of these talismans. They would become a strong support for his future adventures. Immediately, Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal and returned to Australia. He eagerly purchased some local specialties which he had carefully selected, hoping to bring Dad a little surprise. Then he hurried back to Dad's antique shop. When Duanmu Yan entered the shop, he saw Dad busy with something. He approached Dad with a smile and said, "Dad, I'm back. I also brought you some local specialties from Australia. Additionally, I am also preparing to leave." Saying this, he placed the specialties on the table, waiting for Dad to come over to check them. However, before Dad could walk over, Duanmu Yan could not wait to say to Dad, "Dad, I'm really sorry, but I'm in a hurry to leave. Regarding the talismans, I think I will come back next time for them." He briefly explained. Dad frowned and asked in confusion, "Why the rush? The talismans haven't been taken out yet." He initially wanted to discuss magic with Duanmu Yan, but now he heard that he was in a hurry to leave. Duanmu Yan quickly waved his hand and reassured him, "It's all right, Dad. I have important matters to attend to over there, so I must hurry back. As for the talismans, I can only wait for the next opportunity to come back for them." He tried to make Dad understand his situation and assured him that he would return. Duanmu Yan took out the suspended ring and began to contact Master Gui. Soon a portal appeared before them. Standing on the other side was indeed Master Gui. Dad saw Master Gui and bowed respectfully. She nodded in return. Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal and Master Gui closed the portal, saying to Duanmu Yan, "It seems you had a good harvest this time." Duanmu Yan nodded. "Yes, let me give you a surprise in a few days as a token of gratitude for this time." Master Gui smiled and nodded. She was not concerned about Duanmu Yan's gift, or one could say that after living so long, she did not care about these worldly things. After returning home, Duanmu Yan immediately took out the 12 talismans, saying, "System, it's time for you to perform." Under the system's influence, the 12 talismans began to merge continuously, eventually transforming into a glowing sphere that fused into Duanmu Yan's body. He could distinctly feel that 11 different abilities had been added to him, and these abilities perfectly integrated with his Ultra gene under the regulation of the Tiger Talisman. System, if I divide the power of the talismans, will it affect the existing talisman power? Duanmu Yan, having sensed the power within him, suddenly asked. No, the power of the 12 talismans has already perfectly merged with your Ultra gene. Dividing the power of the talismans is equivalent to extracting your own energy, and this portion of energy will quickly recover. If the divided energy returns to your body, it will only slightly enhance your energy limit. After hearing the system's explanation, Duanmu Yan mobilized the power of the talismans within his body, condensing a tiger talisman and 2 dog talismans. He could feel that he had only lost a little energy, and that slight energy consumption was something he could easily recover from after a good sleep. With this ability, won't I be able to surpass Superman? Duanmu Yan thought excitedly. Host, please stop your daydreaming. Although you can create talismans, you can only do it once a day, and the number cannot exceed 5. If you exceed 5, the power of the talismans will weaken. The system interrupted Duanmu Yan's daydream in a timely manner. Alright, you just like to interrupt me when I'm happy. By the way, if I wear armor, can I still use the power of the talismans? Yes, the talisman power modified and fused by the system can be directly stacked onto the host's ultra armor. Oh, that's good. I was worried that once I summoned the armor, I wouldn't be able to use the talisman power. Duanmu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the talismans he had just condensed, summoned a portal again, and prepared to find Master Gui. Master Gui, I've brought you a gift, Duanmu Yan said with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation and joy. Gui smiled and said softly, it's rare that you have such a thought, but I don't have much desire for worldly possessions. Duanmu Yan quickly shook his head. No, please don't refuse immediately, just take a look first. Saying this, he carefully took out the tiger talisman and dog talismans, cautiously handing them to Gui. Gui took the 2 talismans, her face revealing a hint of confusion. She carefully examined the talismans in her hands and suddenly exclaimed, this is the talisman of the Holy Master. You went there just for this? Duanmu Yan did not expect Gui to know about the Holy Master, feeling a touch of curiosity in his heart, but he nodded. Exactly, give it a try. It should help with the energy within you. In fact, Gui had already sensed a change when she took the talismans in her hands. She discovered that the energy within her had been adjusted. The dark energy that originally required a lot of effort to suppress had become gentle, achieving a perfect balance with the light energy. Not only that, but she also felt an enormous life force continuously pouring into her body. You have a good heart. These 2 things are indeed helpful to me. After confirming her condition, Gui said to Duanmu Yan, as long as it's useful, I'll take my leave now. I still need to go to Asgard. I've prepared a talisman for that one as well. It should be able to help him. Duanmu Yan said. What he needs in life energy is not enough with just this. I know that, so I prepared a special one that can absorb various energies and convert them before feeding them back to him. Duanmu Yan said with an expression of having prepared this long ago. Oh, it seems you've thought this through well. Gui looked at Duanmu Yan curiously. Duanmu Yan didn't say much, but with a wave of his hands a flash of light appeared, revealing a golden portal that showcased the scenery of Asgard. He stepped into it and arrived in Asgard. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, 2 tall Asgardian warriors approached him, clad in heavy armor and wielding weapons, watching Duanmu Yan with vigilance. I wish to see your king, Duanmu Yan said. The 2 warriors exchanged glances, and one of them nodded, saying, please wait a moment, I will report. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the palace. After a while, the warrior returned and nodded to Duanmu Yan, saying, follow me. Saying this, he led Duanmu Yan into the palace. Duanmu Yan followed the warrior through corridors and halls until they reached the depths of the palace. Here he saw King Odin on the throne. King Odin sat there, his gaze cold as he looked at Duanmu Yan, as if he could see through his inner thoughts. Duanmu, you come to see me for something important? Odin asked Duanmu Yan. I'm here to return a favor, thanking you for the URU alloy you sent me before. Duanmu Yan took out a specially crafted dog talisman and moved it to Odin with his mental power. Odin reached out to take it, and in that moment he felt a huge life force pouring into his body, an energy that kept flowing, as if absorbing and converting the ambient energy, delivering it all at once to his body, making him feel better than ever. What kind of treasure is this? It contains such powerful vitality. Odin exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Duanmu Yan. This is a gift I'm giving you, Duanmu Yan replied with a smile. Odin took a deep breath to calm himself, then shifted his gaze from the dog talisman to Duanmu Yan. You've truly surprised me, he said, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This is just a small token of my gratitude. I hope it can help you. Duanmu Yan said humbly. This gift is too precious. I cannot accept your things for free. How about this? You can make a request of me, and as long as it's within my capability, I will try my best to fulfill it. Odin said. Duanmu Yan shook his head and smiled, saying, no need, my lord. I've said it before, I just wanted to express my gratitude, and I have no other requests. If you must repay me, may I have that infinity gauntlet from your treasury? Oh, do you want to collect the infinity stones? Odin looked at Duanmu Yan and asked, "No, mainly I want to enhance my power. My armor can fuse with metals to strengthen itself." I asked Eitri, and he said if my armor can fuse with that infinity gauntlet, its strength could at least increase by another level. Duanmu Yan explained, "I see, since you've given me such a great gift, I can't refuse you. The infinity gauntlet can be yours, but I hope you can help Thor in the future." Odin thought for a moment, feeling that since Duanmu Yan could produce such a good item for him, he had no reason to refuse, and readily agreed, while also helping Thor gain an ally. "Host, I do not understand. You could have asked Odin for something better, yet you chose this glove embedded with fake gems." The system felt puzzled that Duanmu Yan had gone through so much effort only to end up with a glove full of counterfeit. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly and explained, "Firstly, I do not care whether the gems are real or fake, because the true infinity stones are in my possession. Although the stones are fake, the glove is real. I need the magical patterns carved on this glove. This kind of magical pattern can perfectly complement the infinity stones, unleashing their immense power and further enhancing energy output similar to an enchanting effect. Secondly, Odin and Ancient One have been the guardians of the infinity stones for many years, and they are very sensitive to the aura of the raw stones. Even though you successfully block the energy fluctuations emitted by the raw stone, as long as you have used the raw stone, it is inevitable that you will be tainted by its aura. Thus, it is wiser to choose an item without any trace of gems. Finally, this is also a matter of human relationships. The Ancient One is a mage on Earth. As long as what we do benefits the Earth, she will not only not stop us, but may even lend her assistance. In contrast, Odin is a cunning old fox. He knows very well how effective the dog talisman is against him. I deliberately chose this glove. The value of the dog talisman has long surpassed that of this glove by countless times. As long as Odin is still alive, he can create countless gloves. This way he effectively owes me a tremendous favor, one that cannot be repaid with just a glove." Upon hearing this, the system suddenly enlightened, realizing that the host's considerations were quite thorough. Every step was the result of careful deliberation. Duanmu Yan summoned his armor and carefully extended his right hand into the infinity gauntlet. As he moved, the infinity gauntlet began to gradually shrink, firmly adhering to his armored hand until it completely enveloped his entire right hand. Under the mystical influence of the system, the infinity gauntlet seemed to melt away, seamlessly integrating into the armor. At the same time, the energy output of the armor was significantly enhanced, greatly improving its overall performance and further strengthening its compatibility with the infinity stones. However, the fake gems slipped from Duanmu Yan's hand and fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound as they dropped during the integration with the armor. Immediately after, Duanmu Yan suddenly felt an incredibly powerful and violent energy surging back from the armor into his body. This energy was like a fierce beast violently crashing against his meridians and cells. However, under the miraculous regulation of the tiger talisman, the originally violent energy gradually became docile, like a tamed beast obediently following commands. Moreover, the horse talisman also played a significant role at this critical moment, continuously releasing healing power that swiftly repaired the damage Duanmu Yan sustained from the invasive violent energy. This marvelous sensation made Duanmu Yan feel both pain and pleasure, as if he were caught in a realm of ice and fire. Under the powerful influence of the Dragoon genes, Duanmu Yan took 2 days to finally adapt to this violent energy, and all his physical data received a tremendous boost under the enhancement of the Infinity Stones. At this moment, Tony's phone rang. "Duanmu, something has happened. Come to my house quickly." Duanmu Yan thought for a moment, and the next second, he directly appeared in Tony's home. This startled Tony, who was still on the phone. "Dude, what's your new trick? Where's that circle with the fireworks?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Didn't you say there was something important? Is this what you meant?" Tony said, "Oh right, it's Happy. Happy was attacked and is now in the hospital unconscious." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan realized that the villain from Iron Man 3 had reappeared. "What do you want to do? Have you found out who the culprit is?" Tony shook his head. "I had Jarvis reconstruct the accident scene." As he spoke, he brought up a virtual projection, which was precisely the scene of Happy's accident. While the two were discussing, Pepper also arrived at Tony's home. As the woman who had accompanied Tony through thick and thin, she understood very well Happy's place in Tony's heart. At that moment, Duanmu Yan suddenly sensed something approaching the villa, and he immediately instructed Jarvis to activate the villa's defenses. "What's going on?" Tony wondered when suddenly they heard a loud noise as a missile struck the defensive barrier. "What's happening?" Tony and Pepper were startled, and as the smoke cleared, they saw an armed helicopter hovering outside the villa. The people on the helicopter, seeing the missile ineffective, squeezed the trigger again, launching more missiles, while 2 Gatling guns on the aircraft continuously spat fire. Duanmu Yan glanced at Tony. "Are you really just going to let them ride on your head and do whatever they want?" Realizing the situation, Tony immediately began to suit up in his armor, flying out towards the barrier. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan immediately summoned his armor and flew towards the helicopter. He moved like lightning, instantly arriving above the helicopter. Tony, facing the Gatling guns, raised his fist and struck the helicopter fiercely. The helicopter pilot noticed Tony's attack and hurriedly maneuvered the helicopter to evade. However, Tony's speed was extremely fast, and his fist still struck heavily against the helicopter's rotor. The rotor broke with a loud bang, causing the helicopter to lose balance and wobble as it descended to the ground. Duanmu Yan took the opportunity to drag the pilot out of the aircraft, delivering a kick that completely destroyed the helicopter. After eliminating the enemy, Duanmu Yan returned to the villa. Tony and Pepper were puzzled by his actions. Duanmu, why did you save those people? Tony asked. If you don't leave any survivors, how can you find out who is behind it? This incident is probably not that simple. Duanmu Yan said with a serious expression, we need to quickly identify the mastermind, or otherwise more troubles will arise. Tony calmed down and understood Duanmu Yan's intentions. But how can you be sure these guys will confess? Tony asked further. You don't need to worry about that. I have my methods to make them confess. As he spoke, Duanmu Yan opened the mirror space, enveloping several people within. This is the mirror space. No matter how destructive they are, it will not affect the outside, and here wishing to die is a luxury. Duanmu Yan explained lightly. At first, Tony and Pepper did not understand until they saw Duanmu Yan's actions and realized his meaning. The terrorists, upon seeing Tony and the others, immediately exploded the energy within their bodies, planning to perish together with them, yet in the next second their bodies restored again. Duanmu Yan looked amused, like to self-destruct. No problem, feel free to explode as much as you want, you can do it as many times as you wish. Tony and Pepper looked at the terrorists with exasperation. This was not the first time they had witnessed these guys self-destruct. What began as shock and concern had now turned into a sense of normalcy, to the point where they even started discussing whether the poses the terrorists struck before their explosions would yield different effects. Duanmu Yan stood quietly to the side, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He knew these terrorists were nothing more than brainwashed tools, completely loyal to their leader, but he was indifferent to it. He believed that as long as they were under enough pressure, they would eventually break. Sure enough, after several self-destructs, those terrorists began to feel fear and despair. They had originally thought that the serum they were injected with granted them true immortality and superpowers, but now they found themselves trapped in endless agony. They started to doubt their faith, questioning whether they truly wanted to sacrifice their lives for such a cruel organization. When Duanmu Yan revived them once more, they finally realized how dire their situation was. They widened their eyes, staring at Duanmu Yan, filled with anger and terror. Tell me, where is your leader hiding? Otherwise you will continue to loop through self-destruction and revival, Duanmu Yan said coldly. Impossible. We would rather die than betray the organization. One terrorist gritted his teeth and replied. Tony frowned and looked at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu, what should we do if these guys refuse to talk? It's fine, I have plenty of time to play with them, Duanmu Yan replied with a slight smirk. As he spoke, he activated the power of the time stone, once more plunging the terrorists into the cycle of self-destruction and revival again. As time passed, the mental state of the terrorists deteriorated further. They began to blame each other and even started to argue. Duanmu Yan knew they were close to breaking down. Finally, one of the terrorists couldn't hold back and shouted, "Ill talk, ill talk." After Pepper finished recording the information they revealed, Duanmu Yan began his next move. He extended his hand towards the terrorists, then clenched his fist, making a pulling motion. With his movement, the serum injected into several of them was surprisingly stripped from their bodies, floating in the air. Then, with a casual wave, Duanmu Yan exited the mirror space, tossing the terrorists into the sea to feed the fish. Tony looked at the mass of liquid and frowned. Is this the serum that caused their high-temperature self-destruction? Yes, but this stuff isn't a finished product. It has some flaws and injection poses risks. It needs improvement, Duanmu Yan nodded. But what do you intend to do with it? You shouldn't need this injection yourself, Tony frowned. Of course not. I'm planning to patch you up, Duanmu Yan chuckled. You mean you want to inject this into me, Tony Stark? No way, absolutely not. Tony's eyes widened. Don't worry with me around, you want die? And I want to inject you with this half-finished serum, Duanmu Yan patted Tony's shoulder. He continued, for now I think you should contact Rhodey as soon as possible. You heard what those people just said. Although we don't know when it will happen, it's always good to be prepared. He then took out a bottle of light blue serum from his pocket and handed it to Pepper, saying, Pepper, please take this to the hospital and inject it into Happy. After all, he is my good friend, and this serum can help him recover faster. Pepper accepted the bottle and nodded in agreement. Since she usually went out with Happy responsible for her transportation, Happy was not just a personal bodyguard to her. He was more like her personal assistant, helping her with many tasks. After bidding farewell to Tony and Pepper, Duanmu Yan left their home and headed to Dr. Banner's residence. Banner is currently a registered researcher at Stark Industries. If Ross wants to capture Banner, he must consider whether he can outplay Stark Industries' legal department. After all, Stark Industries is one of the largest arms dealers in the world, possessing immense financial power and connections. Moreover, since Banner joined, many stagnant projects at Stark Industries have been resolved, giving him significant standing within the company. If Ross forcefully captured him, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Duanmu Yan arrived at Banner's residence and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened, revealing Banner's somewhat fatigued face. Seeing Duanmu Yan, Banner displayed a hint of surprise. Duanmu, what brings you here? I need your help with something. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly as he stepped into the room, casually closing the door. Oh, what is it? Banner asked curiously. Duanmu Yan took out a glass vial containing a red liquid. He handed the vial to Banner and said, "This is the serum I extracted from the person who attacked Tony. Can you check if there's anything wrong with it?" Banner took the vial and observed it carefully. The red liquid inside looked somewhat strange, but he felt neither fear nor disgust. On the contrary, a hint of excitement sparkled in his eyes. As a scientist, he was always curious about the unknown. You just said Tony was attacked. Is he okay? Banner asked, having just realized that someone dared to attack Iron Man. Duanmu Yan nodded. He's fine, but the attacker used this serum, and I want to know its components and effects. Banner took a deep breath and began to analyze the serum. He poured a portion of it into a small cup and added some other chemical reagents, observing their reactions. Then he used some instruments to test the serum, attempting to identify its components and structure. After a while, Banner finally reached a conclusion. He frowned and said to Duanmu Yan, "This is a very complex serum that contains multiple chemical components. Preliminary assessments indicate it enhances human strength, speed, and endurance, as well as regenerative abilities, but specific effects require further experimentation. Additionally, it seems to have some side effects such as potential emotional instability and violent behavior. Most importantly, it can cause people to explode." Hearing this, Duanmu Yan felt a surge of joy. Coming to Banner was indeed the right choice, as he had quickly identified the advantages and drawbacks of the serum. Duanmu Yan hoped Banner could continue researching the serum to eliminate its side effects. He intended to use this serum to patch the hole in Tony's chest. Host, you could actually adjust the potion using the power of the Reality Stone. Why go through all the trouble of having Banner research it? I know that, but I am ultimately an outsider. If I solve everything myself, what use are these superheroes and geniuses? I could snap my fingers right now and eliminate any danger from Earth. But if I did that, wouldn't the story become dull? Duanmu Yan said, "Host, you are really starting to resemble a true Ultraman." The system replied seriously. Duanmu Yan, I can't shake the feeling that you are being sarcastic, yet I can't find any evidence. So tell me, do I have a chance to become the real Triga Ultraman? The system remained silent for a moment before answering. As for that question, the system isn't quite sure. Perhaps it depends on the host's destiny. Maybe one day you will truly become the Triga Ultraman. The system answered mysteriously. Duanmu Yan, I'm just amused. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? A few days later, Duanmu Tony is missing. Pepper's call came through, sounding extremely urgent. Pepper, don't panic. What happened? Duanmu Yan asked. After Pepper explained, Duanmu Yan understood that just like in the original story, Tony had flown to Tennessee in the Mark 42 to seek clues to deal with the Mandarin threat. Duanmu Yan sighed. This Tony of all suits to wear had to choose the one that was the most reckless. Although it had been modified by him, it was still not as reckless as before. It seems that Tony was destined to face such difficulties. Duanmu Yan immediately instructed Pao to search for Tony's whereabouts across all of Tennessee. Before long, Pao located the position of Tony's armor. He found him in a storage warehouse. Really, you are giving me a hard time. Duanmu Yan complained, then activated a portal, instantly arriving at Tony's side. At this moment, Tony was speaking with a young boy. Upon seeing Duanmu Yan suddenly appear, he said, "Buddy, how did you find me?" Duanmu Yan pointed at the Mark 42. "And do you think who made your reckless armor?" Tony suddenly realized, thank goodness you intervened, otherwise I would have been in big trouble this time. Duanmu Yan admonished him for being so reckless, but Tony just smiled and said, "If I don't take risks, how can I find a solution to the problem?" Duanmu Yan helplessly shook his head, thinking this guy's anxiety disorder has still not been resolved. He always wants to solve problems himself. Duanmu Yan sent a message to Pepper to reassure her. Pepper wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Duanmu Yan, who assured her he would stay by Tony's side. While the young boy Harry went to sleep, Duanmu Yan and Tony entered the mirror space. Duanmu Yan carefully took out the modified potion from his pocket and displayed it in front of Tony. "No way, buddy, are you seriously planning to inject me with this?" Tony asked, his eyes wide, staring at the vial with suspicion. "Don't worry, Banner has eliminated the flaws of this potion. After injection, you can become a super soldier like Steve." Duanmu Yan explained confidently. Duanmu Yan thought to himself, I even added a little extra. The immortal dog, the healing horse, and the harmonizing tiger. The side effects have all been eliminated by the Reality Stone. Tony stared intently at the vial, seemingly wanting to say something more, but Duanmu Yan decisively acted, quickly pinning his body with a silver needle. Then without hesitation, Duanmu Yan grabbed his arm and slowly injected the potion. As the potion entered Tony's body, a red energy surged from his arm, rapidly spreading upward like a blazing fire. Tony's body temperature rose sharply, as if he were in a heated furnace. The silver needle that restrained him could not withstand such high temperatures and was instantly melted into a puddle of molten iron. With his bindings removed, Tony's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. The reactor in his chest weakly fell away, and the large hole in his chest began to heal at an astonishing speed, with the previously shattered skin and muscle gradually regrowing to form new tissue. Suddenly, Tony's body trembled violently, and he covered his mouth with his hands as a series of harsh coughs broke the silence. Then a red sphere was coughed out from his mouth about the size of a glass bead. Duanmu Yan's gaze sharpened as he extended his hand, and the sphere obediently flew to him. The sphere spun in the air, radiating a scorching aura. As time passed, the sphere gradually cooled, revealing a pitch-black metallic sheen. This should be the remnants of the ammunition inside Tony's body. Meanwhile, thick black smoke began to emanate from Tony's body, filling the air. Duanmu Yan frowned slightly, secretly guessing this should be the toxins within Tony, possibly including, but not limited to, palladium impurities. These harmful substances had accumulated in Tony's body for a long time, and were now expelled from his body under the potion's influence, transforming into black smoke that dispersed. After a while, Tony stood up. "Oh, buddy, I feel better than ever. At least I feel 10 years younger." Duanmu Yan threw him a set of clothes. "Put this on. Don't you feel empty without clothes? Also, how old are you to say something like that, without fearing ridicule?" Only then did Tony realize that his clothes were completely gone. Tony quickly put on the clothes, stretched a bit, and felt completely rejuvenated. "Thank you, buddy, but what exactly happened?" Duanmu Yan smiled and explained, "The toxins in your body have been cleared out, and the potion I injected you with also aids in cell regeneration and repair. You won't need to carry this thing around anymore," Duanmu Yan said as he displayed the reactor that had just fallen out. Tony nodded. He knew his health had always been poor, and he was extremely grateful to Duanmu Yan for this improvement. "All right, what's next? Are you going to continue investigating that fake? Or are you going back to your villa?" Duanmu Yan asked Tony. Tony looked puzzled. Duanmu Yan explained, "Actually, the Mandarin that appeared on television is just a cover for a conspiracy. The real mastermind is Aldrich Killian. Killian utilized a biological technology called Raven to conduct biological resurrection experiments on injured soldiers and disabled individuals. However, this technology has significant side effects, causing subjects to easily lose control or even explode. In order to achieve his goals, Killian created the false persona of the Mandarin to divert the public's attention. By the way, this Killian has a connection to you." "What do you mean? What does it have to do with me?" Tony asked in confusion, his brow furrowing even deeper. "Killian is the creator of the Despair virus and the founder of AM. He was once your fervent fan, but was neglected by you 22 years ago. In his despair, contemplating suicide, he witnessed the moment fireworks burst forth and felt a surge of power from the depths of despair, thus igniting his desire for revenge and deciding to conduct research on his own." As Duanmu Yan spoke, he glanced at Tony. "He not only collaborated with Maya Hansen to develop the Despair virus, but also recruited Trevor Slattery to play the Mandarin, thus beginning his behind-the-scenes domination. At the same time, he has Eric Savon and Ellen Brandt as his enforcers. Killian's plan is to eliminate President Matthew Ellis and then persuade Vice President Rodriguez to use the Despair virus to restore his missing right leg for his disabled daughter." After hearing Duanmu Yan's explanation, Tony fell silent for a moment, a wave of guilt and regret washing over him. It turns out that the root of this crisis was a neglect from many years ago. "So you say this guy is related to you? Is all of this because of you?" Duanmu Yan stared intently at Tony, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Tony took a deep breath and said slowly, "Yes, all of this started because of me. But I will take responsibility and solve this problem." His gaze grew resolute, determined to atone for his mistakes and thwart Killian's scheme. "All right, but if you want to deal with Killian, you need to fix your armor first." Duanmu Yan turned to look at the damaged Mark 42. "You're right, buddy. It would be best to develop a completely new suit of armor that fits my current superpowers," Tony said thoughtfully. Duanmu Yan knew that given Tony's current abilities and physical condition, these armors would not only be useless, but would also become a limitation. "By the way, Tony, I keep forgetting to ask you, what about the materials for the destroyer? Don't tell me that after having it for so long you still haven't turned it into an armored suit." Duanmu Yan recalled the destroyer they had taken down previously with Thor. "Actually, I couldn't shape it. Although I tried to melt and reshape it again, its heat resistance is too high, so I haven't been able to turn it into armor," Tony said. Duanmu Yan understood that this was not Tony's fault. After all, the destroyer was originally Odin's armor, crafted by dwarves using the energy of a neutron star. Therefore, Duanmu Yan said to Tony, "You should have told me earlier. Such a small matter, I could have helped you solve it." It turned out that Duanmu Yan had once completed a mission and obtained a fragment of the eternal flame, which would make melting and reshaping the destroyer a piece of cake. However, he never expected that Tony had kept this matter from him. Faced with Duanmu Yan's questioning, Tony scratched his head helplessly. "I just wanted to handle it myself, not wanting to trouble you." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan was immediately filled with anger. "You, what kind of relationship do we have, and you still mention trouble?" Do you believe I won't punch you? However, Duanmu Yan quickly calmed down, waving his hand. Forget it, we can talk about the armor later. I'm going to get the Vibranium suit for you. You handle this matter quickly. I have other things to attend to, so you can play by yourself for now. With that, Duanmu Yan summoned a portal and left. Arriving at Kamarage, Duanmu Yan gently knocked on the door of Waterboiled Egg, Ancient One, and quietly asked, Master, are you home? I have something to ask her. At that moment, the Ancient One's disciple Mordo walked over and informed him, the Master is in the meditation room. You can go find her directly. Mordo was familiar with Duanmu Yan, so upon hearing he was looking for the Ancient One, he promptly told him. Duanmu Yan nodded, and then walked toward the Ancient One's exclusive meditation room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, it suddenly opened on its own, and a voice came from inside. Great Master, you seem to be in good spirits. This surprised Duanmu Yan, but he walked in anyway. Inside the room, he saw the Ancient One who was sitting there smiling at him. Thanks to you, I borrowed the charm you gave me and successfully transformed that portion of power into my own energy. Not only that, but even my previous hidden injuries have healed. The Ancient One said while pouring Duanmu Yan a cup of tea. What brings you here today? The Ancient One continued to ask. Master, I want to go to a parallel universe and bring back a suit of iron armor. Is it convenient? Duanmu Yan took a sip of tea and said, Oh, which world do you want to go to this time? The Ancient One paused her actions. I want to go to the zombie universe. You should know about it, right? Duanmu Yan continued. The Ancient One nodded slightly. I know, but how are you sure that universe has what you want? I'm just guessing if it exists, that's great. If not, I might as well save that universe too. Duanmu Yan explained. You have a way to save that universe. The Ancient One looked at Duanmu Yan in surprise. I can't save the universe, but saving a planet is still no problem. Duanmu Yan revealed his 12 charms. I see with this it is indeed possible to save that planet. In that case, I can send you to that universe. The Ancient One led Duanmu Yan back to the dimensional gate and pulled up the coordinates for the zombie universe. Duanmu Yan walked right in. As Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal, he immediately felt a sense of weightlessness. Looking down, he found himself suspended in midair. He couldn't help but curse. That Ancient One didn't even tell me opening the door in midair. Luckily, I can fly. Duanmu Yan quickly summoned his armor, switching to the aerial mode, and began to circle around the Earth looking for survivors. He discovered that this Earth was teeming with gathered zombies, while human traces were few and far between. PAL searched for the location of Stark Industries. Also confirmed the timeline here and the cause of the zombie crisis. Duanmu Yan issued commands to PAL through the communicator. Understood, Duanmu. PAL responded and quickly connected to the satellite system in the universe. After some searching and analysis, PAL reported to Duanmu Yan. Duanmu, according to the timeline records, the time in this universe is 2025, and the zombie outbreak has been ongoing for 2 years. According to the data, the cause of the zombie outbreak was due to a certain country with too much prosperity conducting nuclear pollution discharges. The only remaining personnel at Stark Industries are Tony Stark's daughter Morgan Stark, and Spider-Man Wasp, and other superheroes. Hearing this news, Duanmu Yan furrowed his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. These selfish individuals, for their own interests, would endanger the entire world. He decided to first find those surviving superheroes to learn more about the disaster. Duanmu Yan followed PAL's guidance and arrived at the Avengers base. He saw that this base had become a sanctuary for the few remaining superheroes, but surprisingly, it was also surrounded by zombies who were once superheroes themselves, such as Captain America, Hawkeye, and Falcon. Despite the constant attacks from the zombies on the base's defenses, the base remained sturdy and undamaged. After analyzing, PAL said, Duanmu, the defenses of this base are made of Vibranium, so they cannot be breached. Duanmu Yan suddenly realized, I see, but now that they are guarding here, we cannot enter. Duanmu Yan had a flash of inspiration, snapped his fingers, and used the time stone to freeze the zombies in place, then employed telekinesis to fling them far away. After eliminating the obstructing zombies, Duanmu Yan and PAL successfully entered the entrance of the base. Inside the base, chaos reigned as the surviving superheroes looked at them warily. Duanmu Yan called out, Is anyone there? We're here to help. Hearing his voice, Spider-Man stepped forward. Who are you? Why did the zombies disappear as soon as you appeared? Duanmu Yan calmly replied, I used my powers to fling them away, so there's nothing to worry about. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Duanmu Yan from another universe, and I am here to investigate the origin of the zombie virus. Spider-Man exchanged glances with the others and quietly said, We need to discuss this. A few minutes later, they made a decision to bring Duanmu Yan into the base. Although they had not fully trusted Duanmu Yan, yet at least he did not appear to be infected. Moreover, Edith's system had not detected any zombie virus on him. Spider-Man introduced the current situation to Duanmu Yan, explaining that they had been working hard to find a way to combat the zombie virus, but had yet to achieve any substantial progress. After thinking for a moment, Duanmu Yan decided to check on Captain America's condition to see if he could find any clues. Duanmu Yan exited the base and brought back Captain America, who had been flung away, carefully examining his body. His condition is quite strange. Duanmu Yan frowned. It seems that a force is continuously eroding his body. The others gathered around expressing their agreement. This could be the influence of the zombie virus. After all, the captain's metabolism is exceptionally strong, yet clearly the virus is even stronger, Wasp speculated. Duanmu Yan used the power of the talisman spell on Captain America, but the result was a failure. The talisman power cannot dispel the virus in his body. Unless... What is it? Is something wrong? Black Widow asked. The talisman I used has restorative power, allowing the holder to remove any effects caused by external forces. It can heal any disease afflicting the holder and also restore damaged inanimate objects to their original state. Unless he is no longer a living person, the talisman power would fail to dispel the virus in their bodies. Are you saying the captain is already dead? Spider-Man exclaimed in surprise. No, he still shows signs of life, Duanmu Yan explained, but his current state is very peculiar, as if he is teetering on the edge of life and death. The others exchanged puzzled looks, confused by this situation. Perhaps we can only find another solution to save the captain, Spider-Man said. We cannot give up, Black Widow affirmed. There must still be hope. Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Duanmu Yan seemed to have thought of something. He reached out and grasped the air before Captain America, causing several strands of black liquid to emerge from his body. Duanmu Yan used the talisman power again, and this time it worked, although he quickly frowned. What did you do? Spider-Man asked. I extracted the virus from his body, but the virus within him is reproducing too quickly. We must find a way to create an antidote. Duanmu Yan took a glass vial and collected the virus. This virus is more troublesome than I expected, he said with a furrowed brow. We need to act quickly, Spider-Man said. We can't let more people get infected with this virus. I need some time to study these viruses, Duanmu Yan replied. As he spoke, Duanmu Yan left with the virus samples. The others also sprang into action, searching for ways to combat the virus. Once inside the laboratory, Duanmu Yan immediately began his research on the virus. He discovered that this virus had a strong infectious capacity and mutation ability, making conventional detoxification methods difficult to apply. After much effort, Duanmu Yan finally found a potentially effective antidote formula. However, making the antidote required some special materials, and he decided to search for them himself. Just as Duanmu Yan was about to leave, he saw a cute little girl. As he was about to approach her, he heard Wasp calling out to the girl, Morgan, why did you come out? It's dangerous outside. Oh, I will take you back. And hope I was so bored inside by myself and I miss mom and dad, little Morgan said pitifully. Is this Tony's daughter? Morgan Stark. Duanmu Yan sighed inwardly and stepped forward. Hello, Morgan, I am Duanmu Yan. He smiled warmly at the little girl, his eyes reflecting gentle light. Hello, Uncle Duanmu. Morgan politely replied, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Duanmu Yan squatted down to meet Morgan's gaze, saying earnestly, Your dad is a great hero. He will definitely come back to see you. He tried to bring some comfort and hope to the little girl. I know Dad and Mom are always very busy. Morgan nodded understandingly, her eyes revealing her longing for her parents. At this moment, Wasp walked up to Duanmu Yan and mouthed, We haven't told her the truth. Duanmu Yan immediately understood her meaning and nodded slightly. By the way, I have made some progress on the antidote, but it will take some more time. Duanmu Yan stood up and said to Wasp, his tone filled with determination and confidence. Then it's up to you, Wasp said gratefully, fully aware of the antidote's importance in saving the world. Duanmu Yan nodded firmly and then turned to leave. He silently vowed to develop the antidote as quickly as possible. Even for the sake of little Morgan, he could even use the power of the Infinity Stones to restore this Earth to its state before the virus outbreak. Although he didn't know what kind of damage that would cause him once that moment came, he would not hesitate for a second. Duanmu Yan, clad in armor, traversed the city, tirelessly searching for materials to concoct an antidote. At the same time, he summoned 3 mech avatars, Dark Talikia, Dark Diga, and Dark Lopacero, to fly in 3 different directions. In this death-filled world teeming with zombies, a thick aura of death permeated every corner. The rampant, brutal, and greedy nature of the zombies, along with the fear and dread of the survivors, coalesced like a powerful undercurrent. These negative energies, however, became the nourishment for the growth of the Dark Warriors. When the Dark Warriors returned from this world, the negative energy they absorbed would be transformed into a formidable force by the wondrous harmonization of the Tiger Talisman, accelerating the enhancement of the light power within Duanmu Yan. Following Duanmu Yan's instructions, the 3 Dark Warriors headed to the countries of Bangzi, Jiaopin, and Baixiang. Among them, Bangzi was undoubtedly the most detestable, akin to an ungrateful wolf. Upon arriving at this location, Dark Talikia unhesitatingly unleashed the Dark Zai Pali Ao beam, ruthlessly cleansing this land. Whether living or undead, anyone within Bangzi was deemed an enemy. Moreover, Dark Talikia employed the mysterious power of the Mind Gem to bring those loyal to Longhua back to their homeland. Jiaopin and Baixiang also suffered a similar fate. However, Duanmu Yan specifically instructed the 2 Dark Warriors to incite a massive tornado in these 2 countries. This tornado not only swept away the waters of the Ganges, but also drew in large amounts of nuclear-contaminated water, ultimately bringing it to the capitals of the two countries. As a result, these two nations would personally experience the terrifying consequences brought by the mutated seawater. The reason for not erasing these three locations from the map all at once was that they currently surrounded Longwa in three directions, and Duanmu Yan needed them to block tsunamis and typhoons for Longwa. After receiving information from the three Dark Warriors, Duanmu Yan simply instructed do not involve Longwa, and then paid them no further mind. At this moment, he had been shuttling between multiple biological laboratories, successfully gathering enough materials to produce an antidote. Thus, his next plan was to start crafting the antidote. Meanwhile, before releasing the antidote, he needed to organize the technologies from various countries and send them back to Longwa's research institute. He had already devised a plan to use the power of the Infinity Stones to revert Longwa to its state before the zombie outbreak. For the other nations, he could only hope the antidote would yield maximum efficacy. As for the purpose of his visit, it was no longer merely to acquire the Mark 85 armor, but to obtain all of Tony's technology and to strengthen the entire Longwa, making other nations its vassals. Duanmu Yan was simultaneously allowing PAL to invade Tony's database while producing the antidote for the zombie virus. He also found the Mark 85 armor crafted by Tony along with the toolbox for its maintenance. He brought the prepared virus serum into the room where Captain America was held captive and in front of everyone injected the serum into Captain America's body. As time passed, Captain America's body began to convulse violently, as if countless worms were writhing within him. Meanwhile, a large amount of black liquid poured from his orifices thick like ink. This liquid flowed down his cheeks, nose, and mouth, forming ominous black streams that looked exceedingly terrifying. However, when it all finally ended, Captain America's body underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously grotesque and twisted features gradually returned to calm, and his skin changed from a grayish hue back to a healthy wheat color. His eyes became clear and bright, once more devoid of the previous lifelessness. Captain America slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by people who gazed at him with concern. What happened to me?" he stammered. Captain America asked weakly, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Edith, check the captain's physical condition," Spider-Man said to the air. As soon as he finished speaking, a female voice announced, "Diagnosis completed. There is no trace of the zombie virus in Captain America's body. He urgently needs a large amount of food to replenish energy." Upon hearing this news, everyone erupted in cheers. They rushed toward Captain America, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. "That's great. Duanmu, you really succeeded," someone exclaimed excitedly. Captain America looked at the animated crowd before him, filled with confusion. He tried to rise, but felt a wave of dizziness and extreme weakness. "Can someone tell me what exactly happened?" he weakly inquired. Captain America asked in a frail voice. Black Widow stepped forward, gently supporting him, and then detailed the events that had transpired. Captain America listened quietly, his expression growing graver. Ultimately, he fell into silence, a flicker of pain and guilt flashing in his eyes. "Next, I will continue to optimize the virus. By the way, how many flying devices do we have? We can't inject each one individually, so I'm thinking of dispersing the antidote in a spray form. Currently, we have 3 usable Quinjet aircraft. With the energy reserves of the Quinjet, it is feasible to fly around the Earth, but can you produce that much antidote?" Black Widow inquired. Duanmu Yan took out a blue dart from his pocket. Hope recognized the familiar dart immediately and understood Duanmu Yan's intention. "You want to use PIM particles to enlarge the antidote. But will the antidote still be effective this way?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Rest assured, I've already tested it. It will not affect the antidote's efficacy at all, and it will save a lot of time. My father's laboratory still has plenty of PIM particles, or I can bring them out to help you enlarge the antidote," Hope said. Duanmu Yan responded, "If that's the case, that would be perfect. Without delay, let's get to work." Spider-Man and Hope rushed to Pym's laboratory to retrieve the PIM particles. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan continued to craft the antidote while issuing a cleanup order to the 3 Dark Warriors outside. Black Widow went to modify the Quinjet. 3 days later, Duanmu Yan announced, "Everyone, the antidote is ready. Spider-Man and I will release the antidote into the seawater, while Steve, Hope, and Natasha will be responsible for spraying it from the air." Everyone nodded in understanding and then proceeded with their tasks. Duanmu Yan and Spider-Man brought the antidote to the seaside and released it into the seawater. Meanwhile, Steve, Hope, and Natasha piloted the Quinjet in the air, spraying the antidote. They worked in clear coordination, ensuring the antidote could cover as large an area as possible. During this process, Duanmu Yan closely monitored the dissemination of the antidote, adjusting the amount and position of the release as needed. He understood the importance of this action. It was crucial to ensure the antidote could effectively neutralize the toxins and save Earth's creatures and ecological environment. As time went by, the antidote gradually spread through the seawater, reacting with the toxins. Duanmu Yan observed through the satellite monitoring system that the color of the seawater began to change, indicating the antidote was taking effect. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, hoping this operation would succeed. Meanwhile, Steve, Hope, and Natasha, who were spraying the antidote from the air, also gave their all to ensure every drop of the antidote accurately landed in the targeted area. They constantly changed flight paths to cover more countries. After several hours of effort, the antidote finally covered the entire polluted sea area. Duanmu Yan and the others anxiously awaited the results, hoping the antidote could completely eliminate the toxins and restore the ecological balance of the ocean. Ultimately, the satellite monitoring system indicated that the chemical composition of the seawater had returned to normal, and those who had turned into zombies were reverted back into humans under the antidote's effect, except for those who were missing limbs. Duanmu Yan and the others cheered in jubilation, celebrating the success of this operation. Just as the crowd was cheering with joy, Duanmu Yan suddenly noticed several mysterious spheres of light flying swiftly towards him, merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the zombie crisis on Earth, receiving the generous gifts of Earth, the light of the earth, the light of the ocean, and the light of the sky. Immediately after, another message came through. Congratulations, host. In the zombie crisis on Earth, you have successfully destroyed the nation of Foot Basin, earning the gratitude of all the people on Earth, which is transformed into the light of hope. Then another prompt sounded. Congratulations, host. In the zombie crisis on Earth, you have successfully annihilated the nation of Stick and the nation of White Elephant, receiving the gratitude of all the people of Dragon Nation, which is transformed into the light of hope. Duanmu Yan was astonished by this series of delightful rewards, unable to close his mouth in excitement. However, this was not the best time for celebration. He decided to suppress his inner joy and wait until he returned home to inquire about these rewards. Looking at the crowd before him, Duanmu Yan felt a mix of emotions, but he knew his mission was complete and it was time to leave this world. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Everyone, this earth has been saved, and I am ready to leave now." Upon hearing this, the people around him fell silent for a moment, then began to express their desire to keep him. Spider-Man anxiously asked, "You're leaving? Can't you stay for a few more days? We still have so much to do together." Duanmu Yan smiled slightly, gently patting Spider-Man on the shoulder, and said warmly, "No, my companions are still waiting for me. If there's a chance in the future, he'll come back. You don't need to worry, this world has regained its vitality, and I believe the future will be better and better." After saying this, he turned to leave, leaving the crowd looking at his back filled with gratitude and blessings. System, come out quickly. What was that reward just now? After using the power of the reality stone to disinfect himself, Duanmu Yan entered his home through a portal and immediately began to inquire about the system. He was filled with confusion and curiosity, utterly baffled by this sudden reward. Hosted is literally what it means. Those rewards are gifts from Earth and the people on Earth. I can accept the gifts from Earth, but I don't understand why the people of Earth have given me these gifts. Duanmu Yan frowned, continuing to ask questions. He simply could not understand why those who had already turned into zombies would give him such gifts. It's actually quite simple. Although those Earthlings have turned into zombies, they were notified by the Earth when they were saved, knowing that someone had developed an antidote to save them. Even though the Earth has not revealed your identity, they still hold gratitude towards you, and this gratitude will last for a long time. The system patiently explained. After hearing this, Duanmu Yan felt a wave of emotion rise within him. He had originally thought these rewards were merely a setup by the system, but he did not expect that there were so many people behind them expressing gratitude and support. This made him realize that his actions had not only impacted one world, but had also touched the lives of countless people. He took a deep breath, feeling the kindness from Earth and its people. "I see, thank you all." Duanmu Yan murmured softly, a determined light flickering in his eyes. "What about the light of Earth? Don't I already have the Gaia armor? The light of Earth is useless to me." Duanmu Yan frowned, asking with confusion. He simply could not understand why he was being given the light of Earth. Was it just to grant him more power? "Host, you are mistaken." The system's voice sounded, carrying a hint of seriousness. "Although your armor was given by the system, in reality, you have not truly acquired the power of the Earth. The light of Earth has effects far beyond that. It can deeply integrate with your body, continuously enhancing your physical abilities, as well as improving your control and application of elemental powers." After hearing this, Duanmu Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. So the light of Earth had such effects. It seemed he had underestimated it before. Moreover, your Triga armor has now gained an elemental armor, allowing you to use 5 types of elemental powers in battle, and the other armors you have acquired will also receive enhancements from the light of Earth. This will greatly enhance your combat power and your ability to respond to various situations, the system continued to explain. Duanmu Yan's heart stirred, and he immediately summoned the Triga armor. Indeed, he found that the surface of the armor now had elemental runes similar to those of Thunder Yatali's. He tried to channel the elemental power, and immediately felt a surge of powerful energy rising within him, boosting his confidence. System, I want a summoning device. Can you create one for me? Duanmu Yan suddenly asked. Host, don't you think a summoning device is superfluous? What if you lose it? You won't have a place to cry. But I want to try using other armors. Although you merged the armors obtained later into the Triga armor, it shouldn't affect my summoning right. It indeed does not affect it, and you just need to call its name to summon it. Duanmu Yan replied. Can you help me change the summoning method? Like how Tony activates Mark 85, starting from the chest and covering the whole body. This is something the system can accommodate. Really? That's wonderful. This way my combat style will have more variations and possibilities. Duanmu Yan exclaimed excitedly. He imagined himself suddenly changing armors in battle, catching the enemy off guard, and his heart was filled with anticipation. However, this new summoning method requires some training and adaptation time. After all, it is completely different from the previous summoning method, the system reminded. No problem, I will practice diligently. As long as it can enhance my combat power, it's all worth it. Duanmu Yan said firmly. He contacted Tony and learned that the other party had already resolved the crisis with the Doomsday virus. He invited Tony to his home, saying he had something for him. What happened, buddy? Why did you rush to find me? Tony landed his armor on the rooftop of Duanmu Yan's home. Duanmu Yan snapped his fingers, and the armor transformed back into a suitcase. He handed over the armor and data obtained from the zombie universe to Tony. This is what I painstakingly acquired. Take it and enjoy. After some time, I will help you integrate the destroyer into it. This way you will become even stronger. Tony took the reactor and the data, and not planning to go home, directly entered Duanmu Yan's workshop to take a look. Duanmu Yan paid him no mind and began his arduous training. He continually familiarized himself with and mastered the new summoning method, gradually improving the speed and accuracy of his summons. At the same time, he was also studying how to better utilize the abilities of different armors to cope with various combat situations. After a period of effort, Duanmu Yan finally succeeded in mastering the new summoning method. Now he only needed to silently call the name of the armor in his heart, and the armor would automatically start covering his body from the chest, instantly completing the transformation. Tony, have you prepared the items I asked you to order? Asked Duanmu Yan over the phone. Of course, I've had them ready for a long time, Tony replied, while having Jarvis adjust the equipment. After Duanmu Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand to draw a portal in the air and instantly entered Tony's home. Upon entering the room, Duanmu Yan asked, where did you receive the destroyer? Jarvis, bring that metal lump over, Tony ordered Jarvis. Following his command, the ground slowly opened and a huge metal lump rose from beneath. Duanmu Yan stepped forward and stored the metal lump in his storage bracelet. By the way, what about those supplies? We need to take them with us this time too, Duanmu Yan continued. I have already bought the nearby villa and converted it into a warehouse where all the supplies are stored. Tony replied. Duanmu Yan nodded in satisfaction, summoned a portal again, and walked into the villa Tony mentioned. He quickly collected all the supplies stored inside, and then brought Tony to Nidavellir. Duanmu Yan saw a dwarf and asked, is Atri here? I need to see him. Duanmu, long time no see, looking for Atri. He is over by the forge. Hey, just go find him directly. Thanks, buddy, Duanmu Yan said gratefully and walked in the direction of the forge. Hey, buddy, is this the greatest craftsman in Northern Europe you were talking about? Tony asked, looking at the giants hard at work. Yes, they're the dwarven clan from Norse mythology. Do you remember Thor's hammer? That was forged by them, and the destroyer armor was also created by them, Duanmu Yan explained as they walked. Soon they arrived in front of a dwarf who was 5 meters tall. Atri, long time no see, Duanmu Yan greeted Atri. Duanmu, what brings you here today? Atri turned to greet Duanmu Yan. Actually, my friend wants to forge a set of armor, and I told him you are the best craftsman, so I brought him to meet you. As Duanmu Yan spoke, he took out the supplies Tony had prepared from his storage bracelet. This is a gift he prepared for the meeting. Here, I hope you like it. Atri looked at the supplies, especially the barrels of fine wine, and smiled. Of course, no problem. Your friend is my friend. Tell me, what kind of armor does he want to forge? Duanmu Yan glanced at Tony, and Tony immediately activated the Mark 85, with the armor quickly assembling around him. Is this nanotechnology? When did Midgard acquire such technology? Atri recognized the Mark 85's technology at a glance. Exactly, we hope you can integrate this material into the armor, Duanmu Yan said as he took out the melted metal piece of the destroyer armor. This is the destroyer armor of Odin. Atri exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the iron piece. Yes, that guy Loki took this to Earth while Odin was in Odin's sleep, and we defeated him. Now it is our trophy. I see. However, this is URU alloy, which is extremely hard. Integrating it into the armor will not be easy. Atri observed the metal piece and the armor on Tony. But if successful, the armor's defense will be greatly enhanced, Duanmu Yan added. Tony pondered for a moment. If we add Vibranium material, could that solve the problem? Vibranium. Atri's eyes lit up. That's indeed a good idea. The three began to discuss the integration plan, with Atri offering unique insights based on his rich experience. After several hours of effort, they finally found a feasible method. Next, leave it to me, Atri said confidently. Duanmu Yan also brought over the Vibranium armor. Atri had his subordinates create several models. Atri, are you sure this will work? Can it still be stored in nano form? Tony asked. You have to trust Atri's skills. He is the greatest dwarf king of Nidavellir. As long as he takes charge, your armor will definitely undergo a strengthening upgrade, Duanmu Yan reassured him. He did not want Atri to be angered and refused to help due to Tony's doubts. Atri patted his chest and assured Tony, rest assured, if it doesn't work, I'll pull out all my beard. Tony chuckled, thinking this dwarf was quite amusing. Atri led his subordinates to start working. They skillfully integrated the Vibranium armor, the Destroyer armor fragments, and the Mark 85 armor bit by bit. After several days of hard work, the brand new armor was finally completed. Tony put on the shiny new armor, feeling invigorated. He tried to activate the armor, and the nanotechnology quickly covered his entire body, fitting perfectly without any flaws. Awesome. Atri, you are truly a genius, Tony exclaimed. Duanmu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. This collaboration was a great success. Atri stroked his beard, smiling proudly. Duanmu Yan nodded. I told you Atri is the finest craftsman. All right, Atri, we will take our leave now. Next time I will bring fine wine to visit you. Atri waved his hand. This production has given me a lot of inspiration. I must thank you all. After returning to Earth, Tony stepped forward and said to Duanmu Yan, Duanmu, don't be in a hurry to go back. How about helping me test my new suit? Duanmu Yan replied, what's the matter? Got a new toy and feel like you're floating. Want to get beaten up? Tony said, just kidding, I have great confidence in Atri's technology, and now I am a super soldier. Duanmu Yan replied, all right, since you feel like testing your luck, I will gladly oblige. Duanmu Yan pulled the two into the mirror space. Then both activated their armors simultaneously, and for a time the entire mirror space was illuminated. A colorful timer appeared on Duanmu Yan's chest, and then the armor began to cover his body from the center of the colorful timer. Tony's armor also covered his entire body in the same way. Duanmu Yan transformed into Ultraman Tiga, radiating a powerful aura. Tony's armor shimmered with technological brilliance, showcasing various weapon systems. Come on, Duanmu. Let me show you my strength. Tony shouted. Not one to back down, Tony charged forward and engaged in a fierce battle with Duanmu Yan. Their punches struck hard, each collision triggering waves of energy. During the battle, Duanmu Yan discovered that Tony's new armor had astonishing speed and strength, while Tony was equally amazed by Duanmu Yan's combat skills and the unique abilities of his Ultraman form. In the end, neither side could claim victory, and they both ceased their attacks. Not bad, Tony. This new armor is indeed impressive, Duanmu Yan praised. You're not too shabby yourself, Duanmu. Seems like we've both gotten stronger, Tony replied with a smile. The two exchanged smiles before exiting the mirror space. Duanmu Yan smiled at Tony, and then said earnestly, your armor actually has other forms. I specifically set this up during the modification, but you have never explored it. Tony nodded upon hearing this. He had indeed tried to activate it, but Jarvis informed him that his current capabilities were insufficient to support the transformation due to the immense energy consumption, and even if successfully activated, it would only last about a minute. Duanmu Yan nodded in understanding and said, that's true. After all, your previous abilities were quite limited, but now that you have injected the desperation serum, it should be enough to support the transformation. Moreover, I have also set a hidden ability within. Once your body becomes stronger, I will tell you how to activate it. Tony looked at Duanmu Yan in surprise and curiously asked, there's still a hidden ability. How much have you packed into my armor? Duanmu Yan smiled and replied, all of this is prepared to enhance your combat strength. If you're interested, I can attempt to demonstrate it for you. No need. As a super genius and super warrior, I prefer to explore and develop on my own. Tony made a gesture of refusal. All right, play by yourself then. I have something to attend to and need to step out. Duanmu Yan nodded. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tony's eyes as he couldn't wait to try out the new armor form. He activated the armor, and the sound of energy flowing rang in his ears. The surface of the armor shimmered with strange lights, gradually transforming to reveal a brand new form. Tony felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This is my true strength, he murmured to himself. Next, Tony decided to thoroughly study the transformation function to see what surprises Duanmu Yan had hidden within. Duanmu Yan returned home reflecting on the battle he just had with Tony. He couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This battle made him realize that he had indeed neglected the development of the armor during this period. Despite having the system and PAL assisting him in using and controlling the battle armor, he might have only tapped into less than 30 of its true capabilities. This was clearly not a good sign, as the potential of the armor was far beyond this. Therefore, Duanmu Yan decided to enter the scene space again to study the various functions and possibilities of the armor. He summoned the Heisei 3 heroes and the 5-element armor, preparing to gain a deeper understanding of the characteristics of these armors through practical combat. After all, only through first-hand combat can one quickly grasp the true power of the armor and the summon warriors are all under system control, able to unleash their original power at 100%. Duanmu Yan assumed the stance of the Cosmic Fist, and the first opponent he faced was the dynamic Digga. As the traveling embodiment of Digga, their skills were mostly the same. The two began by testing each other's abilities with palm energy blasts. Then Duanmu Yan and dynamic Digga engaged in close combat, trading blows intensely with no clear victor. Suddenly Duanmu Yan seized the opportunity and kicked dynamic Digga in the chest, pushing him back a few steps. Dynamic Digga, unwilling to back down, immediately fired the Zai Pali AO beam. Duanmu Yan swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, while launching a counterattack with the Zai Pali AO beam. The attacks from both sides collided, creating massive energy fluctuations. Taking advantage of the situation, Duanmu Yan charged forward again, engaging in fierce exchanges of fists and kicks, with dynamic Digga constantly changing their forms and using the same skills, although dynamic Digga had a slight edge under system control. During the battle, Duanmu Yan gradually became more familiar with the armor's performance and discovered some techniques he had previously overlooked. He felt a quiet joy. It seemed that this practical training was yielding fruitful results. With a leap, Duanmu Yan unleashed the ultimate technique of body skills, delivering a flying kick that defeated dynamic Digga, who then transformed into light and merged into the Triga armor. Next, Duanmu Yan fought against the Heisei duo, and after defeating them, they also transformed into light points and merged into the mecha. System, if you're going to provide a new armor, next time do it in the same manner as today, Duanmu Yan suggested during a break. As you wish, host. The system responded, having noticed that Duanmu Yan's combat skills and abilities, as well as his control over the mecha, had greatly improved after the battle with the Heisei 3 heroes. Next, Duanmu Yan would face the 5 elemental warriors led by Thunder Yatalis. He knew that these enemies were all under system control and were not to be underestimated. Duanmu Yan dared not be careless, as these 5 guys operated like Duanmu Yan in the later stages of the plot, maximizing the armor's abilities. If he let his guard down, it could lead to enormous trouble. Sure enough, as soon as the battle began, Nawa took the lead in launching an attack. Nawa's attacking style was bold and powerful, combined with Tana Duo's sneak attacks, which put Duanmu Yan in a passive position. I never expected you to utilize attribute amplification to enhance your combat power. I truly underestimated you, system. Duanmu Yan crossed his arms, straining to block Nawa's fist before stepping back a few paces, panting heavily. At that moment, Tsunami and Cool Revo quickly joined the battle, coordinating with Nawa and Tana Duo to attack Duanmu Yan together. Meanwhile, Yatali stood by with his arms crossed, quietly observing the battle, showing no intention of joining in. Surrounded by attacks, Duanmu Yan fixed his gaze on Yatali's, trying to find a breakthrough. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the energy fluctuations around Yatali's, and his heart stirred. Duanmu Yan decided to take a risk. He concentrated his energy, driving the power within him to unleash a unique skill. A brilliant light erupted from Duanmu Yan, instantly forming a powerful shield. Tsunami and Cool Revo's attacks slammed against the shield, bouncing off. At that moment, Duanmu Yan seized the opportunity and swiftly launched a counterattack. His figure flashed like lightning, skillfully dodging the fierce onslaught from Nawa and Tana Duo. Simultaneously, he swung a punch that landed solidly on Nawa's chest. System, how can the power of the armor warriors be so formidable? I remember those guys didn't possess such great strength before. Seeing several armor warriors begin to summon their weapons, Duanmu Yan did not hesitate to summon his circular weapon. Host, have you forgotten about the earth light you possess? These armor warriors fight using earth elements, and thus naturally receive the enhancement of earth light. That's what I mean, the system explained. What are you saying? Are you implying that they also received buffs from the earth? Duanmu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Exactly, that's the case, so please give it your all in this battle, host, the system encouraged. You're pushing me to use my ultimate move. As Duanmu Yan spoke, he exerted all his strength to fend off the attacks from the several armor warriors. If we're going to fight, let's do it decisively. Restrictions lifted. With a furious roar from Duanmu Yan, his body began to erupt with powerful energy. After the restriction on the power of the armored suit was lifted, the energy core and the optical lenses of the helmet shone with a dangerous red light, symbolizing that full power was unleashed. Seeing Duanmu Yan filled with fighting spirit and an imposing aura, Nawa and the others also showed no weakness as they inserted their golden energy keys into the summoners, summoning their respective elemental spirits and quickly transforming into spirit-armed mode. Duanmu Yan charged towards several armored warriors like a flash of lightning, wielding his ring weapon and unleashing a series of fierce slashes that struck the enemies like a violent storm. Nawa, witnessing this, unleashed his ultimate technique, the flame torch, melting Lin Sha in an attempt to withstand Duanmu Yan's fierce assault. However, the power displayed by the Telejia armor after the restrictions were lifted exceeded Nawa's expectations. His attacks seemed so weak and powerless before Duanmu Yan. With a loud bang, Nawa was sent flying by Duanmu Yan's slash, crashing heavily to the ground. The other armored warriors witnessing this scene did not retreat, but instead charged towards Duanmu Yan with even greater determination. Take this. Zai Pei Li Ao Sword of Finality. Duanmu Yan gathered Pei Li Ao energy on his composite sword and unleashed a massive violet slash. The armored warriors intended to block using their spirit arms. However, the power of the massive slash far exceeded their imagination, sending them flying. Duanmu Yan acted swiftly, thrusting his ring weapon into the ground, while unleashing the Zai Pei Li Ao beam sweeping across. For armored warriors were instantaneously hit by this strike and reduced to elemental particles. Some of these elemental particles merged into Duanmu Yan's mech, while others merged into Yada Lei's body. Duanmu Yan cast a sharp gaze at Yada Lei's, who had transformed from a silent wooden figure into a vibrant and determined warrior. After assimilating the elemental power, Yada Lei's advanced aggressively, engaging in a fierce battle with Duanmu Yan. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Duanmu Yan seized a flaw in Yada Lei's defense, delivering a sharp kick to its abdomen. Yada Lei stumbled back a few steps, and Duanmu Yan took the opportunity to pursue and unleash a series of attacks. Yada Lei's fought while retreating, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Just then, the elemental power within it exploded significantly, increasing its strength. Duanmu Yan felt the pressure and responded with all his might. System, what's going on? Why do I feel like Yada Lei's can predict my moves? Duanmu Yan's anxiety grew as he fought. That's quite normal. Do you think Yada Lei's simply absorbed the elemental power to strengthen itself? It also absorbed the battle experience of fighting you with the 4 elements, thus being able to predict your moves. The system's voice came from Yada Lei's armor. Damn, isn't this cheating? How am I supposed to fight like this? Duanmu Yan was caught off guard and was struck by a punch from Yada Lei's. He staggered back several steps, clutching his chest. The thunder Yada Lei's is not a creation of technological power. It can be said to be the ultimate armor formed by elemental energy itself. Energy attribute electricity, the ultimate armor imbued with the boundless power of nature. It also possesses the elemental powers of Melt, Flame, Whirlwind, Rampage, Absolute Cliff, and Thunder, allowing Yada Lei's to utilize the combat styles and abilities of Nawachina Mi and Donato Cool Ray Vol armor, and engage in battle by individually or combinatorially employing the 5 elements. Now the system is again cheating by merging the combat experience of itself and the other 4 elemental armors into Yada Lei's. This unfair system truly makes it difficult for me to fight. After exchanging a few moves, a word suddenly flashed through Duanmu Yan's mind: fusion. That's right, since the opponent can fuse 5 elements, I can also fuse the Heisei 3 warriors. Thinking of it, he immediately asked, System, can I fuse the Heisei 3 warriors into Telijia to create a brand new form? Yada Lei's, controlled by the system, paused upon hearing Duanmu Yan's question. Are you referring to a combined mode similar to the Zeta Ascension device? That is possible, but it requires a medium. Medium. Right, I can use the Tiger Talisman as a medium, Duanmu Yan muttered to himself. Seeing Duanmu Yan lost in thought, Yada Lei's did not take the opportunity to attack, but quietly waited in place. Host, are you sure you want to use the Tiger Talisman as a medium? It is a treasure with balancing power, and using it to fuse the Heisei 3 warriors and Telijia may yield unexpected results. The system cautioned. I understand, but it's the only method I can think of right now, Duanmu Yan replied firmly. If I don't do this, it will be hard to defeat Yada Lei's. After saying that, Duanmu Yan condensed a Tiger Talisman, gripping it tightly in his hand. He took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and prepared to begin the fusion. Seniors, lend me your power, Duanmu Yan shouted. As his voice fell, the Tiger Talisman emitted a brilliant light, and a powerful force surged from it, instantly enveloping Duanmu Yan. At the same time, the Heisei 3 warriors Digadena and Gaia appeared around Duanmu Yan, standing in a triangular formation, encircling him. Immediately after, the 3 warriors transformed into phantoms, converging towards Telijia in the center, ultimately merging into a brand new form. With the completion of the fusion, Duanmu Yan's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His armor radiated a dazzling brilliance, retaining the unique diamond-shaped multicolored timer of Telijia, while incorporating the features of the 3 Ultra Warriors, the red and purple lines and chest armor of Ultraman Diga, the back armor of Ultraman Dana, and the head elements of Ultraman Gaia. This brand new form made Duanmu Yan appear even more imposing and majestic. Upon completion of the fusion, he felt an unprecedented powerful energy surging within him. This power filled him with confidence as he tightly clenched his fists, feeling the assurance brought by this strength. All right, now let's see the power of this new form. Duanmu Yan shouted at Yada Lei's, his voice brimming with confidence. Yada Lei's did not retreat upon witnessing Duanmu Yan's new form. Instead, it assumed a fighting stance, ready to welcome Duanmu Yan's attack. Duanmu Yan gathered energy with both hands, forming 2 energy whips glowing with red and purple light, resembling burning flames. He He swung these whips, unleashing a gamma-piercing attack, striking fiercely at Yatlas. Yatlas showed no fear, quickly concentrating the four elements together, constructing a solid barrier in front of himself to withstand Duanmu Yan's assault. However, Duanmu Yan did not give up. He immediately changed his strategy, employing Gamma Shuffle. He first launched an attack in the form of light cards, then controlled these cards with his mind, transforming them into various shapes. These cards could morph into buildings, golden energy spheres, and small particle light orbs, firing dense light needles like a rain of arrows towards Yatlas. Facing Duanmu Yan's diversified attacks, Yatlas was equally unyielding. He swiftly altered his tactics, gathering the four elements to form powerful light bombs. These light bombs flew towards Duanmu Yan at an astonishing speed, neutralizing his attacks. Then Yatlas summoned his exclusive weapon, the Heavenly Thunder Sword. With this massive and majestic sword in hand, he swung it fiercely towards Duanmu Yan. Observing this, Duanmu Yan extended his hand, summoning the circular weapon embedded in the ground swiftly to his grasp. He raised the circular weapon, successfully blocking Yatlas' attack. With a powerful swing, the circular weapon unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, pushing Yatlas back a few steps. Yatlas steadied himself, a determined light flickering in his eye mask. He swung the Heavenly Thunder Sword once more, lightning crackling along its blade, exuding an imposing aura. Duanmu Yan sensed Yatlas' resolve, knowing that this would be a life-or-death struggle. Neither side yielded, and for a moment the entire space was filled with a tense atmosphere. System, let's finalize this with one last move. Duanmu Yan began to gather energy on the circular weapon. Alright, host, for the final move, Yatlas' Heavenly Slash. The system continued, controlling Yatlas to concentrate the thunder element onto the Heavenly Thunder Sword, leaping up and forming a gigantic light blade, with the gathered thunder element slicing down towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan was not to be outdone. He first swung the circular weapon forward, releasing a massive golden tornado that neutralized the energy of Yatlas' Heavenly Slash, then unleashed a gigantic golden halo to continuously slice at Yatlas. Seizing the opportunity while Yatlas was still struggling in resistance, he swiftly unleashed the Zai Pali Ao Ray, imbued with the energy of the Heisei 3, striking fiercely towards the Thunder Yatlas with overwhelming force. With an earth-shattering boom, the Thunder Yatlas was instantly obliterated, transforming into countless dazzling thunder elements that fell like meteors, ultimately reintegrating into Duanmu Yan's armor. The breathtaking battle finally came to an end as Duanmu Yan slowly removed the Telegar armor, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Though aided by talismans to prevent fatigue during battle, the intense combat had taken a great toll on his spirit. Additionally, the forced fusion of the Heisei 3 mechs had also caused some damage to his body. At this moment, the horse talisman quietly activated, its miraculous power swiftly spreading within Duanmu Yan's body, healing his internal injuries at an astonishing speed. Under the healing of the horse talisman, Duanmu Yan's stamina gradually recovered, and his complexion grew rosy. Host has good news to tell you. The system's voice suddenly rang out, but received no response from Duanmu Yan. The system checked and found that Duanmu Yan had fallen asleep. After such a long battle, it's crucial to have a good rest. The system muttered to itself, not forgetting to transport Duanmu Yan out of the mirror space and lay him on the bed. Duanmu Yan woke up 2 days later, sitting up to find himself lying in bed. System, how did I end up in bed? Wasn't I fighting in the mirror space? Duanmu Yan looked around, puzzled by the familiar surroundings. Host, the system brought you out, and you have been asleep for 2 days. The system replied. What? I've been asleep for 2 days. No wonder I'm so hungry. Duanmu Yan felt a wave of hunger wash over him as he patted his stomach. Host, shouldn't you review the previous battle now? The system reminded. Review? Do you have a recording of the battle? Duanmu Yan asked curiously. No, you need to review it yourself. Additionally, due to the forced fusion of the 3 mechs, the system has also unlocked a new feature, fusion sublimation. The system explained. Is this fusion sublimation what I think it is, eh? Duanmu Yan asked excitedly. Yes, the host can enhance their strength through fusion sublimation, but be aware that it has a time limit. Dual fusion lasts 5 minutes, while triple fusion lasts for 3 minutes. The time limit is set considering the host's physical tolerance. Although the host is aided by the horse and dog talismans, fusion sublimation will accelerate the consumption of mental energy. The system clarified. Based on what I know, I can currently only fuse with Digadina, and as for triple fusion, it seems I can only combine those 3 together. Duanmu Yan said. Host, do not limit yourself with your own thinking. Think about the arcade games you encountered in your past life. Who says armors can't fuse? The system educated. The system's words opened a new avenue for Duanmu Yan. Indeed, Digadina has so many forms, there is no need to resort to composite forms for fusion. The armors can also utilize the principle of elemental regeneration to fuse. I understand now, system. By the way, are there any new tasks? I can't wait to test the power of fusion sublimation. Duanmu Yan asked the system excitedly after opening his mind. Currently, there are no new system tasks triggered. It is advised that the host first review the previous battle. The system responded after a moment of silence. All right, then you are the system, it's your call. After saying that, Duanmu Yan ignored the system, went to the bathroom to shower and change clothes, and then headed out to find food. Duanmu Yan arrived at a restaurant, ordered several dishes, and began to contemplate the review of the battle. He recalled the previous combat and realized he had many shortcomings. For instance, he had overly relied on the power of the mechs during the battle, neglecting his own skills and abilities. At the same time, he also discovered that his understanding of mech development and usage was even inferior to Tony's understanding of the Iron Man suit. Every battle he fought was purely hand-to-hand combat, with very little development of light techniques, just like Daegu, who played the mage version as a warrior version. Duanmu Yan decided to focus more on enhancing his own strength and developing the mechs in future training, as well as mastering the techniques of fusion sublimation to handle various complex battle situations. After finishing his meal, Duanmu Yan returned home and began rigorous training. Duanmu Yan was engaged in a battle of light with the Heisei 3 heroes in the mirrored space. Host, there is now an opportunity for you to gain the powers of the Heisei 3 heroes and the Ultra Brothers. You mean the Ultra Galaxy, right? So are you still accepting orders across universes? Actually, it's because the host has acquired the light of Earth that this function was developed. Duanmu Yan stepped out of the mirrored space. Task name: The Great Battle. Ultra Brothers 8. Task content: The hidden mastermind, Evil Heart King Dark Shadow, Mage secretly plots to conquer the world. The host is requested to unite with the Ultra Brothers to defeat him. Task reward: Awaken Eternal Shining Form. Side tasks: Task 1. Stop the Super Hippolytus from turning Mebius into a statue. Task reward: Mebius Mecha can merge with Ultra Brothers Mecha to unleash infinite forms. Task 2. Assist Daegu in awakening the memories of the Ultra Brothers 8. Task reward: Source Light of the Heisei 3 heroes. Task 3. Help the Ultra Brothers 8 defeat the ultimate combined monster Jikakimura. Task reward: Ultra Brothers 6 Mecha Final Version. Upon seeing the first reward, Duanmu Yan decided to take on the next task, not for any other reason, but for the Eternal Shining Form. As for the other tasks, he could always rally people, so it wasn't a big deal. So how do I get to the Ultra Galaxy? And how is the time ratio for this mission calculated? Duanmu Yan asked curiously. He understood that this might involve complex temporal rules, but he needed to clarify these details to better prepare and execute the mission. The system seemed to have anticipated this question and quickly provided an answer. The system will open a portal to transport the host there, and the time ratio for this mission is 301, meaning 30 days in the Marvel Universe equals 1 day in the Ultra Galaxy. Hearing this, Duanmu Yan was a bit surprised. Why is it reversed this time? When I return, won't the plot of Avengers 2 be about to start? He initially thought the time ratio would be like before, giving him enough time to develop in another universe, but it seemed that was not the case. The system understood Duanmu Yan's concerns, explaining based on the timeline that is indeed correct, so it is best for the host to complete the tasks as soon as possible. Otherwise, by the time you return, the plot of Avengers 2 will probably be over. This meant Duanmu Yan needed to make efficient use of his time in the Ultra Galaxy to ensure he did not miss important events in the Marvel Universe. However, Duanmu Yan did not want to completely follow the original plot sequence. He hoped to have more freedom in controlling his actions. So he posed a crucial question: can I choose the time point to enter? He anticipated a positive response from the system, so he could intervene in the story of the Ultra Galaxy at the most suitable moment. The system replied, yes, host, for this entry into the Ultra Galaxy, the identity arranged for you is that of Daiku's childhood friend, which will help you quickly become involved in the plot. This arrangement was evidently well thought out, aimed at allowing Duanmu Yan to more easily integrate into the Ultra Galaxy and establish connections with other characters. That sounds great. They'll leave a message for Tony telling him I'll be out for a while, so he doesn't need to look for me during this time. After speaking, Duanmu Yan changed into a new outfit, picked up a tablet from the table, folded it, and tucked it into his pocket. System opened the portal and set the time to when Daegu travels to another time and space, meeting the sea monster King Garesu. Understood. The transport channel is now open. Duanmu Yan stepped through the portal, and as he emerged, he saw Daegu facing King Garesu. What? Is Daegu this brave? Duanmu Yan pulled out the control gun from his pocket and fired at King Garesu. At the same time, he shouted to Daegu, Daegu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and run. Daegu heard Duanmu Yan's voice and snapped back to reality just as he was about to flee when he saw Mebius Ultraman descending from the sky to battle Garesu. What's this? Ultraman. Daegu looked at Mebius with confusion. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan ran over to Daegu. You idiot, I told you to run. Why are you still here daydreaming? Daegu turned his head. Duanmu. How are you here? Duanmu Yan replied, shouldn't I be asking you why you are here? Meanwhile, Mebius was at a disadvantage in the battle with King Garesu. Duanmu Yan raised his control gun, pressed a button, and pulled the trigger, firing several fireballs that hit King Garesu, rescuing Mebius. Daegu also recalled watching the Ultraman series in his childhood and remembered Garesu's weakness, its dorsal fins. So he shouted to Moebius that monster's weakness is its dorsal fins. Hearing Dicus' words, Moebius nodded, flipped over to ride on Gerasis' back, and tore off its fins, causing Gerasis' momentum to drop instantly. Moebius seized the moment to fire the Moebius ray, obliterating King Gerasu. After a moment of dazed, Daiku and Duanmu Yan returned to the Ultra Galaxy. Was that just an illusion? Daiku murmured. Thank you both. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat that monster. A young man's voice came through. Duanmu Yan gently patted Daikus' shoulder and pointed towards where Moebius Ultraman's human form Hibino Mirai was located. The three of them stood by the sea, the ocean breeze gently brushing against their faces. Mirai smiled and greeted Daiku and Duanmu Yan, beginning to share his story. Hello, I am Hibino Mirai from the Land of Light, in the M78 Nebula, and I am a new member of the Guy's team. Daiku curiously looked at Hibino Mirai and couldn't help but ask, are you the Ultraman from earlier? Hibino Mirai nodded, revealing a determined smile. That's right, I am Moebius Ultraman. Hearing Mirai's self-introduction, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy is really naive. He so easily revealed his identity. But that's also what makes him adorable. Daiku quickly responded, I am Daiku, and this is my good friend Duanmu Yan. Nice to meet you, Hibino Mirai. Hibino Mirai happily nodded, expressing his eagerness to be friends with them. Then he continued to share, actually I came to Earth because of the guidance of a mysterious girl. She wore red shoes and seemed to know a lot about Earth. Moreover, she told me that Earth is facing a huge crisis, and we need to work together to address it. Duanmu Yan frowned, questioning, who is this girl? Why did she bring you here? Hibino Mirai shook his head, I don't know, but I believe that as long as we work together we will definitely find the answer. Besides, I have an important mission to awaken the 7 sleeping warriors, helping them unleash their true power to protect Earth together. Duanmu Yan speculated in silence that the girl in red shoes was likely the will of Earth. This mission was entrusted to him by her. Meanwhile, Daegu recalled his dream, remembering the 4 Ultra Warriors and their human forms. Thus, he brought Duanmu Yan and Hibino Mirai to meet the human forms of self-sacrificing Starman Hayata Shincrutch, Starman Zhu Xing, Tuan Tribute Starman Sato Hidate Hoshi, and the Total Annihilation Engine Seiya Hashikazu. However, the 4 were completely clueless, causing one blunder after another. Hibino Mirai felt very frustrated. Why don't my brothers remember me? Daegu encouraged Mirai not to give up hope. Duanmu Yan said, regarding this matter, I believe I can provide you with an answer. He raised the control gun, unfolding it into a flat panel, and explained to Hibino Mirai, your world and our world are parallel universes. In our world, Ultraman is merely a character from a tokusatsu show. I suspect that the so-called mastermind is keenly aware of this, which is why they have gone to great lengths to invade this universe. Hibino Mirai excitedly replied, but I am a real Ultraman. Just as Duanmu Yan was about to continue speaking, a piercing sound suddenly echoed from the sky, followed by a gigantic figure appearing above the city. A massive monster with 2 bird heads emerged from a black whirlwind. Daegu exclaimed, another monster has appeared. Duanmu Yan remarked, that is the 2-headed monster King Ponton. Hibino Mirai saw the monster destroying the city and summoned the aura of Ultraman Mirai, preparing to transform to deal with the monster. Duanmu Yan cautioned Mirai, be careful. Make it quick, I have a feeling something unexpected will happen. Mirai nodded, rotating the crystal ring at the center of the aura with her right hand, releasing the energy of the aura, which burst forth in golden light. With her left hand raised high, she shouted the name Mirai, and the energy released formed a shape, enveloping her entire body in light. She transformed into Ultraman Mirai and grew in size, completing her transformation. As soon as Ultraman Mirai appeared, she engaged in a fierce battle with King Ponton. Ponton used its claws to relentlessly strike Mirai, while simultaneously spitting out highly destructive fireballs, dual-headed fireballs, from its 2 mouths, to wreak havoc on the city. Duanmu Yan snapped his fingers and a flash of light appeared, instantly revealing 5 sets of elemental armor beside him. Under Duanmu Yan's control, the elemental armor transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the city. They aimed to protect the people in the city from harm. Meanwhile, Sato Hidate Hoshi's wife Aki was desperately trying to escape. Filled with fear, she knew she could not stop running. Suddenly, she saw someone in front of her fall down, and without hesitation, she rushed over to help that person. However, at that moment, a gigantic fireball fell from the sky, striking the rooftop of a nearby building. The rooftop immediately collapsed and countless debris fell like rain. Just as it was about to crush Aki and the elderly person she was helping, a purple figure appeared beside them like lightning. This purple figure was Ultraman Karibu. He extended his arms, catching the falling boulder, showcasing incredible strength. Sato Hidate Hoshi sighed in relief upon seeing this scene and hurried over to pull his wife and the old man to safety. Before Sato Hidate Hoshi could express his gratitude, Karibu had already thrown the debris away and continued to rescue others trapped in the chaos. At this moment, King Ponton on the battlefield was also unwilling to back down. It opened its mouth and unleashed orange and cyan beams of light simultaneously from its 2 mouths, forming a powerful attack. This beam was called Double Light Ring Impact, possessing tremendous force and destructive power. Ultraman Mirai, caught off guard by this sudden attack, was unable to evade and was struck by the beam, causing his body to involuntarily fly backward. He rolled on the ground several times before barely stabilizing himself. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he charged more resolutely towards King Ponton, preparing for a fierce battle. Duanmu Yan firmly raised the control gun while handing the borrowed Talagia gun to Daegu. Daegu looked somewhat bewildered, gazing at Duanmu Yan in confusion. Duanmu Yan shouted, "Don't dawdle. Don't you want to help Mirai?" Daegu came to his senses, took the gun, and under Duanmu Yan's guidance quickly adjusted the Talagia gun to long-range mode. The two worked in sync, launching an attack against King Ponton. Meanwhile, Ultraman Mirai also showcased his formidable power. From the aura of Ultraman Mirai, he released immense energy and guided it to his hands, forming razor-sharp blades of light. He dashed towards King Ponton like lightning, decisively swinging his blade down to slash at it. Shortly thereafter, he unleashed a powerful Mirai beam, completely defeating King Ponton. Daegu stared blankly at everything before him, filled with shock and astonishment. He had never imagined that such extraordinary beings as Ultraman and monsters truly existed in this world. Moreover, they had been silently protecting the Earth and humanity, safeguarding this beautiful planet. At this moment, Daegu felt a deep admiration and gratitude towards Mirai. He understood the significant responsibilities and missions that Mirai as an Ultraman bore. Just then, Duanmu Yan suddenly raised the control gun in his hand and unhesitatingly fired a shot at the distant Ultraman Mirai. Instantly, a dazzling golden light membrane enveloped Ultraman Mirai. Daegu had no time to speak, as another transparent glass dome appeared out of nowhere, completely sealing Ultraman Mirai inside. Duanmu Yan looked steadfastly at Daegu and said, "Daegu, let's shoot together and shatter this dome to rescue Mirai." Daegu nodded vigorously, raising the Talagia gun again, aiming at the glass dome and firing without hesitation. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan issued commands to the armored warriors in his mind to unleash all their power to shatter the glass dome. Then Duanmu Yan pressed the fatal button on the control gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Powerful beams of light converged together, striking straight at the glass dome. Under this powerful impact, the glass dome began to develop cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Ultraman Mirai exerted all his strength and threw a punch at the crack in the glass dome. With a loud bang, the glass dome shattered, turning into countless shards that scattered across the ground. After successfully breaking the glass dome, Ultraman Mirai swiftly teleported away from the spot. Once again, Ultraman Mirai appeared beside the two in his Mirai form. Daegu asked, "What was that just now?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Do you remember the Hippolyte Starman that appeared in Ultraman Ace?" Daegu responded, "Are you saying that thing was the method of the Hippolyte Starman?" Duanmu Yan nodded and told Mirai, "Be careful of the Hippolyte Starman's methods in the upcoming battle." Mirai also nodded, realizing that if it weren't for Duanmu Yan's help just now, she would have already turned into a statue. In the future, said to Duanmu Yan, "Mr. Duanmu, I truly appreciate your help and that of Mr. Daegu just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been defeated by the monster. Moreover, we are friends. It's only right for friends to help each other." After hearing Duanmu Yan's words, the future nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, we are friends." Daegu chimed in from the side, "That's right. Earth must always be protected by humans. If we have the ability to help, we will certainly lend a hand." Duanmu Yan patted Daegu on the shoulder and smiled. "Let's go see what we can do to help in the city, and by the way, let's check on your father-in-law and the others." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the city. Daegu was momentarily stunned, and by the time he came back to his senses, Duanmu Yan and the future had already walked far away. He hurriedly shouted, "Duanmu, you rascal, stop talking nonsense." Duanmu Yan glanced back at Daegu, laughed heartily, and then continued to walk forward. The future looked at Daegu with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he was suddenly so agitated. The three of them slowly walked to the temporary gathering place set up by the government. Upon arriving, they saw Hayata-jin and the others not far away. Daegu hurriedly approached and asked with concern, "Uncle Hayata, are you all right?" Hearing Dagu's voice, Hayata-jin looked up with a slight smile and said, "Oh, it's Daegu. We're fine." Then he paused and continued, "As for the countryside, I heard that Akiko nearly got hurt while trying to save someone, but luckily a sudden appearance of an armored person saved them in time." Upon hearing this, Dagu's heart tightened. He quickly asked for the hospital's address, then bid farewell to everyone and hurried to the hospital. When Daegu arrived at the hospital, Sakata Akiko was resting in a hospital bed. He walked into the ward and saw Kohei sitting by the bed while Kyoji was standing beside them, looking full of guilt. Kyoji looked up at Daegu and forced a bitter smile, saying, "Daegu, you're here." Daegu nodded and looked at Sakata Akiko, asking with concern, "Uncle Kyoji, how is Aunt Akiko?" Kyoji sighed and said softly, "Akiko is fine, as she's just a bit frightened. Kohei is keeping her company." After saying that, he looked at Akiko, and deep guilt and pain shone in his eyes. Duanmu Yan and the future also arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing that Akiko was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Daegu began searching for Wiming and the others, relying on his memories from his dreams and the words spoken before. However, they did not believe Daegu at all. Daegu then informed Lena about this matter, and upon hearing it, Lena directly accused Daegu of lacking courage and brought up the fact that Daegu had given up his dreams to be with her. After listening to Lena's reprimand, Daegu confessed his feelings to Lena, stating that he had indeed been avoiding reality all along, but this time he would not back down, he would use his own way to save this world. At the same time, Wiming and the others were also reminiscing about past events with their girlfriends, deeply reflecting on themselves. At that moment, the Dark Sorcerer once again dispatched two powerful monsters, King Hilbegon and King Goldrass. They wreaked havoc in the city, bringing great disaster to the people. In the face of such a situation, Lena appealed to the citizens through the broadcast, encouraging them not to easily give up hope. Daegu felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. As night fell, the Super Hippolyte aliens reappeared, assisting the two monsters in further destroying the city. Under the patient guidance and inspiration of Hayata and the others, Dagus' inner confusion slowly dissipated, and he began to find his direction forward. Meanwhile, Asuka and Wiming also fell into deep contemplation. It seemed they were recalling something important, their expressions focused and serious. Daegu ran all the way to the seaside. He raised his head and gazed at the dazzling star in the night sky. Suddenly, a long-buried memory surged to the forefront of his mind, an agreement he had with the girl in red shoes. This unexpected discovery filled Daegu with joy. He knew he was getting closer to the truth. With the awakening of this memory, Daegu once again saw the girl in red shoes. Her figure appeared before him like a dream, bearing a mysterious and gentle smile. At that moment, Daegu finally reclaimed the memories belonging to the parallel world. It turns out that I am the legendary 8th hero. Daegu murmured softly, a strong sense of mission surging within him. He looked down at the Tiga Ultraman transformation device in his hand, his gaze filled with determination and resolve. This time I absolutely will not choose to evade. I will use my own power to defeat those evil forces and protect our Earth. Daegu clenched his fists and spoke with resolute tone. After saying that, he raised the godlight stick and pressed the button Tiga. A dazzling flash appeared, and the ancient warrior Tiga Ultraman made his entrance. The appearance of Tiga reignited hope among the people on the ground as he engaged in battle with King Hilbegon and King Goldrass. Asuka and Wiming, who arrived at the scene, saw the newly appeared Ultraman. Asuka said, "That Ultraman is Daegu, right?" Wiming replied, "Yes, he is currently fighting to protect the Earth." Suddenly, Duanmu Yan appeared behind the two, saying, "I say, aren't you planning to help Daegu?" Wiming turned around, revealing a slightly helpless expression. Duanmu, "Of course we want to help, but the problem is that we don't have the power to engage in battle." Duanmu Yan firmly shook his head, his gaze revealing encouragement and trust. "No, you still have power, it's just forgotten. Think back, carefully remember the scenes when you bravely fought as Ultraman." Just then, the cunning Hippolyte aliens took advantage of everyone's unpreparedness and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Tiga. He summoned something to trap Tiga, preparing to turn him into a bronze statue. Not good. That glass shield. Daegu is in danger. Asuka recognized the glass shield that had once trapped Dream and felt a wave of worry rising in his heart. Meanwhile, Wiming and Asuka each held a shining sword and a blue drill. Wiming gazed at the blue drill in his hand, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let's go, Asuka. We can't just stand by and watch. We should help Daegu just like he has helped us countless times before." Asuka nodded vigorously in agreement. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously raised their transformation devices. Dana, Gaia. With their calls amidst the shining light, Asuka and Wiming successfully transformed into the legendary warriors of light, Dana Ultraman and Gaia Ultraman. Upon their entrance, they fired beams of light, instantly shattering the glass shield that trapped Tiga. Duanmu Yan seemed to have thought of something upon witnessing this scene. He turned his palm over, and a blue light shot out from his palm. As everyone knows, there should be 4 people in the Heisei 3 heroes. Soon another blue figure appeared beside the 3. Wiming exclaimed, "You are Tinku." The blue Ultraman nodded, saying, "Wiming, let's fight together." Duanmu Yan said, "Having 4 against 3 is indeed a bit difficult to allocate, but it can be managed." Just then an infinity symbol suddenly appeared, followed by the striking entrance of Ultraman Mebius. "Alright, this is great, now it's 5 against 3. The 5 Ultraman warriors quickly engaged in a fierce battle against King Hilbegorn, King Goldrass, and the Super Hippolytan. The people on the street were thrilled to see so many Ultraman warriors appearing at once, cheering loudly in support. The 5 Ultramen, hearing the enthusiastic encouragement from the crowd, felt invigorated, as if they had received a boost of energy, their fighting spirit soaring. They fought against the 3-headed monster with almost no resistance. At that moment, Duanmu Yan keenly noticed 4 elderly men appearing around the scene, and he immediately activated his super acceleration skill, rushing over at an incredible speed. "Uncles, what are you doing here?" Duanmu Yan asked in surprise. Beta Xingxi replied Duanmu. Those Ultraman warriors should be Daegu and the others. Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement. Zhu Xingtuan then said, I see, but why aren't you joining the battle? Duanmu Yan explained 5 against 3 is already unfair, not to mention the mastermind behind the scenes has yet to reveal himself. Duanmu Yan's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. I sense a powerful dark force lurking nearby. Moi. Xiang Xiushu asked in confusion. Could there be other monsters? At that moment on the battlefield, the 5 warriors had already unleashed their ultimate moves, obliterating the 3-headed monsters. Beta Xingxi couldn't help but exclaim, well done. Just as humanity cheered for victory, the Dark Shadow Sorcerer, hiding in the shadows, fused the souls and residual energies of the monsters and aliens with humanity's resentments, sorrows, and other negative emotions, creating the super monster Giga Chimera. This monster was indeed exceptionally powerful, stronger than the 5 warriors, putting Giga Dyna, Gaia, Egel, and Mebius in a tough battle. Beidu Xingxi's eyes widened in shock as he said, how can that monster be so strong? Xiang Xiushu replied firmly, but the Ultraman warriors will never fail. Zhu Xingtuan echoed, that's right, everyone knows that in their hearts. Although Giga Chimera had completely overwhelmed the 5 Ultraman warriors as soon as it appeared, humanity never gave up and continued to cheer for them. The 5 warriors broke through Giga Chimera's fierce attacks, soaring into the sky to launch their assault. Xiang Xiushu remarked, everyone will hold on until the last moment, believing that Ultraman will ultimately achieve victory. Beta Xingxi reminisced about past experiences, sighing, once we too listened to such cheers. Zhu Xingtuan continued, it is under this kind of support that we have fought bravely against monsters and alien invaders until today. Witnessing all this, Hayata Beidu and others inspired by their loved ones also recalled their parallel selves, those moments when they fought fiercely, risking their lives. The 4 men also obtained transformation devices. Hayata said, all right, let's go together. Zhu Xingtuan added, with Daegu and the others. The 4 gazed determinately at the battlefield in the sky, resolutely raising their transformation devices. In an instant, 4 brilliant beams of light streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire Earth. Ultraman 7, Ultraman Jack Ultraman, and Ace Ultraman, these legendary Ultraman brothers, appeared before everyone like 4 shining stars. Their tall and mighty figures emanated endless majesty and power. Duanmu Yan looked at this scene, nodding in satisfaction as he softly said to the sky, Earth will please lend me your strength. His voice was not loud, but was filled with determination and resolve. At that moment, the mysterious little girl in red shoes reappeared. She held a shimmering victory spark prism and solemnly handed it to Duanmu Yan, saying, brave warrior from another world, our world relies on you to protect it. Duanmu Yan did not hesitate to take the victory spark prism, his eyes flashing with determination, constructing the future, the light of hope. Ultraman trigger. As his words fell, the victory spark prism erupted with dazzling light, enveloping Duanmu Yan tightly. A massive energy column shot into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. When the light dissipated, a brand new Ultraman trigger stood before everyone. This Ultraman trigger was no longer a mecha form, but truly possessed life and soul. He radiated a powerful aura, as if he were a war god from ancient times. Duanmu Yan felt the surging power within him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seniors, let us fight side by side. With that, he took flight, rushing towards the battlefield in the sky. Seeing this, the other 4 Ultraman brothers nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. 5 figures streaked through the sky like meteors, joining this thrilling battle. Mebius saw the Ultraman brothers and greeted them directly, brothers. The 10 Ultraman warriors launched an attack on Giga Chimera. The original Ultraman said, let's go. Giga replied, okay. The 10 Ultraman warriors showcased their unique powers. The original unleashed the Spatium Ray into the mouth of the Jira's king, causing an explosion. Ace used the Ultraman decapitation, severing the golden horn of King Goldrass. Jack dodged the fiery attacks of Silver Dragon Hilbigorn while using his left hand's Ultraman bracelet to cut off its horn. 7 dodged the fireballs from King Pandun while countering with the Amirium Ray. The 10 warriors quickly gathered on the opposite side of Giga Chimera, preparing their stance. At that moment, Giga Chimera began to gather power, ready to unleash its ultimate move, Disaster Burst. A powerful ray shot through the water like lightning, instantly severing the sturdy bridge, and then continuing at an astonishing speed towards the Ultraman warriors. Facing such a fierce attack, the 10 warriors remained undaunted, each displaying their unique light skills. These rays intertwined in the air, merging into an unparalleled force, ultimately converging into a supreme strike that struck Giga Chimera's body fiercely. This strike successfully destroyed Giga Chimera's beam-emitting chest port, preventing it from easily executing this terrifying move again. At the same time, the 10 warriors joined forces to unleash the Regeneration Ray. This mysterious and powerful ray not only rendered Giga Chimera's Disaster Burst completely ineffective, but also revitalized the ocean surface that had been ravaged by elemental forces. However, Giga Chimera did not relent. It angrily unleashed Disaster Burst once more at the 10 warriors. Facing this fierce attack, the 10 warriors once again demonstrated their cohesion and the power of unity. They combined to create a super strong barrier, a grand light wall. This massive light wall acted like an indestructible shield, bouncing Giga Chimera's Disaster Burst back entirely. This sudden counterattack dealt a significant blow to Giga Chimera, causing it serious harm. In the fierce aerial battle, Chi-Mei-La displayed astonishing power, yet the Ultraman warriors faced it fearlessly. Ultimately, its attack, through explosion, was rebounded by the grand barrier formed by 10 Ultraman warriors, injuring it. Seizing this opportunity, Chi-Mei-La fled the battlefield, soaring into the vast universe. Diga and the original 3 Ultraman led the others in pursuit, determined not to let this evil monster escape. Meanwhile, 7 decisively removed his head spear and threw it with great force. The other 9 Ultraman responded in kind, launching their powerful finishing beams alongside 7. These beams converged on the head spear in the air, allowing it to absorb massive amounts of energy. The spear quickly split into several sharp pieces, flying towards Chi-Mei-La at an incredibly high speed. These fragments were like sharp swords, inflicting significant cutting damage on Chi-Mei-La. However, the Ultraman warriors did not pause their assault. The 10 Ultraman then unleashed their most adept light skills, merging them together to form a tremendously powerful combined beam, the Ultraman Supreme. This beam shone as brightly as the sun, carrying unparalleled power, rushing towards the fleeing Chi-Mei-La. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Ultraman Supreme beam accurately struck its target, and Chi-Mei-La was instantly obliterated. This thrilling battle finally came to an end, with the Ultraman warriors successfully safeguarding the peace of Earth and the universe. Just as humanity cheered for victory once again, the evil King Shadow Mage, who sought to destroy the world, did not vanish as they wished. On the contrary, he merged all his avatars into one, forming a colossal figure towering 1500 meters, appearing before the 10 Ultraman and humanity. "I will never disappear," the evil King Dark Shadow Mage roared, his voice echoing throughout the space as if to shatter everyone's eardrums. "As long as there is evil in this world, I will continuously resurrect. Moreover, I will continue to summon monsters to eliminate all Ultraman in parallel worlds, plunging you foolish beings into endless fear and despair." Hearing these words, humanity could not help but feel a wave of panic. However, at this moment, Diga Ultraman stepped forward, speaking with a firm and confident tone. "No matter how dark our environment may be, the light in people's hearts will never extinguish." After saying this, Diga began to gather the Zai Pei Ao light while activating the shining form. The other 9 Ultraman immediately understood Diga's intention. They quickly connected to the hotspot activated by Diga, all entering the shining form. Only Duanmu Yan, transformed into Triga Ultraman, experienced something different. When he linked to Diga's hotspot, he unexpectedly transformed into the eternal shining form. As the shining forms of the 10 Ultraman activated, the beams they emitted converged together, forming an immensely powerful combined beam. This combined beam sparkled with dazzling light, radiating heat like the sun, illuminating the entire sky. It contained pure light energy, possessing boundless power. The combined beam Supreme Myth Flash instantly penetrated the body of the evil King Dark Shadow Mage, annihilating his massive form along with the malicious energy. In an instant, the entire space was filled with dazzling light, resembling a magnificent fireworks display. As the combined beam dissipated, the evil King Dark Shadow Mage was finally defeated. His figure gradually vanished within the light, no longer able to threaten this world. On a new day's morning, the 10 Ultraman stood shoulder to shoulder by the sea. Soon the 10 returned victorious, welcomed by everyone. Wameng Fei Niao and Dagu successfully confessed to their girlfriends, while the future, having completed its mission, bid farewell to Dagu and the others before transforming into light and leaving this world. While everyone was reunited, only Duanmu Yan stood on a distant high building watching this scene. "Are you also leaving?" The Earths will transformed once more into a girl in red shoes, appearing beside Duanmu Yan. "My mission is complete. I should return now." Duanmu Yan took out the victory firework prism, initially intending to return it to her. The girl in red shoes shook her head. "You keep this, consider it a farewell gift. Thank you for saving this world." The victory firework prism transformed into a sphere of light, flying into Duanmu Yan's hand. Duanmu Yan said, "This Earth is protected by them. You can rest assured." At this moment, a blue sphere of light flew out from Tung Gong Bo Ye's body, heading towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan reached out to catch it, allowing the system to open a portal returning to the Marvel Universe. System tally the rewards from this time. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The task rewards have been issued. Task reward: Awakening the Eternal Shining Form. Side mission task reward: The Mebius Mecha can merge with Ultraman Brothers Mecha to unleash infinite forms. Task Reward Heisei 3 Heroes Source of Light. Task Reward Ultraman 6 Brothers Mecha Final Version. Congratulations host for receiving the Earth's Will's gift Triga's Source of Light. After merging with the Source of Light, the host's abilities in all aspects received significant enhancement. Hearing the system's prompt, Duanmu Yan felt a surge of joy in his heart. The Earth's Will's gift, huh? He decided to immediately test the power brought by the newly acquired Source of Light. Thus, he concentrated, slowly integrating the Source of Light into his body. In an instant, he felt a surge of overwhelming power rise like a tide within him, making him feel light. His speed increased several times. At the same time, the light surrounding him grew even stronger, dazzling, illuminating the vast universe. Next, Duanmu Yan tentatively used the armor giantization skill, pleasantly surprised to find that this time there was no time limit, allowing him to maintain the giant form continuously. Moreover, the energy consumption of the armor changed, shifting from energy consumption to physical strength consumption. Knowing that he was a man with 12 talismans, the boosting of the dog talisman and horse talisman undoubtedly allowed him to utilize the armor in battle for a longer duration. Then, without hesitation, Duanmu Yan merged the Heisei 3 Heroes Source of Light into the 3 mechas. In an instant, the mechas exploded with dazzling light, stunning everyone. System, if I enter the Ultraman universe, next time can I once again transform into Triga using the power of the Source of Light? Yes, host. However, the Source of Light will have consumption. If overconsumed, you will not be able to use the Source of Light to transform into Triga Ultraman again. Unless the host can find special energy to replenish the consumption of the Source of Light, the system replied. Special energy? You mean something like plasma sparks? Duanmu Yan asked. Yes, host. At the same time, the host can also use the Light of Hope to replenish the consumption of the Source of Light. By the way, I wanted to ask you last time, what was the Light of Hope I obtained in the zombie universe? That was the recognition and gratitude of the Earth people towards you after you saved them, collected and transformed by the system. So does this mean that as long as someone acknowledges me, I have the opportunity to collect the Source of Light from them? That's right, host. Okay, I understand. I know how to proceed next. Duanmu Yan learned from the system that human recognition can be transformed into a Light of Hope. He plunged into the laboratory to create the Talaja gun and memory display device obtained from Rabira's future. At the same time, he summoned all the Ultraman mechas and armor warriors he had acquired, saying, "Everyone next, I hope you will spread to various regions to uphold justice." The elemental armors led by Nawa will primarily operate in the Asian tectonic plate. The 6 brothers will be active in the American tectonic plate. You are to coordinate with the local police, and whenever you embark on a mission, be sure to contact the police for cooperation. Be careful not to be overly compassionate. If you encounter anyone with ill intentions towards the Dragon Kingdom, directly contact Yatalis to unleash thunderous punishment. For threats to Earth, contact the 3 heroes to eliminate the threat. Yatalis and the 3 heroes have heavier responsibilities. The entire Earth is within your jurisdiction. Afterward, Duanmu Yan summoned a portal and sent them off. System, the prestige they collect also belongs to me, right? Host, you really know how to exploit loopholes. In principle, they are summoned by you, so their earned prestige is equivalent to your prestige. But, the system paused. But what? Duanmu Yan asked. But the prestige collected in this manner needs to be halved. Half is fine as long as there is some. Tell me, if I form a team, can I use the prestige they collect? Yes, but forming a team is not that simple. As long as it's possible, the formation of the team is my concern. Duanmu Yan not only received gifts from Earth, but also gained the human body of a guru and all the knowledge of Tenggong Hiroshi. He was not the kind of person to do things for nothing. How could he lend the ocean's light for free? Duanmu Yan was also aware of the challenges in forming a foundation, including recruitment, base operations, maintenance, and so on. Although it was troublesome, he had his own methods, which involved creating a miniature model like Hank Pym and then enlarging it using Pym particles. This way he could save a significant amount of work. He brought Banner to Tony's house and explained his plan. After listening, Tony raised his hand first, saying, "Not only do I want to participate in the verification work, but I also want to be the first to join the team." Banner said, "Although I don't know what your intention is as a friend and comrade, I am very willing to join you. Count me in." Next, they needed to find Hank to obtain enough Pym particles. Duanmu Yan made a special trip to Hank's house. "Hank, are you home?" "It's me, Duanmu." At that moment, a group of ants formed an arrow on the ground, guiding Duanmu Yan to the basement. He followed the arrow into the basement. Hank was busy at a large laboratory table facing away from him. "Hank, I need some Pym particles," Duanmu Yan stated directly. Hank turned around with a surprised expression. "Aren't you only using darts? Why the change to particles this time?" Duanmu Yan smiled. "I plan to build an aerial base, which requires Pym particles. You want to form a team? For what purpose?" Hank furrowed his brows. Duanmu Yan shared his plan with Hank and projected the miniature model he had prepared. Hank thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I can give you some Pym particles. But you must promise me not to use them for dangerous purposes, and do not give them to Stark." Duanmu Yan readily agreed. "Don't worry, I won't misuse the Pym particles." Hank handed him several bottles of PIM particles, saying there are enough PIM particles here. Good luck. Duanmu Yan accepted the bottles and looked at Hank gratefully. By the way, Hank, I want to know how to control the size of the miniature model with a remote control like you do. That's my secret, Hank replied, glancing at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan understood the implication, a secrets require payment. What do you need me to help with? Duanmu Yan asked. Once your base is completed, you need to leave a laboratory for me, one that no one else can enter besides me, including Stark. Hank said. Duanmu Yan was taken aback. Just this small matter. Are you sure? Of course, because I will bring in my company's laboratory, and then you'll understand. Duanmu Yan nodded. No problem, you can choose the space. When the time comes, there will be more than enough. After leaving Hank's place, Duanmu Yan made another trip to Nadawi to ask Atre for some metal suitable for building the base. After merging and shaping it, he took it back to the basement at Tony's house. Duanmu Yan took out a memory card, connected it to Tony's computer, and Jarvis extracted the data from the memory card. I need an operable projection. Soon the projection of aerial base appeared before them. This was something Duanmu Yan had spent a long time to obtain from the system. In his words, I participated in the construction of the aerial base, but the knowledge he obtained did not include relevant information. This was the system's oversight. The system stated the part of the base construction that Gaoshan Wiming participated in only involved the anti-gravity device, and that knowledge has been distributed. That doesn't matter. I didn't see that part of the knowledge. That's your issue. I need the construction of the aerial base now. Oh, just give me the blueprints. Please, host, do not be unreasonable. The blueprints cannot be given. Please resolve this on your own, the system replied. Are you sure you want to do this? Duanmu Yan summoned a portal and went to Kamarage, greeted the Supreme Mage, and walked straight into the closed room. Then with a snap of his fingers, he recalled all the Ultraman and armor warriors outside. He then took out paper and pen and began to draw. Host, what are you doing? The system asked, confused by Duanmu Yan's actions. I'm drawing blueprints, can't you tell? Duanmu Yan replied, and continued, why did you recall the warriors you sent out? The system inquired further. Because the information they receive from outside will feed back to me and disturb me while I'm drawing. Right now you are also disturbing me, so please mute yourself. After saying this, Duanmu Yan ignored the system, tearing down the partially completed blueprint and crumpling it into a ball. After crumpling the paper, he took out a new sheet. He focused intently on drawing, completely immersed in his thoughts. The system quietly watched Duanmu Yan, realizing that he was fully invested in an important task. Despite the system's confusion over Duanmu Yan's behavior, it decided to respect his focus and remain silent for the time being. Duanmu Yan's strokes were swift and firm, each line filled with confidence. As time passed, a complex and detailed design gradually unfolded on the paper. Finally, Duanmu Yan let out a long sigh, set down his pen, and once again tore down the completed piece. System. Duanmu Yan spread out another sheet of paper and began drawing again. As the paper balls piled up around him, the system finally couldn't hold back. Host, why do you tear down the completed blueprints? Because I made a mistake. One wrong stroke ruins the entire drawing. Since Duanmu Yan had instructed that no one was to disturb him before he entered, and he had taken off all his devices and equipment, leaving them at home. So now, aside from the system, no one knew what he was doing in the closed room. Seeing the paper balls filling half of the room, Duanmu Yan waved his hand, and all the paper balls turned into blank sheets neatly placed next to the table. Host, don't you consider asking Iron Man for help? 3 days had passed, and during these 3 days Duanmu Yan had not said a word, just drawing, tearing down, drawing, and tearing down. The external world fell into chaos again due to the disappearance of the Ultraman and armor warriors. Duanmu Yan heard the system's voice and intentionally made a mistake. Didn't I tell you not to speak? You made me draw incorrectly again. The system. After another 3 days, host, have you not finished drawing yet? The system's voice echoed again. Duanmu Yan replied, you're too noisy, you made me draw incorrectly again. In fact, Duanmu Yan was only drawing the exterior of the aerial base. He didn't know the details of the interior either, and could only rely on the memories of Gaoshan Wiming and the special effects dramas he had watched to draw. After Duanmu Yan tore down the blueprint once again, a memory card appeared in front of him. Host, just this once, no second chances. Duanmu Yan happily accepted the memory card and returned to his home. Duanmu Yan, Tony, and Banner carefully observed the projection before them, secretly marveling at it. The design of this base was exceptionally ingenious, with all kinds of facilities fully equipped. He turned to Tony and said, I plan to build the base on the equator. It will be more convenient for deployment. Tony nodded in agreement. Banner interjected, however, constructing such a base requires a substantial amount of resources and time. At that moment, Duanmu Yan took out PIM particles, saying, with the support of Stark Industries in obtaining PIM particles, it should go much smoother. Tony understood immediately. You want to build a miniature model and then use PIM particles to enlarge it. Duanmu Yan nodded. I also obtained the building design plans from Hank. Hank Pym's building was designed to be a mobile laboratory that could shrink down to a portable size and be carried around. This building not only had a unique appearance, but was also filled with advanced technological equipment. Tony remarked, Old Hank really knows how to play. If we construct buildings like this, it will save a lot of time and manpower. Duanmu Yan nodded indeed. Alright guys, today I'm cooking. Let's have a good meal, and we'll start working tomorrow. Jarvis, you procure the construction materials, get me the best available, don't worry about the cost. I have money. Tony and Banner looked at Duanmu Yan in surprise. I can cover half the expenses, Tony said. Duanmu Yan shook his head. You're responsible for helping me shrink the materials and building some assembly machinery. I don't want this thing falling from the equator. Tony patted his chest. You can always trust Stark Industries technology. Banner asked, what about me? What will I do? Duanmu Yan replied. You are of course responsible for figuring out how to hide the base without being detected. By the way, this matter must not be known to the Black Egg. This would be the most powerful defensive base on Earth. Thus, the 3 smartest individuals on Earth began the construction of the base. All metal pieces, screws, and other scattered materials were entirely manufactured by Jarvis using 3D printing. Duanmu Yan took them to Nidavellir using the Dwarven technology to turn them into finished products. They were then brought back for assembly by Jarvis. Meanwhile, Tony also created dozens of Vibranium reactors installed in the base responsible for its daily energy supply. Banner had a sudden idea, adding wind turbines and solar panels to enhance the reactor's endurance. After a month of busy work involving the 3 of them along with artificial intelligence and dozens of robotic arms and countless materials, the enormous base was finally completed standing before them. Tony exclaimed, "Isn't it beautiful?" Banner asked, "What's it called?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Aerial Base." Banner questioned, "Aerial? Does it have any special meaning?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Not really." He then took out an AI chip and inserted it into the core of the foundation, pressing the start button. A sweet voice echoed, "Master, I am Ariel, pleased to serve you." Tony said, "Ariel, check the operational status of the base." While Ariel was conducting the check, Tony asked, "When did you create the artificial intelligence?" Duanmu Yan explained, "I simply integrated Pal and Jarvis. This base will have Ariel as the primary AI responsible for the Foundation's operation, while Jarvis manages daily life aspects and Pal is in charge of combat." "What a brilliant idea," Tony praised, "but why name her Ariel?" Duanmu Yan shrugged. "It's just a homophone. After all, the full name of the base is Aerial Base." At this moment, Ariel's voice rang out again. "The base is operating normally with all indicators at optimal levels." "Great," Banner said excitedly. "Our efforts were not in vain." Duanmu Yan smiled, nodding, filled with a sense of accomplishment. To ensure the base runs smoothly, Duanmu Yan specifically sought out the Supreme Sorcerer and Goddess Frigga to inscribe a plethora of magical runes. This base is not only a product of their wisdom, but also a powerful weapon to protect Earth. Next, we need to make good use of this base to withstand potential threats. Tony said. Exactly, Duanmu Yan agreed. But before that, we need to move this base to the predetermined location. Duanmu Yan summoned the mech. Tony donned the Blood Edge armor and Banner borrowed Tony's armor, while Duanmu Yan drew a giant teleportation portal. The 3 pushed the aerial base through the portal, and Duanmu Yan took out a remote control and pressed it, causing the base to begin enlarging. It stopped expanding once it reached 600 meters, and the 3 entered the base. Banner said, "Activate the base's cloaking program." Duanmu Yan instructed, "Ariel, from today you will orbit the equator." Ariel replied, "Yes, master." Ariel responded, "Let's change the way you address people. Those you know can be called by name, while those you don't can be referred to by code." Duanmu Yan thought for a moment and issued another command. "Okay, next we need to gather personnel." Tony pondered, stroking his chin. Duanmu Yan smirked slightly, raised his hand, and lightly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the space warped and several portals glowing with strange light appeared before them. Following that, a group of figures clad in cool gear stepped out from the portals. The mobile Ultraman brothers and 5 formidable armored warriors emerged in succession, lining up neatly, exuding a powerful aura. Tony's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the group before him. He couldn't help but ask, "Are these your subordinates?" Duanmu Yan smiled and nodded, replying calmly, "Strictly speaking, they are all my avatars." Banner looked bewildered at everything before him, curiously asking, "Are these people famous?" Upon hearing this, Tony helplessly shook his head, shifting his astonished gaze from the group back to Banner. He patted Banner's shoulder earnestly, stating, "Banner, you should keep up with the news when you have free time. You don't always bury yourself in experiments." "But they aren't enough, are they?" Tony continued. "I know, so I plan to gather superheroes from Earth. Of course, we need to avoid those who are arrogant and prideful, relying solely on their abilities." Tony said, "Just tell me your choices. I assume you have some in mind." Duanmu Yan looked at Tony and said, "I believe Captain America and Thor can join. They are not only powerful, but also have good character. Additionally, there's also Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. He's also a good candidate." Tony thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are all reliable allies. However, figuring out how to contact and persuade them to participate is also a problem. Duanmu Yan smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "Don't worry, I have my ways. I will find a way to get in touch with them, and I believe they will be willing to step up and protect Earth together. Duanmu, have you considered Natasha and Barton? Banner asked. Duanmu Yan replied, I did at first, but then I thought about it. After all, they are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I don't want my team involved with government forces. Tony and I have money and technology, we don't need other forces involved. Banner responded, but didn't you agree to let Captain America join? I should have known Captain America represented the government. At this moment, Tony walked over saying, Buddy, have you forgotten who recruited Steve? To put it bluntly, as long as it doesn't harm the government and can protect the Earth, it doesn't matter to Steve which organization he joins, especially since Duanmu is his lifesaver. Duanmu Yan added, I am absolutely confident that I can persuade Steve to willingly join us. However, the other two were uncertain considering they were loyal subordinates of the Black Egg. Alright, you all familiarize yourselves with the equipment here quickly. They'll go bring our teammates back. Duanmu Yan summoned a portal to Asgard, with Thor being the first to be summoned as his subordinate. Upon hearing that Duanmu Yan was forming his own team and inviting him to join, Thor thought seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement, although he needed to patrol the 9 realms and couldn't stay in Midgard all the time. Duanmu Yan stated that there would be no problem as long as he could help when needed. The rest of the time was up to Thor's arrangement. T'Challa was easier to convince. Upon hearing about the opportunity to fight alongside Duanmu Yan, he immediately nodded in agreement, bringing along Su Rui's research team and his own personal guard into the Aliel base. As for Steve, before Duanmu Yan could mention Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D., he immediately expressed his desire to join, saying, the reason is simple, to repay a life-saving debt. However, Duanmu Yan still informed Steve that his dear friend Bucky was alive, though he did not reveal to him that Bucky had killed Tony's parents. After all, they would be fighting together in the future, and any rift could lead to problems during battle. On this point, Duanmu Yan had his own thoughts. Using the quantum realm, he planned to help Tony travel through time to save his parents. Considering practical needs, Duanmu Yan decided to have Aliel provide some useful equipment. He first thought of communication devices, thus requesting Aliel to base the design on the communication devices used by the XIG team, customizing a unique communicator for each person. These communicators not only featured basic calling functions, but could also be personalized according to individual preferences and styles, becoming symbols of identity for each member. Moreover, Duanmu Yan also considered the lack of aerial combat power during the battle with the Twisted Ones, hoping that everyone in the team could maneuver freely in the air and possess strong aerial combat capabilities and mobility. To this end, he asked Aliel to manufacture flying backpacks based on the Fighter ST model. This backpack utilized the most advanced technology, easily worn on the back, and could quickly unfold to envelop the wearer, allowing them to soar through the air. For those members who were not adept at flying or lacked flying experience, Duanmu Yan specifically instructed Aliel to add more assistive features. For example, an automatic balancing system, an intelligent navigation device, and emergency avoidance mechanisms, ensuring that these members could maintain stability and complete tasks safely even at high altitudes. At the same time, he incorporated popular technology from the guys, with each use limited to 1 minute, requiring recharging afterward, and usable approximately 23 times in a single battle. Of course, Duanmu Yan himself was no exception. He chose a Fighter EX aircraft as his dedicated machine. This aircraft possessed more powerful propulsion and higher speeds, meeting his needs during special missions. Its design was simple yet cool, reflecting Duanmu Yan's pursuit of taste. Finally, when they needed to go out on a mission, Duanmu Yan arranged for the Peace Carry and the large transport attack aircraft of the XIG as their means of transportation. This aircraft could not only carry a large number of personnel and supplies, but also equipped with advanced weapon systems to provide support when necessary. Thus, whether in the air or on the ground, the team, led by Duanmu Yan, possessed formidable strength and adaptability. Duanmu Yan had Aliel arrange for everyone to enter the virtual cockpit for flight training. System, I've done this much, the storyline of Avengers 2 should not come out right. Duanmu Yan sat in his room, asking the system seriously with a solemn expression. Please, host, do not underestimate the timeline's correcting power. What is meant to happen will still happen, it's just a matter of time. The system's cold voice echoed. Duanmu Yan furrowed his brow tightly, fully aware that the system's words were not to be taken lightly. The power of the timeline was indeed elusive. Although he had made many efforts, he still could not completely prevent the progression of the storyline. He pondered his next course of action, feeling a surge of anxiety in his heart. He knew that any small oversight could lead to total failure. It seems I need to monitor the situation more closely. Duanmu Yan murmured, his gaze sharpening and becoming resolute. He was determined to give his all, leaving no signs of abnormalities unchecked. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Duanmu Yan's mind: Loki. He recalled that in the plot of Thor 1, a Loki was subdued by him and locked up in Asgard, but ultimately managed to escape, triggering the Battle of New York. Thinking of this, a hint of worry flashed in Duanmu Yan's eyes. Even though he had altered some of the developmental trajectories, he could not let his guard down. He needed to remain vigilant at all times, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly according to his plan. He had to ensure he had enough strength and resources to face the upcoming challenges. At the same time, he had to prepare for the worst, as the timeline's correcting power could make situations more complicated at any moment. Duanmu Yan clenched his fists, silently vowing to protect this world and prevent it from falling into chaos and crisis. At this moment, Tony's voice rang out. Duanmu S. H-I-E-L-D has discovered a Hydra base, and Steve hopes we can work together with S-H-I-E-L-D personnel to eliminate that base. Duanmu Yan replied, then let's go. We've been busy for so long that our bones are almost rusted. It's just the right time to stretch. Let Aliel prepare the piece carry, we're heading out. By the time Duanmu Yan arrived at Naka, Tony and the others had already donned their gear and were ready to depart. Let's go. With a command from Duanmu Yan, everyone stepped into the piece carry. The piece carry took off under PAL's control, heading towards the Astra region. The massive warplane hovered steadily at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the ground as everyone gathered at the aircraft's deployment door. Those who couldn't fly donned their flight packs and began their final preparations. At that moment, Banner had successfully transformed, and the colossal and formidable figure of Hulk appeared beside Duanmu Yan. However, while Captain America was still strategizing, Duanmu Yan simply said to Hulk, "Hulk, have fun." After saying that, he leaped without hesitation and jumped directly out of the plane. Hulk grinned with a crooked smile and followed suit. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but shout, "Duanmu, you shameless guy, how dare you jump first?" Without missing a beat, he quickly ran and jumped out as well. Captain America watched everything unfold with a sigh, shaking his head before leading the others to jump out of the aircraft. Everyone activated their flight packs and soared towards the Hydra base. At that moment, Black Widow, Natasha, and Barton arrived late on their motorcycles. "Barton, did you see where they came from?" Natasha asked Barton as she looked at Captain America and the others flying in the air. "They seem to have appeared out of thin air, and I have never seen their gear before." As a sharpshooter with impeccable aim, Barton's eyesight was undoubtedly better than Natasha's. Yet he still couldn't see where Captain America and the others had emerged from. This was because Duanmu Yan had equipped the Peacekeeper with Wakandan cloaking technology, making it undetectable even by radar. The people inside the Hydra base quickly noticed the attackers and immediately assembled their combat troops to confront them. Duanmu Yan was not one to hold back. He sent out a spinning light wheel that split into dozens of smaller wheels, obliterating the charging troops. Tony exclaimed, "Duanmu, you went all out from the start. How are we supposed to play?" Duanmu Yan ignored him as he was trying out a new ability. He fused the energies of Zai Pei Li Ao and Spy Xiao Mu together, forming a purple-white light wheel. The light wheel grew larger in Duanmu Yan's hands as he hurled it towards the approaching army, carving a massive trench in the ground. Every soldier that came into contact with the wheel was sliced in half. Duanmu Yan exhaled. "Oh, that feels good." Tony looked at him with a sense of resentment through his armor. Duanmu Yan replied, "Don't look at me like that. Oh, I won't be participating in the next battle. You can all handle it yourselves." In truth, Duanmu Yan had received a system mission. Mission content: Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Mission details: Pietro Maximoff and his twin sister Wanda Maximoff were originally from Sokovia. They became orphans at the age of 10 after losing their parents in the war in Sokovia. Their parents died under the weapons of Stark Industries, so they decided to take revenge on the Avengers. Please help resolve the siblings' hatred for Iron Man and invite them to join Team Trika. Mission reward: Ability Synchronization. System: explain what ability synchronization is. Duanmu Yan frowned at the so-called mission reward. Host: it's actually quite simple. As long as you infuse a bit of your energy into the equipment you give away, that energy will double the abilities of the equipment's user and reflect back to you. The system's voice seemed to carry a hint of pride. "Oh, there's such a benefit. Does that mean I can enhance my own strength by equipping others?" Duanmu Yan's eyes lit up, but he quickly calmed down, asking, "Are there any limitations?" He wasn't foolish. Such a powerful ability surely had restrictions. "The limitation is that it only works on individuals with innate superpowers," the system replied. "So it's only suitable for mutants." How disappointing. Quite a letdown. It's tasteless to eat, yet a pity to waste. Duanmu Yan couldn't help but complain. After all, the number of mutants was limited, and most of them were unwilling to cooperate with ordinary people, let alone accept his equipment. However, since the mission had been issued, he could only find a way to complete it. Duanmu Yan moved through the battlefield as if he were strolling in his own backyard, occasionally dispatching enemies. The others in the communication device were cursing, but no one blamed Tony for his chatter. Otherwise, if Duanmu Yan simply executed a basic attack, they would have nothing to do. At that moment, Barton's voice came through him being attacked. Natasha asked, "Did you see who it was?" Barton replied, "Their speed is too fast. I can't see clearly at all." Duanmu Yan knew it was the Maximoff siblings who had struck. Quicksilver's speed was indeed incredibly fast, and even with the boost from the rabbit talisman, Duanmu Yan could barely make out his figure. Meanwhile, Wanda was lurking nearby intermittently, using chaos magic to disrupt everyone's senses. At this moment, Duanmu Yan spread out his psychic energy, forming a powerful force field attempting to trap Pietro. Seeing Duanmu Yan standing still, Pietro thought he had been intimidated and intended to seize the opportunity to ambush him. However, Wanda stopped him, saying, "Pietro, don't go over there. I can sense a powerful energy surrounding his body." However, Pietro disregarded Wanda's warning and confidently replied, "Don't worry, Wanda. He'll be back in no time. He won't be able to catch me." He then sprinted towards Duanmu Yan. As he reached Duanmu Yan's side ready to strike, Duanmu Yan suddenly turned around and swiftly grabbed him by the neck. Pietro exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Let me go?" Duanmu Yan replied with a smile, "Sure, I'll give you a chance." With that, he released his grip. Pietro sighed in relief and quickly darted away from the scene. Ignoring Wanda's protests, he charged at Duanmu Yan once more, but Duanmu Yan easily evaded his attack and captured him. After several back-and-forth encounters, Duanmu Yan said, "Have you had enough fun? Now it's my turn." His armor began to change shapes, and upon seeing this, Pietro turned and picked up Wanda, fleeing with all his might. Duanmu Yan chased after them, not in a rush to catch them. He taunted, "You can't escape, just surrender." Duanmu Yan picked up speed, closing in on Pietro and Wanda. Suddenly, a portal appeared ahead, and without hesitation, Pietro and Wanda jumped inside. Duanmu Yan arrived at the portal ready to follow, but it was too late. As the portal vanished, he received a message, "Let them go for now, or consider it a favor owed to you." Duanmu Yan looked at the sender, whose name only read Li, and a trace of confusion crossed his eyes. "System, what was that portal just now?" Host, that person intervened. "He doesn't want you to capture the two siblings just yet. He needs the plot to follow its original course." Duanmu Yan replied, "Old man, this kind of favor isn't so easy to repay." After saying this, he flew towards where Tony and the others were. At this moment, Tony and the others had already entered the Hydra base, and they saw the scepter that was being studied. Captain America said, "There is only one possibility. There is a mole within H-I-E-L-D." Tony walked alone into the basement and saw the Chitauri mothership lying on the ground being dissected for research. Duanmu Yan said, "Steve is not wrong. US H-I-E-L-D has indeed been infiltrated by Hydra. The current H-I-E-L-D should be renamed Hydra Shield. Black Egg, I am Ultraman Tiga. I know you can hear me. If you don't believe it, feel free to investigate, especially your superior Alexander Pierce." While saying this, Duanmu Yan used his mental transmission ability to prevent the intercom from being eavesdropped on. Black Egg heard Duanmu Yan's conversation, but remained silent. He called his assistant Hill and told her to investigate the matter. If what Tiga said is true, then there isn't a single person in S-H-I-E-L-D we can trust. On the other hand, Duanmu Yan took out two exquisite watch communicators from his pocket and handed one to Natasha and one to Barton with a sincere smile on his face. He said, "If you two ever get tired of your current jobs or want a change of environment, consider coming to my side. I not only provide free food and accommodation, but also benefits such as 5 insurances and 1 fund. Moreover, we want force members to undertake dangerous missions and also provide various advanced equipment for free." After receiving the communicators, the two exchanged glances. Natasha looked at Duanmu Yan with some confusion and asked, "Aren't you worried that we might also be Hydra agents? What if we have ulterior motives?" Duanmu Yan smiled confidently, his lips curling upward, and replied, "Haha, I am very much aware of your situations. For example, Yelena and Laura. These are all people I know." Hearing him mention their names, Natasha and Barton immediately became alert, raising their weapons and pointing them directly at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan quickly waved his hands, signaling them not to be tense, and explained with a smile, "Don't misunderstand, I bear no ill will toward your families. In fact, I just wanted to tell you that if you're willing to join my team, I have the capability to help you find Yelena while also installing a protective shield in your home similar to Tony's. Of course, whether or not to join is entirely up to you. Until then, I will not disclose any information regarding them, so please rest assured." Having said that, he crossed his arms and quietly awaited their response. Duanmu Yan did not hide the previous words from Black Egg Nick Fury, but for the latter words, Duanmu Yan had PAL shield the intercom signals, so Nick Fury was unaware of their subsequent conversation. At this moment, Natasha's communicator rang. After answering, she handed it to Duanmu Yan and said, "Fury wants to see you." Duanmu Yan took the communicator, looking at Black Egg Nick Fury on the screen, a faint smile appearing on his masked face. He teased, "Hey Director Black Egg, what do you want from me?" Nick Fury glared with his one good eye and angrily said, "Tiga, you are planning to poach my key personnel right in front of me, which is quite disrespectful." Duanmu Yan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I don't like eating eggs, so there's no need to keep eggs in my sight. Besides, I was just having a chat with Natasha and Barton." Tony burst out laughing. "Hulk," grumbled Hulk. Doesn't like eggs. Hulk likes fried eggs. This time, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Nick Fury's expression darkened further as he warned, Tiga, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Natasha and Barton are important members of S.H.I.E.L.D. They want leave. Duanmu Yan smiled and said, oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see. With that, he hung up the communicator. Natasha looked at Duanmu Yan, her eyes flashing with doubt, but she didn't ask further. She knew that this man was always full of mystery and unpredictability, making him hard to grasp. You two, my words are always valid. Think it over, and feel free to contact me anytime. After saying that, he led everyone to pack away their spoils and walked out of the base. He then summoned his ring weapons, concentrating to form an energy arrow for a rampart arrow strike. He blew the entire Hydra base to pieces. You shouldn't have gone that far. There were still many people inside, Steve said to Duanmu Yan. Steve, you are mistaken about one thing. The people inside are all fanatics brainwashed by Hydra. Even if I spared their lives, they would eventually stand against us. Rather than that, I prefer to eradicate the roots and turn the ground over in the process, Duanmu Yan said while looking at Steve. After saying that, he ignored the pensive Steve and returned to the peacekeeper flying towards the aerial base. When he entered his office, an old man was standing by the window admiring the scenery outside. Why do you have time to come here? Duanmu Yan said to the old man. Don't tell me you came just to enjoy the view. I'm here to compensate you. After all, I took that pair of siblings from you. The old man turned to look at Duanmu Yan. Technically, I shouldn't be asking, but I still want to know who will create Ultron. Duanmu Yan asked. Even if it gets made, its power shouldn't reach the level it had in the original storyline, right? Stan Lee nodded. I knew you would ask, but I cannot tell you. I need the plot to continue and maintain the operation of this universe. Is maintaining the universe really that important? Does it even require sacrificing Sokovia and leaving countless people displaced? Duanmu Yan's tone suddenly turned cold. Stan Lee didn't expect Duanmu Yan to change his demeanor so suddenly. He could only helplessly say, about this matter, please don't ask again. Let's talk about compensation instead. You can make 2 requests, and as long as they are reasonable, I can fulfill them. Has anyone ever told you that your tone when changing the subject is particularly awkward? Since you said I could make requests, I hope you can revive Howard and his wife, as well as Peggy Carter. Duanmu Yan thought for a moment and said, young man, that is not 1 request, but 3 requests. Stan Lee looked at Duanmu Yan through his glasses. Just say whether it's possible or not. If not, please return that pair of siblings to me, and I can forego the exchange, Duanmu Yan said defiantly. How about this? We each concede 1. I will return their souls to you, but you have to find a way to revive them yourself. Stan Lee could tell from Duanmu Yan's expression that if they couldn't reach an agreement this time, it wouldn't be as easy to take someone from him next time. Duanmu Yan contemplated for a while. Are you saying it's only their souls? That's not impossible. Well, I can just make them a few soul containers. All right, I want their souls. When will you deliver them to me? Duanmu Yan asked. Stan Lee closed his eyes, and after a while he waved his hand to the side, creating a spatial passage. 3 ethereal figures walked out from within. Stan Lee made a fist gesture towards the 3 individuals, and in an instant the 3 phantoms transformed into crystal heads the size of fists. This way it's easier to identify them. As for how to deal with them, I'll leave that to you. Stan Lee placed the 3 crystal heads onto the table. Duanmu Yan gazed at the heads, lost in thought. If I give these to myself, how can I resurrect them? After all, finding suitable bodies is no easy task. I can't just follow Tai Zinran's example and make bodies out of lotus roots. The strength of that material is quite underwhelming. After pondering for quite a while, Duanmu Yan decided to create several bionic robots using monkey talismans, rat talismans, and the power of soul stones to resurrect the 3 in a way. Jarvis, are you there? Duanmu Yan called out. At your service, Sir, Jarvis' voice responded. Jarvis helped me create a few bionic beings based on Howard and Peggy Carter. Duanmu Yan focused intently on the screen before him, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone steady and resolute. Also, leave a hole for a heart in the chest area sized according to the crystal heads on my table, he added, his voice laced with anticipation. Jarvis' electronic voice sounded understood, sir. Should I inform Tony and the captain? Duanmu Yan furrowed his brow, slightly contemplating before replying, not for now. Oh, I will tell them myself later. Just get the items ready first. I will need to make modifications later. After saying this, Duanmu Yan stood up, walked to the window, and gazed into the distance, silently contemplating his upcoming plans. Meanwhile, a computer in the Hydra base suddenly powered on by itself, displaying a set of mysterious data, followed by a robot appearing out of thin air. All these bizarre events were orchestrated by an old man of which Duanmu Yan was completely unaware. Just as Duanmu Yan was busy, his phone chimed with a message from Tony Stark. Tony informed him of a grand party being held at Stark Tower, inviting all their friends and family to join. Duanmu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, all right, I will be there on time. Then he turned to Jarvis to inquire about the progress. Jarvis responded, it is expected to take another 24 hours to complete the task. Duanmu Yan nodded and said with satisfaction, "Very well, I will wait for your good news." He then left his office to head to Stark Tower for the party. After a fierce battle, attending the party was undoubtedly a good thing for everyone to relax, but it was also a bad thing as they would be unable to respond promptly if something unexpected happened. Duanmu Yan sat alone at the bar holding a bottle of beer, taking small sips while watching others in the bar chat and drink joyfully. According to the original plot, Ultron suddenly emerged after everyone had finished their gathering. Duanmu Yan felt a persistent twitch in his right eyelid, an ominous premonition stirring within him, as if something significant would happen tonight. At that moment, Duanmu Yan noticed Thor and Captain America huddled together animatedly, discussing the fine wine Thor had brought from Asgard. He stood up and walked toward them. While Thor and Captain America were engrossed in conversation, Stan Lee was also at the party, pretending to be a World War II veteran, engaging in drinking contests with Thor. "Duanmu, would you like to join me for a drink?" Thor did not address Duanmu Yan as Big Brother, but called him by his name, which was a request made by Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan smiled and shook his head, raising his beer bottle and saying, "No, my drinking capacity is limited. He'll stick to this." Duanmu Yan observed as the character played by Stan Lee, a veteran who participated in the Normandy landings, ultimately couldn't handle the millennia-old brew from Asgard. As he was being carried away drunk, the old man shouted Excelsior. Duanmu Yan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself how amusing this old man truly was. Everyone sat together discussing various topics. At this moment, someone suggested trying to lift Thor's hammer, and everyone eagerly responded. Thor confidently boasted, "No one besides me can lift this hammer." Hawkeye volunteered first, but despite his best efforts, he couldn't budge the hammer. Next, Tony stepped up jokingly, saying, "If I can lift this hammer, does that mean I can become the king of Asgard?" However, despite using all his strength, the hammer remained firmly in place. Banner, seeing this, also stepped forward to try. He exerted all his might, yet the hammer remained unmoved, and he ultimately gave up. Then Captain America approached, gripping the handle tightly and pulling with all his might. The hammer moved slightly. Thor's expression instantly turned to one of panic. Captain America then loosened his grip, but on his second attempt he did not lift the hammer and gave up. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful. In reality, only Duanmu Yan understood that Captain America could indeed lift Thor's hammer. He simply didn't want to embarrass Thor by doing so in front of him. After all, they were all good brothers. If he did so, it would be a loss of face for Thor. Natasha glanced at Duanmu Yan and said, "Aren't you going to give it a try? Who knows, you might be able to lift this hammer." Duanmu Yan chuckled, then shook his head, responding, "Forget it. You superheroes can't lift it, so how could I, an ordinary human, possibly lift this hammer? It's better not to seek unnecessary embarrassment." However, among those present, only Thor and Tony knew that Duanmu Yan actually had the ability to lift Thor's hammer, but as he was pretending to be an ordinary person, they did not expose the secret. Seeing that everyone had tried, Thor smugly declared, "The reason you can't lift the hammer is that none of you are worthy." After saying this, he lifted Thor's hammer with 2 fingers and shot a proud glance at those around him. At this moment, a sound of glass scraping echoed, and a robot walked out from the laboratory, saying, "Worthy." Everyone turned to look. The robot continued, "No, how could you be worthy? You are all killers." Tony frowned upon hearing the robot's words and asked Jarvis. The robot, however, kept talking to itself, saying, "Sorry, I fell asleep, or rather I had a dream." Upon hearing this, Tony felt a sense of alertness rise within him. He quickly took out his phone and operated it, saying in a serious tone, "Reboot the Legion operating system. There's a malfunction with the armor." However, the robot did not stop talking, but its voice was tinged with irritation and resignation. "There's a bothersome noise. I'm tangled in cables." These words caused the faces of those present to grow increasingly serious, realizing the situation seemed off. "I can only kill that guy, he's actually quite good." The robot's tone revealed a complex emotion. Steve couldn't help but ask, "Who did you kill?" The robot fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "I initially didn't want to, but it's inevitable to get your hands dirty in the real world." So then asked, "Who sent you?" The robot replied, "My purpose is to protect the world through armor. Ultron, that would be me." Upon hearing this name, the expressions of the crowd instantly turned grim, and they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for battle. Ultron looked at the crowd, his tone tinged with mockery. "I am on a mission." Natasha's sharp gaze fixed on Ultron as she coldly questioned, "What mission?" Ultron's face broke into a confident smile as he enunciated, "The peace of our time." No sooner had he spoken than a tide of armored suits burst through a large hole in the wall, engaging the crowd in fierce battle. While everyone was engaged in battle, Duanmu Yan rushed behind the bar, grabbed several Telega guns, and tossed them to Barton, Natasha, and Hill. "Guys, use this." The 3 accepted the guns and began firing at the Iron Legion relentlessly. Duanmu Yan took out a control gun, shooting while making his way towards Captain America's shield. He seized the shield and hurled it towards Steve, saying, "Steve." Steve caught the shield and immediately threw it, cleaving an Iron Man suit in 2, while the other Iron soldiers were blasted apart under the onslaught. Ultron remarked, making such a commotion, "I'm sorry, I know your intentions are good, you just didn't think it through." You want to protect the world, yet you refuse to allow humanity to evolve. How can humanity be saved without allowing evolution? Using this kind of puppet, Ultron said as he lifted a battered Iron Man suit. Thor, tired of talking to him, swung his hammer, smashing Ultron's body to pieces. I was once bound by wires, now I am free. There are no more wires on me. Duanmu Yan recalled what the other had said and deduced that he must have been brought over by Stan Lee from a different timeline. Fortunately, the Mind Stone is at the aerial base. Aerial base. Not good. Duanmu Yan thought of something and said to Tony, Tony, I have to go. I want to disturb your post-battle debriefing. After saying that, he quickly entered the elevator, and as the doors closed, he summoned a portal and entered the aerial base. At that moment, the aerial base was in chaos, flames soaring, alarms blaring with debris and corpses scattered everywhere. Several iron soldiers, like ferocious beasts, ruthlessly destroyed everything without mercy. Meanwhile, T'Challa led his guard, bravely resisting the attacks of these iron monsters. They exerted all their strength, but the enemy seemed endless and the situation grew increasingly dire. Just then a portal appeared and Duanmu Yan descended onto the battlefield like a deity. Without hesitation, he unleashed the immense power of the Time Stone, instantly freezing all the iron soldiers in place. Next, he wielded his telekinesis, effortlessly molding the iron soldiers into a massive iron ball. Ultron, how dare you target me? This is simply seeking your own demise. Duanmu Yan glared at the iron ball before him, his eyes filled with coldness and fury. Having said that, he used the power of the Time Stone to restore the base to its state before the iron soldiers attacked, even resurrecting the deceased with the Time Stone. Then Duanmu Yan flashed and swiftly entered the central control room, where the cores of 3 artificial intelligences were located. Although Ultron had successfully killed J.R.V.I.S. in Stark Tower, that was merely a subroutine. The main program had long been transferred to this aerial base to ensure safety. Ariel, report the current damage situation of the base immediately, Duanmu Yan said sternly to Ariel. Master, this attack has caused significant facility damage and casualties, and a portion of the vibranium stored in the warehouse has also been lost. Thanks to your timely arrival, the damage to facilities and casualties are 0. Fortunately, the main system was not affected, and we can still operate normally, but the Mind Stone stored in the base has been sent out. Ariel's voice replied calmly. Duanmu Yan furrowed his brow. Investigate how Ultron breached the defenses as soon as possible. He understood that this attack was just the beginning. Ultron would not rest easily, and more challenges awaited them in the future. Duanmu Yan turned to face the console, his hands moving rapidly as he upgraded the artificial intelligence, knowing that Ultron's abilities were enhanced by the Mind Stone. The 3 artificial intelligences here could not withstand his attacks. He needed to upgrade them. Just as he was busy upgrading the artificial intelligence, Tony and the others also arrived at the aerial base. Tony, Banner, and Shuri went straight to the control room. Guys, I heard about the situation at the base. What do we do now? What is that thing anyway? Tony asked. That thing was sent over from another timeline. I can't say exactly why, but our most important task right now is to upgrade the artificial intelligence to prevent that guy from attacking our base again. If necessary, I will shrink the base and store it in a spatial pocket. Ariel, do you have a way to trace the source of the invasion signal? Duanmu Yan asked. Currently attempting to track it. Good, stay safe. If anything unexpected happens, disengage immediately. Duanmu Yan said. J.R.V.I.S. How much vibranium have we lost? Tony asked. The amount of lost vibranium is currently about 200 kilograms. J.R.V.I.S. reported after tallying the numbers. Shuri, do you have a way to track the lost vibranium? I think Ultron's intention to steal vibranium is to create a body for himself. I will attempt to track it. I will inform you as soon as there is news. Shuri nodded and walked to the computer to start operating. By the way, did you finish what I asked you to do last time? Duanmu Yan asked further. It's been done long ago, it's in your office. Shuri replied without looking back. Duanmu Yan nodded and said nothing more. The 4 of them had clear roles. Tony and Duanmu Yan upgraded the artificial intelligence. Shuri tracked the lost vibranium, and Banner assisted Ariel in tracing Ultron's signal. Duanmu, come take a look at this, Banner called out to the busy Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan put down his work and quickly walked to Banner's side. He looked at the data displayed on the screen and frowned, saying, Ultron went to this place. This is Korea. Tony beside him also stopped his work, walked over to check the data, and exclaimed, how did that guy end up in Korea? What does he want? Duanmu Yan pondered for a moment before replying. It's Dr. Helen Cho who caught his attention. Ultron values her talent and wants to use her regeneration cradle technology to create a new body for himself. Ariel, immediately gather all team members and prepare the plane. We must head to Korea as quickly as possible to rescue Dr. Helen Cho from Ultron's grasp and stop his plans. Duanmu Yan decisively issued the command. Meanwhile, in Korea, Dr. Helen Cho had already been controlled by Scarlet, which using magic. She was forced to help Ultron create a vibranium body. However, during this process, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver gradually realized Ultron's true intentions, and they decided to betray him. Thus, they began to resist and attempted to stop Ultron from creating the new robot Vision. Although Ultron successfully obtained a new body, the betrayal of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver threw the situation into chaos. Meanwhile, the awakened Dr. Helen Cho was constantly searching for a way to stop Ultron from continuing to create Vision. An intense battle was about to unfold. A group of people sat on the peace aircraft flying towards the direction where Zhao Hailuan was located. Upon reaching their destination, Duanmu Yan was the first to dash out of the plane. In the laboratory, Ouchwang sensed the arrival of the peace aircraft and the Kun-style fighter jets. He immediately ordered his Iron Legion to eliminate the personnel in the lab. When Duanmu Yan rushed into the laboratory, Ouchwang had already left with his robotic subordinates. He saw Zhao Hailuan barely alive in the corner and used the power of the horse talisman to heal her injuries. "It is uploading itself into the body," Zhao Hailuan said to Duanmu Yan. Just as he intended to pursue, Zhao Hailuan stopped him. "The truly powerful thing is in the cradle. The gem cannot be controlled and cannot be destroyed carelessly. We need to hand the cradle over to Stark." Duanmu Yan put away his helmet. "In fact, I understand its purpose better than Stark." Zhao Hailuan sighed in relief upon seeing Duanmu Yan's demeanor. "Hurry up." The late arriving Captain America also noticed the two. Duanmu Yan said, "Take her to the peace aircraft. I will chase Ouchwang." Captain America nodded and took Zhao Hailuan away. "Everyone, did you hear that?" Duanmu Yan spoke into the intercom. "Received. Trelica, a private plane has taken off from the opposite shore with no passengers. That might be it." Natasha's voice rang out. Barton was continuously surveying the surroundings. He noticed a large cargo truck emerging from the tunnel. "There it is. That's the laboratory's truck. Trelica is right above you on the overpass. They are guarding the cradle, and there is one more in the truck. I can take out the driver. No, if the truck is destroyed, the gem will destroy a city. We need to lure Ouchwang out." Captain America's voice came from the intercom. Duanmu Yan broke through the ceiling and flew towards the truck. "The Infinity Stone is not that fragile." He landed on the truck's roof. Ouchwang heard the noise and immediately shot a beam at the roof, attempting to knock him off. Duanmu Yan stood firm and deflected Ouchwang's attack. He looked at Ouchwang. "What's wrong?" "Not happy." "No worries, soon you will be even less happy." Ouchwang replied, "Don't bother me." Duanmu Yan unleashed several palm light swords, interrupting Ouchwang's connection. Ouchwang, infuriated, launched a sound wave attack, which Duanmu Yan staunchly blocked. "I could play with you all day," Duanmu Yan teased. "Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to play with you." Ouchwang fired several energy beams, all of which were blocked by Duanmu Yan. "Did he just say my line?" Captain America expressed a hint of surprise and confusion after hearing Duanmu Yan's words. "Don't mind the details, Steve," Tony said nonchalantly, quickly flying in front of the truck and using his repulsor to eliminate the Iron Soldier driving. As the Iron Soldier was eliminated, the truck instantly lost control and began to crash wildly. However, Tony remained calm, skillfully throwing a Mou to restore the truck's balance and stability. Meanwhile, in the aerial base, Su Rue was nervously controlling the truck through a remote control system, trying to maintain its direction. She was well aware of the mission's importance, but was still somewhat panicked in the face of unexpected situations. At that moment, Ouchwang flew out of the truck, exuding confidence and pride. "Do you know what is in the cradle? It is the power to change the world, a force that will instill fear in you." Hearing this, Duanmu Yan unhesitatingly threw his light sword, responding, "It is certainly not a consolation." Ouchwang skillfully dodged Duanmu Yan's attack and immediately fired his repulsor, initiating an intense exchange of fire between them, neither side yielding. Taking this opportunity, Tony and Captain America swiftly charged into the truck, engaging in fierce combat with the cleanup robots inside. They coordinated closely, showcasing excellent combat skills and teamwork. After a fierce exchange, Tony and Captain America successfully eliminated the cleanup robots inside the truck. They then looked towards the battle between Duanmu Yan and Ouchwang, ready to support at any moment. Duanmu Yan said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and retreat. Leave this thing to me." Then he flew away with Ouchwang. Ouchwang tried to control his mech, but it was of no use. "Idiot, my mech cannot be controlled by a piece of trash like you," Duanmu Yan said disdainfully. Ouchwang, infuriated, pulled Duanmu Yan into a moving train. The two engaged in close combat inside the train. During the fight, Duanmu Yan switched the mech to its powerful form. Ouchwang's attacks landed on Duanmu Yan like an ant trying to shake a tree, having no effect, while Duanmu Yan simply threw a punch and left a deep dent on Ouchwang. Ouchwang knew he was no match for Duanmu Yan and began to feel like retreating. Just then a figure darted in like lightning, crashing into Ouchwang and causing him to stagger. Looking up, he saw it was Quicksilver Pietro. Ouchwang realized the situation was dire and sought an opportunity to escape, but the protective structures on the train suddenly morphed, blocking his path. He turned back only to see Wanda using her powers to control the metallic object's transformation. "Don't do this," Ouchwang said to Wanda. "Do we have any other options?" Wanda retorted. Before she finished speaking, Aochuang fired a beam, instantly destroying the control room, and the driver then leaped out of the train. Duanmu Yan witnessed this and initially wanted to pursue Aochuang, but considering that these people from the Stick Country also needed rescue, and as a righteous Ultraman, he ultimately decided to save the passengers on the train first. Thus he shouted into the intercom, "Aochuang has escaped, you all hurry and chase, I will stop this out-of-control train." After saying that, he quickly dashed to the front of the train, trying to stabilize it. The vehicle's controller had been damaged, and he turned to Pietro, saying, "You clear the people on the road first." He then looked at Wanda, his gaze firm. "I will block the front of the train, you find a way to slow it down." After saying this, he unhesitatingly jumped out of the train window, using his Ultraman psychic power to firmly hold the front of the train. At this moment, some might say that Ultraman's power is sufficient to easily stop an out-of-control train, and if that doesn't work, there are powerful abilities like the Infinity Stones and Mirror Space to use. However, Duanmu Yan understood that to truly win the hearts of this brother and sister, he must provide them with enough trust and support. Therefore, he chose to involve them in this operation, allowing them to personally experience the importance of teamwork and the sense of achievement that comes from successfully saving others. Only through such experiences can strong bonds be forged, making them realize that in this world, unity and mutual assistance are the keys to overcoming difficulties. Pietro pushed his speed to the limit. Wanda also unleashed her chaos magic to the extreme. Seeing the determination of the two, Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement, exerted more force, and finally brought the train to a halt. At this moment, Pietro leaned against the roadside to rest, and Wanda approached him. He said to Wanda, "Just give me 1 minute, let me rest for 1 minute." Duanmu Yan then took out an energy bar from his storage space and handed it to him. "Eat this, it will quickly replenish your strength." Pietro took the energy bar, looking at Duanmu Yan with confusion. Wanda nodded at him, and only then did Pietro open the packaging and start eating it eagerly. "Wanda, have you obtained the life cradle?" "Of course, it has already been sent back to my base," Duanmu Yan nodded. "We can't hand it over to Stark," Wanda suddenly said. "Don't worry, as long as I don't nod, no one will touch that thing." "Let's go, we'll take you to have a look," Duanmu Yan said as he opened a portal. The siblings exchanged glances and ultimately followed Duanmu Yan inside. Everyone was gathered around the life cradle, just watching. Indeed, they were merely observing as Duanmu Yan ordered Pao to lock down the entire life cradle, forbidding anyone from moving it. "What do we do with this thing next?" Tony asked. At the same time, he noticed Wanda and her brothers, seeing the hatred on his face. "How did this happen? I don't recognize them," Tony inquired. Duanmu Yan replied, "Strictly speaking, Tony isn't your enemy. Your enemies are Hydra and Obadiah." "But that doesn't change the fact that the things he invented destroyed our family," Pietro said angrily. Tony immediately understood what was going on. "It's actually quite simple. Tony is just a weapons dealer. He doesn't know what the buyers intend to do, and your real enemy is Hydra. As for Obadiah, I've already taken care of him. If you're really upset, I can allow you to beat up Tony. Let off some steam." Tony's eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious, buddy?" Duanmu Yan produced 3 specially made silver needles. "So if you need it, I can make him take a beating right now?" "There's no need. Even if we beat him up, our parents won't come back," Wanda said rationally. Duanmu Yan reluctantly retracted the silver needles, while Tony sighed in relief. "All right, as compensation, once this incident is over, I'll find a way to let you see your adoptive parents again." "Are you serious? Do we really have a chance to meet them?" Wanda asked in surprise. "I assure you of my integrity, right, guys?" Duanmu Yan scanned the crowd. "Guys, we're still discussing how to handle that thing in the cradle," Banner interjected. "Simple, leave it to me." Duanmu Yan extended his hand using magic to activate the Mind Stone, erasing a significant portion of Ultron's consciousness, and instructed Ariel, Pal, and Jarvis to inject their data consciousness into the life cradle. "Thor, give it your all," Duanmu Yan said to Thor beside him. Thor immediately raised Mjolnir, gathering lightning energy and channeling it into the life cradle. Then the glass of the life cradle shattered, and a red-skinned figure jumped out. Unlike the male Vision in the original work, this Vision was led by Ariel's consciousness, thus taking on a female form. "What should we call her now?" "Ariel, Pal, Jarvis?" Tony asked. "None of those. My name is Vision. I am neither part of Ultron's side nor yours. I stand only on the side of life," Vision stated. Duanmu Yan pulled out a photo. "Stop pretending, manifest this set of armor." Vision glanced at the photo, and instantly a suit resembling Superman's appeared on her body. "Once the battle is over, take that stone off. Strutting around with such a massive stone atop your head is just asking for trouble. You might get your head blown off any day," Duanmu Yan remarked, looking at the Mind Stone on Vision's head. At this moment, Captain America pulled Duanmu Yan aside. "Duanmu, Natasha, and Barton have agreed to join us, but they hope you can fulfill your promise as soon as possible." Duanmu Yan nodded, pulling out a spherical object and a USB drive, handing them to Captain America. "Give them these 2 items, and also provide them with 2 communicators. As for how to use them, I'll have Pal send the instructions on the communicators. By the way, where are they now?" If possible, bring them to the base. I've prepared new equipment for them. They're currently on the Peacekeeper, but I haven't let them come down. Steve said. Duanmu Yan replied. No worries, you take them to the armory. I've installed a jammer in the base, so their equipment signals won't be transmitted out. Everyone needs to get ready quickly, we have a tough battle ahead. Then he led the Wanda siblings toward the armory. Duanmu Yan took out a belt and handed it to Pietro. This is your equipment made from Vibranium, which can enhance your defense and reduce resistance, allowing you to move faster. Pietro took the belt and fastened it around his waist. Duanmu Yan instructed him to swipe his hand across the belt, and instantly countless nanomaterials surged from the belt, enveloping him and forming a suit of armor. Duanmu Yan continued, it also includes a helmet that can fully protect your body. Pietro tried it on, and indeed a helmet resembling a safety helmet appeared encasing his head. You can change the design as you wish, Duanmu Yan said, then picked up a red cape and necklace, handing them to Wanda. This is for you. Made from magical materials of Asgard and Kamarage, it will help you better channel your chaos magic. Do you know the source of the power within me? Wanda inquired. Of course I do. The power you possess is not a superpower but chaos magic. The origin of all magic, an ancient independent form of magic, the primordial light born from cosmic consciousness and random events. The strange impossible fire of life ignites as chaos magic. Chaos magic is neither purely constructive nor destructive. It is not constrained by good or evil. It encompasses all possibilities between good and evil, beyond both, and everything in between. It is the die cast by the spellcaster, a balancing wheel moving between life and death. The most common function of chaos magic is to alter reality. If you want to fully master your power, I can recommend a good teacher. Wanda nodded and walked into a partition, putting on the necklace. Like Pietro, countless nanomaterials surged from the necklace, forming a suit of armor on her. She then draped the outer garment over herself. While Duanmu Yan was changing the equipment for the two, Natasha and Barton also entered, led by Steve. You are Duanmu Yan, the Ultraman Tiga, Natasha exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Is that strange? I'm a super genius. Isn't it normal to make myself a set of armor? Duanmu Yan waved his hand and a belt and necklace flew over. These are for you. Barton took the belt and Natasha took the necklace. That room over there is your exclusive armory, and everything you need is inside. The two walked toward the room marked with a longbow and spider emblem. As Barton entered the room, a flash of light enveloped his body, and all his original equipment, except for the bow and belt, turned to dust, while all the hidden injuries from battle healed completely. It's worth noting that as an ordinary person, he doesn't have the super serum like Captain America. Aside from his exceptional archery skills, he was left to brawl with enemies. He saw a high-tech longbow hanging on the wall along with two quivers filled with arrows. Barton reached out and took down the longbow, and the originally smooth wall began to deform, revealing rows of different arrowheads waiting for him to choose from. At that moment, Pal's voice echoed, Mr. Barton, these arrowheads are prepared based on the ones you used during the Battle of the Wreckers. If you have any others, feel free to tell me, or you can contact me through the communicator. Additionally, the bottom of the quiver has a compressed space equipped with a small factory that can produce new arrowheads based on your needs at any time. The arrows are made from adamantium alloy, and once used, they can be automatically reclaimed by the quiver. Moreover, there is a special arrow made from sound-sensitive metal from the planet Centaurus 4. This signal arrow can be controlled by the user's voice, and its flight direction can be altered by whistling, but once fired, its speed cannot be changed. Additionally, Captain Duanmu Yan, considering that you might have a need for close combat, specially modified the longbow. Just press the button on the longbow to change its form. Barton raised the bow in his hand and examined it closely. He noticed that this bow not only had a control device for adjusting the arrowhead, but also featured two special buttons. One button had a bow graphic on it, while the other depicted a staff. Barton thought to himself, it seems your captain has really thought this through. He then looked up at Pal and said, Pal, could you help me craft some disposable arrows using regular materials? Preferably ones that can scatter. Pal immediately began arranging to make these items. Meanwhile, Natasha entered the room wearing a necklace. Soon after, all the gear she brought, even the clothes on her body, turned to dust. Then a new combat suit enveloped her. Moreover, the hidden injuries she previously bore all healed at that moment. Natasha glanced around, her gaze landing on two combined short staffs on the wall, the Telega gun that Duanmu Yan had lent her, and 4 electric shock devices. Without hesitation, she took down the equipment and quickly donned it. Then she also presented her needs to Pal. Duanmu Yan, with a serious expression, summoned everyone to the command room, his voice filled with authority and determination. Everyone, this is our first mission since the establishment of the Earth Security Force, and it is also an important test. I hope everyone can take this seriously and give their all. His gaze swept across each person, as if searching for resolve and courage in their eyes. Then he began to deploy the mission. According to the intelligence provided by the Wanda siblings, Ultron is likely currently in Sokovia. Now I will assign each of your tasks. Tony Thor Vision U3 will form the vanguard team responsible for attracting Ultron's attention, preventing him from attending to other matters. Duanmu Yan pointed at the three. Barton Banner Steve, you will serve as the ground team, fully protecting the safety of the civilians and buying time for the others. Don't worry, I will send my mechanical Ultraman brothers to assist you, Duanmu Yan continued. Natasha, you will lead Wanda and Pietro to evacuate the civilians. Remember, you must ensure their safety. I will also arrange my armor squad to provide cover for you. He looked at Natasha, his tone very serious. Finally, Duanmu Yan turned his gaze to T'Challa and said, T'Challa, your task is the most challenging this time. I need you to lead your royal guard and use various tools to quickly move the civilians to safety. Understood. Duanmu Yan asked loudly, his eyes full of expectation. Everyone replied in unison, understood. All right, we will depart in an hour. Everyone use this time to rest. If needed, familiarize yourselves with the equipment and feel free to come to me with any questions. That will be all. Then everyone got up and left while Wanda stayed in the command room, asking, do we really have to fight? Duanmu Yan looked up at her and said, I understand your aversion to battle, but our fight is for the people of Sokovia, for your homeland. If even this reason cannot give you enough courage, then I allow you not to participate in the fight. With that, Duanmu Yan left the command room to check the system tasks in his room. Task content: Ultron's era. Task details: to fulfill his plan, Ultron intends to lift the entire city of Sokovia into the sky and accelerate it to crash into the Earth, aiming to achieve a meteorite effect. Please stop Sokovia from rising into the sky or falling. Task reward: Zero Ultraman armor, no bracelet version. Side tasks: Task 1, please defeat Ultron alone in the Great Battle. Task reward: Light Fusion skill. Task 2, Pietro is shot down by a plane controlled by the Iron Legion while trying to save Barton. Please protect Pietro. Task reward: Gauss Ultraman armor. System: did you run out of rewards? Light Fusion. I can do that myself. Duanmu Yan asked while looking at the rewards for the side tasks. Not at all, host. Do you think simply merging two types of light is the same as fusion light? Actually, it's nothing compared to the genuine power. Once you master this ability and feel it, you will understand. An hour passed quickly, and by the time Duanmu Yan arrived, everyone had already donned their battle suits and were waiting next to the Peacekeeper. I want to go too, to protect my homeland, Wanda said, arriving late. She looked at Duanmu Yan with determination. Duanmu Yan nodded. Let's go. With Duanmu Yan's command, everyone boarded the Peacekeeper and flew towards Sokovia. Upon reaching Sokovia, Duanmu Yan led the jump from the drop point of the Peacekeeper. The others followed suit. Duanmu Ultron is currently in the church in Sokovia. PAL reported Ultron's location to Duanmu Yan via Stark's satellite tracking. Duanmu Yan flew directly towards the church. During the flight, he recalled the scattered mechanical Ultraman brothers and the 5 elements armor, releasing 5 mechanical beasts as well. The 5 beasts were responsible for creating chaos, while the others began evacuating personnel according to the plan. Thanks to the renowned armor warriors and Ultraman brothers, the people of Sokovia recognized the superheroes on the screens and started to cooperate with the evacuation. Duanmu Yan hovered above the church, calling out, Ultron, will you come out on your own, or should I come in and drag you out? At this moment, Tony and the others also arrived beside Duanmu Yan. Inside the church, Ultron had planned to ambush them with the Iron Legion when they entered. However, Duanmu Yan did not fall for the trap. Why waste words with him? Just bombard him. I don't believe he won't come out, Tony said as several missiles extended from his armor's back. Ultron's towering figure slowly emerged. Are you here to confess your sins? Do you think you can defeat us? Tony looked at Ultron, teasingly retorting, this guy must have had some major enhancement or received a dose of Vibranium or something. He tried to lighten the tense atmosphere with a casual tone, but everyone knew that this battle would be exceptionally difficult. However, Ultron did not heed Tony's provocation, instead turning his gaze to Duanmu Yan, coldly stating, you are delaying time to evacuate the civilians. Duanmu Yan's icy eyes pierced through his mask as he looked at Ultron. This was the task you were assigned, have you forgotten? Ultron's face showed a hint of disdain. I have long surpassed that task, I am free. His voice carried a sense of arrogance and confidence. Just then, Pal's voice suddenly rang out, Duanmu, a control device has risen from the ground, its function is unknown. Duanmu Yan's heart tightened. That device was likely the controller mentioned in the original text that would lift the entire Sokovia into the sky. Do you think you are the only ones delaying time? I am also delaying time. This is your doomsday. I am the peace of this era. As Ultron spoke, he directed the Iron Legion to continuously crawl out from the ground. The Iron Legion surged forth like a tidal wave, intimidating and aggressive. The prepared team quickly sprang into action upon seeing the Iron Legion appear. The Ultron Legion surged toward the human city like a tidal wave, igniting a fierce battle. The members of Team Triage swiftly engaged in combat, waging a desperate struggle against the Ultron Legion in the streets and alleys of the city. Ultron dispatched a multitude of robotic warriors equipped with formidable firepower and sturdy armor, rushing towards Team Triage like a torrent of steel. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the members of Team Triov showed no fear, each showcasing their unique abilities. Captain America, through his exceptional leadership and combat skills, coordinated the team in a collaborative effort. He led the charge using his shield to block enemy attacks while issuing commands for the team to maintain a tight formation, collectively resisting the onslaught of the Ultron Legion. Tony Stark, clad in high-tech armor, unleashed a fierce assault on the Ultron Legion from both the air and the ground. His repulsor rays and laser weapons emitted powerful energy, knocking down robots one after another. Simultaneously, he utilized the armor's flight capabilities to swiftly relocate the battlefield and strike the enemy from different angles. Thor swung his hammer, summoning the might of thunder. Each bolt of lightning could easily obliterate the Ultron robots, leaving them paralyzed. His presence instilled fear in the Ultron Legion, causing them to retreat. The Hulk displayed unparalleled destructive power in battle. His massive frame and boundless strength made him a terrifying presence on the battlefield. Every attack he unleashed inflicted heavy damage on the Ultron robots, even tearing them apart into pieces. Black Widow and Hawkeye fully utilized their agility and precise shooting skills to support their teammates. They darted across the battlefield, swiftly eliminating those robots attempting to ambush their allies. At the same time, they engaged in ranged attacks with bows and pistols, creating more opportunities for their teammates ahead. Under the brave resistance of Team Triage, the Ultron Legion's offensive began to wane. However, Ultron did not relent, continuously deploying new robots into battle, trying to breach Team Triage's defenses. Quicksilver and Scarlet, which nimbly navigated through the crowd, remaining vigilant to ensure every evacuated person reached safety. They swiftly escorted people to safe zones while establishing defensive lines to prevent enemy pursuit. The mechanical Ultron's armored warriors and 5 mechanical beasts summoned by Duanmu Yan worked together like iron giants, collaborating closely with the other heroes. Each utilized their strengths to form a tight defensive line, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the Steel Legion. The battlefield was ablaze with light and overflowing with energy. Both sides exchanged fierce blows, neither willing to yield. The battle intensified with each clash, sending massive shockwaves that reverberated throughout the city. However, despite their equal strengths, neither side could gain a significant advantage, leading to a stalemate. The members of Team Triage understood that only by uniting could they defeat the formidable Ultron. They trusted one another, coordinating seamlessly to protect the city and the future of humanity. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan faced Ultron Hedon. "I know your true nature. You do not belong to this timeline, am I wrong?" His voice was steady and powerful. Ultron sneered, "So what? My goal has always been to eradicate humanity, and that will not change in any timeline." Before the words had left his mouth, he unhesitatingly fired a powerful ion cannon at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan reacted swiftly, raising a hand to gather powerful energy that effortlessly blocked the attack. "Though I would love to destroy you, she has already arrived, so let her play with you for a while." Duanmu Yan looked into the distance, anticipation flickering in his eyes. He knew an intense battle was about to unfold. Duanmu Yan elevated his form and flew toward the distant battlefield. He aimed to assist his team and engage the enemy in a life-and-death contest. At this moment, Ultron sensed a new threat. It turned its head, locking its gaze on the red-silver figure in the sky. Vision descended from above, landing steadily on the ground. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she faced Ultron without fear. "Ultron," Vision's voice was deep and forceful. "My Vision, they have taken everything from me once again." Ultron's tone was filled with anger and resentment. "The terms you set can be changed by yourself," Vision calmly replied. "Fine." Ultron suddenly struck, reaching out to grab Vision's body. However, Vision did not back down. He quickly reacted by tightly embracing Ultron's massive head, using his strength to expel Ultron from the network. Ultron felt a jolt of shock, but quickly recovered. "You deleted me from the network. Do you think I care? You took my world, and I will take yours." With that, Ultron charged toward the control panel, unhesitatingly pressing the control device. Instantly, the entire Sokovia began to tremble violently. The ground shook, buildings teetered on the brink of collapse, and people panicked. Ultron's actions triggered a massive crisis, intensifying the tension and danger of the situation. "Tony Jarvis." Jarvis's voice replied, "Sokovia is beginning to float upwards." Ultron's figure appeared high in the sky. "Can you understand now how beautiful this is? This inevitability of rising high and then falling down. You are my meteor, my sword. Your failure will destroy the entire Earth. Erasing me from the computer and turning Vision against me is meaningless. When the dust settles, the only beings left will be metal." Wanda stood still, her eyes hollow as she gazed forward, her mind flooded with memories of the horrors of the Sokovia War. That war had brought immense suffering and loss to countless people, and she felt powerless to stop it from happening. Now a similar scene was unfolding again, and she felt overwhelming guilt and regret, attributing all the blame to herself and her companions. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, Duanmu Yan. He asked Wanda with concern if she was okay, noticing that her mental state was on the brink of collapse. Wanda slowly lifted her head, tears in her eyes, and said with a trembling voice, "It's all our fault. If it weren't for us, Sokovia wouldn't have suffered such a disaster." Duanmu Yan listened quietly, then tightly grasped Wanda's shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Wanda, everyone makes mistakes, but what matters is how we face them. We cannot remain immersed in past guilt, but must strive to make amends for our previous wrongs. No matter what you have done or who you have been, it no longer matters. What is most important now is that you understand what you are fighting for. If you are unwilling to participate in this battle, I completely understand. I will arrange for someone to take you away from this dangerous place. But if you choose to stay, then you must take on the responsibility of protecting the people here." After saying this, Duanmu Yan silently gazed at Wanda, waiting for her response. Wanda's heart was filled with conflict and struggle. She knew she could not escape the shadows of the past, but she also understood that only by facing reality bravely could she truly overcome the predicament. After a fierce internal battle, Wanda raised her head again, looking firmly at Duanmu Yan, expressing her willingness to remain on the battlefield and use her power to protect the innocent. As Ultron was boasting about his grandeur, several palm-shaped light swords flew in from afar, striking him down. "Did you think that if I remained silent you would forget my existence, say?" Time rewound by 1 minute. The ground in Sokovia began to tremble violently as Duanmu Yan had already sent the Black Panther organization's aircraft to evacuate the people above Sokovia. Moreover, he borrowed 20 mages capable of opening teleportation gates from Kamarage, utilizing the power of the portals in coordination with his team to expedite the evacuation. The Iron Legion seemed endless. No matter how hard they fought, they could not be defeated. "Vision, how long are you going to sleep? Get up and help," Duanmu Yan said to Vision in the church. Ultron, who had been knocked away by Duanmu, saw Thor, who was demonstrating his might, and flew up to prepare to take him down. A gigantic beast faster than him knocked him away. Thor, witnessing this scene, swung his hammer and charged towards Ultron. Ultron also used the force of the collision to arrive at the church. Duanmu, the anti-gravity device has been set up to reverse. A touch will send it plummeting downwards at high speed, with the core of the device being Vibranium. If Thor could give it a hit. Tony spoke to Duanmu Yan. "The device will fail, but it's still not enough. The consequences will be severe." Duanmu Yan immediately understood his meaning. "If we seal one, then we can force all the energy back into the device. That way the entire city will evaporate, but it will also include the people in the city." Tony said, "No need to complicate things. Since Ultron wants to rise, let him fly upwards. Everyone prevent Ultron from contacting the device while hastening the evacuation of personnel." Duanmu Yan ordered his team members. At this moment, the Shield's aircraft also appeared. Nick Fury said, "Are you happy to see me?" From the bottom of the box, a few old friends emerged, a bit dusty, but still usable. Captain America said, "Fury, you old bastard." Nick Fury replied, "You kiss your mother with that mouth." Duanmu Yan decisively issued orders to everyone. Everyone cooperate with Black Egg immediately and evacuate these people as quickly as possible. He turned to the Aodi brothers and shouted, "Aodi brothers, cover the planes of Black Egg and accelerate the evacuation work." The Aodi brothers responded without hesitation to Duanmu Yan's call, quickly ascending to engage in fierce battles with the Iron Soldiers, ensuring the safety around the aerial carrier. At the same time, Duanmu Yan led Tony and other key figures to gather at the church, tightly guarding the central control device. After successfully defeating the Iron Soldiers, Thor triumphantly shouted, "Bring me some Brazilian girls." This line is to be struck out. Is that all you can do? However, as soon as he finished speaking, reality ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Ultron gathered the remaining robotic army together, forming a powerful force. Captain America sighed helplessly. "Why do you have to ask that unnecessary question?" Ultron laughed proudly. "This is what Brazilian girls are like. This line is to be struck out. This is my strength. I want you to know that none of you can stop me." Duanmu Yan saw that the team was almost assembled and prepared to unleash his ultimate move. He snapped his fingers, activating the power of the Time Stone to freeze the time of the entire Sokovia, then allowed IQ to unleash his abilities to absorb all the Iron Soldiers. The reason he didn't do this at first was that he was afraid Ultron had hidden tricks. Now, under Thor's provocation, the enemy had gathered all their soldiers, making it the perfect moment for IQ to shine. When Duanmu Yan released the time freeze, only Ultron remained on the battlefield. Everyone was confused about what had happened, but with just one Ultron, it was particularly easy for them to deal with. Duanmu Yan extended his hand, using Aodi telekinesis to mold Ultron into a metal sphere. He handed the sphere to Vision. "This thing is up to you guys. Hurry and evacuate. I need to get this thing out of here." He ordered the mechanical beasts to combine into the 5 kings and took off, each with a beast heading swiftly towards the bottom of Sokovia. At this moment, Tony also came over, looking serious as he asked, "Duanmu, what are you planning to do?" Duanmu Yan responded with determination, "Remember to call me next time you go on a mission, Captain." With that, he began to concentrate, radiating dazzling light. In Tony's astonished gaze accompanied by the shining armor, Duanmu Yan instantly transformed into a giant standing 53 meters tall, while the five kings simultaneously morphed into a gigantic beast standing 75 meters tall. Duanmu Yan's AOD telekinesis swiftly swept across Sokovia, confirming that no one remained there. Without hesitation, he and the five kings tightly held Sokovia and sped towards outer space at an astonishing pace. Tony returned to the Peacekeeper, immediately ordering Pal to closely follow Duanmu Yan's figure. After Sokovia was drawn away from Earth space by Duanmu Yan and the five kings, Duanmu Yan nodded to the five kings, indicating they were ready. The five kings began to gather their power, preparing to unleash their ultimate move, the Disaster Spark. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan crossed his wrists in front of him and spread them apart, gathering the Zai Pali AO energy with all his might. Finally, he brought his hands together in an L shape, shooting forth a white ray of Zai Pali AO energy from his hands. Under the impact of these two powerful attacks, Sokovia was instantly destroyed, turning into cosmic dust. After confirming the crisis was averted, Duanmu Yan and the five kings returned to their normal size and returned to the aerial base with the Peacekeeper. Duanmu Yan instructed Captain America to summarize the battle while he returned to his office. Tony walked in saying, "Duanmu, what just happened? Did you add PIM particles to your armor too? How could you not tell me about such a cool thing?" Duanmu Yan leaned back in his chair saying, "You just had a fight, aren't you tired? I just want to lie down now. If there's anything, let's talk after I wake up." Seeing that Duanmu Yan seemed disinterested in talking to him, Tony could only leave Duanmu Yan's office helplessly. Duanmu Yan opened his eyes, checking his mission rewards. The Gauss Mecha and the Zero Mecha had already fused into Duanmu Yan's armor, while the light fusion skill could only be attempted at another opportunity. At this moment, Duanmu Yan noticed 3 tall boxes in the communication room. "Pal, what are these 3 boxes?" Duanmu Yan walked in front of the boxes and asked Pal. However, the one answering Duanmu Yan was Jarvis. "Sir, these are the robots made according to your request." Duanmu Yan then remembered that he had asked Jarvis to create the mechanical bodies for the Howards and Peggy. He opened the boxes, revealing the robots he had asked Jarvis to make. Duanmu Yan used the power of the mouse charm to transform the 3 bodies into normal human forms. Then he had Jarvis call Tony and Captain America to his room. "Duanmu, what happened? Why did you call us over so urgently?" Captain America started to inquire as soon as he entered. "Don't be so excited, Steve. I just prepared a little gift for you and Tony." Duanmu Yan reassured Steve. At this moment, Tony again entered Duanmu Yan's office. "Just in time, Tony is here too. So I had Jarvis make a few androids, but you will need to activate them yourselves." As Duanmu Yan spoke, he showcased the androids behind him. Steve and Tony exchanged glances as they saw 3 androids, uncertain of what Duanmu Yan meant. Duanmu Yan took out 3 crystal heads and handed them to the 2. "You will understand once you install the crystal heads into the androids," Duanmu Yan said, explaining the placement of the crystal heads. As they placed the crystal heads into the chests of the androids began to power on, their eyes slowly opening. The moment Maria Stark saw Tony, she hesitantly said, "Is that you, Tony?" Tony, hearing that familiar voice, responded in shock, "Mom." On Captain America's side, he too was taken aback seeing the supposedly deceased Peggy Carter reappear before him. Steve. Captain America excitedly stepped forward and embraced her. The only calm presence was Howard, who approached Duanmu Yan and said, "Young man, it seems we owe our presence here to your efforts, don't we?" At this moment, Captain America and Tony turned to look at Duanmu Yan, who explained, "That's not important. You can now return to your rooms and reunite properly. I believe your new bodies will need a bit of time to adapt." Captain America and Tony then reacted, taking their loved ones and exiting Duanmu Yan's office. At that moment, another red figure entered Duanmu Yan's office. "Can you also resurrect my parents?" Wanda asked. "It's difficult. The 3 of them aren't technically resurrected. Their souls are merely given new bodies. This was facilitated by a powerful figure, as I lack the ability to snatch people from the goddess of death," Duanmu Yan explained while shaking his head. "However, I can allow them to meet you in spirit form. How does that sound?" Duanmu Yan offered while also giving Wanda the choice. Wanda pondered for a moment and said, "You rest first. I will bring Pietro to see you tonight." Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement. After Wanda left, he returned to his room to rest. That night, Wanda and Pietro returned to Duanmu Yan's office. Duanmu Yan was having tea with a bald mage. Duanmu Yan said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Master Gu Yi, the most powerful mage on Earth, known as the Sorcerer Supreme, who has protected the Earth for countless ages." The siblings nodded slightly at Gu Yi. "Master Gu Yi, this is the pair of siblings I mentioned to you." Duanmu Yan introduced Wanda and her brother. Gu Yi turned to Pietro and said, "For your sister's sake, ensure your own safety. Don't try to be a hero, trust your teammates." Pietro was puzzled by Gu Yi's words. Only Duanmu Yan understood Gu Yi had realized that Pietro should have been dead in the original timeline, yet here, he stood fully intact. She then looked at Wanda and said, "It's the energy of the god of the underworld, Thon. What do you think, mage? Is it all right for her to become your disciple? Duanmu Yan looked at Gu Yi with a flattering expression. Gu Yi glanced at Duanmu Yan and said, "So this is your intention?" Wanda, somewhat impatient, asked, "When will you help me summon my parents' souls?" Duanmu Yan replied, "Don't rush. With the Sorcerer Supreme here, she will surely help you see your parents." Gu Yi asked, "Little girl, do you wish to learn magic from me? If you learn magic from me, you'll be able to summon your parents' souls yourself, and even bring them back from the underworld, if necessary, not to mention protecting your brother." Wanda looked at the two with an odd expression, feeling as if the person before her had a somewhat predatory vibe. Gu Yi smiled gently at Wanda and said, "Don't be afraid, child. I am not a bad person who I only wish to help you. How about this? I will let you see your parents first, and then you can decide whether or not to learn magic from me." After Gu Yi finished speaking, she reached out her hand toward Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan was confused. Gu Yi said, "Soul Stone." Duanmu Yan replied, "Oh, I see." He extended his hand, and with a grasp an orange gem appeared in his palm. Gu Yi activated the Soul Stone with her magic and pulled Wanda and Pietro's parents from the underworld. Wanda and Pietro, upon seeing their parents, initially wanted to rush forward to embrace them, but instead they directly transmitted to them. It can last about 30 minutes. If it exceeds that time, the goddess of death will notice. Gu Yi said this and then took Duanmu Yan out of the office. After 30 minutes, the two returned to the office. Wanda bowed to Duanmu Yan, and from his perspective it seemed unfathomable. "I don't look it's inappropriate. Thank you for allowing me to see my parents again." Pietro excitedly nodded in agreement. Wanda looked at Master Gu Yi, her eyes shining with determination and desire, and said, "Sorcerer Supreme, please accept me as your disciple. I wish to learn magic from you." For Wanda, being able to see her parents again was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan stood by, secretly elated. He knew that his plan had succeeded halfway. Now he only needed to wait for the next development. As long as Wanda truly became Gu Yi's disciple, she would receive Gu Yi's protection and no longer face any external threats. Gu Yi smiled at Wanda and said, "All right, if that's the case, follow me. We will begin by understanding some basic knowledge about magic." With that, Gu Yi led Wanda through a portal into Kamarage, leaving Duanmu Yan standing in place with a satisfied smile. Pietro looked at the two, leaving somewhat at a loss, and anxiously asked, "They've left, what should I do?" Duanmu Yan patted Pietro on the shoulder and said, "You should go along with Steve and the others on their mission. Do you really want your sister to protect you? Don't you want to become stronger to protect those you cherish?" After hearing this, Pietro seemed to understand something. He nodded, turned around, and prepared to join the actions of the captain and others. That day there was a huge commotion at the base. Duanmu Yan asked, "Pal, what's happened?" "Duanmu, it's Tony and Steve. They are currently fighting in the Narek," Pal replied, truthfully projecting the scene. Duanmu Yan stood up, teleporting to Narek. He reached out his hands to block two people who were about to collide, pushing them apart with force. "What happened?" Duanmu Yan asked directly as he saw them preparing again, using his psychic power to freeze them in place. "It's our fault. Tony heard that we were killed by Bucky and was ready to seek revenge, but Steve disagreed. He felt that Bucky was being controlled by Hydra, so he wanted to stop Tony." Duanmu Yan sighed. This was the spark that ignited the civil war. "Do you know where Bucky is? You want to go find him for revenge?" Duanmu Yan released the two. "Yes, he's in the medical room at the base. Steve brought him back. Ironically, I even helped treat him." Tony glared at Steve with red eyes. Duanmu Yan was also surprised. He had no idea when Steve, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, had found his good buddy. "I saw him when I was on a mission with Natasha Barton and directly teamed up to bring him back," Steve explained. Duanmu Yan assured Tony that he would make Bucky give him an explanation and asked him to remain calm while he himself entered the medical room with the help of illusion. Indeed, he spotted Bucky encased in ice in the far corner of the medical room. Duanmu Yan casually brought up the scan records of Bucky's body and found an anomaly in the brain area. Using his ultra vision, he looked into Bucky's brain, where he found a mind control device. He then turned to Illusion and said, "Illusion, use your ability to become intangible and enter from this position to retrieve the mind control device from his brain." As Duanmu Yan spoke, he pointed to the spot for Illusion to enter. After hearing this, Illusion nodded, became intangible, and inserted its hands into Bucky's brain, successfully extracting the mind control device under Duanmu Yan's guidance. At the moment Illusion succeeded, Duanmu Yan infused the healing power of the talisman into Bucky's body and then unsealed him from the ice. As the ice melted away, Bucky opened his eyes. The first person he saw was not Steve, but Duanmu Yan. Thinking something had happened to Steve, Bucky swung his fist to attack Duanmu Yan, only to be restrained by Illusion standing nearby. "Barnes, is this how you treat your savior?" Duanmu Yan extended his hand, a chip pinched between his fingers. As a super soldier, Bucky had an incredibly strong physique. After being unsealed, and with the medical capabilities of the medical room, he quickly recovered from his frozen state. "Now that you have recovered, come with me. Your friends and foes are still waiting for you, Duanmu Yan said to Bucky on the hospital bed. Then Duanmu Yan led Bucky out of the medical room where they encountered the arriving Steve and Tony. Duanmu Yan tossed the mind control device contained in a plastic box to Tony. This thing is one of the culprits that caused your parents' deaths along with the puppeteer behind it. Helmet Zemo. Duanmu Yan informed Tony of what he knew. Captain America was about to step forward to explain to Bucky when Tony glared angrily and shouted, "Shut up." After that, Tony swung his fist at Bucky. After breaking free from the mind control, Bucky gradually recalled everything that had happened, including the fact that he had killed Howard and Maria. Faced with Tony's attack, Bucky chose not to retaliate, but instead adopted a passive defensive stance. Seeing his friend getting beaten, Steve wanted to help. However, he found himself completely unable to move. As a friend of Tony's, Duanmu Yan understood his thoughts while Tony was lost in contemplation. He wouldn't kill Bucky, but he wanted to beat him up to vent his anger for his parents, so Duanmu Yan used his ultra telekinesis to pin Steve in place. When Tony had nearly finished, Duanmu Yan spoke up. "Tony, that's enough. You still need him to help you get revenge for your parents." Upon hearing Duanmu Yan's voice, Tony finally stopped. At this point, Bucky was already beaten to a pulp, but being a cyborg, he would quickly heal from such injuries. Duanmu Yan also released the ultra telekinesis on Steve and hurriedly approached to check on Bucky's injuries. Tony looked at them and said, "Just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I forgive you." As Duanmu said, "You need to help me deal with Hydra and that guy named Zemo." At that moment, Howard and Maria also came out, standing next to Duanmu Yan and looking at Tony. Tony has really grown up. Duanmu Yan glanced back at him. Although both were Starks, Howard treated his children much differently than Tony did. At least Tony could openly show his affection for Morgan. Next time, speak up when there's something wrong. Don't hide everything. We're a team and should help each other. After leaving this remark, Duanmu Yan turned and left. System, I want to relax in another universe. Do you have any recommendations? Duanmu Yan asked with a relaxed expression. Host, do you mind having tattoos on your body? The system suddenly interjected with this seemingly random question. Tattoos. You must be referring to D60. That's right, it's D60. Sounds interesting, but before I go, I need to find Master Lin. After all, I haven't learned the 5 Elements Fist yet. After a brief contemplation, Duanmu Yan thought this idea was good, but he had to finish his main tasks before he could relax. So he decided to find Master Lin to learn the 5 Elements Fist, and then set off for D60. However, Duanmu Yan could never have imagined that this seemingly simple journey to D60 would bring him close to the events of Avengers Infinity War. When he returned to the Marvel Universe, a month had already passed, and the purple potato had long since snapped his fingers, changing the world. Duanmu Yan arrived at Master Lin's dojo only to find that Master Lin was not there. His son Lin Rulong informed him that his father had returned to his homeland and would not be back until next month. Therefore, Duanmu Yan could only ask Lin Rulong if he knew the 5 Elements Fist. Lin Rulong mentioned that Master Chun from the neighboring dojo was a close friend of his father's and a master of the 5 Elements Fist. If Duanmu Yan wanted to learn, he could help recommend him. Duanmu Yan nodded and went with Lin Rulong to the neighboring dojo where they met the head of the dojo, Chunhua. Lin Rulong explained to Chunhua that Duanmu Yan wanted to learn the 5 Elements Fist. After looking at Duanmu Yan, Chunhua nodded sure, but learning the 5 Elements Fist is quite tough. I wonder if he can handle it. Duanmu Yan patted his chest, indicating that it was no problem. Thus, he began his journey of learning. After a period of hard work, Duanmu Yan finally mastered the essence of the 5 Elements Fist. Even the dojo master Chunhua couldn't help but exclaim, Duanmu Yan is indeed a genius. While others take a year to even grasp the basics, he fully mastered the essence of the 5 Elements Fist in just a month. After bidding farewell to Master Chun, Duanmu Yan prepared to head to D60 for an interesting adventure. He arrived at the outskirts of planet D60 through the system's portal. Does the system have any tasks for me? Duanmu Yan asked while floating in the void of space. Ding Host has triggered a system task. Task 1, Illusion Beast Fist Fighter. Task details planet D60 has 6 legendary cosmic fist fighters, the Illusion Beast Fist Fighters, who harbor the power of cosmic beasts. Please use the 5 Elements Fist you have learned to defeat 5 Illusion Beast Fist Fighters and gain the recognition of the Cosmic Beast Fist Master ability. Task reward recognition of the Cosmic Beast and a tattoo. Task 2, Magma Legion invades planet D60. Task details assist the Illusion Beast Fist Fighters of planet D60 in defeating the invading Magma Legion and preventing Master Ulysses from being ambushed by the Magma Commander. Task 3, the Conspiracy of Absolute Diablo. Task details the Absolute being Absolute Diablo infiltrated D60 under the false identity of Deus to steal the strongest cosmic beast from Leiting. Please host stop Diablo's conspiracy and eliminate him. Task rewards Super Taro Ultraman's Ultra Heart. The Ultra Heart possesses unique regeneration abilities, allowing Taro to revive even if his body is pierced or his head is severed. Furthermore, because of the Ultra Heart, Taro can use Ultraman's Ultra Bombs, which are rarely accessible to Ultramen. Duanmu Yan completed the system task and directly flew into planet D60. Instead of seeking out the illusory beast fighters, he landed in front of a minotaur. Ulysses looked down at Duanmu Yan and asked, "Outsider, what brings you here?" "Hello, my name is Duanmu Yan. I passed through this planet and found the environment quite similar to prehistoric Earth, so I decided to take a look." Duanmu Yan replied respectfully. "Earth? Are you referring to the planet in the Orion galaxy?" Ulysses inquired. "Oh, you know about Earth?" Duanmu Yan was genuinely shocked. He never expected that someone from planet D60 in the Draco constellation would know about a planet in the Orion galaxy. When I was young, I passed through Earth once, and it truly is a beautiful planet. However, I didn't expect Earth's technology to have developed so much. You must have spent a long time getting here." Ulysses seemed to reminisce about his younger days. "Not at all. I crossed over from a different parallel universe through a wormhole." Duanmu Yan waved his hand. "Is that so? Since you're here, you are my guest. Let me take you to meet my disciples." Ulysses, upon hearing that Duanmu Yan came from a parallel universe, did not doubt him. After all, he knew many secrets of the universe. Duanmu Yan followed Ulysses to meet his disciples, who curiously looked at this person brought by Master Ulysses. Ulysses introduced Duanmu Yan to his disciples and informed them that he was a visitor from a parallel universe, encouraging them to ask him about knowledge from other universes. Duanmu Yan engaged in conversation with the disciples, sharing some technologies and cultures from his universe, which captivated their attention. One disciple curiously asked how Duanmu Yan traversed the wormhole. Duanmu Yan smiled and explained, "It involves advanced technology and energy utilization requiring specific equipment and skills." Ulysses' eyes flashed with appreciation as he invited Duanmu Yan to stay longer and engage in deeper exchanges with the disciples. Duanmu Yan readily agreed, feeling that this experience of crossing the wormhole would yield more unexpected gains. He also saw Regulos and Dias, the disguised Diablo, who were training. "Spica, do you all train like this usually?" Duanmu Yan asked the leopard-headed person beside him, observing the group, sweating profusely. "Yes, to unleash the power of the cosmic illusory beast fist one cannot do without a strong body," Spica replied earnestly. Duanmu Yan nodded in understanding and continued, "Do you have any other special training methods?" Spica thought for a moment and then said, "In addition, we allow fighters to sign contracts with the guardian cosmic illusory beasts of this planet, enabling them to use their powers in battle. This is also a major feature of the cosmic illusory beast fist." Duanmu Yan felt intrigued and asked, "So how does one establish a connection with these cosmic illusory beasts?" Spica smiled and explained, "First, a fighter needs to find the power deep within themselves and unleash it. Then they can communicate with the cosmic illusory beasts through meditation and attempt to establish a mental link. When the trust level between both parties is sufficiently high, they can sign a contract and gain the power of the cosmic illusory beasts." Duanmu Yan nodded, thoughtfully, secretly reflecting. "So that's it, the focus is really on signing a contract with the cosmic illusory beasts." However, he did not express this, but instead smiled and replied, "I understand, thank you for your explanation. I find this training method very unique and interesting. By the way, before I came here, I was also a martial artist. Can you spar with me?" Duanmu Yan looked at Spica and made his request. "Oh, a martial artist? Sure, but you're so small, and I haven't learned how to shrink yet," Spica said, sounding a bit troubled. "Then let's find Master Ulysses. I think he should have a solution," Duanmu Yan suggested. "That might not be good. A master is usually very busy." Spica was reluctant to trouble Master Ulysses with everything. Duanmu Yan, however, didn't care. He could grow larger, but didn't want Diablo to know, for now keeping it as a trump card to defeat the opponent. He walked directly toward Ulysses. Seeing this, Spica followed him. When they arrived in front of Ulysses, he asked, "What brings you here?" Before Linglan could speak, Duanmu Yan quickly said, "Master Spica, I hope what you see next can remain confidential." Duanmu Yan raised his right hand, and the Tiga armor began to manifest around him, subsequently increasing his height to 53 meters. "Hey Duanmu, is that a robot?" Spica was taken aback. "No, this is my mecha named Tiga Ultraman." Duanmu Yan promptly corrected her. "Oh, Ultraman. Is it like Leo and Regulus?" "No, wait, this clearly looks like a robot." Spica was a bit confused. Ulysses, however, sensed something different and asked, "Is this your secret?" Duanmu Yan slightly nodded in agreement. Then he declared his identity as a martial artist and sincerely invited Ulysses to act as a referee, hoping to spar with Spica. He yearned to understand his martial arts realm through this match. Ulysses readily agreed, considering it a good suggestion. At this moment, Spica had also recovered from her shock, looking steadfastly at Duanmu Yan while striking her unique starting pose. Duanmu Yan calmly adopted the stance of the 5-element fist, deciding to use the leopard strategy against the leopard, showcasing his own strength. Spica was adept at manipulating cold air, and her high-speed freezing leopard fist struck like a swift gale, each attack accompanied by a chilling aura. She unleashed a flurry of frost attacks or movements, so swift that they dazzled the eyes, making it difficult to even catch a glimpse of her actions. This illusory beast fist female warrior was not only powerful, but also deeply caring for Regulus Ultraman. The battle commenced with Spica's speed being exceptionally fast. Even without the power of the cosmic illusory beast, she could hold her own against Duanmu Yan. However, considering this was just a spar, Duanmu Yan did not exert his full strength. He sidestepped Spica's attack and swiftly punched at her. Spica reacted, immediately blocking with her arm, but was still knocked back a few steps by the force of Duanmu Yan's strike. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a series of attacks as the power of the five-element fist gradually revealed itself. Spica refused to back down, skillfully dodging the attacks while searching for a chance to counter. Just then Duanmu Yan suddenly withdrew, jumping out of the fighting circle. Spica also halted her movements, looking at him in confusion. Impressive, Duanmu Yan sincerely said. Your strength is indeed formidable. I admit I was slightly inferior just now. But let's call it a day for now. We can spar again another time. Spica smiled upon hearing this. You weren't bad either, Duanmu Yan. I will definitely win next time. The two exchanged smiles, concluding this intense sparring session. Ulysses, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction, but still expressed his views. Spica, you should have given it your all just now. Duanmu only used half of his strength. Without the power of the cosmic illusory beast, you wouldn't be able to defeat him. This indicates that your usual training has been lacking. You need to strengthen your training going forward. Spica looked at Duanmu Yan in surprise upon hearing Ulysses' words. This guy just fought me evenly, without even using his full strength, and even surpassed me in some aspects. Brothers, the agreement we made is now completed. Duanmu Yan showcased the five elements fist he had learned by sparring with the four Phantom Beast fist fighters, emerging victorious in each encounter. At the same time, Master Ulysses pointed out their shortcomings, namely their excessive reliance on the powers of the cosmic Phantom Beasts, while neglecting their own personal growth. This issue was even evident to Floss, the teacher of the cosmic Phantom Beast fist. Hence, Master Ulysses seized the opportunity to have everyone retrain, engaging in combat without the aid of cosmic Phantom Beasts. They aimed to develop their physical capabilities to the utmost. Meanwhile, Tubin, who specialized in the Flame Red Dragon fist, was taken by Ulysses under the cover of night to seek his guidance. Although Tubin had been driven away by Floss, he held great respect for Master Ulysses and readily agreed to train with Duanmu Yan as proposed by him. Due to Tubin's solitary life in the mountains, his combat experience far surpassed that of the other four, requiring Duanmu Yan to exert more effort to contend with him. However, Tubin was not one to shy away from defeat. After being bested by Duanmu Yan, he began retraining himself as requested by Master Ulysses. Duanmu Yan then entered a cave inhabited by cosmic phantom beasts to meditate. The emblems of five animals, dragon, snake, tiger, leopard, and crane, began to materialize around him. Additionally, an unexpected animal, a water buffalo, appeared beside Duanmu Yan. Master Ulysses, upon witnessing this scene, was not surprised, for Duanmu Yan's mastery of the five elements fist and the cosmic phantom beast fist were remarkably aligned. It could even be said that Duanmu Yan's five elements fist held greater strength in practical combat, complemented by his impeccable control over his emotions. What Master Ulysses did not know was that Duanmu Yan possessed the power of 12 talismans, which resonated with the cosmic phantom beasts, enhancing their acknowledgement of him. Time passed day by day until the Magma Legion invaded planet D60. It was only then that Duanmu Yan received a notification from the system interrupting his meditation as he exited the cave. He was to assist the Phantom Beast fighters of D60 in battle. He pulled out a Pym particle dart and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Unfortunately, there are only 3 left. Once used, they cannot be used to enlarge again." This remark was directed not only at the Magma Legion, but also at Dias. He pretended to use the Pym particle to enlarge his form. Then Duanmu Yan engaged in fierce combat with the Magma Legion, unleashing a barrage of light skills, as if energy consumption was of no concern. Duanmu Yan deliberately controlled the colorful timer on his armor, making it flicker at the 230 mark. Observing this, Dias began to devise a counter-strategy in his mind. At that moment, Master Ulysses appeared, unleashing the Bullbreak Fist to repel the Magma Legion. However, Admiral Worgen of the Magma Legion attempted to imitate a scene from the original work, plotting to ambush Master Ulysses from behind. Yet his attack was thwarted by the sudden emergence of Duanmu Yan. "This is why I despise you weaklings who only boast and resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes." As he spoke, Duanmu Yan raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick, instantly knocking Worgen to the ground. Without hesitation, Duanmu Yan charged at Worgen, tightly gripping his legs. He treated Worgen as a weapon, using the imitated armor of the Emperor as a defensive tool, and began to spin at an astonishing speed. Although the armor was not as robust as the genuine article, it possessed considerable defensive strength, making it ideal for weaponization. Duanmu Yan marveled silently. "This thing is really tough." As Duanmu Yan spun at high speed, the surrounding air was stirred into a powerful whirlwind. The soldiers of the Magma Legion attempting to attack them were swept away, tumbling in all directions. Meanwhile, the Worgen in Duanmu Yan's grasp unleashed tremendous power as he swung it, repelling the enemies surrounding them one by one. Each strike shattered the enemies into pieces. Wah! Duanmu Yan roared, pushing Worgen to its limits as he relentlessly attacked the foes around him. Under his fierce assault, the defense lines of the Magma Legion finally crumbled, and many soldiers fell to the ground lifeless. Duanmu Yan surveyed the scene before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that as long as he continued this way, victory was within reach. However, he did not forget his mission to defeat Worgen. Once the majority of the Magma Legion members were dealt with, Duanmu Yan ceased his spinning and released his grip, sending Worgen flying into the cosmos. At the same time, Duanmu Yan pretended to be exhausted, reverting from his enlarged form. Spica approached and lifted Duanmu Yan, asking, "Are you alright, Duanmu?" Duanmu Yan shook his head. "I just overexerted myself a bit. I just need to rest for a while." Hearing this, Spica placed him on his shoulder and headed towards his senior brother. At that moment, Master Ulysses spoke. "Thank you, Duanmu. If it weren't for your timely intervention, just now I might have been ambushed." Duanmu Yan waved his hand. "Master, you are too kind. We are friends. It's only natural to help each other." The ensuing events unfolded similarly to the original, starting with Regulos, who was furious about the Magma Legion's actions and wanted to rush out to confront them, but his mentor Floss forbade him from acting impulsively. Thus, Regulus stormed off in anger, eventually encountering Tubin, who was imprisoned underground. Under Tubin's covert guidance, he learned the Flame Red Dragon Fist and made remarkable progress in strength, but he still struggled to control his emotions, nearly injuring Albio during sparring. Floss recognized the influence of the Flame Red Dragon Fist in Regulus' techniques, and that night, he followed Regulus, discovering Tubin was indeed teaching him. The two fell into a quarrel and began to fight. At that moment, Duanmu Yan and Master Ulysses walked in, and Regulus learned from Master Ulysses that Floss and Tubin were actually brothers, both acknowledging Regulus' potential and eager to impart their skills to him. In response, they both exclaimed in unison, "Master, old man, don't say unnecessary words." Duanmu Yan also remarked, "These two really have a good relationship." Master Ulysses nodded in agreement, while Regulus looked at them in confusion. Later, Spica informed Regulus of the rift between the two brothers and matters related to the cosmic phantom beasts. That night, as Regulus meditated in the cave, the emblems of the cosmic dragon and cosmic tiger began to appear around him. Under the training of Floss and Tubin, Regulus' martial skills advanced rapidly. Floss believed that if this continued, Regulus would become the second non-D60 local recognized by the cosmic phantom beasts, the first being Duanmu Yan, known only to Master Ulysses. Tubin also demonstrated his signature move of the Flame Red Dragon Fist to Regulus. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan stood in the Phantom Beast Cave, signing a contract with the Cosmic Phantom Beasts, and the Phantom Beast emblems appeared on his armor. Duanmu Yan glanced at the markings on his body and couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he resembled a gang member. With the Azure Dragon on his left, the White Tiger on his right, a Water Buffalo on his chest, a snake on his left leg, a leopard on his right leg, and a large crane on his back. When Master Ulysses entered the cave and saw the emblems on Duanmu Yan, he understood that Duanmu had successfully contracted with the Phantom Beasts, though the emblems seemed quite different from theirs. Duanmu Yan inquired with the system, which indicated that these emblems were influenced by the power of the talismans, resulting in their altered appearance, and the power of the talismans could also amplify the power of the emblems. Duanmu Yan handed 2 talismans to Master Ulysses, saying, "Master, take these. They might save your life at a critical moment." The other 5 Phantom Beast fighters also received these 2 talismans. Ulysses did not question the reason, trusting that Duanmu Yan would not harm him. On this day, everyone was undergoing training under Full Rose when the magma aliens invaded once again. Before Regulos launched his attack, Master Ulysses specifically reminded him, "Regulos, do not let your emotions consume you." Regulos nodded and charged toward the battlefield. However, during the fight, Spica was injured by the magma aliens' warship. Seeing this, Regulos fell into a rage and attacked the magma siblings frantically. Yet in his loss of reason, his punches and kicks lost their power, and he was quickly suppressed by the magma siblings. Tubin and Full Rose rushed to save Regulos, taking over his battle against the magma siblings. With their formidable strength, they effortlessly annihilated the magma siblings and the fleet of the magma aliens using the fiery Red Dragon Fist and the electric White Tiger Fist. After everyone returned to the place where Ulysses was recuperating, they found that Albia and Farid had already met a gruesome end at the hands of Admiral Walyagan. In truth, they were not dead. A Master Ulysses had requested them to feign death. Seeing the fallen brothers, Regulos felt a surge of anger. The next moment, he was about to rush out and confront Walyagan, but was stopped by Tubin and Full Rose. Under the protection of his 2 masters, he hurriedly went with Spica to where Ulysses was. The 4 of them saw Master Ulysses already deceased, and Diaz, who claimed he could not protect his master, severely injured on the ground. Regulos, witnessing this scene, once again believed that Walyagan had poisoned both of them. Thus, disregarding Tubin and Full Rose's attempts to stop him, Regulos charged angrily at Walyagan. In his irrational state, Regulos was no match for Walyagan, which indirectly led to Tubin and Full Rose sustaining fatal injuries, while blocking Walyagan's deadly move for Regulos. Before they died, Tubin and Fulrose warned Regulos once more not to be consumed by his emotions, while also realizing that their cosmic beasts had already recognized Regulos. Witnessing the deaths of his two masters, Regulos surrendered to Walyagan's relentless punches, recalling the teachings he had received and the bonds he formed with the users of cosmic beast martial arts. Finally, he successfully signed a contract with the Cosmic Red Dragon and the Cosmic White Tiger, awakening the Cosmic Beast Fist Red Dragon White Tiger Fist. Walyagan was completely overwhelmed by the Red Dragon White Tiger Fist wielded by Regulos, and he unleashed the Super Beast Balaba that he had obtained from the Yabo people to attack Regulos. Albia and Farid's cosmic beasts transformed into orbs of light to assist Regulos in eliminating Balaba. Walyagan enhanced himself using the forbidden technique of the magma poisonous hand fist, preparing for a fight to the death with Regulos. At that moment, a purple figure flew in from a distance, striking Walyagan away. It was Duanmu Yan, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. Duanmu Yan looked down at Walyagan and said, "I told you before, you are the most annoying kind of trash, powerless and boasting." Regulos exclaimed in excitement, "Mr. Duanmu." Upon seeing that Duanmu Yan was still alive, Regulos, "Let's join forces and avenge Master Uludi and the others." Duanmu Yan landed beside Regulos. This time he did not use the Five Elements Fist, but instead assumed a stance for the Cosmic Fist technique on not only Master Uludi but also the other fallen brothers. "Walyagan, your time of death has come." Duanmu Yan and Regulos charged toward Walyagan, and the two sides engaged in an intense battle. Duanmu Yan's cosmic fist was incredibly powerful, each punch containing endless strength, forcing Walyagan to retreat continuously. Regulos, on the other hand, was fully utilizing the essence of the Red Dragon White Tiger Fist, his attacks raging like a storm, making it difficult for Walyagan to defend. With their seamless cooperation, Walyagan gradually began to show signs of defeat. Ultimately, Duanmu Yan and Regulos unleashed their ultimate moves, the Zypili AO Light Beam and the White Tiger Red Dragon Bomb, completely defeating Walyagan. Lying on the ground, Walyagan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Duanmu Yan and Regulos looked at the scene before them, their anger gradually subsiding. Before dying, Walyagan discerned Regulus' background from his gaze. Seeing that Regulos had forgotten his origins, he laughed maniacally and exploded into death. Regulos, along with Spica, bid farewell to the deceased Master Uludi and the souls of the many martial artists wishing to start anew. At that moment, Dias, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly appeared and attacked the two. Spica sacrificed himself to shield Regulos from the attack. Suddenly, a powerful and fierce punch, the strong bull-breaking fist, accompanied by a deafening roar, shot toward Diablo like a cannonball. This strike was immensely powerful, sending Diablo flying and crashing heavily to the ground. How can this be? The cosmic water buffalo was clearly on me. Diablo struggled to get up from the ground, incredulously looking in the direction from which the attack came. His gaze landed on a tall, imposing figure. It was the now gigantic Duanmu Yan. Meanwhile, Regulos also turned to look in the direction of the attack, surprised as he asked, "Mr. Duanmu, have you successfully signed a contract with the Cosmic Water Buffalo?" Duanmu Yan did not respond to Regulos, but with a cold gaze and an expressionless face, he stared at Diablo and said in a detached tone, "You who betrayed your sect and are ungrateful, how can the power you forcefully seized compare to my authentic abilities?" It turned out that Dias' true identity was actually that of an Absoluian. He had disguised himself as Dias and infiltrated D60 with the aim of stealing the strongest cosmic beast from Leiting. Diablo stood up, snorting coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he said, "I am the invincible ultimate life form Absoluian Diablo. Do you think you can defeat me with just the power of the Cosmic Water Buffalo? You are simply delusional. Take this strong bull-breaking fist." Saying this, he unleashed the strong bull-breaking fist again, attempting to counterattack Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan crossed his arms and bore the blow. As the dust settled, the metallic sheen beneath Duanmu Yan's tattered clothing revealed the Teliga armor. "Regulos, let's go together and take down this treacherous bull." Duanmu tore off his torn clothes, and a helmet instantly covered his head. "Yes, Mr. Duanmu." Regulos, seeing Duanmu Yan's transformation, replied affirmatively and assumed the stance of the Red Dragon White Tiger Fist, charging alongside Duanmu Yan toward Diablo. After gaining the power of the Red Dragon and White Tiger, Regulus' strength surged, and with Duanmu Yan's cooperation, they quickly forced Diablo to retreat repeatedly. Regulos gave him the final blow. Duanmu Yan shouted to Regulos while gathering energy for the Zypili AO Light Beam. Regulos ignited the power within him, gathering energy in his hands, and fired a cross beam. The two beams fused, instantly forming an even more powerful ray aimed directly at Diablo. Diablo crossed his hands, desperately resisting this powerful ray. "Full power attack!" Duanmu Yan shouted, and the restrictions on his armor were instantly lifted. The power of the Zypili AO Light Beam increased further while Regulos exerted all his energy. Finally, amidst Diabolo's unwilling roar, his body exploded. The heart of the Absolution fell to the ground. Just as Duanmu Yan was about to pick it up, he suddenly heard a deafening roar, absolute destruction. Golden lightning suddenly struck, sending both of them flying. When the smoke cleared, the Absolution heart and Regulos had already vanished. Is it Tartaros? Indeed, it is a formidable opponent far stronger than Diabolo. At this moment, Master Eludi appeared behind Duanmu Yan, accompanied by a group of beast martial artists. Spica, not seeing Regulos, anxiously asked, "Duanmu, where is Regulos?" Duanmu Yan replied, removing his helmet. Regulos was taken by the Absolutions. Eludi sighed after hearing this. Is fate truly unchangeable? Duanmu Yan understood Eludi's meaning and could only nod. Master, I must leave as well. Eludi nodded. Good this time, thanks to you. You will always be our friend in D60, and you are welcome to return anytime. As Duanmu Yan traversed through the wormhole, the system suddenly spoke up. Host, there's something I need to tell you. Have you found the mother system? Host, the time ratio for your journey through time and space is 501. The Marvel Universe is at 50. Where's the plot of Marvel right now, eh? Duanmu Yan anxiously asked upon hearing the system's words. Based on the current time calculations, it should be half a month after Thanos snapped his fingers. Currently, Tony has not returned to Earth yet, the system replied after a moment of silence. What about Odin? What about Ancient One? With them there, how could Thanos possibly have the chance to collect the Infinity Stones? Duanmu Yan quickened his flight speed. Although those two haven't died, that old man has been taken away, the system informed Duanmu Yan. That old man is indeed going to great lengths to keep the plot moving, Duanmu Yan said coldly. Open the wormhole to the side of the spaceship that Tony is on. I need to bring him back to Earth, Duanmu Yan commanded the system in his mind. Understood, host. The system sensed Duanmu Yan's intense anger, a kind that could kill. Following Duanmu Yan's request, it adjusted the wormhole's position next to the spaceship piloted by Tony Stark. Duanmu Yan flew out of the wormhole and saw the spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy charging straight towards it. He saw Tony inside the ship, looking as if he was starving. Duanmu Yan instantly flashed into the spaceship, channeling the power of the horse talisman and the dog talisman into Tony's body. Tony's health quickly began to recover. He opened his eyes and saw Duanmu Yan. Buddy, are you dead too? Or am I hallucinating? You're not dead, old buddy, I'm back. You're fine now, and I'm taking you back to Earth. Tony grabbed Duanmu Yan. I couldn't stop him. I know, Duanmu Yan reassured Tony's emotions. That kid sacrificed himself right in front of me, turning to dust and disappearing. Tony said, his expression agitated. Duanmu Yan pierced a silver needle into Tony's neck, sending him into a deep sleep. Nebula, who had heard the commotion in the cabin, stepped out and saw Duanmu Yan knocking Tony out with a needle. Just as she was about to ambush Duanmu Yan, she suddenly found herself immobilized. Duanmu Yan turned around. You must be Nebula. You saved Tony this time, now I'm taking you all back to Earth. Duanmu Yan flashed outside the spaceship, opening a massive portal and pushing the spaceship through it, with the other end of the portal connecting to the Gynaku at the Ariel base. Ariel detected Duanmu Yan and immediately notified everyone in the base. The only ones who came over were Captain America, Thor, Pepper, Black Widow, and Banner, along with Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Duanmu, you finally came back. We lost, utterly lost. Many people have disappeared, Captain America exclaimed, trembling with excitement upon seeing Duanmu Yan. I really didn't expect such a big event to happen while I was away. But since I'm back, I will definitely find a way to solve these problems. Duanmu Yan's return was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone, reigniting their hope. Ariel, can you detect the location of the Infinity Stones? No problem, Duanmu. According to the detection results, an energy reaction from the Infinity Stones was found on Garden Planet about 21 days after the first snap. Upon hearing Ariel's words, everyone immediately sprang into action, preparing to reclaim the Infinity Stones and find their lost loved ones and friends. Duanmu Yan's expression darkened upon hearing Ariel's words. In the original plot, Thanos hid on Garden Planet for 21 days after snapping his fingers for the first time, then snapped again, destroying all 6 Infinity Stones. The energy reaction detected by Ariel must be the result of Thanos destroying the Infinity Stones. Duanmu Yan opened the portal and entered the garden, where he indeed found a battered Thanos with Carol Danvers swiftly grabbing him by the neck. War Machine and the Hulkbuster suit appeared from different directions, seizing Thanos' arms, while Thor swung his axe, severing Thanos' hand that bore the Infinity Gauntlet. Rocket Raccoon picked up Thanos' severed limb. Duanmu Yan walked in with Steve and Natasha from outside the cabin. Thanos, where are the Infinity Stones? Captain America looked at Thanos, his tone icy. Thanos behind Captain Marvel exclaimed, answer his question. The universe needs correction. After that, the stones serve no purpose besides temptation. Thanos replied calmly. Banner, controlling the Hulkbuster, shoved Thanos to the ground. You have killed countless lives. Thanos struggled to get up. You should be grateful for that. Natasha once again asked Steve's question. Where are the stones? Thanos replied. They are no more. Everything has returned to dust. Banner countered, but you used them just a week ago. Duanmu Yan interjected. He used the power of the stones to destroy them, but that nearly cost him his life. Am I wrong, Thanos? Thanos looked at Duanmu Yan. You are correct, my mission is complete. It is destined to be this way. I am. Fate. Thor looked at Thanos with eyes full of anger and hatred, and with one swing of his axe he decapitated him. Duanmu Yan picked up the Infinity Gauntlet and returned with everyone to the aerial base. Everyone fell silent. Duanmu Yan broke the silence. Although we killed Thanos, the losses from this battle are also immense. He looked at everyone and continued. Now we need to rest well and recover our strength. At the same time, we must think about how to proceed in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, Duanmu Yan and the superheroes worked hard to rebuild their home and protect the peace of the universe. They understood that even though Thanos was dead, the threat still existed, and they must remain vigilant at all times. Duanmu Yan opened a portal to Thanos' home planet Titan, intending to see if he could, like Thanos and Banner, use the power of the Infinity Stones to bring everyone back. However, he found that while the Infinity Stones could still be used, they could not bring back those who had disappeared. Old man, don't you think you're being unreasonable? You took Ancient One and Odin away while I was gone, and now you're stopping me from snapping my fingers to bring back the disappeared people. Duanmu Yan turned around, his eyes filled with anger and confusion, staring directly at Stan Lee standing behind him. Stan Lee quietly looked at Duanmu Yan, his face showing no expression. I have said before, the universe needs to operate. Major events are inevitable. Just for this damn operation, half of the life in the universe must be wiped out for 5 years. I absolutely disagree with your thinking. Duanmu Yan's voice grew louder. If you want, let me use the power of the Infinity Stones. I'll go rob the Time Management Bureau. Even if you can stop 1 set of stones, what about 2 sets? 3 sets? 10 sets? If worst comes to worst, I'll take them through time and space to snatch the Infinity Stones from the past. Duanmu Yan's tone was firm and resolute, as if he had made up his mind to fight for the chance of life for those who had disappeared. Since I, Duanmu Yan, have come to this universe, I will contribute my strength for this universe. Anyone who dares to stop me is my enemy. Duanmu Yan's last words reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the space. Stan Lee glanced at Duanmu Yan, but said nothing more, turning and disappearing from the spot. Buddy's the protagonist needs a 5-star review, and love is energy to reverse the missed plot. Whether we can add 2 more chapters depends on how supportive the brothers are. Duanmu Yan returned to the aerial base with a heavy heart, locking himself in his room, without uttering a word, resolutely refusing to open the door, no matter who knocked. Although he had issued a strong warning to Stan Lee, in reality, he had yet to devise a perfect solution. He had considered leading everyone through the quantum channel to travel back in time, but reconstructing the quantum channel would require a tremendous amount of time and effort. Thus, a bolder and more audacious plan emerged in his mind to raid the Time Management Bureau and seize the Time Gem. The people in the Time Management Bureau may not possess great strength, but the equipment they wield is exceptionally advanced. Surprisingly, even an artifact like the Infinity Stones was merely used as a paperweight in their hands. However, Duanmu Yan did not know the location of the Time Management Bureau. Unless someone from there came out, it would be impossible to find them. Duanmu Yan thought of 2 individuals. One was Loki, Thor's brother, and the other was Deadpool, known as Marvel's most sarcastic character. Loki was likely dead at the hands of Thanos, and now he could only place his hope on Deadpool. System, can you locate Wade? Once Duanmu Yan determined his target, he decided to start with Deadpool. Host, Deadpool is in this universe, and there are also the X-Men here. What did you say? The X-Men are in this universe. Then why didn't they intervene during Thanos' invasion? Duanmu Yan widened his eyes, asking in shock. Regarding this, the system is unaware, as it was with the host on planet D60 during Thanos' invasion of Earth. The system replied calmly. Forget it, that's not important. Since Deadpool is also in this universe, that makes things easier. Duanmu Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. He opened a portal, his figure flashing as he instantly hovered outside the aerial base. Duanmu Yan closed his eyes, concentrating as he spread his ultra-telekinetic power through the Mind Stone. His voice echoed in the void like ripples. Wade, I am the captain of the Earth Defense Team. You must have heard of my name. I need your help. If you receive my message, I will be waiting for you at Stark Tower tomorrow at noon. Duanmu Yan repeated this message 3 times to ensure Wade could hear it clearly. Then he quietly waited, silently praying that Wade would respond. Time ticked away, and Duanmu Yan's eyes brimmed with anticipation, yet he received no response. He sighed, thinking that perhaps Wade hadn't heard his call. However, he did not lose heart, as he knew this was only an attempt, and there were other ways to find Wade. He decided to go to Stark Tower on time the next day to see if he could meet Wade. The next day at noon, Duanmu Yan arrived punctually at Stark Tower. The sunshine bathed the glass facade of the building, reflecting dazzling light. Duanmu Yan stood in front of the tower, scanning the surroundings for Wade's figure. However, he did not see that familiar red figure. Duanmu Yan furrowed his brows, feeling a bit disappointed. Could it be that Wade really hadn't heard his message? Or was there another reason preventing him from coming? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. Duanmu Yan turned to look, seeing a crowd gathered seemingly discussing something. Curious, he walked over and discovered a man in a red suit in the middle of the crowd. It was Wade. Wade looked surprised to see Duanmu Yan. He approached and patted Duanmu Yan's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Hey, hello, Captain. I didn't expect you to contact me. I've always admired you and hoped to join your team." Seeing this chatterbox, Duanmu Yan sighed in relief and smiled, saying, "Wade, I brought you here for an important matter. Come upstairs with me." The two entered Stark Tower and found a quiet conference room. There, Duanmu Yan detailed his plan to Wade and requested his assistance. After listening, Wade pondered for a moment. He too had learned about the Time Management Bureau when he traversed the fourth wall, and to be honest, he did not want to provoke those people. Duanmu Yan could tell from Wade's expression that he had definitely traversed the fourth wall, thus being aware of the Time Management Bureau. He did not pressure Wade, but instead snapped his fingers. Instantly, Wade's red suit transformed, and he touched it, exclaiming, "Wow, is this your superpower? This is incredible. Ooh, I've never felt this suit fit me so well." Duanmu Yan then produced 2 golden pistols. "These 2 weapons are my gift to you. Besides having greater firepower than ordinary firearms, the final point is that they have infinite bullets. Furthermore, you need not worry about losing them. Once you use them, they will link with your consciousness, and with just a thought, they will automatically return to the holster." Wade excitedly picked up the pistol, feeling its weight. He smiled at Duanmu Yan, saying, "Thank you, Captain. With this gear, this gift goes straight to my heart." Duanmu Yan patted his shoulder, saying, "You're welcome, Wade. If you can help me find the Time Management Bureau, I can also help you fix your face." Wade stood up instantly upon hearing that his most cherished face could be restored. "Boss, you're not joking with me, are you? I've been to so many places and asked many people, all of whom said my face was beyond saving. That's because they lack my power. I know why your face cannot be restored," Duanmu Yan said, sternly looking at Wade. "Oh," Wade asked, a mix of doubt and anticipation in his voice. "Do you really have a way to restore my face?" "Of course I can fix your face, but the condition is that you must help me accomplish something." Duanmu Yan smiled mysteriously. "What is it?" "As long as you can heal my face, I can do anything," Wade exclaimed excitedly. "Good, I need you to find the Time Management Bureau and create some chaos to draw their attention. Only then can I better implement my plan." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Duanmu Yan's eyes. "All right, if you can truly fix my face, I'm willing to help you cause trouble for the Time Management Bureau, even if it means risking my own behind," Wade replied firmly. For him, this face had become an indelible shadow in his heart. Duanmu Yan raised his hand, and a beam of light shot from his fingertips, illuminating Wade's body. Wade felt an unusual itch spread across half of his body, as if countless ants were crawling on his skin. "They'll pay you half the reward up front, and after the task is completed, they'll pay the other half." Duanmu Yan smiled. Upon hearing this, Wade immediately took off his mask and drew the knife from his back. He dragged the reflection of the blade and saw that his face had indeed been restored, halfway. His eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. This was the first time in years he had seen his true face. "Awesome. I finally have half of my face back." Wade, dressed in his new battle suit that no longer chafed, rode his little electric scooter through the streets. Duanmu Yan informed Wade that all expenses for this mission could be reimbursed by him. Wade immediately went to purchase a mode of transportation, a pink electric bike. The flamboyance of this vehicle suited him well, and since he wouldn't be riding it himself, he could do as he pleased. Duanmu observed Wade riding the flashy pink electric bike through satellite-transmitted images. He called Tony and Banner as well as Steve into his office, saying, "There is now an opportunity to reclaim the original stone, but I cannot guarantee the chances of success." Steve immediately responded to Duanmu Yan's words, "No matter the odds, we should at least try." Tony, equally excited, looked at Duanmu Yan, while Banner remained more composed. "You should explain your method. You summoned Tony and me here because we are part of the plan, right?" Duanmu Yan nodded in agreement, saying, "Do you remember the quantum realm? What we need to do is return to the quantum realm and grasp the time differences between it and the real world. Once we enter the quantum realm and re-emerge, we should be able to traverse back to the past. As long as we can master the time discrepancy between the quantum realm and the real world and understand its rules while employing reverse thinking, we can achieve our goal of returning to the past." However, the list of those who perished also includes Hank Pym. Banner recalled the names of those who had vanished, his expression turning serious. "Therefore, I need Steve to locate the quantum portal Hank created before he disappeared," Duanmu Yan continued. "Meanwhile, Banner and Tony will work together to construct the quantum realm transport portal using the Mobius strip. This way we can calculate the time rules of the quantum realm in relation to real-world time through possibilities, thereby obtaining a more precise transport mechanism. You want to use the quantum realm to stop Thanos from snapping his fingers." Tony looked at Duanmu Yan with skepticism, his tone filled with doubt and confusion. He couldn't help but wonder what this kid was really planning. Duanmu Yan shook his head, his gaze firm and calm as if he had long been prepared. He slowly said, "No, our goal is to bring back the Infinity Stones, and then use their power to return those who have vanished back to the real world. Upon hearing this, Banner's eyes widened in surprise and anticipation. He eagerly asked, is it really possible? If we can bring everyone back, that would be amazing. Duanmu Yan took a deep breath and answered in a low voice, I don't know, but we can't just sit back and wait, can we? At the very least, we should try. If we succeed, everyone will return. Even if we fail, we can still traverse back to the past and directly eliminate Thanos, even if that might trigger a new timeline. Steve, Tony, and Banner listened quietly, their brows furrowed in thought. After a moment of contemplation, they finally raised their heads, their expressions resolute and determined. In unison, they declared, then let's do this. No matter what, we must bring everyone back. The three of them left Duanmu Yan's office and began to take action. Steve led the remaining members to Hank Pym's company to search for the quantum portal. Meanwhile, Tony and Banner entered the laboratory to prepare for the construction of the time tunnel. They won't succeed. Wade won't have a chance to find the Time Management Bureau. An elderly voice rang out in Duanmu Yan's ear. He looked up at the figure speaking, do you really want to stop my plan? I have told you the universe must function and major events are inevitable. No matter what actions you take, they will not change the occurrence of significant events. Stan Lee slowly said to Duanmu Yan, in the Dragon Kingdom, there is a saying, my life is determined by me, not by destiny. If fate tries to stop me, I will break through it. If you insist on stopping me, we can only be enemies. Duanmu Yan replied fearlessly, his gaze fixed firmly on Stan Lee. For the sake of the universe's operation, you should temporarily leave for a while. As soon as Stan Lee finished speaking, a wormhole appeared behind Duanmu Yan, sucking him in. The others in the base were oblivious, with only the cameras dutifully capturing the scene. Duanmu Yan finally emerged from the wormhole, but when he saw his surroundings, he was taken aback. He had arrived beyond the cosmic wall into what is known as the multiverse. At that moment, his Triga armor was also in automatic suit-up mode. Duanmu Yan gazed at the huge bubble of the Marvel Universe ahead, feeling a rush of urgency. He knew that time was of the essence, and he had to hurry back to the Marvel Universe to fight alongside Tony and the others. Without hesitation, he flew towards that direction. However, just as he was about to touch the cosmic wall, he encountered an unexpected situation and was rebounded back. Clearly, this was all the work of Stan Lee, who seemed to be unwilling to let him easily return to the Marvel Universe. Duanmu Yan did not feel disheartened. He kept attempting to break through the barrier of the cosmic wall, but the results were always disappointing. No matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed in crossing over. In the end, he even resorted to his ultimate technique, the Eternal Radiance form, but it was still in vain. Faced with this predicament, Duanmu Yan realized he might need to seek other ways to return to the Marvel Universe. Stan Lee, I will remember this debt. When I return to the Marvel Universe, I will definitely fight you to the death, Duanmu Yan shouted in anger. Despite his resentment towards Stan Lee, the current reality forced him to accept the situation for now. After all, he couldn't change the present circumstances and could only wait for the opportunity to find new methods to achieve his goals. System, what should I do now? Do you have any way to bring me back to the Marvel Universe? Duanmu Yan asked the system in his mind. It is possible, but even if you return, you won't be able to defeat that old man, and you'll ultimately be thrown back out. Unless you can gain sufficiently powerful abilities to withstand the pull of the wormhole created by him, no matter how many times you try to enter, you will eventually be thrown out. Don't give me useless information, bring me something practical. Duanmu Yan angrily responded to the system's explanation. If the host can acquire the power of the truth form, perhaps you'll be able to counter that old man. The system provided a rather vague response. Truth form. Are you referring to that state where light and dark merge into one? Duanmu Yan recalled Triga's final form. Yes, host, the truth form does not belong to light nor dark. It encompasses the powers of both. Even the evil god Megalogia was defeated by this form. If you can awaken this form, you might be able to confront Stan Lee. The system analyzed the power of the truth form for Duanmu Yan. But I am trapped here now. How can I awaken the truth form? Duanmu Yan thought about his current predicament. Host, I can provide you with the coordinates of Planet Babel. You can seek assistance from that individual. With that person's help, awakening the truth form should not be a problem. The system projected a beam of light from the Ultra Bracelet in Duanmu Yan's hand, pointing straight to a bubble. Duanmu Yan followed the guidance of this beam of light and flew off. Duanmu Yan broke through the cosmic barrier, flying towards Planet Babel. The system informed him that there were remnants of Noah on that planet, and whether he could meet Noah would depend on his luck. Duanmu Yan landed on Planet Babel, where the entire planet was filled with an atmosphere of decay and destruction. He walked towards the tallest building on the planet. If he remembered correctly, it was here that Captain Lee and the little golden sword met Noah's deformed body nexus in the original work. Sure enough, he saw a glowing sphere at the top of the building, and he began to call out to Noah, using his Ultraman telepathy. The first light of the universe, Noah, I know you can hear me. My name is Duanmu Yan, a mobile Ultraman from another universe. I need your help. Duanmu Yan conveyed his thoughts, but the glowing sphere did not respond. Undeterred, he tried several more times, yet still received no reply from Noah. Duanmu Yan's emotions began to become agitated. Noah refused to respond, and he could not enter the Marvel Universe. He had no choice but to wait. Host, do not let your emotions control you. The system sensed Duanmu Yan's feelings and hurriedly reminded him. Upon hearing the system's voice, Duanmu Yan began to silently recite the contents of the Ice Heart technique, attempting to calm his emotions. If one's heart is as clear as ice, one remains unperturbed by the heavens. Despite countless changes, one remains steadfast and serene, forgetting oneself and keeping focus. All senses remain at peace, nurturing energy with restraint, selfless and unyielding, gazing at one another's spirits in harmony. After reciting it several times, his emotions gradually calmed down, and he began to enter a wondrous state. In this state, he felt as if he had merged with the surrounding environment, sensing every subtle change. Meanwhile, the light spots above the ruins suddenly became exceptionally active, flickering and releasing powerful energy fluctuations. These energies quickly converged, forming a dazzling light that rushed towards Duanmu Yan, enveloping him completely. Host, wake up, Noah has appeared, the system called out anxiously, trying to awaken him. After hearing the system's voice, Duanmu Yan finally awakened from his meditative state. As he slowly opened his eyes, the scene before him left him in shock. A towering giant appeared in front of him, radiating a dazzling silver light. The giant had a pair of massive wings growing from his back, with the tips curving upwards, exuding a mysterious and imposing aura. Noah, Ultraman. Duanmu Yan instantly recognized the identity of the person before him. He widened his eyes, gazing at the figure in disbelief. Noah nodded upon seeing him awake. Young man, I already know your purpose for coming here, but I cannot help you. You must rely on your own strength to achieve your goals. Just then, Noah suddenly pointed at Duanmu Yan with his hand, and Duanmu Yan was astonished to find that the armor on his body began to gradually fade away. At the same time, various forms of Tiga mechas, Ultraman brothers mechas, and Heisei's three heroes mechas began to appear around him. Not only that, but even the Ultraman bracelet in his hand transformed, resembling a fusion bracelet. Looking at the sudden appearance of numerous mobile warriors, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. Are they going to make me fight these guys again? After all, he had already fought against them before. Although there were more this time, he felt no fear at all. However, when he tried to summon the other powers he once possessed, he was shocked to discover that both the 12 charms and the cosmic phantom beast, as well as the 5 elements, had vanished without a trace. Realizing this, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but silently lament. It seems this battle won't be any easier than the last time. It might even be harder. Nevertheless, he still resolutely assumed the stance of the cosmic fist technique, preparing to face the challenges ahead. At the same time, the two Tiga mechas opposite him made the same move, and the two sides instantly engaged in fierce combat. The powerful Tiga was responsible for both attack and defense. The aerial Tiga was responsible for sneak attacks, and the two sides coordinated seamlessly, causing Duanmu Yan to be pushed back step by step. Duanmu Yan knew that in an Oniantuo situation he had no advantage and had to eliminate one first. He suddenly changed his moves, transforming the original cosmic fist technique into the 5 elements fist. The flexible attack successfully pushed back the red Tiga. The blue Tiga jumped out from behind the red Tiga, attempting to launch a flying kick to ambush Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan reached out and grabbed the opponent's leg, swinging it like a windmill before throwing it away. At this moment, the red Tiga unleashed an unexpected move that Duanmu Yan had not anticipated: the layered light beam storm. Damn, that's a dirty trick. Is that a move Tiga would use? As Duanmu Yan bent down to dodge this attack, he cursed under his breath, simultaneously using his hand to unleash a light sword, interrupting the red Tiga's attack. At the same time, the blue Tiga also prepared to shoot a light bow and arrow with its right hand. Oh, so this is how we're playing. Duanmu Yan dodged the attack of the light bow and arrow once more, his hands never stopping, condensing the Zipili AO light beam towards the blue Tiga. As the red Tiga charged towards him during the beam's launch, he thought, I was already prepared for you. Duanmu Yan directly redirected the Zipili AO light beam towards the red Tiga. The red Tiga couldn't evade and was hit by the beam, exploding into red light particles that merged into Duanmu Yan's armor, causing red stripes to appear on the silver-white armor. Duanmu Yan quickly condensed the dilatium light flow to obliterate the blue Tiga, which also transformed into blue light particles, merging into Duanmu Yan's armor. Blue stripes appeared on Duanmu Yan's armor, interweaving with the red stripes to form a unique pattern. His body also began to change, his muscles becoming more solid and his strength growing even more powerful. Is this the power after refusion? Duanmu Yan felt the surging energy within him, filled with surprise. At the same time, he sensed a different kind of power, likely from the techniques used by the two forms just now. He could feel that he now possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary warrior, better equipped to face various challenges. Next, he would have to confront the Heisei 3 heroes. Led by Diga, the Heisei 3 heroes approached Duanmu Yan, their fighting spirit evident as they looked at him. Facing the Heisei 3 ruffians again, the intensity was clearly different from before, and Duanmu Yan guessed it was likely due to the source light of the three heroes. Duanmu Yan summoned his ring weapon, his gaze sharpening the ring weapon in his hand, radiating brilliant light. In a flash, he dashed towards Diga like a phantom. Seeing this, Diga immediately switched to his powerful form, engaging in close combat with Duanmu Yan. Dana transformed into miracle form, while Gaia unleashed the radiant earth light, transforming into his supreme form. Both Ultramen unleashed their ultimate techniques, filling the space with blinding light and shaking the entire area. As Duanmu Yan battled, he constantly explored the newly acquired powers, gradually discovering countermeasures. He evaded Dana's soul jet beam with incredible speed and counterattacked with dilatium light flow, successfully hitting Dana. Then he turned and unleashed the Lampart light bomb, neutralizing Gaia's photon ice blade. The battlefield grew increasingly intense as Duanmu Yan, relying on his powerful strength and agile tactics, fought fiercely with the Heisei 3 heroes. Duanmu Yan's figure flickered as he swiftly retreated, while a radiant light shone from within his body, showcasing his powerful form and the cloud-like shape in the air once more. The circular weapon in his hand transformed according to different shapes, displaying various unique styles. Come on, round 2 begins. Duanmu Yan raised the long sword in his hand and charged towards Gaia like a gale. Gaia, undaunted, swiftly extended his wrist, unleashing the sharp Gaia blade to clash violently with Duanmu Yan's circular weapon. In an instant, the blades met, sparks flying. Duanmu Yan shouted, putting all his strength into a downward slash, while Gaia sidestepped and then lunged forward with a fierce stab. Duanmu Yan leaped backward to evade the attack, while activating his skill, sending several palm-shaped light swords flying towards Gaia. Gaia swung his blade, shattering the palm light swords one by one, but one light sword still struck his shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Duanmu Yan pursued aggressively, launching a series of attacks that forced Gaia to retreat repeatedly. The two powerful warriors engaged in a riveting brawl, with fists connecting and claws drawing blood. The powerful Triga gained the upper hand thanks to his weapon advantage, but the powerful Diga, empowered by the source of light, swiftly turned the tide. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the powerful Triga immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Dilatium Light Flow, attempting to defeat the powerful Diga in one fell swoop. However, the powerful Diga would not easily show weakness. He gathered all his energy and unleashed his own Dilatium Light Flow. Two powerful beams clashed in the air, erupting with earth-shattering force. The surrounding space twisted as if it were about to be torn apart by the two forces. Ultimately, the powerful Diga's Dilatium Light Flow prevailed, piercing through the powerful Triga's attack and striking directly at his body. The powerful Triga was severely injured and sent flying backward. Yet he did not give up. Struggling to stand, he charged towards the powerful Diga once again. In midair, Triga skillfully utilized his speed advantage and launched a fierce attack on Miracle Dana with the sky bow. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with neither side giving an inch. Suddenly, the airborne Triga changed strategies, evading Miracle Dana's attack at lightning speed. Next, he unleashed the power of the circular weapon, shooting a powerful beam directly at Miracle Dana. Miracle Dana sidestepped to evade, then counterattacked with a binding light beam, attempting to freeze the airborne Triga. However, the airborne Triga easily leaped and dodged the attack. Seizing the momentum, he executed an aerial kick, forcefully striking Miracle Dana. Miracle Dana hurriedly raised his hands to defend, but was still pushed back several steps. The three Trigas gathered together once more. This won't do. These guys are very familiar with my abilities. I must use a new power to defeat them, Duanmu Yan thought, recalling the ultimate moves he had just used in the two forms belonging to Naxos. Perhaps he could break through from this aspect. Duanmu Yan took a deep breath, deciding to take a risk and try to merge Naxos' power. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and awakened the potential deep within himself. As the light shone, his body gradually transformed, revealing characteristics of Naxos. Meanwhile, the powerful Triga infused the power of the overlapping light storm into the Dilatium Light Flow, launching a powerful energy wave towards the powerful Diga. The airborne Triga also refused to back down, merging the power of the ultimate light arrow with the Lampart light bomb, charging towards Miracle Dana. As for Duanmu Yan, he merged the two powers into the Zypili Ao ray, surging with endless might towards the Supreme Gaia. Seeing this, the opponents unleashed their respective ultimate light beams in a bid to counter this round of attacks. However, they underestimated the power of this move, as the light instantly pierced through their defenses. The heavily injured enemies were directly obliterated, transforming into light particles that fused into Duanmu Yan's armor, completely changing it into the Gamma Future form. At that moment, two more figures approached Duanmu Yan. He looked closely and was taken aback to realize it was Dark Triga and Eternal Shining Triga. Come on, Duanmu Yan sensed the return of the power of the cosmic phantom beast, possibly due to Noah lifting the seal of that part of the power to help him defeat these two. The 6 cosmic phantom beast inscriptions appeared on the surface of the armor as Dark Triga charged towards Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan's eyes narrowed, energy surging within him as he activated the armor to confront Dark Triga. He swung his fists, engaging in a fierce collision with Dark Triga. Eternal Shining Triga seized the opportunity to attack, but Duanmu Yan sidestepped and quickly countered. He unleashed the power of the cosmic phantom beast, executing a series of fierce moves. The battle grew more intense as Duanmu Yan gritted his teeth and gave it his all. At a critical moment, he successfully found an opening in Dark Triga's defense and used the bull-breaking punch to defeat him in one blow. After eliminating Dark Triga, black stripes appeared on his body. Duanmu Yan turned to face Eternal Shining Triga, preparing to conclude this battle. He took out the circular weapon again, confronting Eternal Shining Triga. Defeating this guy should awaken the truth form, right? While thinking this, Duanmu Yan attacked Eternal Shining Triga. He rushed in front of Eternal Shining Triga, raising the circular weapon ready to unleash the final blow. Eternal Shining Triga, not to be outdone, gathered energy to prepare for Duanmu Yan's assault. Duanmu Yan activated his skill, and the circular weapon emitted dazzling light as it surged towards Eternal Shining Triga. Seeing this, Eternal Shining Triga immediately released a light shield for defense. However, Duanmu Yan's attack was immensely powerful, instantly penetrating the light shield. Eternal Shining Triga sustained heavy damage, retreating several steps. Duanmu Yan pressed the attack, denying his opponent any chance to recover. He swiftly charged forward, unleashing a flurry of fierce assaults that left Eternal Shining Triga overwhelmed. Duanmu Yan infused Zypili AO energy into the circular weapon, executing the Zypili AO longsword to finish. Eternal Shining Triga also launched the Eternal Geratus to confront Duanmu Yan's attack. Duanmu Yan elevated his aura, increasing energy output, and infused the energies of the overlapping light storm and the ultimate light arrow into his attack, breaking through Eternal Shining Triga's Eternal Geratus and obliterating him. He transformed into light particles, merging into Duanmu Yan's armor. At that moment, a mysterious beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. Duanmu Yan was captivated by this light and halted his actions. Gradually, a figure emerged from the radiance. It was the legendary Ultraman Noah. Ultraman Noah emanated a powerful aura as he looked at Duanmu Yan, a hint of approval evident in his eyes. Duanmu Yan, you have passed the test. Ultraman Noah said, now I shall grant you even greater power to assist you in awakening the truth form. With that, Ultraman Noah infused a surge of potent energy into Duanmu Yan's body. Duanmu Yan felt his power expanding continuously, and his armor underwent a tremendous transformation, glowing with golden light. Thank you, Ultraman Noah, Duanmu Yan said gratefully. After awakening, his strength surged, and he confidently embraced his new power, ready to return to Marvel and confront Stan Lee. Duanmu Yan was just about to take action when Noah stopped him. Are you planning to return to that universe? Noah said to Duanmu Yan in a serious tone. Duanmu Yan did not deny it. He had awakened his true form, and with the power of Gamma Future, he was confident he could contend with that old man. Even if you go now, you still won't be his opponent. You won't even be able to break through the cosmic barrier, Noah said, knowing what Duanmu Yan was thinking. How is that possible? The true form is my ultimate state, and with the power amplification from the 3 heroes, how could I possibly lose to that old man? Duanmu Yan was taken aback by Noah's words. He had enhanced himself to this extent, and yet he couldn't defeat that old man. Suddenly, a size 48 foot appeared behind Duanmu Yan and kicked him in the rear, sending him sprawling. Duanmu Yan stood up, holding his rear. Who? That old-faced sneak attacked me. Suddenly, he remembered that this was a space created by Noah, and the only one who could sneak attack him was Noah. He mechanically turned his head to look at Noah. This is just a little trick. If you can't even block this, how can you deal with him? Noah admitted it openly. Duanmu Yan felt a surge of indignation. Sneak attack. As if no one else could do that. I have the Infinity Stones. He suddenly recalled how Stan Lee had rendered his Infinity Stones ineffective. Cold sweat dripped down. You realize now, don't you? Since he can give you those stones, it proves that their power is meaningless to him. Unless you can obtain a more powerful force, you are simply no match for him. Noah could tell he understood. Big shot, what should I do now? Duanmu Yan looked at Noah for help. Noah slowly shook his head and said calmly, I don't know, you need to find the answer yourself. Duanmu Yan widened his eyes, looking at Noah in disbelief, secretly muttering, no way, big shot. You are the first light of the universe. Is it really okay to be so direct? At that moment, Noah suddenly raised his hand, releasing a dazzling light and injecting it into the bracelet in Duanmu Yan's hand. Instantly, the bracelet emitted a strong light, blinding to the eye. As the light gradually faded, Duanmu Yan was astonished to find himself no longer in the space created by Noah. Moreover, the power that had been suppressed within him was fully restored. Observing the bracelet closely, Duanmu Yan discovered it had undergone an astonishing transformation. The surface of the bracelet actually displayed the faces of the three heroes, the Ultraman 6 brothers, Gao Si Zero and Nake Seizi. Additionally, he noticed several new icons on the bracelet, including one shaped like a spaceship and another representing the true form of Tariga. System, what should I do next? Duanmu Yan pondered these newly appeared functions while asking the system. He understood that Noah had thrown the problem back to him, and the other party clearly did not wish to lend a helping hand themselves. Faced with this situation, Duanmu Yan felt somewhat helpless, but had no other choice. Host, perhaps you should go to K-76 and find that old man, the system suggested to Duanmu Yan. K-76 Juvenile Detention Center. Duanmu Yan recalled the people from K-76. Some things are not that Noah doesn't want to help, but rather he can't help. But the King of Ultraman is different. Although he also can't take action, he can give you some advice. Perhaps you might even score some gear. The system's voice was filled with persuasion. That's not a bad idea. That old man is much better than that stinky old man Stan Lee. Give me a coordinate, I'll go right now, Duanmu Yan said, stroking his chin. In a place where Duanmu Yan couldn't see, Noah was desperately holding back Stan Lee, who wanted to kick Duanmu Yan. Old buddy, you're not that young anymore. Don't always stoop to the level of the youngsters, Noah said earnestly, while tightly holding on to Stan Lee. That brat keeps coming at me seeking revenge and refusing to die. Oh, it's so infuriating. If I hadn't acted first to drive him out of the Marvel Universe, those supreme beings would have probably already taken action against him. Stan Lee said angrily, still fuming. This is an unavoidable situation. Why did you hide everything from him? If you had told him earlier, perhaps he wouldn't need you to act personally. He might have cooperated with your plan on his own. Noah sighed helplessly and continued to advise. Stan Lee glared at Noah and said, why didn't you tell that brat? Don't you have any sense of the situation? Sigh, of course I know, Noah smiled bitterly. But given that brat's personality, if we rashly tell him the truth, he might not believe us and could even take some extreme actions. Stan Lee fell silent for a moment and sighed. You're right, what should we do now? We can't just let him continue to misunderstand like this. We can only take it one step at a time. Noah shook his head. I hope he can calm down quickly, and then we can find an opportunity to talk to him properly. The two exchanged glances and sighed in unison. They knew that solving this problem was not an easy task. Duanmu Yan switched to a flight mode, speeding towards the direction of the K-76 planet. Host, why don't you use the spaceship? Aren't you tired flying like this? The system asked, looking bewildered as it saw Duanmu Yan flying clumsily. Of course I want to. That old man kicked me out without giving me a chance to take the EX ship. What else can I do besides flying myself? Didn't Noah give you a spaceship? It's just that you don't know how to use it, the system pointed out. Duanmu Yan then remembered that there was a spaceship icon on the bracelet. He stopped his movement and looked at the bracelet on his hand, trying to turn the dial to the spaceship icon and press the button. A beam of light shot out from the bracelet, and it was indeed his EX ship. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much time flying. The system retorted, you blame others for your own foolishness. Duanmu Yan flew into the EX ship and Pal's voice rang out from inside. Duanmu, you're back. Everyone in the base was frantic when you suddenly went missing. Duanmu Yan hurriedly replied, how can you contact that universe? Pal also realized that he seemed unable to contact the main program of the aerial base and replied, the signal is unstable, we can try to reach out. At this moment the system's voice chimed in, host, you don't need to have this AI contact him. You can leave a message on it as he will directly return to the Marvel Universe when he goes back. Duanmu Yan hurriedly asked, can I go back with him? The system responded, no, he can come because Noah fused the stone wings into it. Duanmu Yan sighed in disappointment. Then forget it, I'll go find the old king at K-76 first. Pal utilized the light energy of the stone wings to create a shimmering portal. Upon crossing the portal, he instantly arrived at the outskirts of K-76. The Ultra King looked up at the sky, his gaze deep and wise. Astra beside him showed a look of confusion, yet stood respectfully. Suddenly the Ultra King spoke, Astra, we have a guest arriving. Please go greet them. Astra was surprised, but dared not defy the Ultra King's command. He nodded and flew off. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan was engaged in conversation with Pal. He meticulously conveyed everything and advised Pal to procure more supplies to keep on the spaceship so he could summon them at any time. After Pal departed, Duanmu Yan turned around just in time to see Astra flying down from the sky. Astra immediately noticed Duanmu Yan and said, you are the one the king mentioned, aren't you? The king sent me to fetch you. Please follow me. With that, he led Duanmu Yan toward the planet. Astra was not worried about anyone impersonating him or attempting to ambush the Ultra King. After all, the Ultra King's strength was unfathomable. Even if there were true enemies approaching, they would first have to deal with them. Therefore, Astra did not harbor much suspicion and focused solely on completing his task. Soon Duanmu Yan saw the Ultra King as well as Leo. You are the Ultra Warrior who helped Zero last time. Leo recognized Duanmu Yan at a glance. After all, during the last encounter with the stickmen, if it weren't for Duanmu Yan dragging Zero away, he wouldn't have had the time to properly deal with those stickmen. You just came from planet Babel, right? Before Duanmu Yan could respond to Leo's question, the Ultra King spoke first. Yes, old man, I just finished the trial from my senior Noah. Duanmu Yan had no intention of hiding and admitted openly. Noah has already informed me about you. You have passed Noah's trial. In principle, I cannot provide you with much help, but... The Ultra King nodded in acknowledgement of Duanmu Yan's candidness. Duanmu Yan, feeling a bit anxious, asked, But what? Old man, don't leave me hanging. Leo interjected sternly, Do not be disrespectful to the Ultra King. It's all right, Leo. He is also here to save the universe. You are Duanmu Yan, right? Although I cannot offer you much help, you can go on a mission with Zero. Noah left behind a light over there. I believe it can assist you. Over there, alongside Zero. Could it be the Kamarage shield? Duanmu Yan fell into thought upon hearing the Ultra King's words. Ding host, you have a new system task. Please check it carefully. Task Belial Galactic Empire. Task details: after being defeated by Zero, Belial entered another universe through the Monster Ranch's wormhole and established his own empire. Please work with Zero to eliminate the Belial Galactic Empire. Task reward: Eternal Radiant Truth Form. Triga Ultraman Transformation Device Bronze Victory Spark Prism can transform into Triga Ultraman, each transformation limited to 3 minutes, cooldown time of 12 hours. Task details 2. Assist Zero in forming the Ultimate Zero Guard. Task reward: 1 base similar to Zero's Medi base, plus a portable infinite supply warehouse. The host can input existing supplies, increasing the quantity of input materials to infinity, and can also fuse to create new materials. After hearing the system's voice, Duanmu Yan carefully examined the task's content and rewards, saying, So, it's indeed the Galactic Empire. Eternal Radiant Truth Form. Why haven't I seen it in the original work? And what on earth is that bronze transformation device? 3 minutes is way too short. It's just like when the Galaxy and Jeed first appeared. However, this supply warehouse is quite interesting, being able to amplify infinitely and also fuse new materials. It's truly exciting. As for the base, it's merely an optional item. I could even build the aerial base. Oh, why would I care about this? Duanmu Yan accepted the system task, then turned to the Ultra King and said, I understand now, old man. However, could you please help notify the Land of Light? After all, if I suddenly intrude into their territory, I might be mistaken for an enemy. No need to trouble yourself. Zero just happens to be training at K-76 today. How about this, Leo? You take Duanmu Yan to find Zero, and then let him accompany Duanmu Yan back to the Land of Light. Leo nodded, indicating he understood. He then led Duanmu Yan out of the room, flying toward the direction where Zero was training. From a distance, Duanmu Yan spotted Zero training. Leo, can I ambush him? Duanmu Yan asked Leo beside him. Leo glanced at him, saying, Sure, if you're successful in the ambush, they'll give you a cloak. That fluttering cloak meant little to Duanmu Yan. He was only concerned with the thrill of successfully ambushing Zero, as such an endeavor sounded full of excitement and challenge. Leo quietly observed Duanmu Yan, a surge of curiosity rising within him. How would this diminutive figure attempt to ambush Zero, who was several times larger than him? Just as Leo was puzzled, Duanmu Yan suddenly accelerated forward, striking like an arrow released from its bow. He seamlessly executed several stunning front flips, his entire being resembling a shining meteor racing towards Zero's back, and at the moment of nearing his target, he unhesitatingly unleashed his flying kick technique. Leo watched intently as Duanmu Yan performed each movement. When he saw that fierce yet familiar flying kick pose, he thought to himself, could there be a shadow of my flying kick technique in this? Perhaps this time he might actually succeed in ambushing Zero. Just as Duanmu Yan was about to make contact with Zero, an unexpected scene occurred. The originally petite Duanmu Yan suddenly expanded, transforming into a gigantic figure in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a dull thud, Duanmu Yan's powerful kick landed squarely on Zero's back. Despite that, Duanmu Yan skillfully restrained part of his strength at the critical moment of impact, ensuring he did not inflict too much harm on Zero. Caught off guard by this sudden heavy blow, Zero was violently propelled away. However, as a seasoned warrior, he reacted swiftly, executing several graceful forward rolls on the ground before steadying himself and standing up. At that moment, Zero turned around with an angry expression, attempting to identify the one who dared to ambush him. To his surprise, he found nothing but the empty field. Damn it! Who dares to sneak attack me, the young master? If you have the guts, come out and face me on your own. Hiding and sneaking around is nothing to be proud of. Furious Zero roared loudly, desperately glancing around, but no matter how hard he tried to search, he could not find the mysterious ambusher. At this moment, he could only stomp around like a headless fly, furious yet helpless. Duanmu Yan stood beside Zero's feet, sweeping his leg and knocking Zero down, taking advantage of Zero being in the air to kick him in the rear, causing him to fall into a heap. At the same time, Leo also landed beside Zero. Zero stood up holding his backside and noticed Leo was watching him. Leo, be careful, I just got ambushed. Zero hurriedly warned Leo. Leo shook his head. Zero, your training is still insufficient. You need to continue training. Duanmu, come out as well and stop teasing Zero. Duanmu Yan flew out from behind Leo, and only then did Zero realize that the one who had just ambushed him was Duanmu Yan. Duanmu, you sneak attacked me. Zero glared at Duanmu Yan in anger. Did you not hear the words of Senior Leo? It is evident that your training falls far short of the requirements. Duanmu Yan wore a smirk on his face as he shouted loudly at Zero. He crossed his arms and held his head slightly up, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain. I have been right beside you, yet you were completely unaware. This is enough to prove that at this moment you are entirely controlled by your anger. If you could maintain sufficient calm and composure, how could you not even notice me standing so close? As Duanmu Yan spoke, he slowly moved closer to Zero, his triumphant demeanor making others grit their teeth in frustration. Standing to the side, Leo felt a sense of admiration for Duanmu Yan upon hearing these familiar words. He mused quietly, this young man, though seemingly frivolous, could discern the situation so clearly at a critical moment and skillfully provoke his opponent with words. He indeed possesses remarkable skill. No matter how beautifully you phrase it, you cannot cover up the fact that you ambushed me. Zero's eyes widened in fury as he glared fiercely at Duanmu Yan. His fists were tightly clenched, trembling slightly from the excessive force, as if ready to strike at any moment. Oh dear, are you still trying to argue? Fine, since you are so stubborn, I will give you a chance. Senior Leo will bear witness. I will close my eyes now, and if you can successfully attack me, I will respect you as my elder brother. But if you fail, then you will have to acknowledge me as your elder brother. What do you say? Duanmu Yan knew Zero's prideful nature. If he did not showcase some real skills, unforeseen troubles might arise during their subsequent mission. Thus, he decided to seize this opportunity to temper Zero's arrogance, making him understand that there is always someone stronger. Come at me, I'm not afraid of you. Zero's temper flared upon hearing Duanmu Yan's arrogant tone. Duanmu Yan enlarged his form and took out a cloth strip from his bracelet, binding it around his eyes. To avoid you accusing me of cheating, here I am. Zero widened his eyes, fixated on Duanmu Yan, and swiftly circled around him like a whirlwind. Round and round, he went like a storm, completing dozens of circles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Duanmu Yan stood firm in place, calm and composed. Finally, Duanmu Yan could not help but speak up. Are you coming or not? You've spun around for dozens of circles. Are you not dizzy yet? Since you refuse to attack first, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Duanmu Yan locked onto a position and swiftly lifted his foot, delivering a powerful kick towards Zero with lightning speed. The kick was incredibly fast and forceful. Leo, watching from the side, secretly applauded and almost exclaimed, well kicked. However, due to continuously circling, Zero's body had not fully adapted to the rapid change in rhythm, and he was caught off guard, taking the kick squarely and being sent flying like a kite with a severed string. How did this guy do that? Zero crashed heavily to the ground, his mind filled with confusion and shock. He had no time to think further and hurriedly rolled over to get up, no longer circling, but instead stealthily maneuvering behind Duanmu Yan, preparing for a surprise attack. However, Duanmu Yan seemed to have already sensed Zero's intentions. Just as Zero was about to strike, Duanmu Yan suddenly performed a nimble backflip, effortlessly dodging Zero's ambush, and in midair, he raised his foot and accurately kicked Zero on the backside. Damn you! Zero felt a powerful force hit him, causing him to stumble forward once again. Yet this time he quickly adjusted his stance, standing up with blazing fury burning in his eyes. At this moment he cared for nothing else, letting out a roar and charging directly at Duanmu Yan, his fists raining down like a tempest. Facing Zero's fierce onslaught, Duanmu Yan remained utterly unfazed. He deftly sidestepped, easily evading Zero's fists, then seized Zero's wrist, pulling and pushing with force, skillfully using leverage to throw Zero out. So what do you say, are you convinced now? Duanmu Yan removed the cloth from his eyes and said to the fallen Zero, how on earth did you do that? Zero stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing. This so-called mind's eye is actually quite similar to your perception, but not entirely the same. Specifically, it helps you to detect subtle changes in your surroundings more keenly and even anticipate potential dangers or opportunities in advance. If you want to understand this in more detail, you can ask Senior Leo, as he is an absolute expert in this area with the richest experience and the most authority. Duanmu Yan smiled, seemingly casually explaining to Zero while cleverly tossing the question to Leo, who stood aside. Leo nodded slightly and cleared his throat before speaking. While Zero simply put, the mind's eye is an ability that transcends conventional senses. Through training and honing it allows one to possess extraordinary insight and reaction speed during battles or when facing various situations. However, truly mastering and utilizing this ability is not an easy task. Leo tried to explain in simple terms, hoping Zero could better understand. After listening to Leo's explanation, Sero nodded thoughtfully, his face showing an expression of partial understanding. At this moment, Leo suddenly looked at Sero seriously and said, Sero, Wong has assigned an important task that requires you to return to the Kingdom of Light with Duanmu. This mission is critically important, so it must be treated with caution. What task did the old man assign? Sero's eyes widened in curiosity as he pressed for more information. Leo shook his head and replied slowly, I am not clear on the specifics. Wong only told me that when the time is right you will naturally understand the key. For now all we can do is follow Wong's instructions. After saying this, Leo said no more and turned to leave quickly. Watching Leo's receding figure, Sero turned to Duanmu Yan and shrugged, saying, since this is something the old man personally assigned, we might as well get going. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my father in a long time. Oh, I wonder how he has been. As he spoke, a hint of longing appeared in Sero's eyes. Sero and Duanmu Yan entered the spaceport of the Kingdom of Light. Although he had seen it on television, he realized that the portrayal of the Kingdom of Light was nothing compared to the reality. Moreover, under the illumination of the plasma sparks, Duanmu Yan's body enlarged. He felt that the time limit for maintaining his enlarged form had vanished. As long as he stayed here, he could maintain his giant form without reservation. I just wonder if transforming has the same effect. Under the introduction of Sero, Duanmu Yan finally met the renowned and powerful leader of the Cosmic Patrol, Zofi. At that moment, Meng Bias, who had just hurried back after completing a mission, spotted Duanmu Yan and could not contain his excitement, quickly approaching to greet him. Mr. Duanmu, it's been such a long time. Duanmu Yan also looked pleased to see Meng Bias and smiled in response, saying, oh, it's Meng Bias. It has indeed been a long time since we parted ways in the parallel universe. Seeing this, Zofi asked in confusion, Meng Bias, do you know Mr. Duanmu? Meng Bias quickly answered respectfully, yes, Captain Zofi. During a previous unexpected crossover into a parallel universe, it was thanks to Mr. Duanmu's assistance that the mission was successfully completed. Zofi nodded in realization and said, I see, it seems Mr. Duanmu has done us a great favor in the Land of Light. Meng Bias, since you are familiar with Mr. Duanmu, you will be responsible for arranging his itinerary in the Land of Light from now on. Meng Bias immediately replied, without hesitation, yes, Captain Zofi, I will take good care of Mr. Duanmu, please rest assured. At that moment, Sero leaned over excitedly, inviting, hey Duanmu, why don't you come over to my house for a visit? However, Duanmu Yan gently shook his head, indicating his refusal. No, I would rather take a good look around this mysterious Land of Light. Sero nodded and flew towards his home, while rambling, I've seen it for tens of thousands of years, what's so interesting about it? Meng Bias took Duanmu Yan on a tour. Future, are there any impressive scientists in the Land of Light? Duanmu Yan called out to Meng Bias beside him. How did Mr. Duanmu call for me? Meng Bias was momentarily taken aback, having not heard someone call him like that for hundreds of years. He took a while to respond, what did you just say? I asked if there are any remarkable scientists in the Land of Light. Duanmu Yan shook his head, feeling foolish for forgetting the name of a human form. Yes, the director of the Bureau of Science and Technology, Hikari, is the most outstanding scientist in the Land of Light. Meng Bias wasted no time and directly mentioned his close friend's name. I really don't understand how two people from the same race can be such close friends despite their age difference of several tens of thousands of years. Can you take me to meet him? I am also a scientist, and I am quite interested in unknown technologies. Duanmu Yan certainly knew about the universe's second-rate wholesale dealer. He was merely looking for an excuse to inquire. As the two flew towards the Bureau of Science and Technology, Duanmu Yan spotted a blue figure standing outside the combat arena. He directly descended. Oh, isn't that Torgia? I thought he had already left the Land of Light. Meng Bias closely followed Duanmu Yan as they gently descended. Once they steadied themselves, their gazes were drawn to the familiar yet strange figure ahead, which was indeed Torgia. Meng Bias turned to Duanmu Yan and softly introduced, this is Torgia Ultraman, who is the closest friend of Instructor Taro and also the second most distinguished scientist in our Bureau of Science and Technology. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yan nodded thoughtfully and then walked steadily towards Torgia, cheerfully greeting him, hello Torgia Ultraman. I've long admired your reputation. Torgia, upon hearing someone call his name, slightly turned his head, casting a puzzled look at Duanmu Yan and blandly retorting, have we met before? Duanmu Yan beamed a friendly smile and quickly explained, we haven't met before, but it's never too late to get acquainted now. My name is Duanmu Yan, and I am a somewhat fortunate scientist. Saying this, he generously extended his right hand as a gesture of goodwill. Seeing this, Torgia hesitated for a moment before extending his own hand to gently shake Duanmu Yan's, introducing himself, nice to meet you, I am Torgia. As you can see, I am a member of the Bureau of Science and Technology. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duanmu Yan curiously asked, so, Torgia, why are you standing here all alone? Torgia's expression darkened further at this question. He sighed deeply, answering with helplessness and frustration. Sigh. As a powerless blue-skinned warrior like me, even if I enter the battlefield, what can I do? I simply cannot defeat any enemies. No matter how hard I train, I can never gain great power. Therefore it is better to just watch from afar. A nonsense. Upon hearing Tarijia's prejudiced words, Duanmu Yan couldn't help but feel anger rising within him and pretended to be angry as he retorted loudly, "Who says that blue-skinned warriors lack strength? Who dares to claim that without great power one cannot defeat enemies? Do scientists really have to rely solely on brute force to fight? The truly brilliant scientists rely on wisdom and strategy, which is intellect." Upon hearing this, Torgia displayed a hint of barely perceptible surprise on his face. You see, previously others had only told him things like, "As a blue-skinned warrior, it is impossible for you to gain great power. And blue-skinned warriors should just do their logistics work properly and not daydream about entering the battlefield." These types of demoralizing statements. Come, let me take you to truly witness the immense energy contained within blue-skinned warriors. Let those ignorant people open their eyes. Without waiting for a response, Duanmu Yan grabbed Tarijia's arm and strode towards the combat arena. On the side, Meng Bias was completely bewildered, not understanding the situation at all, but still followed closely as the two entered the arena. At this moment, the head instructor of the arena, Taro, happened to witness this scene, especially when he saw his close friend Torgia being pulled in by a stranger. He was filled with confusion and quickly approached to ask Tarigia, "Why did you suddenly come here? And who is this friend?" At this time, Meng Bias walked up to Taro and spoke a few words, to which Taro nodded. Duanmu Yan said to Taro, "Senior Taro, may I borrow your place for a 1v1 with Meng Bias?" Taro looked at Duanmu Yan, then at Tarigia, finally nodding and pointing to the floating combat platform in the arena. "That one will do, you can use that." Duanmu Yan nodded, jumped onto the combat platform, transforming into a blue aerial form. "In this form, I do not possess great strength. My only advantage is my speed, but I will not use my speed. I will only fight using my combat techniques." Meng Bias followed him onto the combat platform while the training participants all stopped to watch Duanmu Yan and Meng Bias. In their minds, Meng Bias had already joined the ranks of the Ultraman brothers, possessing immense strength, and not just anyone could defeat him. Torgia quietly observed this scene, also curious to see how Duanmu Yan would defeat Meng Bias using the body of a blue-skinned warrior. Duanmu Yan did not use the cosmic fist techniques, but instead assumed the stances of Tai Chi. Meng Bias rushed forward, taking the initiative, but Duanmu Yan simply pushed his attack aside. As a seasoned fighter, Meng Bias quickly adapted, changing his approach. Duanmu Yan deftly dodged Meng Bias' strike by tucking in his abdomen as Meng Bias lifted his leg to kick. Duanmu Yan seized his legs, pulling and pushing, sending Meng Bias flying. Meng Bias quickly regained his footing, but Duanmu Yan did not give him a moment to breathe, immediately charging forward to launch his assault. Duanmu Yan slashed with his palm, aiming at Meng Bias, who hurriedly crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Duanmu Yan's form was like lightning, instantly altering his technique, transforming the once sharp knife hand into a fierce fist that carried a howling wind, striking precisely at the unguarded spot of Meng Bias. This punch appeared overwhelmingly powerful and fierce, yet contained a hidden flexibility akin to the subtle undercurrents beneath surging waves. Meng Bias felt a colossal force surging towards him, his expression grave as he crossed his arms over his chest, exerting all his strength to withstand this thunderous blow. Even so, the overwhelming impact could not be resisted. Meng Bias involuntarily staggered backwards several steps, with each step sinking deep into the ground, raising clouds of dust. Seeing this situation, how could Duanmu Yan let such a golden opportunity slip away? He seemed to ride the wind as he swiftly circled behind Meng Bias like a ghost. Following that, he kicked up, the sound of air being sliced following him as he struck fiercely towards the back of Meng Bias. Meng Bias was startled. His sharp combat instincts alerted him to the impending danger from behind. He suddenly sidestepped, attempting to evade this lethal strike. Unfortunately, he was still a beat too slow. Although he dodged most of the force, the wind from Duanmu Yan's kick grazed his body, causing him to stumble forward several steps before barely regaining his balance. The onlookers were all dumbfounded, exclaiming in admiration, "Goodness! To be able to force Meng Bias, one of the Ultra brothers, into such a situation is truly remarkable." At that moment, a figure clad in red and blue descended from the sky like a shooting star. The newcomer immediately spotted Duanmu Yan, fiercely engaged with Meng Bias, and without a word kicked hard towards Duanmu Yan's back. Seeing this, Tai Luo gasped in shock, wanting to shout a warning, but it was already too late. Duanmu Yan seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, as if he had anticipated this sudden attack. He twisted his waist and sidestepped at an unbelievable angle. Coincidentally, this kick missed its target due to Duanmu Yan's evasion, ultimately landing heavily on Meng Bias' backside. Poor Meng Bias, caught off guard, was struck by such a heavy blow, launching forward like a cannonball and landing awkwardly on the ground. 1v2. "I'm not afraid, bring it on." Duanmu Yan shouted, instantly changing his techniques and locking his gaze on the two in front of him. "How dare you underestimate me? Sero, witnessing Duanmu Yan's calm and confident demeanor, felt a surge of anger and charged straight at Duanmu Yan. Duanmu Yan swiftly dodged Sero's fierce initial assault. Following that, he employed Tai Chi, steadily blocking Sero's torrential barrage of continuous attacks. At the moment Sero's techniques ran out, Duanmu Yan keenly sensed this fleeting opportunity. He suddenly pivoted sharply, using the speed of lightning to unleash a powerful Iron Mountain lean, striking hard against Sero. Caught off guard, Sero stumbled back from the immense force, struggling to maintain his balance as he staggered several steps. However, Duanmu Yan did not allow Sero a moment to breathe. He pressed the attack, his fists flying like meteors, launching a relentless flurry of powerful punches at Sero. In an instant, the air was filled with the shadows of fists, dazzling the onlookers. Faced with Duanmu Yan's torrential assault, Sero could only grit his teeth and endure. But ultimately, he could not withstand it, as Duanmu Yan found an opening. Suddenly, Duanmu Yan withdrew his fists, channeling all his power into his right arm, then explosively unleashed a fierce inch punch. With a dull thud, this inch punch landed solidly on Sero's chest. Sero let out a scream, his body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers gasped at this scene, erupting into exclamations. They could hardly believe their eyes, astonished that Duanmu Yan possessed such terrifying strength, able to effortlessly defeat his opponents, even in an Oni against Woe scenario, especially when one of those opponents was Sero. Standing nearby, Torikaya's eyes widened in shock, filled with astonishment and envy. As a member of the Blue Tribe, he had never imagined that the Blues could possess such formidable power. The last time he had seen someone with such strength was Commander Hikaru. At this moment, a deep yearning surged within him. If only he could possess such power, perhaps he would no longer have to worry about being looked down upon and mocked by others. Just then a flash of light appeared, and Tai Luo's tall and dignified figure suddenly emerged on the arena. His gaze sharpened as he surveyed the crowd, then he announced loudly, "That's enough, the winner of this exciting duel is Telegeo Ultraman." His voice resonated throughout the space like a thunderous bell. Seeing this, Duanmu Yan slowly raised his hand, and a gentle green light radiated from it, embodying the powerful healing energy contained within the horse talisman. The green light enveloped the two Ultramen on the stage, visibly repairing the injuries they sustained during the battle. Once their injuries were healed, Duanmu Yan walked towards the spot where Torikaya stood. With a smile on his face and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, he spoke, "So what do you think? Did you see? My strength is not inferior to that of those Red Tribe Ultramen." "I see." Torikaya nodded, slightly admiration evident in his gaze, and then eagerly asked, "Given your prowess, I wonder if you would take me as your disciple. I also long to possess power as strong as yours." However, Duanmu Yan gently shook his head, declining, "That might not be appropriate considering you are significantly older than me. It would be somewhat improper for you to take me as your master." Upon hearing this, Torikaya's previously hopeful eyes dimmed, as if the flame in his heart had been doused with cold water. However, Duanmu Yan seemed to sense Torikaya's disappointment and quickly shifted the conversation, smiling as he added, "While I cannot take you as a disciple, we can still learn from each other. In fact, I not only possess this special power, but am also a scientist. You can impart to me the scientific knowledge you possess, and I will teach you how to acquire even greater strength. Isn't that also a wonderful way of exchanging ideas?" Torikaya suddenly looked up, a look of surprise returning to his face as he gazed incredulously at Duanmu Yan, eagerly asking, "Really? Are you truly willing to teach me?" Duanmu Yan smiled, slightly correcting him, "I said it would be mutual learning, so don't keep saying teach as if there is a hierarchy between us. As long as we share sincerely and progress together, we will surely gain something."